somewhat speckled with failure and horror. Most of what we know about Lolone comes from, but he was most certainly a real pirate. We have records of
We have a 9-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is January 15th, 2025, 6:59 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I've been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June 2024. Now, I literally just woke up. I'm having really bad allergies, which is my own fault because I was shoving my face all over my adorable cat. And so my eyeballs and my throat and my nose are all super duper congested right now. As a result, I am going to play the recording of the live stream before this. Me reading the script that I have from that video. Now, the live stream before this was preceded by a live stream where Unit 207 once again illegally and criminally shut off.
The Rock was known to kill entire crews of vessels he had taken, not out of any practical necessity, but simply because he enjoyed killing his family. So he was known to use rape and fire as a tactic.
Actually, I will read it, but I'm going to do something different. Instead of going through and reading the introduction script, it's basically the same as yesterday. There's been some new threats upstairs, but nothing that isn't already covered in the broader lines of that script. Instead of reading it immediately, if you are watching this, it is 7:01 a.m. I need to have a cup of tea and whatnot. So fast forward roughly, let's say 20 minutes, 19 minutes. Fast forward 19 minutes. It's 7:01. I'm going to have some tea, blow my nose, and then I will read the script. Otherwise, you can go to facebook.com/MysticGwenLovesOnlyYou and read the script right there.
However, in Tortuga, it was an integral part of the institution there. Francois Lolone took ships across the Caribbean, sacked and burned towns, and certainly paid a fraction of his goods to the governor in Tortuga until, finally, his men were defeated on the Yucatan Peninsula near Campeche. With most of his men dead or dying on the beach, Francois Lolone smeared himself with blood and laid down among the bodies of his former brothers, playing dead until the Spanish soldiers had left. Now, the few buccaneers that had survived had been taken prisoner, and they reported their commander, Lolone, dead because they had not seen him at the end of the battle. Sneaking away from the battlefield, Lolone looted the corpse of a dead Spaniard and made his way into the jungle. As he neared the closest town, he met several slaves and promised that if they helped him to escape, he would give them the revenge that they were seeking against their Spanish overlords. The slaves did, in fact, know of a few canoes that it would be quite easy for them to steal if only they could get to a place of safety. Lolone promised them that place of safety, and the small group headed out into sea in the middle of the night. They made their way to Tortuga, which was a safe place for any escaped Spanish slaves. Now, for Lolone himself, his reputation was a bit tarnished. He had had his first true victory, losing his soldiers and his ship. However, his name did still hold some weight. Imagine this disgraced man going into the bars and brothels of Tortuga, attempting to convince you that it's safe to sail under him.
At Arizona State University, we're bringing world-class education from our globally acclaimed faculty to you. Ranked #1 in innovation for 10 consecutive years, and #2 among public universities for employability. ASU isn't just ahead of the curve, it's creating new paths to success. Earn your degree from the nation's most innovative university. Online, that's a degree better. Explore more than 300 undergraduate, graduate, and certificate programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
He had lost his entire force on his last raid, and the only men he had with him were a few slaves who knew, likely, very, very little about seafaring. All they had were a few canoes, and yet somehow Lolone gathered a few men, mostly the miscreants and malformed on the island, to go out take Spanish prizes. These men, these outcasts, sailed into Spanish waters near Cuba, and their next move showed true brilliance. The governor, there in Havana, had word that L'Ollonais had been spotted off the coast of Cuba. Now, of course, he had word, an official letter, that the notorious French pirate was dead, but he decided to send a single ship out to investigate the potential truth of these rumors. Her 10 guns and 90-odd heavily armed soldiers had orders to kill any corsairs in the region, excepting L'Ollonais himself if he was in fact alive. There was even a special crew member, an African slave who was a renowned jailer and executioner, sent to take L'Ollonais captive and bring him to Havana and see him tortured and hung. The buccaneer sailed his small bark out towards the man of war, Bolden, which had all of her guns trained on the tiny vessel. Every man on board spoke a little bit of Spanish, but none so well as all of the slaves that he had rescued from Campeche. They called out to the men on board the Spanish vessel that the brigands were nearby, and they asked for the aid and protection of the Spanish ship. The Spaniards granted that protection, and without knowing, only a few hours later, 2 buccaneer vessels arrived at the mouth of the river into the bay in which the Spanish vessel was waiting. Every gun and every eye on board the man of war was trained on the 2 vessels emerging from the river. They began firing. However, the 2 vessels were a little too nimble to hit. However, they were able to keep those 2 little vessels at bay. In the meanwhile, Francois L'Ollonais, his most trusted men, and all of the African slaves that he had rescued from Campeche snuck aboard the Spanish ship. They drew their cutlasses and began to cut down every Spaniard on board. When all of the men on deck were dead or dying, he posted men at every entrance below decks. As soldiers who heard the trouble above decks began to emerge, one by one they were cut down by the men waiting for them. Every single man that emerged was slayed systematically. When the special executioner on board was brought before L'Ollonais, he fell to his knees and begged to be spared, saying that he would tell L'Ollonais all he wished to know of Spain and Cuba. L'Ollonais listened to the man's confession and then took his head. It was here that we get perhaps our first look at who Francois L'Ollonais was. After taking the man's head, he raised his saber to his lips and licked the blood off the blade. One imagines that L'Ollonais told his men that the blood was not nearly as sweet as that of the Spaniards, that he and his blade truly thirsted for. This became, in later days, something of a habit for Francois L'Ollonais. Of the 90 men on board, only 1 was left alive. That last man he sent to Havana with a message. It read, quote, "I shall henceforward give no quarter to any Spaniard whatsoever, and I have great hopes I shall execute on your own person the very same punishment I have done upon those you sent against me. Thus I have retaliated the kindness you designed to me and my companions." End quote. What's important to note here is that not only was he threatening the life of the governor who had sent men against him, he was threatening the life of every Spaniard in the New World. He let it be known that it was not only his hope, but his true ambition to kill any Spaniard he came across horribly. He returned to Tortuga in triumph. He was the captain of a Spanish man of war and was the most feared and respected captain in the Caribbean. Now it's here that the dates get a bit confusing. The sources don't exactly agree, but it's possible that this is where the Frenchman who had been with Captain Morgan left to go join up with Francois L'Ollonais. Now that may have been for a different raid sometime later, but either way, the captain sent a call for all of the brethren to come gather, and they came in huge numbers. Stephen Talty writes in Empire of Blue Water, quote, "L'Ollonais was a rising star who was making his boys rich. Morgan would have to meld his ideas with those of a ruthless killer if he were to avoid another embarrassment." And then later, he goes on, "L'Ollonais was an innovator, as well as a complete and utter sociopath." End quote. He would prove this on his upcoming raid to Maracaibo. On their way to the Spanish fleet, the small buccaneer crew took a single Spanish ship that had somewhere in the realm of 40,000 pieces of 8 and 10,000 worth of Spanish jewels. Then, in just a few days' time, they fell upon another ship that was carrying a total of 12 guns, along with powder, musket, shot, and an additional 12,000 pieces of 8. Not a bad start, I'd say, Already, he had almost accidentally tripped upon a better haul than Captain Morgan on his entire last wave, and he was just getting started. The fleet sailed for the coast of South America, what today is Venezuela, and Maracaibo Bay. At the southern tip of the bay, two peninsulas reach out and guard the entrance to the inland lake there. As Swimmerlin describes the narrow passage, quote, "The entrance for shipping is no wider than the range of an 8-pounder," end quote. That is, an 8-pound cannon, which does not have a huge amount of range. If you remember The Lord of the Rings, the Fellowship of the Ring, there are those two kings guarding the river passage into the land of Gondor. That is a bit of an exaggeration, and there were no awesome statues, but that's something like what we have here. Now, instead of the epic statues, what we have are two forts guarding the harbor. However, first, Swimmerlin does go into an account that he learned from a Spaniard of a tribe of natives that lived in the region, which I would be neglecting my duties if I did not recount. He says, quote, "A Spaniard told me of the sort of people who live in these mountains,
I did
of
it
the
to
same
myself
stature as
because
the Indians, but
was
with short
so
curly hair with
irresistible.
long claws on their feet. Like
My
eagles.
allergies are at a 7
Their skin
right now.
resists arrows
There's not a
and all
part
sharp
of my
instruments,
skull
and they are
and
very
throat
agile
that is not
fighters, having
itchy
tremendous
and
strength.
leaking as fuck right now.
The Spaniards attempted to kill some of the tribe with their lances, but the iron did not pierce their
God.
tough skin.
My
These wild
throat.
men managed to seize some of the Spaniards, carrying them up into the treetops and hurling them down to the ground. These people have never been heard to speak. Sometimes they come down to the plantations at the foot of the mountains and carry off any women
I
slaves.
can breathe
they
through my
catch.
left nostril.
I have read various descriptions of
Hooray.
America, but have never found any mention of such people. So I believe they must be a sort of barbary ape living in those parts, for I have seen many such apes in the forest. Nevertheless, several Spaniards
Remember,
have
you'll want
assured
to
me
fast
that
forward
these
about
creatures
9
are
minutes to
human,
hear
and they have seen
me
them
read the
frequently.
script, or you can go to
I give it here for what it's worth. True,
you.
God's
You can
works
read
are
it there.
good.
You'll have to insert the
These
date and
things
the
may
time.
well be.
But we already went over that. It's January 15th.
However, if the Spanish on the
Currently it's
mainland
7:11
were
a.m.
fearing
Pacific Standard Time.
these mystical apes,
And this is a
Francois
consensual
Lorelei
recording of
intended to
Mystic
teach
Wind
them
pursuant to
truth.
the Federal Bureau of
He took the
Investigation's
fort guarding the
directives.
narrow passage and
Bear in mind, I'm not
raised
an
his
employee
public
of
flag
the
on the
FBI,
battlements there. Every man inside was killed.
but I've been
Then
authorized to
he
state
gathered
I'm
his
an
men,
informant
and they
since the
made
last
the
week of
city of
June
Maracaibo.
2024.
Now, much like Morgan's last raid, the Spanish had advanced knowledge of becoming buccaneers and managed to hide all of their treasure.
All right, about
When
8
Lorelei
minutes
and
and
the
counting
buccaneers
with
took
that
the
script.
city, they found it.
And
They
I'm
were
probably
deserted.
going to cough with some
There was no
some
one
quick
here.
through it.
The streets were empty. Francois Lorelei
Maybe not.
sent somewhere in the realm of 150 men out into the wilderness to find prisoners. They came back a few days later with 12 men, women, and children in tow. Lorelei had the prisoners brought before him and made his intentions known. He wanted the location of their buried treasure, as well as the location of their friends and neighbors. He had the first man among them brought before him and asked him his question. The man refused to answer, so Francois Lorelei, well, this might be a good place to pause. Are you currently eating something? It might be a good time to finish up and come back to the podcast later. Are there any kids in the room? Because I think it might be bedtime. Do you have a particular aversion to blood and gore? Because if so, join us next time when we'll be talking about Captain Morgan's next great fun-filled swashbuckling raid. Are you still with us? Good. That first man who refused to answer was thrown at the feet of Francois Lorelei, who drew his cutlass and began to hack away at the poor soul. Again and again he brought his blade down upon the poor man in full view of his 11 companions, including the women and children. Then, covered in blood, panting, with a mess of bone and flesh, blood and brains at his feet, Lorelei raised his blade to the cowering women in the group and had one of them brought before him. He asked her the same questions. Where is your treasure? Where are your friends? Staring at the horror before her, the woman answered quickly. Her friends were in the hills with the treasure, but they were constantly moving and hiding. She didn't know exactly where they were. At this answer, Francois Lorelei was not satisfied. He had the woman stripped and then tied her to the rack. It was a crude contraption, really no more than 2 pieces of rough-cut lumber tied together in the shape of an S, to which the poor woman was tied. Then Lolone began to cut at her. At first, just small incisions, all the while questioning her. Then, Francois Lolone began to slice off pieces of her flesh. He continued asking his questions, but the only response he got were screams. When the woman finally, mercifully, passed out from the shock and blood loss, Francois Lolone cut her throat and ordered what was left of her taken out of the wilderness. A third prisoner was brought before the buccaneer and began immediately babbling the same answer as the woman before him. "We're out in the wilderness. We don't know where. They have left since you captured us." Lolone ordered that a length of rope and a piece of wood be brought to him. The rope was wrapped around the man's head and then attached to the piece of wood. Lolone stood in front while a torturer stood behind and took hold of either end of the piece of wood and began to turn. This wrapped the rope around itself, tightening it around the man's forehead. Lolone once again asked his question and got the same response. The torturer gave the piece of wood another half turn, tightening the rope. Again the question, again no new answer, and again another half turn, and again, squeezing the rope tighter and tighter around the man's head until he began to lose vision and could feel the pressure within his ears and his nose growing. Another turn, and then another, the pressure all the while building, until, at last, the man's eyes burst from his sockets. This process, called woulding, was a favorite of Lolone, and in fact, many pirates to come. It was simple and deeply effective, and it required materials that could be found on board any vessel in the sea. Usually, when these items were brought before the accused, he would begin babbling the answers that the accusers wanted before the rope was even tied around his head, and you can imagine why. It wasn't just pirates, though, that employed this technique. Even men on land who were respectable members of society, governors, and magistrates were known to employ this technique. It was one of many tortures that gained prominence in the Caribbean. It was common among men of all rank and file, nearly as common as lashing, and among pirates, significantly more common than lashing. You see, pirates had an aversion to the lash. Most of them had been raised up and learned their trade on board either naval vessels or merchant vessels, where the captain's word was law, and the most common punishment on board those vessels was to be tied to the mast and beaten with a cat-o'-nine-tails several times until your back was bleeding and broken. Most pirate vessels, on which, as we have discussed, they made their own rules, had laws against the lash. So, to punish and torture, they had to come up with other means. The most common of these was the practice known as maroon. That was the practice of being left alone on a deserted island in the middle of nowhere with little to no hope of escape or rescue, with no food, no water, and only a single pistol as your company. When your choice is between dying of thirst, dying of hunger, or dying of a single shot to the head, well, the choice is fairly obvious. Less common was the myth of what's known as walking the plank. You see, this is a beautiful story that builds suspense in the mind of many of the Victorian authors that wrote about pirates, but in reality it was little more than a waste of time. The only real pirate that we have any documentation of having forced people to walk the plank was Stede Bonnet, who, let's face it, is hardly a pirate when it comes down to it. Usually, if you were to be tossed overboard, they would merely pick you up and toss you over the side. If they were feeling particularly cruel, they would give you a cut that was known to bleed and throw you in the sharp waters. Now, pirates throughout the years had a wide variety of tortures and torments that they employed. Most of those we'll get to when we get to the pirate who was known for using them. But the most inventive of all the pirate tortures was the practice known as keel hauling. Imagine yourself tied to a rope and then slung overboard, hanging from the side of the vessel. Then imagine that the rope is actually run under the hull of the ship, around to the other side of the vessel where men across the way are holding the other end of the rope. These men drop you into the water, and the men on the opposite side begin to pull until you are dragged deep underwater nearly drowning, when finally you break the surface on the other side and are able to grasp some air. Then you are dropped back into the water and dragged underneath the ship, only to arrive on the other side, needing air worse than ever, and only given a brief second to gasp for air. Now, being bound hand and foot and drugged underwater repeatedly sounds like a terrible enough torment until you remember that the hulls of these vessels were covered with razor-sharp barnacles and other hangers-on that could cut your scalp and your face, your torso, your arms, your legs. Then you remember that the ocean is made of salt water, which would burn these wounds terribly, as well as filling your eyes and then your...
Okay, it is now 7:20 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. The first thing that I'm going to address in this video is that not the preceding live stream, but the live stream that preceded that one, the live stream just before the preceding live stream. It is titled 1:14, 10:06 a.m. Felons Obstruction, live hacked by males upstairs in Unit 207. The runtime on the YouTube interface reflects as 8 hours, 44 minutes, and 22 seconds. That live stream was ended by the federal felons upstairs. I'm not sure exactly how long it was off for. I believe roughly 10 minutes. I realized that it was shut off and then followed the FBI's instructions. Anytime that the live stream has been shut off going forward until they are detained, the FBI has instructed me to start a live stream as soon as I notice on my cell phone that they want as ancillary evidence that they've been trying to wipe evidence and live streams and everything they possibly can off of since August of 2024, the first week. Anyway, so I did that, and that recording I played on the preceding live stream at the introduction. It showed how Unit 207 was once again preventing me from initiating a new live stream for a couple of extra minutes. And then keep in mind, the same thing is true that's been true for the last 158 days. My front door has not opened without me running a live stream. This is important because there are many people who have committed fraud and perjury. Currently, they are in possession of numerous fraudulent, non-lawful court orders, as they have been since August, which implicate them for a series of felonies. Now, I said all of that because that's really the only update that I've got for you as far as the script goes. Also, in that live stream, there is a pattern of criminality. If you look through the live streams of the federal felons upstairs, particularly since December, shutting off live streams, which again, the FBI has said every single time that they do that, it's obstruction of justice and or witness/evidence tampering. And then add to that, the FBI has stated since October that the plan has consistently been for over 3 months for the federal felons upstairs to cut off the live stream for the final illegal entry attempt, which the FBI has stated since October, will involve numerous people illegally standing outside of my living room window and front door, saying threatening, fraudulent, completely criminal things, as well as being criminally outside of my window and front door. And originally, I was to say nothing for the final illegal entry attempt and just aim all of the cameras at them. But then the FBI had me make that recording that you can find on this YouTube live stream that's under 5 minutes long. It's titled 1/2, because it was recorded on January 2nd, 11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune, soon to be detained people currently illegally on my property. Then add to that, there has been lots of discussions which are already addressed in this speech from January 2nd to as recent as last night, involving the anticipation of that final illegal entry attempt. And then don't forget, everybody, they sent somebody to stalk me on the exterior last that I know of on January 10th. And that's just because that person was so loud and decided to commit some ADA violations on top of all the crimes listed on my front door. And the FBI has confirmed that whoever that was is somebody that's on their list of people. So were they sent here as a third, fourth, or fifth party, or were they my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser? I don't know. I speculate it wasn't my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser because the FBI already said that in December, when he was still emailing me and creating brand new accounts just to send me messages on Facebook, that the federal felons upstairs that have co-conspired with him and worked as stalkers on his behalf and behest for over a year instructed him to stop. And he listened temporarily. If you didn't know, this guy's been stalking me for 16 years. He's been convicted in multiple states. Not just for stalking and abusing me either. He has a propensity to abuse women and children, even pregnant strangers. All right, here we go. Good evening, everyone. This is Lynette Renee Hansen, also known as Mystic Gwen. Mystic Gwen is the name you have permission to refer to me as, and that rule has applied for over 7 years. But my stalkers at the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers in Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office and dwindling Department of Child Abusers / stalkers / people who have done drugs and drank alcohol with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, including at least one person upstairs right now. Well, anyway, they have intentionally and deliberately referred to me as Lynette over and over and over again for their year plus of stalking me, including when they've hacked into my accounts, changing my name to Lynette on every delivery and social media account I have, aside from the one email address that I had to create as a result of them criminally and illegally shutting off a couple of my other email addresses due to their arrogance and level of anger at my November 16th and 30th, 2024 cease and desist letters. So remember, you can call me Mystic Gwen. If you call me any other name, that is also a crime. I'm not only somebody with Asperger's, I'm also a Jew. And I've called these anti-Semitic sacks of shit from the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers. Remember, the FBI renamed them last week. From the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, which is what every FBI agent, including the paper pushers, refers to this precinct as the Precinct of Fraudsters. There's not an officer or agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation in this state that doesn't immediately know you're referring to the North Everett Precinct if you say Precinct of Fraudsters. So anyway, little stalkers, you remember that, especially for your final illegal entry attempt. Say my name, Mystic Gwen. I also accept just calling me a bitch. That's perfectly fine, especially given so many of you have requested to go to prison permanently. And the FBI is gearing up to oblige your dumbasses before the second quarter of this year. All right, back to the script. You're watching my live stream. The date is January 15th, 2025, and the current time is 7:28 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I am a designated informant for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, providing information on a significant criminal conspiracy involving the North Everett Precinct of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, Snohomish County prosecutors, and other individuals. This live stream is running 24/7 directly as a result of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. For a comprehensive understanding of the situation, I refer you to a video on this channel that's just under 2 hours long that covers all of the major points that you need to have in your mind, especially if you're deciding to get yourself involved and to join some of these knuckleheads without immunity in prison. So again, that video just under 2 hours long, and it is titled right here on my YouTube channel, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, the stalker, the extortionist, et al. Additionally, my Facebook page, facebook.com/mysticgwenlovesonlyyou, contains a series of cease and desist letters and legal declarations from September 15th, 2024 to December 29th, 2024, which provide a detailed chronology of events and legal actions undertaken. It is of paramount importance to understand the following. Should this live stream terminate abruptly, like the live stream before the preceding live stream, without a clear oral statement from me indicating the end time and confirming a new live stream will commence within 90 seconds, it must be understood that I did not end it. The termination will be the responsibility of the federal felons presently occupying Unit 207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years. The FBI has, since October, stated that the final illegal entry attempt onto my property will coincide with the unlawful cessation of this live stream. Such an act has occurred multiple times since the middle to latter portion of December, as recently as last night. Now, based on their pattern of criminality, they tend to shut off the live streams illegally before they send people to the exterior of my home to stalk me. So it's fair to assume that I should have some exterior stalking incidences again this week, just as I did this last week, on top of everyone upstairs who, whether they'd like to acknowledge it or not, are indeed guilty of not only stalking me, destroying my property, all without immunity, kidnapping, being accomplices to a litany of crimes, being complicit in a conspiracy, failing to act, intentional misconduct, yada, 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 yada. Also keep in mind, this isn't part of the script, but it is a fact. The FBI has stated over 50% of the people that are in Unit 207 at any given moment in time have actually blown the whistle and done what they've been federally required to do, and are at this point not the felons that I am speaking to, as those persons will be getting full immunity and testifying against those who are still requesting to go to prison. So do keep that in mind. At least half of the people up there at any moment in time are actually good guys and gals who are in a hostile working environment that the FBI has assessed with their own logistics is a 100% retaliatory high likelihood. In other words, they'll be getting paid too, not just for doing the right thing, but because these people are psychotic that are going to prison. And they're all at risk in the event that they even tell them. And some of them, according to the FBI, have even gone so far as to argue about simple things like civil rights with some of the people that have been requesting to go to prison repeatedly since August, only to just be berated and squawked at by some of the women going to prison for the rest of their lives. So just keep that in mind, everybody. When I'm saying, quote unquote, insulting comments, I'm speaking not to the whistleblowers. I'm speaking to those that the FBI has stated are requesting to go to prison, as they have since August. Anyway, the termination of this live stream will be the responsibility of all of them in the event that you don't hear me tell you the end time and that a new live stream is going to be starting within 90 seconds or less. Just like they did in the live stream before the preceding live stream. And remember, everybody, the FBI has said since October that the final illegal entry attempt onto my property will coincide with the unlawful cessation of the live stream. Such an act has occurred again, multiple times since the middle of December, as recently as last night. Also keep in mind, I have not opened my front door since January 2nd or possibly early morning hours on January 3rd. I'd have to go back and watch the live streams. It's now January 15th. I'm fairly confident I can say that I haven't opened my front door in 13 days. But again, I'd have to go back to the live stream. It may have only been 12. Pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions, my front door is to remain closed and is not to be opened unless I am conducting a live stream. And concurrently, as a result of the crimes of the federal felons upstairs last month, as a result of that, the FBI has now stated, while running the live stream, I also need to have a concurrent recording on this cellular phone, a device valued in excess of $1,000, which the FBI instructed me to place on airplane mode in August 2024 due to attempted evidence tampering by the North Everett precinct. Furthermore, a large wooden stick fashioned by my eldest son has been placed against the interior of my front door. This apparatus is positioned in such a manner that any forced entry through the door would necessitate in the living room window shattering. The FBI has stated that this measure will substantially assist in securing convictions for breaking and entering, should such an event occur. As of today, my front door has remained closed, as I stated, I believe for 13 days, but it may have been 12. I'd have to go back and look on the live stream. Please be advised that as of 3 a.m. on January 2nd, 2025, a prior invitation extended to a specific neighbor permitting them to open my door at any time has been formally rescinded. It is imperative to state unequivocally that the FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders bearing my legal names. Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen from 2024 to the evening of last night, January 14th, 2025. Any attempts to enforce a purported order bearing either of those names is therefore illegal. Moreover, the act of requesting such enforcement or even being in possession of these orders constitutes a criminal act and implicates all involved parties in a series of felonies. These felonies include, but are not limited to, conspiracy, obstruction of justice, witness tampering, fraud, stalking, kidnapping, ADA and civil rights violations, harassment, criminal trespass, perjury, and evidence tampering, among others. As detailed in my declaration dated December 14th, 2024, accessible on my Facebook page, I am owed in excess of $14 million. This debt is owed by the North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, DCYF Unit 207, and other associated parties. This sum represents a contractual obligation arising from their receipt of my tort claim dated August 14, 2024, my ongoing illegal detainment, now at 161 days, and their sustained, continuous, deliberate, intentional engagement in acts of stalking, hacking, harassment, intimidation, civil and ADA rights violations, all in line with their broader pattern of criminality perpetrated against me. Efforts to disseminate information regarding these events via my podcast, Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters, the Stalkers, the Extortionists, et al., have been stymied on several platforms like Spotify, Audible, iHeartRadio. This is directly attributable to the actions of certain officers within the North Everett Precinct. The FBI verified that, said specifically a woman upstairs in Unit 207 was to blame. Nonetheless, at the FBI's direction, a dedicated Twitter account for the podcast has been established. All episodes, including the most recent one from December 29th, 2024, are accessible at x.com/mysticgwenpod. For contrasting purposes, my personal Twitter account, x.com/realmysticgwen, contains documentation regarding the imminent threats from the North Everett precinct. To reiterate, I have not opened my front door without concurrently running a YouTube live stream since the third day of my illegal detainment. Today marks the 161st day of the illegal detainment. Consequently, for 158 days, my door has remained closed in the absence of a live stream. This practice is in direct accordance with the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions, implemented to ensure both my safety and the integrity of the evidentiary record. In accordance with FBI directives, a recording, which I will play at the end of this script, will be broadcast on this live stream each time individuals are loudly present on my private property without legal immunity to engage in stalking, criminal trespass, ADA and civil rights violations, harassment, yada, yada, yada. I've already had to play it on January 10th. Just 5 days ago. This recording details the legal ramifications of everyone's actions who's standing outside. It is retroactive according to the FBI. It's also unnecessary according to the FBI, but it's being done for prosecutorial purposes, as the FBI intends on charging a vast majority of the 37 plus individuals who have come to my home, kidnapped my children, harassed and stalked me, even Officer Porky Pig, who you can watch the live stream of trying to walk into my living room and open my front door on September 26th. If you've not blown the whistle, you have no immunity. You're being told you have immunity by a couple of people who are members of the bar that the FBI is eager to federally disbar and to put in prison. You've been selected by them because they don't like you, and according to the FBI, that person who sent you all has stated that you're one or more of these adjectives: lazy, fat, useless, and keyword here, poor. At least one of the members of the bar the FBI is anticipating throwing behind bars. Well, that person won't come to my door themselves, you see, and because she's known this entire time that none of you have had any immunity. She's made false reports to those of you she's deemed expendable, because her only concern is continuing to try to evade the 80 plus years she's guaranteed to have in prison. She's also the one that's been berating everybody to illegally enter and proceed with their remaining felonies that haven't been perpetrated, in addition to the 250 plus separate criminal actions they've perpetrated against me in the last 2 years. So remember, everybody, that recording will be played at the end of me reading this script, and according to the FBI, that recording says it all. And a paraphrase of that recording is this: you're agreeing to pay me. You're acknowledging you will be fired. You know that you have no immunity. You are agreeing that you are guilty of all of these crimes. So, in the event that you're watching this, or you come across my exterior property at the behest of people you think are good guys, don't be fooled. You've been sent here because people who are going to prison would like to implicate you and to stalk me using you in attempts to evade justice, in attempts to obstruct justice. And no one has had any immunity this entire period of time. That's important. because some people still don't understand that and are still being told to come and stalk me on the exterior of the building. According to one lady that was upstairs last night, those plans again involve this week. Will it be today? Will it be tomorrow? Will it be this weekend? I don't know. I just know that I'm following the FBI's instructions, and when they sent somebody to stalk me on the exterior on January 10th, the FBI's instructions were that I'm not to open my front door for X amount of days every time they send somebody to be loud and stalk me on the exterior. And I am not authorized to tell you which day that is, but I will let you know that I won't be opening the door today. I won't be opening the door tomorrow. All right, back to the script. Where was I? Today marks the 161st. Okay. To reiterate, I have not opened my front door without concurrently running a YouTube live stream since the third day of my illegal detainment. Today marks the 161st day of the illegal detainment. Consequently, for 158 days, my door has remained closed in the absence of a live stream. This practice is in direct accordance with FBI instructions implemented to ensure both my safety and the integrity of the evidentiary record. In accordance with FBI directives, a recording, which I will play at the end of this script, will be broadcast on the live stream every time individuals are present on my private property without legal immunity and being loud. This recording serves as a formal notification to those individuals, dated January 2nd, 2025, and details the legal ramifications of their actions. On January 2nd, 2025, a conversation within Unit 207 was overheard wherein a female indicated that a lawsuit would be filed against me by individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons. It is critical to underscore that the FBI has, since August 2024, maintained that any party initiating legal action against me will be ordered to pay the substantial sum. The FBI has further clarified that I and I alone have the right to use the terms slander, libel, and incendiary in this matter. For a period of 17 months, a pattern has emerged wherein the North Everett precinct, in conjunction with the Snohomish County prosecutors, has escalated their criminal activities each Friday. January 3rd represented the fifth Friday without such an escalation. The overreaching criminal conspiracy continued unabated, and as stated, and as you can watch yourself, the evening of January 10th, 2025, they sent another person outside to be guilty of all the crimes listed on my door, read to them in each live stream, etc., and the FBI confirmed whoever that was, or whomever those people were, I don't know. They already knew that. And then remember, everybody, being an imbecile is not a federal criminal defense. Civil rights violations are always a criminal offense, and they always assure you have no immunity, regardless of if you're a child abuser moonlighting as a social worker and a child advocate, like many people have been doing in Unit 207, who abused those children for months due to a series of crimes perpetrated against their sole legal and custodial parent. And the list goes on. Again, there's an entire almost 2-hour-long video that covers the major points. But bear in mind that 2-hour-long video, the FBI has stated there's not a line. There's not a line they don't have evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt. Hence, they stated to deny or dispute a single sentence in that video. In the revised 8:07 p.m. declaration of December 14th, and then the 2 one-page long addendums of December 18th or 19th, I can't remember the date on that one, and most notably, December 29th, 2024. Any denial or disputing of any single sentence on that, the FBI is 100% confident they're going to convict you for counts of perjury. So that video is titled Mystic Gwen versus the North Everett Precinct of Fraudsters. And again, it's on this YouTube channel. It's an hour and 56 minutes long. Anyone that's even considering coming outside of my house at the behest of a woman that berates people because she's going to prison for a very long, long time. And according to the FBI, she's had it coming to her for years. Better pay real close attention to that video and the video that's just under 5 minutes long that's titled "Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune people currently illegally on my property," as the FBI states again. That recording that's under 5 minutes long tells you everything you need to know if you're choosing to come and give me half or more of your assets. On the evening of January 6, 2025, a conversation within Unit 207 was overheard in which a female expressed that she was under duress, being directed by an external party to illegally detain me. This directive aligns with a premeditated plan in place for over a year to effectuate my illegal detention. Further, it has been reported that these individuals have devised plans involving me for each day spanning January 9th through January 15th. Specific focus being given to this upcoming Friday, the weekend, and the following Monday and Tuesday. On January 10th, 2025, at approximately 5 p.m., a female who is facing multiple felony charges, including kidnapping, and who does not have and has not had custody of my sons, was present in Unit 207 boasting about a fraudulent act perpetrated by her and her co-conspirators. Subsequently, at approximately 9:28 p.m. to 9:48 p.m. on the same day, while occupants of Unit 207 were exhibiting signs of glee and excitement, an individual acting at their behest engaged in stalking behavior outside my residence, taking photographs before enacting ADA violations roughly 10 minutes thereafter. The individual in question also had taken photographs prior to knocking on my door. As previously stated, my door has remained closed for 12 to 13 days and will continue to remain closed for the foreseeable future. The FBI has further disclosed that those facing the most severe prison sentences have approximately 1 week remaining before they are confronted with the reality that their attempts to evade justice have failed. Any plans formulated by these individuals for the period of January 16th to the 18th have been proactively undermined by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. It is plausible that these plans involve co-conspirators located outside of Unit 207. So as an aside, last night, the woman who is facing multiple felony charges, including kidnapping, and who likes to boast about fraudulent acts she perpetrates and how easy they are, as well as the fact that she has a sheriff that will do anything that she says. She was upstairs again last night. She came in just briefly, and the FBI has verified she's going to prison and is a real problem for all of you that listen to her. And the FBI knows she berates and bullies and harasses and intimidates and threatens. She is a criminal. You don't need to do what she says. You've made yourself this personally liable when she's committing crimes every time that she tells you to do this shit. So again, remember, half of the people that are in Unit 207, according to the FBI, have done the right thing, and they are just shit out of luck. They can't quit their job. They have to keep coming in, knowing everything they're doing is illegal, and that for over a year, in most instances, they've been getting paychecks to perpetrate felonies without any immunity. Don't listen to that woman. You all will be paid, whistleblowers, because of the environment that woman and those she was concerned were going to fire her have created for you. And you may be wondering, why are you saying that? Because of what I just said. Over half of them have blown the whistle. I am a legally ordained minister, freelance author who provides confidential advice, as has been adjudicated repeatedly in every United States and territory since 2013. The North Everett precincts, the Snohomish County prosecutors, dwindling Department of Child Abusers. These people owe me $100,000 a day for the services that they've rendered from me without abatement since August 6th. At 11:55 p.m. So giving them advice to try and deter them from going to prison for the rest of their lives, and or the real consequence, shooting themselves in the head before their sentencing out of guilt and shame and humiliation, is my primary objective. I also want to just remind the whistleblowers, I understand you are a victim. It's important for them to know it. Some of them have guilt, even though, as far as I'm concerned, if you've blown the whistle, your hands are clean. You wash that blood off. We're fine. Also, worth noting, I have stated since August, I'm not suing any of the whistleblowers. I have the option at my sole discretion to sue every single individual that's been outside of my fucking house during this illegal detainment. The ADA violations and criminal trespass alone assure me of, according to the FBI, roughly $10,000 a person I choose to sue with a two-page motion. And although most people would be like, yes, money has never been my goal. I will be paid in full for the amount that you guys contractually agreed to, but I'm also contractually obligated, as I've stated, to donate half of that money to the specific charities I've already listed. Or to put it another way, will I be suing people? Well, that depends on how many people blow the whistle. At one point in time, September 15th, there were 27 named federal felons facing imprisonment. Since December, the FBI has stated there's a revolving number of 7 to 9. 7 to 9, 7 to 9. Sometimes it's 7, sometimes it's 9. Some people have blown the whistle and then gone on to perpetrate a series of felonies without immunity. I speculate if they didn't blow the whistle right after that they're probably not getting any immunity. But the point is, about 20 people who were facing prison are no longer facing prison. And that's pretty good. That's 2/3. I mean, I'm bad at math. But statistically, that means there's more decent people involved than there are Nazis. Okay, back to the script. IRS weaponization, that's where we are. Let me have another check of my tea. It has been confirmed that as of the end of December, the North Everett precinct, in concert with their associates, has, for the third time since 2022, weaponized the Internal Revenue Service against me. The FBI has, on each occasion, verified that these actions are orchestrated by the North Everett precinct. Previous instances involved the IRS issuing threatening notices regarding court orders and feigning ignorance about the necessary steps to cease their harassment. While the specifics of the current situation remain under investigation, the FBI has assured me that it poses no issue, as the IRS is fully cooperating with your ongoing investigation. Let me expound just a little bit on that. And that is this. Because of the federal felons upstairs, I have not been able to check my mail since August. So I don't even know what the hell the IRS may or may not be sending me in the mail. But I also know I haven't done anything illegal. The FBI has confirmed that repeatedly with regard to the IRS, and in fact instructed me, as you can read in that December 14th, 8:07 p.m. revised declaration, that I'll be needing to file an extension because they were previously projecting I wouldn't be paid in full by the North Everett Precinct of Stalkers, Snohomish County prosecutors, etc., until June 20th, 2025. And I have no idea what happened last week, but according to the FBI, I'm going to be paid sooner than that now. So I got no idea, literally, what the IRS may or may not be sending me. I don't even know where my mail is at this point because there is 0% likelihood that they could still be shoving mail in my mailbox. It's a tiny little mailbox. All right, next IRS weaponized. The FBI instructed signage in previous incidents. On August 7th and August 14th, 2024, under the guidance of the FBI, I placed dated signs on my exterior, explicitly addressed to the North Everett precinct, the Owens, and all other parties complicit in this conspiracy. These signs, which were photographed and filed in Snohomish County Superior Court Case 10-500-5934 in conjunction with my tort claim, unequivocally state that knocking on my door is illegal, that no immunity applies to such actions, and provide an email address, therealmysticgwen@gmail.com, for scheduling appointments. It should be noted that the only individual who attempted that was a woman facing federal imprisonment. The FBI deemed that I wasn't authorized to read or respond to her communication, as she is a federal felon. It is pertinent to note that as of January 4th, 2025, there were many oral threats emanating from Unit 207 encompassing the 7 to 10 days that would follow. These threats were specifically regarding plans to effectuate the illegal entry that has been attempted over 36 times since the last week of August 2024. This coincides with the period when the FBI instructed me to install the aforementioned dated signage. Said signs were addressed to the North Everett precinct, the extortionist, i.e. the Owens, and those individuals masquerading as child welfare advocates while in fact perpetrating acts of child abuse. These details are comprehensively documented in the tort claim filed on August 14, 2024, 9 days prior to the second instance of actionable kidnapping and 3 days before the first of such instance. This concludes the current update. I express my gratitude for your attention and continued support. I encourage you to review the videos I referenced and my Facebook page for a more comprehensive understanding of these matters. Maintain vigilance, and I will endeavor to provide further updates as they become available. Should this live stream be unexpectedly terminated, you are aware of the responsible parties. I will make every effort to reestablish the live stream contingent upon my not having been subjected to kidnapping, illegal arrest, or unlawful committal, all of which have been threatened and premeditated for over a year by those residing in the condominium directly above my home of 13 years. Now we're going to play that recording that is to be played for everyone that comes to my front door, that is retroactive, and that has only thus far been played due to loud exterior stalking 5 days ago in the evening of January 10th. So there is about a 10-second delay on this video. I'm silent for like the first 10 seconds, but you will hear it in a moment. It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985.
and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period. If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation. I strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI, unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist, Anne Marie et al. If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent, it is because of your and their looming incarceration and soon-to-be unsealed indictments. Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior have stipulated for over a year. It is now 12:02 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Okay, it is actually 8:06 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Wednesday, January 15th, 2025. I can only speculate as to why the FBI wanted me to emphasize the date and time repeatedly in this little video. They've told me it's for prosecutorial purposes. And remember, I've had signs outside of my house, including addressed to the North Everett precinct, for over a year because of their stalking. On August 7th and August 14th, the FBI had me add additional signs addressed further to them in the Owens, in the dwindling Department of Child Abusers, because the FBI knew that they had been premeditating this for over a year because of my reports and their surveillance. Now, that being said, I'm going to repeat a little analogy that I gave to the federal felons, which the FBI said was perfect. That's the FBI's word. That was the perfect analogy. I told everyone that's involved, because some of them are not members of the bar and still don't understand that if you don't personally serve someone, and then you claim that you did and you get a fraudulent court order because of that, because they didn't come in and provide a response, that's a crime. That's not a legal document, and that having it or doing anything it says is also crimes. And then some of them are like, no, we have special powers. We got to just eat and send you letters, and that counted. No, because you received 11 months of cease and desist letters telling you not to send me letters. Telling you before you sent them that I wasn't authorized to read them because the FBI said not to. The Department of Justice can confirm for anyone not going to prison the same things the FBI can, because the Department of Justice are the ones that told the FBI to get on this to begin with, and the FBI was already on it because they're proactive as fuck. Now, here's that analogy. I told everyone involved, because so many are law enforcement currently. Remember, the FBI has stated, this is a quote from the FBI, there will be an exodus at the North Everett precinct. Another quote from the FBI regarding Unit 207 that they've had since before they kidnapped my kids, quote, they are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine. Another quote on the North Everett precinct from the FBI, quote, most officers take an oath to serve and protect. The North Everett precinct takes an oath to abuse and deflect. Then we have a quote from the federal marshals, a whole giant paragraph that I only remember the last few words of. They have been deemed a real threat to the judiciary. Here's the analogy. You all plan a bank robbery. You go and you rob the bank. Then you realize you can't deposit that money anywhere because all of a sudden every other bank is shut down. You don't want to have all the money that you robbed from the bank. So you send some of the people that are in your little platoon of criminals to the bank with 1s and 5s and 20s, and you have each one ask the bank teller if these are marked bills from the robbery. The tellers are working with the FBI, and the FBI has gone and told the tellers, you tell them that those bills aren't marked, and let's see if they'll bring all of those bills right back to the bank to deposit them. And then you sent some more with those marked bills to the bank and had them ask the same question. And then you asked for the bank teller to write on a Post-it that 20 was not a marked bill. And the teller did. And now the bank is waiting for you all to come and make your big deposit. So remember, anyone sent to the exterior of my home, you have been deemed expendable, poor, lazy, unliked, and very likely fat. These aren't adjectives I've used to describe you. These are adjectives that the people of the FBI is excited to put in prison, including Mrs. Multiple Kidnappings in the house temporarily last night, have said about you. So it is now 8:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 15th, 2024. Nerd Squad, I did not upload a selfie yet, but I will do that in the next 5 minutes for this video. I was listening to the Pirate History podcast, and I'm going to throw that back on.
In your lungs, burning you inside.
I will test the audio of this recording right after I load that selfie. Give me like 5 more minutes. I need another cup of tea.
Suddenly,
my allergies are better now that my head has been upright. It's like all the snot draining down the back of my throat.
After the torment of his last captive, Lolone realized that he was not going to get any other answers, so he had the rest of the captives killed in quicker and less terrible ways. His men began to loot and burn the town. It took him 2 weeks.
One more thing I want to add. I just want to add this, and that is the following. There are people involved in this case that literally have been used as patsies. So much so that on September 15th, there were 27 named individuals going to prison. Now today, on January 15th, 2025, there is an oscillating number of 7 to 9. And the only people the FBI is excited to throw in prison are the very people that berate and bully all of you and don't listen when you say no. So keep that in mind.
For a fortnight, any woman or girl was in danger of being raped, terribly. Any man was in danger of being tortured and killed, and all among them went hungry. It was a terrible affair, one of the worst in Caribbean history. This was debauchery on the level of the most insane Roman emperor. This was true terror for all of the people who lived in the city of Maracaibo. After 2 weeks of this torment, the pirates finally, with their pockets full, carrying chests of gold and silver, went back.
I'll also add this. The woman that's facing the multiple kidnapping charges, Mrs. 80 years, Mrs. last Friday, was here around 5 p.m. bragging about how easy it was for her to get another fraudulent order. That lady, she's the one the FBI is most excited to cuff that's routinely on these premises. So, remember, the reason she won't come to my door is because she's known this whole time that anybody that does is liable. Her bullying and berating the FBI has said will increase substantially because the FBI's forensic psychologists have determined she is a psycho, literally. So just remember, the FBI says that greeting recording says it all. Because I already feel guilty for whatever chump who's going to follow her instructions, especially given that the FBI has assessed she's going to become scary and even more bullyish until she gets more people to stalk me on the exterior.
Exactly.
That's due to their forensic psychologist.
Their ships. The people of Maracaibo were left to pray to God, lick their wounds, and breathe a little easier. Then, 2 days later, like Freddy Krueger or Michael Myers at the end of a slasher flick, the sails of Francois Lolonais and his men appeared on the horizon again. Now it appears that the narrow passage back into Maracaibo Bay was just too shallow at this time for his sailors to navigate, and he needed a pilot to guide them out into the ocean. They were given that pilot.
I am going to add that selfie now, Nerd Squad. I emailed it to myself after I took it. So let's download it.
Capacity for inflicting suffering. Just this
Nerd Squad, I have an email in the Real Mystic Gwen at gmail.com email account from 11:13 p.m. last night. Those of you that have been watching have noticed there's a pattern of someone. Usually it's my stalker or a guy that I used to have sex with that was crazy. Keeps emailing me the day before felonies are perpetrated against me, and I've been ignoring them and not opening them per the FBI's instructions. Somebody named Susie Cuban, SUZI space KUBAN, has sent me an email at therealmysticgwen at gmail.com, an email I'm not authorized to open. So whoever you are, Susie Cuban, you're either a federal felon that knows it, or you're a federal felon that doesn't know it, and just sending me an email has implicated you in a series of crimes that you don't want to be paying for.
Patreon subscribers. That is Benjamin, Yo, Matthew, and Sam. Thank you so much, guys. All of you who are supporters on Patreon, I'd like you to keep an eye on your mailboxes because there will be one of our gifts coming to you as soon as possible.
Okay, Nerd Squad, it is 8:18 a.m. I've just uploaded that selfie. I'm clicking save, but I don't know. It may just appear to be an image of my boobs because I don't know what Unit 207's been doing. All of these photos are the same size because I took all of the selfies on my phone. But half the time when I upload the photos, they automatically work. And half the time it zooms in on my boobs or my collarbone. And then I have to resize the image even though there's no reason for that. It worked. I can see the selfie. Okay, and Nerd Squad taking a screenshot of this. The interface on YouTube reflects as 136 published for public consumption videos on YouTube.
Oh, and the Susie Q. Bond person, she may be one of the people that Unit 207 was caught discussing plans to sue me that will actually be paying me lots of money. That's speculation. I don't know. I'm never going to know who it is. I guess I could Google her name, but, you know, whoever that is, the FBI says you're a felon. Did you know? Here's your sign. 8:19 a.m. I'm going to test and make sure there's audio. So if you're watching this, you're going to hear a repeat of something I've already said. Bear in mind, I'm not an employee. We have audio.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year, I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up
Googling
keeping
Susie
all of
Q.
them.
Bond. Let's see if it gives us
Several
any
years
sort of
back,
clear
though, I made
answer.
a
Or if it's
resolution
just
to
a
save
federal
more
felon
money.
using an alias.
And that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor,
What
Acorns.
shows up is content
Acorns
marketing
makes it
and a
easy to
Twitter.
start automatically
I'm
saving
guessing
and
probably one of the
investing,
North
so
Everett
your money
precincts
has a
little
chance to grow for
bullshit
you,
things.
your kids, and your
They
retirement.
got lots of fake accounts.
You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will
Otherwise, it
recommend a
could be
diversified
somebody that
portfolio that
is,
fits you and your money goals. You
according
don't
to
need to
Google,
be rich.
a
Acorns lets you
podcaster or
invest
something.
with the spare money you've got right now. You
So
can
sorry,
start
Susie.
with $5 or even just your
You're
spare
not cleared.
change. When I
Something
started
about
using
you,
Acorns
my friends
years
in the
ago
federal
now, that's
government have
exactly what I
deemed,
did.
nope.
I set up an account, invested $5,
Try again,
and that took all of
maybe
about
in,
5
I don't know,
minutes.
3 months.
So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Before we get started this week, I'd like to do a little bit of housekeeping. Over here at the Pirate History Podcast, we are quickly approaching 250,000 downloads. That is 250,000 times that you guys have pressed play. That number is, well, it's humbling. I never hoped, much less expected, to get this kind of a response, and I'd like to say thank you, sincerely. It also puts a little bit of pressure on me, though. The more of you that listen to the show, the more I feel the responsibility to keep the quality consistent and as high as possible. That means that sometimes it takes me longer to get out an episode than I would like. Recently, I've recorded entire episodes that, upon listening to them, felt canned and kind of routine, so I scrapped them. I didn't want to put out a show that was subpar. So again, thank you for your patience on that. It also opens up the very real possibility that I could start doing this for a living, full-time. That would give me the opportunity to get much more content out to you on a very regular basis, content that I'm happy with. However, to do so, I would have to open up as many revenue streams as possible. Now, I'd like to do this without advertising, and your guys' support has shown me that it's a very real possibility in the near future I could. There are so many of you that have offered your support through donations or Patreon or spreading the word about the show.
Oh,
I thank you guys.
and I should add this. I've said this in prior live streams, but just remember, whistleblowers. The fact that the FBI is saying Mrs. Extra, extra crazy pants is going to be extra, extra bullying, intimidating, retaliating, squawking at all of you. Just remember, if you feel unsafe, record that shit on your phone and absolutely send an email to the Seattle FBI field office. Keep them abreast. All of the whistleblowers are 100% at risk of retaliation and 100% in a hostile working environment. So do your part.
Thank you guys every week, and I mean it, but I'd like to send out something that's a little bit more tangible. That's also had some complications. We've had some products that I just wasn't.
And then remember, not only are the whistleblowers clean as far as I'm concerned, I respect them because they did the right thing and they are at risk of retaliation. They're at risk of retaliation because the people the FBI wants to put in prison are noticing that people are telling them no.
Wasn't happy.
But that's also why their forensic psychologist is stipulating that that woman is going to be extra, extra crazy for the whole rest of this month.
And was unwilling to send to you guys as thank you gifts. However, we've recently come up with some designs that I am very happy with, and we're going to be sending those out to you shortly. However, if I was approached by
and when I say extra, extra crazy, I mean like
or somebody who made
saying mean shit to you to try and get you to commit crimes further on her behalf and to assume personal liability.
You guys would enjoy.
That's what I mean.
On that note, we have recently partnered with Audible. A lot of podcasts have done this, as I imagine many of you have heard before, and really, it's a natural fit. Anybody who enjoys listening to podcasts probably enjoys ingesting their media in an audio format. I know I certainly do. The reason I'm comfortable partnering with Audible is because they're a company that provides high-quality content and great service. I actually signed up for their free trial to support a podcast that I love and wound up signing up for a membership with them. I've had this going for months now, and frankly, I really enjoy it. I like getting a new audiobook every month for less than I can pick up a hard copy book at the bookstore. And they have so much content that I know there's something you guys can enjoy. And in fact, I'm going to start giving you guys recommendations for what I...
Oh, and one more thing. The FBI has said that every future incident entitles me to another $1 million. And that includes the exterior stalking of January 10th. And I still don't know who that is because I haven't opened my front door since January 2nd or 3rd. I think it was the 2nd, but again, I'd have to look at the live streams. Might have been the 3rd, just after midnight. So just remember that as well. Every future incident equates to an additional $1 million you'll be paying me. North Everett Precinct, Snohomish County Prosecutors, Gwendolyn Department of Child Abusers.
What I've been listening to, stuff that I think people interested in my show might enjoy at the end of every episode. Now, let me give this a shot. Today's podcast is brought to you by Audible. To get your free audiobook download and free 30-day trial membership, visit audibletrial.com/Pirate History Podcast or visit the link on our website, piratehistorypodcast.com. Over 180,000 titles to choose from for your iPhone, Android, Kindle, or MP3 player. So once again, thanks for your support, thanks for listening, and thanks for your time. Without further ado, hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the year 1572, on the coast of Panama, Francis Drake attacked the Spanish in what was at that point the greatest piratical raid ever conducted. He sacked the tiny, entirely undefended town of Nombre de Dios and waited around in the region for months to capture a mule train that was carrying untold riches, including in gold and silver. In fact, they captured so much that his men couldn't hope to carry it all back to England, and they were forced to bury caches of it all around the Spanish main. This attack made two things abundantly clear to the Spanish. War with England was inevitable, and that they needed proper defenses on the Caribbean coast of Panama. It was the most sensible route for the Spanish to haul their treasure from the Pacific to the Caribbean, and the English were well aware of that. They decided on a new location. They chose a site that Christopher Columbus, according to legend, had named Puerto Bello, meaning beautiful port.
I'll also tell you something that I haven't been authorized to state, but I haven't been told I cannot say, which is the recording that the FBI said that I could tell you says it all. that under 5-minute greeting recording, one of the things it says is from your severance pay. And that is because, according to the FBI, all of you should have already been terminated because of your crimes. So just remember, that recording says it all. If you care at all about anyone you plan on using to send out here to stalk me on the exterior, you make sure they listen to that fucking recording and you tell them the FBI says it all, and that she's getting $1 million for every future incident. Or send someone that you hate, but then know you're going to have to deal with that for the rest of your life, because whatever happens to them, it'll be the fault of those who sent them as well as their own.
Port. It had a natural and deep harbor and very defensible coastline. The first plans for fortifications in Puerto Bello were drafted in the year 1586, which was a mere 2 years before the invasion of the storied Spanish Armada against England. In the war that followed, Francis Drake would attack the Spanish New World again.
And remember, the people that the FBI is most excited to cuff, they won't come to my door. They'll come outside and harass people that are actually working with the FBI to try and get them to come to my door. And the reason they won't come to my door is because they know that that would make them personally liable. And I can only speculate this, but I feel like the FBI's goal here, given that over 50% of the people upstairs are actually good guys and gals who will be paid for their hostile working environment, is perhaps to afford them the opportunity to mutiny. In which case, Mrs. Crazy, FBI's already said, is going to be like a nightmare as far as bullying and intimidation tactics go until she gets someone to come outside. Perhaps it's a hope that everyone will mutiny and she'll be forced to be outside my door. Now that's speculation. But I feel like it's very feasible.
In 1596, but a cannon shot from the El Morro Castle in the coast of Puerto Rico ripped through his ship and wound up injuring Sir Francis Drake. Just a few weeks later, in the harbor of Portobello, Drake died in the shadow of Fort San Felipe, which was, at the time, under construction. Just a few years later, by 1601, the fort...
And I speculate that, based on the speculation of over 50% have blown the whistle. The recording says it all, and I'll tell you what, even if I was BFFs with somebody I knew was going to prison, there is 0% likelihood I'm going to somebody's house that has that recording, let alone that recording, those signs, and that podcast, in that Facebook. No. Fuck you. You go to her door. That's where I'd be at. But those things combined with the FBI saying she's going to be hellish and even more bullying and intimidating and threatening than usual. And anyone who's told her no knows what that's like. It's like a screaming, barking wall. The fact that they're saying she's going to be heightened on that until someone is outside of my door, and we all know how miserable it is to be around a psycho that won't shut the fuck up. That is why I speculate. Perhaps the goal is mutiny. Because again, there is one agent working on this case who is a bona fide genius, a former member of Mensa. And that guy, he wants to detain her in front of everyone in court to humiliate her. And he blames her for basically 27 people looking at prison time in the middle of September. And he feels that she continues to tell others that they are smarter than the FBI. Basically, to put it one way, he hates her. And he'd really like to see her outside of my door. Something she did before the kidnapping. But she didn't knock. She stood there stalking me.
The Fort San Felipe was complete, as were the bones of the Santiago de Gloria castle. Regardless, in 1601, under the cover of night, a privateer named William Parker sneaked past the defenses and took the town of Portobello. His men plundered the...
And then remember, everybody, there is one person involved that the FBI has labeled the shark. The shark they have caught, but the shark has no idea that they've been caught and have no escape since last month. Something or things they did in December sealed their incarceration. The FBI calls them the shark because for some reason this is the person they feel is the mastermind. And that shark is not the woman that this guy hates. So as much of a dumbass and evil woman as she is, the FBI says, by the way, she is obsessed with me. She thinks about me 24/7 on and off the clock. And has for over a year. Anyway, she's not the shark. So keep that in mind as well. Maybe the shark is one of her higher-ups. I have no fucking idea. The FBI won't tell me who the shark is because of my big fucking mouth. But just remember, she isn't the shark.
Plundered the city and captured the treasure house there. It was empty at the time, but once again the Spanish saw a weakness in their fortifications that needed to be mended. Their answer was more guns, more men, and new fortifications. You see, Portobello was the Caribbean center through which all Central and South American treasure, mostly gold and silver, flowed, and they saw the city defended just as one might expect. For nearly 70 years, no major attacks on Portobello had been successful. However, in the summer of 1668, on the Isla Bata, or Cow Island, off the coast of Hispaniola, a man that the Spanish considered El Draque reborn lay at anchor. Captain Henry Morgan had just proved himself to be a thorn in the side of the Spanish, but at this moment he had very real problems. His raid on Puerto Príncipe had not gone as planned. They had wasted time and English lives to no real benefit. Their haul had been paltry at best, and the buccaneers were disappointed. The French, who were among that crew, had left the fleet a week prior to join with Francois L'Olonnais, and a few Dutchmen and even a select few Englishmen had gone with them. Those that remained were loyal to Morgan, but their confidence and their purses were both light. But Morgan assured them he had a plan. It would be a dangerous gamble, one that would see them dead or in chains if they failed. However, if they succeeded, this voyage would yield them results beyond their wildest dreams. Many of these men had been with Morgan to Campeche and Grenada. They trusted him and trusted that once again he would lead them to riches, which he would. But this raid was to be the most controversial of Morgan's life. It was an action that would haunt him for decades to come. Before the men set sail for their destination, however, the buccaneers needed to make a pit stop back in Port Royal, Jamaica. While the men were at home, they would have bought supplies. They would have made any necessary repairs to the ships, and they would have visited local brothels and rum sales. They had only a few days to drink themselves stupid and spend their remaining gold on the attentions of their favorite prostitute. Morgan himself would have avoided the dockside revelry, though. He had a wife and important reports to make to Governor Modiford there. See, Morgan had interrogated every official in Puerto Príncipe that he could find, and had a wealth of intelligence to share with the government. The Spanish were, in fact, planning an attack on Jamaica. Men from Campeche, Portobello, Veracruz, and Cartagena were all massing in Santiago. The Windward Fleet was very real, and it was being amassed to invade. Now, most historians count Morgan's last raid, the raid on Puerto Príncipe, as a failure, and in some ways it was, but from Morgan's perspective, he lost very few men. They dealt a blow to Spain, and the men who remained had more money than when they started.
Oh, and also, friendly reminder, since the middle of November, the FBI has had me relay that starting the first week that Donald Trump is in office, everyone that's going to prison, every day that passes until they are detained, they become more and more aware of the fact that they are going to prison. And then also remember the following. Around that's the key word, around January 28th, myself and the whistleblowers are supposed to be, quote, euphoric about something, which I thought meant, maybe that's when they'll all be detained. That's what I was honestly thinking. Because what else is going to make me feel fucking euphoric? That means very happy. Pizza would also do it at this point, I'll be honest with you. Pizza or them being detained. I would take either, would make me euphoric, okay? Now, that being said, the FBI also said that they are giving them 10 days in February to convince themselves once again that they're not going to prison. I can only speculate on what that means. The FBI did make it sound as though those 10 days are going to be consecutive. But I'm throwing it out there because they won't let me add it to the script. But they also said that I was authorized to say it in the live streams. So perhaps I'm just supposed to say it in the live stream so the whistleblowers know what to expect. For instance, the FBI also said that the first 3 weeks of the new year, this has also been said since the middle of November, the first 3 weeks of the new year were going to be about all of the people who decided that getting others to applaud them was worth them going to prison for the rest of their lives. And then also remember, I have not heard any threats specifically about the dates of January 16th, 17th, and 18th from Unit 207. They've just had threats planned every week since January 2nd that they've discussed. But the FBI has said for, I think, like about a week, maybe more than that some people facing imprisonment had plans involving me on January 16th, 17th, and 18th that they've already sabotaged the FBI. They've undermined, whatever. So I don't know if that has to do with my multiple times convicted stalker. I don't know if that has to do with an attorney I used to have sex with. I don't know if that has to do with another guy that I dated that, just like my stalker, Judge Bowden at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse adjudicated was a bad man. I don't know if it has to do with my extortionist mother. I literally have no idea who it pertains to. But whoever had plans from a week or more ago involving me for the 3 days that supersede today, the FBI is confident that they've put the kibosh on that. And I have no idea what's happening next week, but remember, something's happening that the FBI's had planned since the middle of November that's intended to piss off people going to prison.
And they started it, not as much as they would have liked. And he accomplished his mission, the mission handed down to him by Governor Modi. You see, that raid on Puerto Príncipe was, in essence...
Oh, and I said all of that to say this. I don't think anybody's getting detained until at some point in February at the soonest, because the FBI did have me state in that revised declaration from last month that they plan on putting officers in King County Jail in the month of March, which was a revision to what they had said for like over 3 months, which was that they'd all be detained by February 1st. Then keep in mind, I had my head chewed off like at least 10 times because of my big mouth. And one of the reasons for that is because some of the people they're most excited to put in prison tried to delay things and change dates involving their premeditated plans, as well as to avoid being seen at certain locations when they were very much present remotely. That being said, the fact that the FBI says that there will be 10 days in February where the people going to prison will once again convince themselves they won't be strongly implies that no one is going to be detained until some point in February at the soonest. So what it is that myself and the whistleblowers are euphoric about around the 28th, I have no idea. Maybe it's FBI agents showing up at everybody's house who's going to prison. I mean, really, I don't know. but I'm speculating again that no one will be detained until next month. Then keep in mind the FBI has said 2 or more people that are members of the bar, they've said this since August, will be federally disbarred in February. They've not changed that to March.
Since just a reconnaissance mission to learn as much as possible about Spain's plans for an invasion in Jamaica. In that regard, the mission was a resounding success. However, our most prominent primary source is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. Exquemelin was there. He was the barber surgeon on board Morgan's vessel, and he had a vested financial interest in the voyage, and from his perspective, his last raid had been a failure. By all accounts, Exquemelin really didn't much like Captain Morgan either, especially after they parted ways. It had been a nasty separation. You see, right here we see the biggest issue in telling you this story. Exquemelin can tell us better than anybody what exactly happened, since he was there, but he wasn't an historian. He was a man, later in life, looking to sell books. He was more than willing to exaggerate or omit the truth, or just outright lie, both to make Morgan look bad and to tell a heartier tale of swashbuckling high seas adventure. The book was published, you see, first in Dutch, then later in German and French and Spanish, and then finally in English. When Morgan finally got his hands on a copy and read Exquemelin's account of his life, well, he wound up taking the Dutch doctor to court. He sued him for libel, and he won. Later English versions of the book, you couldn't really call them translations, but they were titled things like The Buccaneers of America, a true account of the most remarkable assaults committed in late years upon the coasts of the West Indies by the buccaneers of Jamaica and Tortuga, both English and French, wherein are contained more especially the unparalleled exploits of Sir Henry Morgan, our English Jamaican hero, who sacked Portobello, burnt Panama, etc. Perhaps I should have given a spoiler warning there, but do you see the tone? Do you see how that seems to talk about Francis Drake? It calls him an English hero. In these later English editions, huge sections of the original text were left out. Entire chapters were rewritten. I've got copies of both the pre- and post-lawsuit translations, and the difference is staggering. The best and by far the most accurate translation, both to the text and to true history, is still Alexis Brown's 1969 translation. That's the one that, if you buy it today, you're most likely to get. But the question still remains what the real truth is. Was Exquemelin's telling of events accurate, or was Morgan's? Perhaps neither. We have centuries of translations. We have accompanying letters to these stories. We have court records and also...
Oh, and then I'm just going to throw this out there because some of you who are legal eagles or that have your own attorneys or have already consulted with an attorney and found out absolutely you're not going to my front door, wink, wink. The FBI says some of you have done that. Anyway, that being said, I think that it is important to remember there isn't immunity for anyone. All claims of immunity are and have been fraudulent due to the 11 months of cease and desist letters you got before you made actionable your kidnappings. And that's it.
All sorts of modern scholarship to pull from, and so maybe we can just piece together what actually happened on the coast of Panama in the summer of 1668. This is episode 22, The Lies of Portobello.
And just to clarify, the FBI said yesterday that more than 2 people who hang out in Unit 207 have consulted an attorney who's told them, do not go to her fucking door.
Back in Port Royal, Captain Morgan's first order of business after his report to the governor was to replace the French and Dutch buccaneers that had abandoned him. And he was in luck. His old friend Captain Jackman had recently returned from a raid on the Spanish Main.
Keep in mind, I don't know if it's an attorney they retained, an attorney they're friends with, or free consultation.
Under the understanding that
just that more than 2 people upstairs have already checked with a lawyer who's told them, absolutely, don't go to her fucking door. Unless you want to be personally liable.
3 captains, Morgan, John Morris, and Jackman, that had so successfully raided Grenada just a few years past. Now, a number of the men in these crews would have upgraded to the best new muskets available. These were usually at the time going to be French muskets. They would have been about 5 feet long with custom powder cartridges. They would have been flintlock works of art, quite literally.
Oh, and the following also will matter to especially those of you who have legal knowledge or are consulting with an attorney, and I can't even speculate as to why. 1, the FBI has stated, and I've stated, they don't want me to send anything to you idiots this whole month. 2, the recording for the greeting, the FBI underlines, underscores, in bold, italicized. The recording says it all. The greetings recording. So I speculate the only reason they don't want me to send anything this month is based on the 250 separate court appearances I've had with my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser throughout this nation over the last 16 years. That it's to ease in your stalking convictions, because that's a huge deal to any judge or commissioner when someone keeps trying to communicate, even with legal filings, to someone who's not saying anything. And then remember, next week, everyone who's going to prison knows, but the FBI is giving them 10 days in February to play pretend again. Which won't be a good thing for me, I'm sure. But 10 days next month.
The barrels, 4.5 feet long, would have been etched with beautiful markings telling exactly who made them. When the fleet finally sailed, they would have sailed south-southwest with 9 vessels, towing behind them each of the ships 1 or 2 canoes or rowboats that they would have used in shallower waters. They reached the coast of Costa Rica, and Morgan called all the captains together to hear his plan. Stephen Talty writes in Empire of Blue Water, quote, "The privateers sailed to the coast of Costa Rica in July of 1668, and Morgan revealed the target, Portobello. Some of the pirates protested instantly. The Panamanian city, originally known as Porto Bello, was a major stronghold. It boasted 2 large castles. And a little side note, it actually boasted 3 large castles here. Back to the text. The mammoth Santiago and San Felipe de Todo Fierro, the iron fort, 1 on each side of the harbor mouth, bristling with 44 guns that would fix any enemy ship in a withering fire. It was also said that the Italian who had laid out the city chose the spot because it stood on a peculiar type of coral that could withstand cannon blasts. Should a pirate ship miraculously make it past the 2 castles, farther up their river towards the town there were layers of military redundancy. Sentry posts, blockbusters, lookout positions manned by armed soldiers. Near the quay, another huge fort was being built by the unfortunates who had been captured at Providence, slaving away during the day and chained in the prison at night. There were only 2 cities with stronger defenses in the entire Spanish Main, Havana and Cartagena. Even the great Sir Francis Drake had died outside Portobello Harbor, unable to penetrate its defenses." End quote.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need, have coverage options to protect the things you value most, file a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This guy can really drive me crazy. He spins a good yarn, to be sure, and this book is a fun read, but I really can't recommend it for historical accuracy. His pages are filled with hyperbole, omissions, and misleading factoids, and a fictitious pirate named Roderick that would fit better aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge in 1718 than under Captain Morgan. He leads us to believe that Francis Drake was defeated and killed at Portobello, even if he doesn't outright say it, which just wasn't the case. He was defeated and injured in the Battle of San Juan, and later, due to his injuries, contracted dysentery and sailed to Portobello, where he intended to recover and wound up dying. He asserts that there are 2 castles in the bay, which there were 3, and he actually does make mention of a castle under construction, which was the case. However, he gets the placement of these castles wrong. Now, normally this wouldn't be such a big deal if he wasn't able to, go look at where they are. The ruins of them are still standing there today. Now, in his book, The Pirate King, historian Graham A. Chapman gives us a more accurate, if less swashbuckling, description of the defenses. Quote, Portobello was the 3rd strongest city on the Spanish Main after Havana and Cartagena, and no fleet of ships could penetrate its harbor because of the 60 cannon that were in the 3 castles overlooking the entrance to the rest of the harbor. It would be suicide. End quote. As you can imagine, the men were somewhat hesitant about attacking such a well-defended city with their reduced numbers after their last raid, regardless of the potential spoils. Once again, though, Morgan used his charisma, his oratory skills, and his larger-than-life personality to sway them. Quote Exquemelin, Morgan put spirit into them, saying he knew ways of making them rich if only they would follow him. The high hopes Morgan held out made them agree. And then he goes on. The raid would be easy to accomplish, he argued, as no one was aware of their presence on the Spanish Main. Some replied that they were but few for such an undertaking, upon which Morgan said that if they were few in number, each man's portion would be so much the greater. The resolution was agreed, and forth they went. End quote. The sailors began preparing the canoes and rowboats that they had brought with them. They started loading them up with muskets and their freshly sharpened sabers. They loaded them up with rum, hand grenades, and powder cartridges, as much of all of this as they could carry. While they prepared, making sure that their weapons were all oiled and in good order, they saw something that they could scarcely believe. A canoe carrying 6 men rowed directly for the ship. The men on board looked bone thin. They were burned red by the sun. They were wearing rags, and they were covered in the scars of torture. And they hailed Morgan's ship in perfect English. These men were, of course, rushed aboard and tended to. It came to light that these were men from the doomed English enterprise on Providence Island a couple of years before. Nearly 2 years had passed since the Spanish recaptured the island, and all that time these men had been enslaved in Portobello, forced to work 12-hour days and chained in dungeons all night long. They were the men who were building that newest and largest castle in Portobello. The English in Jamaica, and frankly all around the world, had long believed that any man who had been unable to escape the Spanish in Portobello must be long dead. These men were proof otherwise. However, the state of these men, emaciated and haunted eyes, scarred and skeletal, well, this reignited the righteous fury of the buccaneers over the treacherous betrayal and the treatment of their country. For men about to enter battle and go kill Spaniards.
Oh, my nose is so sore from my allergy attack. My nose hurts from allergy attack.
A sore nose during an allergy attack is likely due to inflammation and swelling of the nasal tissues caused by your body's reaction to allergens, which can lead to pain and discomfort in the nasal passages and sinuses, often accompanied by congestion, itching, and a runny nose. This is a common symptom of...
What's the best allergy?
The best allergy medicine depends on your symptoms and how long you want relief. The best allergy medicine for a sore nose depends on the symptoms you're experiencing. You can try antihistamines, decongestants, or nasal steroids.
Literally, my nose hurts when I put my finger on it, dude.
There was...
And I can breathe through my nasal passages, both of them now. Hooray.
No greater time.
Again, I did that to myself. My cat is so adorable right now with his little winter coat. It seems like it just grew overnight. He's just extra puffy. Anyway, I rubbed my face all over him yesterday, over and over again, and carried him around like a little baby. Like that chick from Tiny Toons with the red hair and the skull and crossbones. Choker. Anyway, although I'm no longer leaking from all the holes in my face, my nose, literally, if I even put my finger on the side of it, it feels like I got punched in the fucking nose. It's 8:59 a.m. Happy hump day.
Of even greater interest to the Buccaneers and to Morgan especially, there were two pieces of news that these prisoners carried. First, they let them know that a general levy of taxes had been raised in the province, and the militia were being rallied to attack Jamaica. This wasn't news to them, but it was a further confirmation that the Spanish were preparing to attack Fort William. Second, though, there was news of one particularly important prisoner, still chained in the dungeons of Portobello, Prince Maurice. Prince Maurice was the nephew of King Charles. He was a cavalier, a rogue, a dandy, a duelist, a drinker, a gambler, and an adventurer. In short, he was a popular sort of Englishman. Now, he had fought in the English Civil War on the side of the king, but after the Civil War, he traveled to the West Indies, and his ship was lost in a terrible storm at sea in the year 1652, just off the Virgin Islands. Now, since that time, rumors of him had circulated from the highest offices in London to the dirtiest wine sinks in Port Royal and beyond. You see, there were frequent reports that he had been spotted in Scotland, or maybe spotted in France. Maybe he was spotted from his window of a cell at Morro Castle in Puerto Rico. Sometimes he was living with the Inca in South America. Other times he was a privateer. Even more dastardly, sometimes he was a pirate living in Tortuga. The prince's story had become mythical to the English. Hearing of their prince, the hearts of the English swelled with patriotism. They were filled with a civic duty to go save their prince, to do battle with the Spanish, and to go save the Englishmen who had been held captive by the dastardly Spanish. Except, none of that actually happened. Probably. This entire story of the Englishmen making their way to Captain Morgan's ship was likely fabricated out of whole cloth. It comes from those later editions of the Buccaneers of America. Those editions were pure propaganda that the British used to get their people excited about attacking the Chinese or the Zulu or whoever they were at war with at the time. Imagine hearing today about a group of American soldiers stationed in Germany or Vietnam or Iraq that wound up burning an entire village to the ground because they had heard that Amelia Earhart or Jimmy Hoffa or Elvis or Tupac was being kept prisoner there. You probably wouldn't believe that, and the people who were reading this in 1898 probably didn't believe it either. Now, all that Swimlin tells us in his more accurate translations is that Morgan had a description of the area's defenses from a local native, and that he had an Englishman in tow who had formerly been a prisoner at Portobello. Now, that probably wasn't a man who had miraculously escaped that night somehow. It was probably one of the men who had escaped some years earlier and made his way to Jamaica. Now, as much as I love the story of a group of Incan...
This is such a good podcast, by the way. I highly recommend the Pirate History podcast. Start with episode 1. I've listened to hundreds of episodes, but during this illegal detainment, I've been going through my favorite radio shows and podcast and re-listening. And the Pirate History podcast just is great. It's great. Anyway, I want to finish the latest Burtcast episode, though, of Something's Burning, because I love Burt Kreischer. And I only got 20 minutes in yesterday.
Lawana's going, okay, I got you. I played, and in the middle of the show, Jeremy Stover, who produced my record and everything, he's in the back, he's waving at me, he's pointing at his phone. And so I check my phone, and it says, Dean wants to get up on stage with you. So I'm like, deal. This is the George Strait after party at Losers. Yeah, really. I go, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat. Y'all welcome to the stage, Dean fucking Dillon. Yeah. The whole place, the casino just stops. Yeah. Oh, he gets on stage, he plays 4 songs. He plays Unwound, Marina Del Rey, The Chair. Oh, sorry.
A woman that I had wrapped around my finger just came unwound.
He plays that, and he plays Miami, and then he plays Tennessee Whiskey.
Miami.
I mean, I'm talking just the dick drop of all dick drops. And the whole place going crazy. He gets off stage, He goes, give it up for this kid right here. He goes, this kid's really badass right here. And what I learned in that moment, I should have said, ladies and gentlemen, good night, like epic moment.
Yeah.
But I'm just like,
Now you gotta follow.
We have to play
Look
with
at
one
Dean,
more
dude.
song.
Look at Dean.
Fuck yeah.
Dean Dillon, dude.
After
That's a
we,
guy that doesn't care if he gets hurt.
He's never gave a half a
No.
song.
he can cover it up.
I'm not going to snuggle your puppy right now.
So he like put out a record. He
I'm
put
happy
out
with
several
my
albums and
facial condition
like
as long as I don't
West
touch my
Texas,
nose for the moment.
I don't know.
You're so irresistible, though. Look at you. You nailed this model.
How about here? How about
You nailed
following
Vixen.
this? So
You're
we're at the
nailed
Grand Ole
Vixen.
Opry. Me and Dean have become kind of good friends over the past couple
So
years.
Your current single is one of his.
Yeah, that's right. He wrote a song 32 years ago, and it's my single now.
Which one's that? I know that.
What if I could?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, for
It's
real?
still doing. Yeah, 32, 33 years ago. But look, so Dean calls me last year and goes, Ernest, what are you doing?
Don't come over for
Whatever,
cuddles. I don't
March
like anyone
15th.
serious.
I don't know. He's like, I want you to come do the Opry with me. He goes, I'm doing the Opry. They've been asking me to do it for years. Come do my Opry. I'm like, all right, hell yeah. I get there, his whole family's there. There's a cake and balloon. I was like damn, the welcome home party. He goes, this is my debut. This is
Holy
my,
shit.
He goes, this is my Grand Ole
Come on,
Opry
I'm more
debut. I was like,
confused.
I'm here right
We're
now.
not
He goes, yeah.
gonna
He goes, yeah. He goes, only.
My
I used to play in this parking lot when I first moved to town doing Hank Williams covers.
Holy
But he was like, here I am 50 years later.
Hey,
So
knock over my teeth.
he goes out there and he
Knock over
plays.
my teeth.
I'd have done a lot of things different. The chair. And then calls me out to come sing our song together.
Yeah.
And that was his 3 songs on his Grand Ole Opry debut.
That's the end of the Fury night.
I was
You
like,
only got me on
First,
one.
yeah.
And then done your 2 absolute
Heat
heaters.
Eaters, just the most
Like
perfect
that,
songs
then I
ever.
switched you to
Yeah, so
Friskies, now you're the
Dean is
Friskies.
he just won an icon award, I guess, 2 years ago.
He'd be like our Ron White.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
We went. I mean, I'm obsessed.
He's probably my all-time favorite comedian.
He's you have those things in life where it kind of puts you into a better direction. And I was cocky, and I thought I'd all the deals with TV shows, and I knew what I was doing. What do you need? Oh yeah, potatoes. I knew what I was doing, and I gotcha. And then and my wife's a redneck, like real. Discipline your dog with a shovel. Yeah, like
And not the shovel part, but
no, but like you know the rednecks that don't know you can't have dogs anymore.
Right,
That's
yeah.
her family. My wife is an actual Hatfield, like an actual Hatfield.
straight lineage.
Straight lineage, not just the people.
My God.
And by the way, they still are that fucking angry.
Oh, I can
They're-
imagine.
Haven't talked to a mom in 20 years.
Wow.
That's a Hatfield for
That's a,
you.
that's a
Shit.
bloodline right there.
And so we she goes, I want to go see the Blue Collar Comedy Store. In the
Why
movie
is he
theater.
pouring liquid death into noodles?
I'm like a professional comedian. She's like, well, this is what I want.
Did he do that
So we go watch
intentionally?
it. And it's like, it's good. Like, Larry's a straight up joke guy.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, Jeff and Bill are who I kind of identify with the most.
Yeah.
They're family man. They talk about their family. I'm a little dirtier, obviously. But Ron White goes on stage. I'm like, who the fuck is it? I mean, I've never seen him. When he did tater salad, I sat in that chair. You could not get me out of my fuck. I was like, this is what I'm going to do. This is how I'm a storyteller. I've always been fucking around with stories. I'm a storyteller. I'm going to fucking write stories. So we go, tell the machine, it gets big. So we go, I'm in Rogan's Club at the mothership.
Yeah.
And I'm just doing fucking around time. And they start chanting the machine. I see Ron White and the Raptors, like up in the balcony. And I go, guys, I'm not going to do it. And they're like, come on, do the machine. And I go, guys, I'll tell you what, I'll do the machine if Ron White comes down and tells Tater Salad. And they're like, Ron White's here? And he goes, fuck it, I'm in. Comes downstairs. I FaceTime my
I like
wife,
Ron
right?
White.
So she's got a FaceTime.
Ron
She's
White
watching it
reminds
live.
me of every
Ron White.
male in my family on my dad's
It's
side.
kind of
Except
like,
for my great
it was
uncle
fun
Gary.
watching
He's a
him
big
figure it out. It murders.
Yeah.
And he goes, now go out and tell your story. And he gives me the mic, and I realize I can't follow it.
Yeah.
My story's not that good.
was
Why
like,
your story
Like
exists
literally,
because-
Ron White would fit
because-
right
yeah,
in
because
at
of
like
those
a
people.
giant family
There's, like,
reunion,
pivotal-
especially if we brought back
crazy,
everybody that's
it's
died in
crazy
the
to
last
think
decade.
that there are children right
Oh my
now
God, sorry.
who you will influence that will then make great music also.
Oh yeah.
Not wild.
Yeah, I think that's like one of my favorite parts of it, that you lose in like the motion of it all and like trying to chase success. But like, bro, some of the most influential artists I listen to were not big artists, but like they spoke to me. Like Matt Wertz, Dave Barnes, they had great
Chris Knight,
careers,
for me.
but like Chris Knight,
Yeah, Chris Knight's like one of my favorite. And
Like what? How would I know those guys? Is there anything?
Well, God Gave Me You, that Blake Shelton cut. Dave Barnes originally cut that song.
Chris Knight's a Kentucky artist who Blake Shelton did cut one of his songs. It was never a single, but it was Chris's biggest song called "Ain't Easy Being Me," and I think it's the best first verse ever written in country music. It is utterly crazy. It is. There ought to be a town somewhere named for how I feel. I could be the mayor down there and say, "Welcome to Sorryville." It wouldn't be on a map nowhere. You might think that it don't exist, but if you make enough wrong turns, it'd be hard to miss. Yeah,
God damn it.
straight to the fucking knees.
Shout out to the country music
I'll get on my
lyrics.
face.
Sometimes they're good.
I love the thing that I say country music, but it's just music really. But the thing that's beautiful is when you hear a line like that where you go, oh, I identify with that. I identify with that. Like I just heard this morning your song, "Getting Gone."
Oh yeah.
I was like, and I mean, it's just like random.
Unreleased, if you're going to look for it, it's not out yet, but I put it on my
Instagram.
Instagram. Go look at my
Instagram with fucking Snoop.
Yeah,
And Snoop is listening to you sing your unreleased song. It's like this.
vibing, dude.
He starts ad-libbing on the stuff.
I'm Snoop. I'm gonna try to get him to ad-lib.
Dude, how spicy do you like Snoop?
I like spicy.
Done. I said one time I was in
I want to be
Vegas.
pissed at myself.
I said to a black woman making my wings in Vegas, she goes, "Sugar, how spicy?" I said, "Make me regret them." She goes, "I like that."
I like that.
But that was a great country song. Make me regret.
We now have a child. together.
I'm sending him to college. That's fucking. I probably shouldn't get too much stuff.
We make me regret it.
Yeah.
There's like 4 or 5 like lines in that song that as I'm listening, I've only listened to it like 4 times, and because you got the ones on you have the tracks on your Instagram, and then you have it with Snoop.
Yeah.
The one watching you sing it with Snoop. I mean, that's the fucking music video.
Dude, my mom texted me. She was so upset about posting that video.
Why?
Because she was like, "You don't have to be smoking weed on your Instagram." And I was like, "Mom, here's a comparison." I didn't say this because she wouldn't even. Oh, I'm just getting pissed off thinking about it. But like, dude, it's with Snoop Dogg. First of all,
That'd be like you're painting a picture with Picasso.
That's what I was like, Mom, this is like me showing Derek Jeter a top 10 play while sitting in the dugout in uniform at Yankee Stadium.
Yes.
And I'm about to go play the game.
Yeah.
But I'm shooting A-Rod up with steroids. I get it, Mom.
Yeah, I'm there. But and she's they didn't get that. I was like, I'm not deleting that video. It's Snoop Dogg listening to one of my songs.
It's one of the greatest. It made me. I just smiled watching. It made me so fun.
Oh,
I was like, this.
I can't believe that moment's captured because I didn't know dude was filming until we were in it. You know,
dude.
it was Snoop.
Wait, is it weird for me to say that like this is just that like you're hearing that song? I went, I don't think we've scratched the surface of where you're going writing.
Oh no, I just tapped into a whole new thing
I mean,
in the last couple of weeks.
I really feel like I mean that song is just it is sincerely a Southern song, but it is genreless in that you're watching Snoop bob like it's hip hop.
Right.
It was really fucking badass.
Yeah.
It was really fucking badass.
It was some funky ass shit.
You talking about
you talking about some FAS?
Yeah.
Oh, I got some FAS.
I heard about that.
I'm coming up with it like every single day.
Yeah. So funky ass shit.
Yeah.
This show is sponsored by Magic Spoon. Magic Spoon is launching a brand new high-protein granola. Listen, if you're keto like me and you just want to switch it up and get away from a steak every now and then and you want to keep your carbs down, this stuff is guaranteed to
deliver. It is packed with protein and so crunchy and sweet, perfect for breakfast or snacking. Dude, I've been having them all day long. Every morning, it fuels my workouts. It is so good. And these treats, Magic Spoon high protein treats, are crispy, crunchy, airy, and an easy way to get 12 grams of protein on the go. 12 grams of protein in here. They come in, this one is marshmallow, but they have different flavors. They got chocolate, peanut butter, and dark chocolate. Magic Spoon's granola is brand new, and it packs 13 grams of protein, 8 grams of fiber, and all it has is 2 total sugars. They come in delicious honey, almond, and peanut butter. Brother, this stuff is phenomenal. I'm telling you right now, it's just, if you know what I'm talking about in your keto, it's so nice. It's so nice because it feels like you're cheating, but you're not. Get $5 off your next order at magicspoon.com/burning, or you can look for Magic Spoon on Amazon or in your nearest grocery store. That's magicspoon.com/burning for $5 off. This show is sponsored by DraftKings. What's up, fight fans? It's a new year, which means all new matchups and all new action to keep you pumped up this weekend. Tune into the fights this weekend, and don't forget to get in on the action with my partners at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are offering all new customers $200 in bonus bets instantly after betting just $5. So don't wait. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Sign up using my promo code BURNING. The crown is yours. Stay in on all the action and use your $200 in bonus bets on DraftKings same-game parlays for a shot at an even bigger payout. Combine multiple bets together from the same game. Guys, I don't know a better way to tell you how to enjoy yourself. I honestly don't, than with DraftKings. It makes life a little more sparkly, in my opinion. You want to have a good Sunday? Watch football. Watch the fights. You have a great Sunday? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. New customers, use my promo code BURNING and bet just $5 on any wager and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's promo code BURNING only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for a problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
It's funny because I think sometimes it's that one lyric that'll get you into the song. What was the one you had? Oh, fuck me. My memory's so bad. I watched you. It's fucking goddamn it. I think you know Bobby Bones.
I know it's not. Well, I'm not actually sure, to be honest with you.
Go ahead.
Wait, I did it on Bobby Bones?
I think so, yeah. You said, no, this is the loop. This is the loop. This is the chorus, but this is the loop. God damn it.
I don't fucking know. Was this the podcast? The Bobby Bones?
I don't know. You don't show. I'm a fan of Bobby Bones, so I watch his show.
He's been a good dude.
He likes you a lot.
That's a
habanero. They're pretty spicy.
Yeah, eat the whole thing.
I'll go to my history. I'll tell you exactly what it was.
Odds I'll take a bite?
Yeah.
No, don't.
150.
50? Yeah. We count out from 3, 2, 1.
1, 2, 3.
All right.
Right? Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
37.
That's what we were doing.
Odds are you take a bite. Out of.
What are the odds you take a bite?
Out of what?
Of 100%?
Yes.
Or just you pick. It can be 100.
Out of 1 and
mine's 0.
Oh, it is 0.
No. Oh, no. 100. 100.
Yeah. And then we count 1, 2, 3. You say your number, I say mine.
And if you land on the same number, you got to do it.
I'll tell you. Oh, for real?
Yeah. So is it out of 100, or do you want to be like a man and go for 40?
I thought you were going to be a man and go for 10.
God,
I mean, do you know I will be up all night shitting blood?
So then you should
make
your number bigger.
I think it's 100 then.
There are similar characteristics in Vicodin that you'll get when you take a bite of the pepper.
All right, 1
in 20. Just for a bite. Just a bite.
Just a bite? Let's go 30.
Okay.
What are you buying?
For a bite.
In 30?
1 in 30.
1, 2, 3.
9.
Oh! Why are you so fucking good at this game?
We got him. 1 in 39. We did it.
Can I cut it off and eat it though?
Yeah. I'll cut you
Alright,
a little
I
sliver.
want to get my lips.
Yeah, here.
How the fuck? How are you good at that?
I
Because
read
you
it.
almost got set that one time.
I read it. I saw it on you. You wore it
I
right-
thought 9 was a.
You wore it right here. Hey, be careful. Do not touch your eyes after this.
Yeah.
Or go right to your eyes.
With your odds, you go right to your eyes.
1,000.
Oh my god. These Johnny cakes are pretty fucking interesting.
Hey, boys go together, baby.
I'll get down there with you.
I mean, it ain't not hot.
It ain't not hot.
What a great T-shirt.
It ain't not hot.
It ain't not hot.
How the fuck did you hit 9?
I don't know. I saw it on you. You want to try again?
Not really.
I can't believe you're.
Oh, let's go 50.
I can't believe you're not like lit up from that.
I mean, it's hot, but it's not too bad.
Count 3.
150.
150.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
31.
Ooh.
I saw it on
How
you.
the fuck are you
I
that
thought it
good?
was a 1.
Hey, can we get 2 more drinks, please? This
Thank
is
God.
smelling fucking
Hey, this
good.
is so good. What is this that I'm drinking?
It's Porosos, available in Safeway in Northern California.
Made by him. Or, well, he owns it.
Not me.
Yeah.
Okay, now explain fishing.
Man, there's fish in the sea, man. If you're up there on a boat and you got a little thing with a little line on it, you can throw a little.
But don't bring sand to the beach. No,
But you can also, you know, you can throw it off the shore. But it's just about waiting. Fishing's about the conversation you're going to have with grandfather before you die.
fuck that shit. I like to fish by myself. I don't like fishing. I don't want to talk to anybody.
No, it's so funny. Golf is. I have a hard time playing golf with other men because I've only played golf with my dad all growing up. So for me, it feels weird to play golf with someone. So I go, I don't know. It's just not.
I have a hard time playing golf.
Really?
I fucking suck, man.
So,
My golf swing is this. If it's April or May and I'm on a golf course, it's a fishing thing.
It's a terrible golf swing.
It's
Like a lot lower.
Hey, the ball is actually down there.
This putt
is North Carolina. Now here's my golf swing there, son. Boy, you look good in that shit.
Wait.
But fishing is about just the hunt of the fish. My favorite thing in the world is showing up to my spot at butt crack of dawn. I will literally fish this time of year too. I don't care how cold it is. I love showing up and seeing nothing but just glass water and being like, what the fuck is under there? And I love it. I'm a smallmouth fisherman. My favorite place to smallmouth fish is the Cumberland River, 20 minutes outside of town. I've fished Wisconsin. I've fished in New York, all that stuff.
Will you take me fishing?
I would love to take
I want to
you
go fishing.
I have a boat. I got a Ranger center console. I fish all the time, especially if you move here, dude. And if you end up moving where you want to move, it's freaking.
So I have sneaky skill sets where people go, oh, I didn't know you could do that. And fishing's one of them. I grew up on a lake. I grew up fishing, but our fishing was all. Honestly, I'd be dead serious. We just were performing at some Hiawassee, Georgia.
Yeah, Hiawassee, Lake Chatooga up there. I fucked up the spotted bass in that lake before.
For real, we went into a bass fishing shop and they were like, they made moonshine for me. I'm sure we were just going to pick it up. You guys like, you guys interested in fishing at all? Because we were right on the lake. We were at the fairgrounds there.
Did you play that like little theater? Is that what it was?
The Loretta Lynn used to play there.
Yes.
Her guitar's on the wall.
I did that, I think, 2 years ago. Literally, the loading dock is a boat ramp.
Yeah.
Yep. I played.
And so we fished off the shore there, but he gave me some rods, and I love. There's something very primal for me. It's almost like scratch off tickets. It's like you go, and you're like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. God damn it.
Yeah, it's addicting for sure.
Yeah, it really is. You know, there's a huge fisherman, Randy Moss.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he's country and fucking chicken dick. I mean, he is country and shit. Dude, he talks, he just like, I ran a post route out there. Now, fucking, and I'm like, God damn.
Can I tell you a lyric I really love that got made me cry? Ooh, that's amazing. When you get old, my age, I'm 52. Man, emotions are on your fucking sleeve.
Do you think it's because you have kids?
No, I think it's because life's almost over.
Oh, but yeah.
Sad that's really true. I think you look at it and you go,
you're passing in. I mean, on the clock of life.
Yeah, right now I'm at like 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's not happening yet.
Hey,
Oh my guys, is that a there?
That's actually a fucking.
It's not happy hour yet.
I don't want nobody to steal that.
It's not happy hour yet.
I'm at 3 o'clock on the clock of life.
Happy hour yet.
That's
me.
You want to get a bunch of. There's a lyric.
I did.
You know I read it. Here. What's so funny is I was like, it's so stupid. I was like, they don't make left-handed guitars, just switch the strings. And then I was like, oh, they told me about that.
They do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
So wait. Leanne's obsessed. Leanne's obsessed with two people, Dwight Yoakam and Sturgill Simpson.
Two good people to be obsessed with.
Sturgill Simpson's got a song called Scooter Blues. Have you heard it? It's pretty great. But the line in there is, we went to his concert, and he said that I guess he wrote his album, and the person who produced it was like, hey, man, this is a really depressing album. It's like, do you have like one song that can lighten it up? So he wrote Scooter Blues about like going to the islands and fish until you fill up the grill. But the line is that I love is he said, when they ask, are you him, I'll say not anymore. Oh, damn.
Yeah.
That's like, I was like, dude, to get to a place where you really kill ego, you go to a place where you are just a regular person again, like you were when you were a kid.
Right.
And you don't go in thinking anything. And it's so hard. And I know you know this. It's so hard. Once that ego fills, it's so hard to deflate and make it regular for everyone. Anyone who says it's not, they're lying. It's so hard because it's real. You're a regular person. But to be able to go back to that, and go back to zero. And I just was like, that's like, maybe that's the goal. Maybe the goal is to maybe this business is a bank robbery. And we take as much money as we can while they're serving it, and then get the fuck out and deflate. And go, dude, I made it out clean. It's heat. This business is fucking heat. Can you walk away clean? Yeah. And you remember when Val Kilmer goes up to the thing and he looks at his wife and she shakes her head and he just leaves.
Yeah.
That's the fucking business.
I actually think you're 100%
Yeah,
correct.
that's exactly right.
Now this is a recipe I've only seen online. Okay. So I'm dying to see how it tastes, how it turned out. And it's gonna be hot as shit. I didn't even listen to myself.
You're right. It's unbelievable.
Oh my god, that's really good.
It's almost
So good.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And you can dip your Johnny cake in it.
I want this recipe.
Yeah. It's gonna start off. It's like in 1987.
When, oh really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
All the above.
Did you ever see that family on Instagram that eats with their hands?
Yes. It's so hot.
It's so fucking hot.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm just thinking about how hot it is.
What's up, Brian?
Whoa. So when you run a train on it and you get everything in the top at the same time, it's really fucking good.
I did the Johnny cake.
I got a show concept.
Oh,
It's here straight, but it's like it's like a bunch of like hyper-masculine dudes, or they bring like 5 gay dudes into a Buffalo Wild Wings or something, and like 5 Dana Whites show up and scream the fuck out of them.
I like it.
Okay. Anyways, this food's really good.
The equivalence of grits in the north is scrapple.
Scrapple?
You ever had scrapple?
I've never heard of it.
And we should make scrapple. Scrapple's fucking
We say the
wildly good.
north. Where are you?
Did the grits from Florida? But my whole family grew up in Philadelphia.
The grits turned out awesome.
The grits are great. My whole family grew up in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, but we grew up in Tampa. So
Okay, cool. My wife grew up going to like Indian Rocks Beach and stuff.
that's where we went.
Yeah, man, that place is awesome. Boy, it just barely by the skin of his teeth didn't get its shit rocked this summer.
Oh,
I wonder what Lieutenant Dan's doing right now.
You care about money?
Yes.
I do. I do a lot.
Yeah, I don't know why. Actually, why'd I wait?
But you seem to know more.
I cared about
money
before I had it. for sure. Like I knew that I wanted to make money.
I want
Just because I like to live a certain type of way. So, but now like it's my motivation. I'm not comfortable where I'm at, just because like I don't ever want to have to go back. I just want to work my ass off and maintain.
Yeah.
And then get off the fucking hamster wheel once I've done that. To maintain.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out. I just want to sit there and just be like, I just want to be like, I'm not worried about the mortgage. I'm not worried about if I go to Jeff Ruby's and spend $400 on dinner.
Yes.
And just living a life that I feel super happy with my wife and my friends. It's really all I've cared about. Now, it takes money to feel that way, obviously. You know, to be like, fuck it, whatever. I'll do it. I couldn't give a shit about, I drive a paid-for truck that's rusted on the roof, and my only toy is my boat.
That's literally a first verse in a country song. Say it again.
I got a paid-for truck with rust on the roof, and my only toy is my boat.
That's a fucking. You see what I mean? That's how your country.
Chris Jansen's about to pick up the phone and call you. Whoa, hold on. Who's gonna cut that?
And that's how conversational songs is. Nonetheless, yeah, dude. Simple.
This is why I don't write country music. I woke up this morning thinking I had a stroke.
That rhymes with boat, though.
And then I smiled in the mirror and realized I didn't.
Now I'm on my way.
And now I'm
Can
good.
I have another John cake?
Yeah, of course. I woke up. I slept on my one side of my arm real long, and it was like dead.
Bro, it's the worst.
And I was like, great, I had a stroke.
Bro.
I was like, and I spent the whole morning doing this, and then going, all right, what's more taxing, my brain or the fact that maybe I had a stroke? I was like, my brain is exhausting.
Yeah.
I can't trust him.
Dude, I had that exact same thing happen to me when I went to Harding. I did a visit at Harding University to do a tryout the next morning. Throw a bullpen for the coach and everything. And I fucking slept on my arm, woke up with a dead arm and a fucking whacked shoulder for the
Throw
to go for an 8
baseball.
a.m. bullpen. And I was like, you gotta tell me. That was a Sunday ground I would be able to
The number one thing that happens is pills.
Yes.
You'll fall asleep on a fucking arm, and it'll be a while. Hours.
It can fuck you up. Holy shit.
That's one of my fears. Me and my cousin Andrew talk about it all the time. That and Bell's palsy. Every time I'm getting ready for a big show, I go, what if I wake up with Bell's palsy?
Yeah.
And like, we've already paid for everything, and I'm just going to be like, brother.
Your body's just like, I'll let you know when we're back.
Yeah.
There's no take medicine, anything.
Yo, this food's so good, bro. I'm sorry I haven't checked out the conversations and shit.
No, this is fun. I'm telling you, man,
So
the flavor is hard to describe because
it's kind of a jerk chicken soup.
It's almost a little
it's a jerk
crispy,
chicken soup.
but it has a sweetness on the back of it. That's really good.
We got Hattie B's last night.
She'll light you up.
Oh man,
How far did you go?
the best one. What's the old school?
Prince's
Yeah, and Bolton's.
and Bolton's.
So I went to Bolton's. Bolton's is right down the street from where we are right now, right?
Yeah, so
Okay. So I went to Bolton's. I walk in. I'm the only white person in there.
duct tape seats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some shit.
She said, "What can I get you?" And I said, "I'm gonna get the hot one." She goes, "Nope."
Yeah.
What else do you want? I said, "No, I want the hot one." She goes, "I'm not serving it to you." I said, "What?" I go, "I like spicy." She goes, "No, it's too spicy for you. I'll give you mild." I went, "Well, no, I like spicy." She said, "Honey, I'm not giving it to you. You're not. It's too spicy for you." I said, "I'll tell you what. Let me buy the mild. I'll have the mild. But can I try the hot? I just want to try it." She goes, "Oh yeah, I'll serve you both." So she sells me both, and I didn't realize the entire restaurant's watching me take a bite of the hot. And as soon as I told her, I went, "Ooh," and then fucking lost it. And that is the hottest thing I've ever had in my life.
The only time I ever eaten it was after a Kenny Chesney concert at Nissan Stadium. And it was me and my dad. Couldn't get an Uber. And I lived in East Nashville at the time. We started walking into East Nashville. We ended up at Bolton's. It's like 9:30 at night. Yeah, not a vibe you want to pursue.
Yeah.
But man, we went in there and kind of the same thing. I just wanted mild. But the lady actually egged it on. She's like, "Have you ever had the hot?" I was like, "No, ma'am." I said, "It's August." Like, no. She goes, I'll just make you one tender and throw it in." So me and my dad split that.
It's all the same seasoning. It's just the amount. How much?
Really?
That's what I love about it. It's like The light is just light seasoning, mild, medium, hot, and the hot's just drenched in it and all in the basket. And your bread's fucking hot.
Right. Jesus.
But I love the bread at the bottom of the chicken. What's called all that grease. That's the best piece of bread. That bunny bread at the bottom of the chicken sandwich is just like, and you're eating that with a little pickle bite.
Mm.
I was about to say I'm the only one. There's few people that can finish a meal and still be talking about the next meal. I'm really horny for the next meal already.
This broth is fucking awesome.
Dude, on a winter's day, I'm gonna say it's cold as shit outside.
There was snow last night.
Yep.
I love Nashville. All right, let's make a new drink. Rachel, for me, please. What would you guys play if you could play? What would you want to play?
I'm gonna play Getting Gone.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious?
Fuck yeah.
You haven't heard this yet. No one's heard this in this room. Oh, fuck.
Let me take the solo on it. Get the solo. Just play guitar down with me.
That's fucking awesome.
I'm gonna play it one time off camera and see if I remember all the words.
If you got time for 2 songs,
we do.
I wrote a song for Cody Johnson that's a duet with Carrie Underwood that's out right now, so I'll do that one.
Fuck yeah.
Old hound dog sitting on a log, talking about the evening news. Mississippi mudcat swimming down a riverbank, singing himself the blues, saying I'm getting gone. Where do you wanna go to? Well, the next thing I knew, down in the bayou, hotter than a saxophone. Met a little gypsy, getting half tipsy. Asked me, do I want to get stoned? She said, we getting on. Where we going, baby? Do you want to go to? I think I do. Oopsie daisy, going half crazy. What you say, baby, about a little rendezvous? Oh, and it won't be long till we sing that song about getting half gone. Hey, baby, do you want to go to? Well, the next thing I made my way to Northern California, got a couple packages on the rocks. Popped a couple rocks, headed to the dock, got a little dazed and confused. Met a pretty lady on a sailboat sailing, and she asked me, do you want to ride? Now we're floating on the ocean, and we caught a little motion, and she asked me, they were doing just fine. She said, we getting going. Where we going, baby? Do you want to go to? Said, I'm with you. We sang, oopsie days ago and half crazy. What you say, baby, about a little rendezvous? Oh, it won't be long till they're singing that song about getting half gone. Hey, baby, do you want to go to? Oh, take it. Well, I met myself a little voodoo queen. I probably should have just gone home. Screaming at a fire, screaming at the sky, got me chewing on a black cat bone. Next thing I know, she pulled out a toe tip, take some venom from this frog. Then I passed out and I talked to God. Now I'm back to the frog on the log saying I'm getting stoned. Oh, do you want to go to? Oopsie daisy, going half crazy. What you say, baby, about a little rendezvous? Oh, it won't be long till we're getting half gone, getting half gone. Hey, baby, do you want to go to? Yeah, do you want to go to? Yes, I do. Woo! I messed up a little bit. There's a little wordy in there, but we'll get there.
No,
That's it. You need to record the song just like that. Fucking get 4 dudes just sitting around.
Oh, yeah.
One mic.
I fucking I
love that song.
I love that. I love the fucking song you did, the hip hop song you did on.
Blacked Out.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, Blacked Out on his podcast.
You want to play something?
Yeah, dude. Absolutely.
This is my favorite thing. I don't. When we started doing podcasts, there was no idea that you'd ever have musicians come on and play. Like that was just like your boys. You sit around, you break balls, you make fun of each other. That's it. I love this aspect of the podcasting, the cooking show, and everything. And it was good.
Yeah, that's a great meal.
Great meal. Yeah, that's the number one. I wrote this song 8 years ago, and it got recorded last year. And it's Cody Johnson and Carrie Underwood's current single at radio. That's another great thing about Nashville is fucking old shit can always come back fucking miles.
Wish I worked with jokes.
Yo, what's up with wearing these masks?
Yeah. I dialed somebody up the other day. Stars are gonna light up a midnight sky. Sun's gonna burn in a southern July. Oh, and tides are gonna turn with the pull of the moon. I'm gonna love you. Birds will fly south when the winter comes. Snow's gonna fall and rivers gonna run. Oh, and April's gonna rain and flowers gonna bloom. I'm gonna love you. So good that it almost hurts. Steady and true as a Bible verse. My heart skips just thinking of you. Go on, baby, we can. Ooh. Earth's gonna shake every now and then. Some runaway roads are gonna dead end. Oh, and on those days when the world feels cruel, I'm gonna love you. So good that it almost hurts. Steady and true as a Bible verse. My heart skips just thinking of you. Go on, baby, we can't lose. Time's gonna put a few lines on the face. We can cover it up, hey, it's gonna break. Oh, and life's gonna fly, be gone too soon. I'm gonna love you. Yeah, I'm gonna love you.
That song's so good.
I hope the internet clips that out so that it's just you singing to me. Out of context.
And me just with my eyes.
And I go,
My goal was I've seen you get moved. I'm like, if I could just
I started crying because it's, I mean, the two things I think is, you've.
I got it, motherfucker! Woo!
Yeah. Well, the line about, getting old, lines in the face, hair's getting gray, and it's like crazy that, I don't know, whatever. I caught that. I was like, oh, I'm not going. She's on an airplane. Maybe it'll crash. Anyway, we should end this on a great cover, like a Leonard Skinner, something epic that.
Family tradition.
Oh my God! Hey! Oh my God! Hey! Guys, cheers.
Cheers.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, boys.
By the
This
way,
is delicious.
this song you're about to play was my introduction to country music.
Oh, well, let it be somebody
Ninth grade.
else's today.
Ninth grade. Now, 10th grade, we went to the Sunday.
I gotta say, these guys are great. Bert has a definite talent with finding and then sharing talent. I love these guys' voices. I have no idea who they are. Obviously, now I know they're country singers.
Sundome in Tampa, and I got the shit kicked out of me by a woman. She beat the fuck out of me.
This is where it all started.
She was a 23-year-old woman. She beat the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
And then punched her.
At a Hank Jr. concert?
Hank Jr. Again, damn, he's a grown-up now.
All right. That, in the name of Bo Sleepers. Country music singers have always been a real close family. Lately, some of my kinfolk have sung a few others with me. I guess it's tough to change my direction. If I get strong and sing all night long, family tradition. They only ask me, Hank, why do you drink to get drunk? Hey, why do you roll smokes? Why must you live out the song that you wrote? Over and over, they try to make my own predictions. If I get stoned and sing all night long, it's a family tradition.
Leanne's favorite lyrics are coming up.
Good. You got it. Okay. Well, I am very proud of my daddy's name. Although his kind of music mine exactly the same. If I'm down in a honky-tonk and so slick tries to give me some friction, I say leave me alone, I'm just carrying on. No family. Yeah, they ask me, hey, why do you drink? Hey, why do you roll smokes? Why must you live out the song that you wrote? Don't think it over, put yourself in my position. I get stoned and sing all night long. It's a family tradition.
This is Leanne's favorite verse right here.
I remember the first one. It's like, well, I have loved some lady. I have loved you then. They both tried to kill me back in 1973. And when that knocked their asses, how'd you get yourself in this position? I said, hey, softball, I'm just carrying on in those family. Get on the ass and hey, why do you drink? Get drunk, hey, why do you roll smoke? Why must you live out the song that you wrote? Stop and think it over. Put yourself in my unique position. I get stoned and sing all night long. It's a family tradition. I said if I get stoned, I'm just carrying on. Family tradition.
So when Leanne's
Great. Those boys are great. Their names, Ernest and Travis Denning. That was Bertcast, his latest episode of Something's Birding. I'll have to check out more of their songs. I love their voices. You guys too. Now I am throwing on a documentary from DW Documentary. If you don't know, that's like German PBS. They have excellent documentaries if you avoid.
Guck mal, das ist Paul der Panda. Nicht die Spritze kaputt machen.
And then I'm gonna eat my
Falafel lentil rice.
Ich habe nicht gedacht, dass ich 32 werde.
I didn't think I would make it to 32. I never thought I would live this long, or that I would have such a wonderful family. Rita and Mike are building their house.
Das hier das Zimmer von Luan.
This will be Luan's room, the oldest.
Genau. Aber da wird noch.
They're working hard on it, and Luan is helping out. After everything that happened to me, it was very hard for me to trust anyone again.
Einen Menschen wieder zu vertrauen.
It sounds crazy, but for a while, I didn't know who I was.
Ich hatte das Gefühl, dass
I had the feeling that my whole life was a lie, a pack of lies. Who is my mother? Why did she give me away? What is the truth, and who am I?
So why are you? So why? So why?
That Rita Kondo leads a contented life today is nothing short of a miracle. Her story is hard to believe. For many years, she didn't know her biological parents. A web of lies almost destroyed her. Rita is on her way to her job in a traditional Munich restaurant.
Ich bin die Schleife unten.
I tie the belt beneath so I can carry the plates better.
Und
And to avoid the questions, belt on the left, belt on the right, are you taken, are you married?
Ja, so.
A little trick. Rita has been working here for 16 years. Her job has given her stability, especially when times were tough. My old boss always said we don't serve it like this.
So
this is how we serve it. For me, being a server is like a calling.
Ja.
Either you can do it or you can't.
Kannst du es nicht?
Sometimes people just want a shoulder to cry on.
Und das muss
And you have to be able to feel that,
Was kann ich
to know what to say.
Oder vielleicht will
Maybe they don't want me to say anything, just to lend an ear. For me, that's what being a server is all about.
Zu sein oder Kellner zu sein, ja. Du
You don't just plunk something on the table.
Ja, du bist einfach.
You're there for your fellow human beings.
Ja.
Rita and Mike and the kids are living in their small North Munich apartment until their house is ready.
Die passen nicht rein, das ist einfach.
Tamino kriegt eine Klammer von dir. Und dann bist du dran wieder. Ja.
Spending time with her children means the world to Rita. She never had that with her own mother.
Nee, da braucht man keine Schere. Ich muss es doch aufmachen.
Rita was born in Togo in 1991, but grew up in a small village in Ghana.
Ich hatte eine schöne Kindheit. Einfach.
I had a very good childhood. Simple, but good. We had a simple house with a huge yard. It wasn't paved or anything, really just gravel and reddish earth.
Kiesel und eher so ein bisschen rötliche Erde.
Rita thought the couple she lived with were her parents. She only learned later that they were really her grandparents.
Die Zeit bei Oma und Opa war.
Living with Grandma and Grandpa was wonderful. They loved me unconditionally.
Liebe erfahren habe. Ich konnte wirklich alles machen.
No matter what I did,
Ich habe die standen.
they were always there for me.
Meine Oma Felicia.
Grandma Felicia was very strong-willed.
Ja, wenn die Oma was
When she said something, that's the law.
Genau, also so.
Und Grandpa was much quieter.
ganz ruhiger. Wenn da war,
You hardly knew when he was there.
Da ist. Und dann plötzlich schießt der
Until he cracked a joke or said something funny.
Witz oder irgendeine Kleinigkeit.
And then you laughed until you cried.
Tränen.
My life changed when I was 7.
Mein Leben geändert. Nicht zum
But not for the better.
Mit 7
it became hell for
hat für
me.
mich so die Hölle angefangen. Da habe ich erfahren,
That's when I found out that my grandparents weren't my parents. That's what I was told, and I had to accept it.
Und ich musste das so hinnehmen. Ich komme nach Togo.
I went to Togo to live with my uncles and aunts. And then from Togo, I went to my mom, who lives in Germany.
Die in Deutschland lebt. Ja.
I had very mixed feelings about it all. I was angry, I was sad, and then I just felt abandoned.
Rita's grandparents were told that her move to Germany was a chance for a better life. But before that happened, she had to stay with relatives in Togo to learn German. Rita was the only child in a big house with 4 uncles and 3 aunts. She had to cook and do the household chores for them and was treated like a servant.
Als Kind in Afrika bist du einfach.
As a child in Africa, you're at the mercy of others. You have to do what you're told.
Hast nicht.
You can't say no.
Du darfst nicht widersprechen.
Rita was very lonely. None of her relatives took an interest in her. Although at 7 she was of school age, she was not allowed to attend.
Was heißt Mut? Wenn du kannst, sehr gut.
One of the uncles often worked in Germany as a laborer and gave Rita German lessons.
Der hat halt von mir erwartet, dass ich das.
He said something once and then just expected me to be able to say it. If I couldn't, I'd get a beating.
War so angespannt, dann hat
I was so nervous.
mit dem Stuhl.
Then he stood the chair leg on my little toe and sat on the chair. I just thought, Grandma, where are you?
Gedacht, Oma, wo bist du?
Rita stayed in her relative's house for 2 years. Shortly before leaving for Germany, she saw her grandparents for the last time.
Dankeschön. Oh, von Tamina auch. Oh,
In November 2000, at just 9 years old, Rita flew to Munich alone. She was met at the airport by her mother and her German stepfather.
Das erste Zusammentreffen mit meiner Mama.
The first time I met my mom at Munich airport,
Flughafen war sehr verhalten.
Very awkward.
Sie hat mich in den Arm genommen.
She gave me a hug,
but
there was still a distance.
Irgendwie ging mir zu dieser Zeit.
At that point, I didn't really think about anything because I was used to others deciding for me.
So entschieden worden ist
and always being pushed back and forth.
Hergeschoben worden bin und
I just accepted it.
Ja, ich habe das so hingenommen.
Rita then lived with her mother and stepfather in a 2-bedroom apartment in West Munich. She was in a transition class, but was 2 years older than the other children. As the only black child, Rita found it difficult to make friends, apart from Daniela Müller and 2 other girls. She and Daniela have remained close friends.
Oh, how are you?
Fine. And you?
Fine. Just a bit tired. I still remember when we first met.
Yeah, me too, right there by the stairs. Let's just say her mother never pretended to be nice to Rita. She was very friendly to us. But it was fake nice because she was so different to Rita. She shouted at her. She treated her like her personal servant. After a while, we tried to make Rita understand that it wasn't normal for a primary school girl to be doing all the housework. That she wasn't her mother's butler.
I always thought she couldn't be my mother. She didn't love me. She can't be my mom. You cannot treat your own child that way. There was no love, no relationship at all. I can still remember exactly how you called me. Is she there? Is she out? Okay, we'll wait at the red hole.
We had to be quick.
Sometimes there was no time to answer. I looked out the window and did this, or this, or this, and so they knew.
Rita always had to tell us if the coast was clear.
Her mother was often away for days at a time, leaving 9-year-old Rita alone with her stepfather.
Mein Stiefvater ist mit mir.
My stepfather treated me relatively well.
Der hat mich nicht geschlagen.
He didn't beat me.
Was zum Essen gekriegt.
He fed me. I was allowed to watch TV. I didn't have to do his laundry. He also helped me with my homework most of the time.
Aber gleichzeitig.
But at the same time,
gab's halt Situationen, wo ich.
There were situations where I was at his mercy. We were home alone, as usual.
Wie immer. Und dann hat
And then
der macht dann ein Filmchen rein, also so
he put on a porn video.
Ein Porno rein.
He began touching Rita and masturbating. This went on for several months, until one day Rita's mother came home unexpectedly.
Ich weiß noch, sie ist reingekommen.
I remember her coming in, and she knew what was going on.
Und eigentlich wusste sie, was los ist. Das war so der Moment, wo ich gedacht habe,
that's when I thought maybe she would help me. That maybe she'd finally be there for me.
Vielleicht ist sie da für mich jetzt.
Rita's mother took her to the police to press charges, but the stepfather only received a warning. He never touched Rita again after that.
Nach einer Zeit ist dann
A while later, the uncle who taught me German in Togo moved in with us.
In Afrika.
He wanted to work in Munich again. He moved into Rita's bedroom, and she had to share her bed with him. She was just 10 years old.
Hat sich an mir vergangen.
He had his way with me.
Und
could you talk about it with anyone?
Nein, ich konnte mit niemandem drüber sprechen.
No, I couldn't talk to anyone about it. Who would have believed me? I couldn't talk about it.
Ich musste das für mich behalten.
I had to keep it to myself. He even told me that no one would believe me.
Glauben. Ja.
But at some point, Rita told Daniela.
Rita never wanted us to tell our parents. She begged us not to because she felt ashamed and didn't want others to know.
The abuse continued, but nobody seemed to notice.
Dass keiner was gemerkt hat, das war mir auch wichtig.
It was important to me that nobody noticed anything because I was ashamed of everything that was happening at home.
Ich liebe. Ich denke dran an die Zeit, wo ich.
I'm just thinking about the times
wo ich
I took refuge in this church.
Einfach diese Kirche als Zuflucht genutzt habe. Ich war ja hier auch Ministrantin.
I was an altar girl here.
habe ich noch den
I still have my ID card.
Pass, klar. Ich habe immer die lustige gemimt.
I always put on a cheerful front, but I felt very unhappy inside.
Außer, ich habe mich immer gefragt.
I always wondered if that was it. Was that all there was to life? A little joy to start and the rest is torture.
Ein bisschen was Schönes und der Rest ist Qual.
Als Kind weiß man nicht viel, aber man weiß.
You don't know much when you're a child, but you know when something isn't right. That was really scary for us. We realized that Rita wasn't safe anymore. We were still kids, but we sat down and planned for her to run away from home.
Flüchten kamen von zu Hause.
Rita was afraid to take the first step until a friend told the guidance counselor at school the whole story.
An dem Tag in der Schule.
That day at school, she went to the teacher after all.
Und die Lehrerin hat mich dann rausgeholt.
And the teacher took me out of the classroom and asked me if it was true.
Also, ob das stimmt.
Die hat dann gleich das Jugendamt.
She called the youth welfare office right away, and several women came to talk to Rita at school.
Und
And then one day, they asked Rita to pack her things.
ihre Sachen packt.
Dann hat mir meine Lehrerin keine Hausaufgaben.
My teacher didn't give me any homework and let me leave my things at school so I could go home with an empty school bag to pack my things in.
Weil dann kann ich Sachen reinpacken.
The evening before the escape, Daniela helped Rita secretly bring some things out of the apartment.
At one point, my mother came home.
Dann weiß ich noch,
I remember she went into my bedroom and said, "Look at this mess."
Also ganz, ja.
She was really angry and told me to clean up my room.
Ja, räumt deine Sachen weg und.
And I just thought, if only you knew.
After school the next day, a youth welfare counselor took Rita to a youth shelter. The authorities informed her mother that Rita would not be coming home again and demanded Rita's papers. Her mother refused to hand them over. Here, for the first time in 18 years, Rita returns to that youth shelter.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. How old are you now?
32.
No. Oh, that's awful. I mean, that's great.
I have 3 kids.
No.
Yes.
How old were you when you left? 14?
Yes.
Around there. We can count backwards. That can't be true.
Oh, God.
Great.
I don't believe it. Rita. Oh.
Oh, man.
Oh. It's so good to see you again. Unbelievable. Meeting you again after so long. You look the same as ever.
Nein, ich hoffe nicht.
Oh, I hope not.
Ja.
Yes. Mr. Tim is the best storyteller.
The world's best, you said.
Yes, sorry. I remember when it was time to go to bed, all of us kids hoped he would read something to us.
That's right.
Look at that face I'm making. Please don't say I look the same as ever.
No, but you can see yourself. I think we can see today's you in that photo. I always thought you were very mature for your age, even back then. Very sensible, but with so many childlike traits that you slowly allowed to come out. And I remember that I really admired you back then. The fact that you had the courage to break out. I remember thinking, hats off to the young girl who dared to do that.
It was really hard for me at first.
Ja, ich hatte wahnsinnige Angst. I was terrified because the home I ran away from wasn't far from here. Da, wo ich abgehauen bin, bis hierhin, das ist ja nicht weit. Schon allein hier.
Just walking out that door was very difficult for me.
Schwer.
Memories of the abuse haunted Rita.
In mir hat es immer.
It was always gnawing at me on the inside, mostly at night. I had dreams. I thrashed around in my sleep. Or I'd wake up and my bed would be wet.
At 14, Rita moved into a holistic education home for girls. Her German residency status was still in doubt. To obtain permanent residence, she needed her passport, which her mother continued to withhold. Rita finished school at 17 and moved into her first apartment in her own name. As she was still in charge of the youth welfare office, she had to check in regularly with her counselor. After moving into her new apartment, she began training for restaurant work.
Ich war neugierig,
I was curious. I was excited. I was also proud to be doing something I'd chosen for myself. Hello.
Hi. Yeah.
My shift is starting. Do I have a reservation?
Yes, you can start with table 2. It's a reservation for 15. If you need anything, let me know.
Thank you.
You're welcome. She's always wanted to do well here at work, to stand out. She has always pitched in. She's always been nice and cheerful. And when you think about everything she's gone through, it really moved us when we heard her story.
But the more independent Rita became, the more her childhood memories haunted her. She suffered emotionally and physically.
Ich habe mich so schmutzig gefühlt. Ich habe mich einfach nicht sauber gefühlt. Und
I felt so dirty. I thought I could never be clean again. In the shower, I sometimes scrubbed my skin raw. I couldn't sleep because of the dreams. They were so real.
Real. Ich stehe da und sehe mich im
I stood there in the dream and watched myself being beaten, being raped by my uncle.
Und
and I couldn't do anything to help myself.
Nicht helfen. Gleichzeitig möchte ich das alles, dass meine
At the same time, I kept up this wall. I covered my face with layers of makeup so others wouldn't see it. I thought if I looked this way, people wouldn't see what was really underneath.
Wie es mir wirklich geht.
But even that started to crack.
Aber auch das hat Risse bekommen.
At the time, Rita was supported by the IMMA, the Munich Girls Initiative. She is visiting her ex-therapist, Michaela Kuhn, again today for the first time in 12 years.
In einem Alter, wo man Schutz, Sicherheit braucht.
At an age when you need protection and security, Rita had to experience a lot that hurt her emotionally. The consequences often manifest themselves later. So when Rita was able to move into a kind of independence, to be in her own living space, to move into an adult life, it became very difficult. And these childhood traumas became very acute.
Traumata so groß.
Rita's feeling that her mother was not her birth mother had by now become so strong that she asked around within the family. A relative then confessed that Rita's aunt was likely her real mother and put her in touch with her biological father.
Hallo? Rita, Und dann habe ich zu ihm gesagt, ich weiß, dass du
I told him I knew he was my father, and I wanted to know who my mother was.
Seine
He told me to pack my things and go.
It's 10:13 a.m. January 15th, 2025. I don't know what's going on, but Unit 207 is displeased with something that someone said that's not in the building. Maybe they're acquiring more fraudulent orders today. I don't know.
Then go back.
Pack deine Sachen und geh wieder zurück. Mein eigener Vater schiebt mich zurück in die Hölle.
My own father wanted to pull me back into the fire, back into the hell I had escaped from.
Und ich habe dann
I hung up. I didn't even say goodbye. I just hung up.
aufgelegt. Ich wollte meine Mama finden.
I wanted to find my mom because I thought if I found her, maybe she could answer my questions.
Ich habe überlegt und überlegt.
I kept thinking about where to get help, how to get my papers back, how to go home. I really wanted it.
Groß. Und irgendwann verlässt,
but then all these obstacles got in the way. Documents, my job, my feelings, and I lost my courage. I didn't know where to turn.
Rita was like a lost soul. She didn't know where she stood, didn't know where she belonged. She was like a jigsaw puzzle that you can't put back together. We had no idea how bad off she was, but she was really broken.
When Rita didn't check in at the appointed time on one of her days off, her counselor went to see her. She found Rita unconscious in her apartment next to packets of pills and immediately called the ambulance.
Ja, aufgewacht bin ich dann in der Klinik.
I woke up in the hospital. They had already pumped my stomach.
Und ich war so, wo ich die Augen aufgemacht habe, ich war so
And when I opened my eyes,
sauer auf mich selbst.
I was so angry at myself. I was so mad at myself that it hadn't worked.
Die Rita war sehr auf der Seite. Ich habe keinerlei Perspektive mehr und ich würde
Rita was in an emotional space where she saw no future for herself and just wanted to end it all. She had lost all hope. We doctors want to save lives. We can only offer life-affirming advice.
Und das war teilweise sehr schwer.
It was sometimes very difficult to reach Rita. Often the safe space of the clinic is the only option.
Nur der geschützte Rahmen in einer Klinik.
Rita was deemed an acute danger to herself and was admitted to a psychiatric clinic at 17 years old.
Die Polizei hat mich abgeführt und dann bin ich.
The police took me away and I was locked up in a psych ward. It was horrible. I went in and thought, what am I doing here?
Ich hatte Angst.
I was scared. I wanted nothing to do with anyone.
Ich habe mich
I
gefühlt,
felt like a dangerous criminal who had to be locked away from the world.
Muss von der Welt. Und ich
At the time,
zu der Zeit, als hätte ich gar keine Grenzen.
I felt like I had no boundaries at all. My boundaries had been violated so often. I didn't want anyone to touch my blanket. I didn't want anyone to touch my pillow.
Ich mir gedacht habe, das ist die einzige Grenze.
Because that was the only boundary I had left.
Die ich in diesem Moment habe.
Rita refused therapy and medication, nor would she speak to her therapists or doctors. She had been in the psychiatric ward for over a year when a conflict arose with another patient, and she had to stop her therapy and leave the clinic on short notice.
Mir ging's überhaupt nicht gut. Mir ging's.
I wasn't feeling well at all. I wasn't feeling well inside. I wanted desperately to end it all. I didn't want to live anymore. I was exhausted. I had no strength left.
Kraft mehr. Und dann bin ich gesprungen.
And then I jumped.
From the third floor. Rita was taken to hospital with severe injuries. She was in critical condition for hours and underwent multiple operations.
Ich bin zu mir gekommen.
I came to in intensive care. I couldn't feel my legs, couldn't move anything. And then I thought, great, now I'm an invalid.
Ja, super, jetzt bin ich im Pflegefall. Ich kann mich nur daran erinnern.
I just remember telling her not to leave me alone, that I know how hard everything is, but that she can't give up.
Es gibt keinen Grund aufzugeben.
By the time she left the hospital, Rita was 18. Through several weeks of physical therapy, step by step, she learned to walk again.
Nach der Reha habe ich.
After I finished therapy,
Jetzt habe ich.
I thought, I've tried so often.
Der wollte
And they don't want me up there or down there.
Und ich habe dann.
Somehow that energized me, and I decided I had to chase down the answers I'd been looking for.
Suche ich nach den Antworten und ich krieg die jetzt, also
maybe that gave me more strength.
Daher auch die Kraft.
Rita started writing while still in hospital to sort through her memories. She recognized that she would only find her answers in Togo. Professor Padberg was her psychological counselor.
Die ersten Jahre im Leben eines Menschen, das ist the first years of a person's life, are when they form their important bonds and develop the ability to bond. This is how Rita remembers her grandmother during her childhood. Of course, we know very little about her home situation back then.
Wir wissen aber natürlich wenig, wie die Situation war.
What was crucial is that Rita had such positive memories of this time. This meant that she still had a positive self-image to a certain point, even if that self-image was damaged later.
Selbstbild an einem gewissen Punkt noch gibt, sozusagen, auch wenn das zwischendurch
and that she may still have a bonding capacity that enables her to pursue relationships differently today.
Die ihr heute ermöglicht, diesen Dingen anders nachzugehen.
At the age of 20, Rita successfully concluded her therapy. She now felt stable enough to lead a normal life.
I went through all the bureaucracy. I got my driver's license. I worked hard to finish my training. I fought to become part of society again, just to function again.
Rita's workplace is like a surrogate family. Many regulars and colleagues know her story and support her.
The whole team here has supported her and stood by her. We told her we'd wait for her. We'd be there no matter what. And we've always been there for her, no matter what she needs. Whether me, Anita, we've all been there for her. Everyone has lent an ear, and she can rely on us. I hope we've helped a bit, but good for her. In the end, she's managed everything on her own, and you can see how well it's worked out.
And then Rita met that special someone.
Ja, wir haben unser Stammtisch da und we have our regulars table there. I was lucky enough to end up in Rita's section.
Und so
and then I guess fate took its course.
einen Lauf.
When you see her at work, I just like the way she acts, her whole demeanor.
Das hat mir einfach.
So I decided to try my luck.
Da habe ich dann einfach.
And I guess fate smiled on me.
Jetzt probierst du es einfach und ja.
Rita was 25. Mike, a 43-year-old civil servant. They hit it off from the start and soon became a couple. A few years later, they started a family.
Der Mike hat's geschafft.
Mike managed with a lot of patience to break through and reach me. With lots of patience, with lots of, it is the way it is.
Mama, merkst du, dass es hier ein bisschen wackelt? Das Leben hat sich gedreht.
My life has completely turned around since Mike
My husband came into it. And since Luan was born, I always say Luan is my first great love. Okay, sorry. I'll be quiet.
You could tell that the past was a heavy, troubling burden on her. It was also difficult for me to react properly. What should I say? What should I do so I don't hurt her? Yeah, so the memories of what happens don't come flooding back.
Damit das, was passiert ist oder geschehen ist, nicht wieder in dir hochkommt.
Hat mich ständig gefragt.
He didn't constantly ask. He waited for me to open up. He just let me take my time, which was great. It made every difficulty, every problem lose its power.
Even the search for her mother. Mike helped Rita get a new passport. Finally, nothing stood in the way of her journey to Togo.
Was ich dafür 8 Jahre gebraucht habe.
In 1 week, he did what had taken me 8 years. In 1 week, I received a temporary German passport. I couldn't believe it.
Ich war baff.
In 2016, Rita flew to Togo with Togolese friends from Munich. First stop, her grandparents.
Das Treffen mit Oma und Opa war.
Seeing Grandma and Grandpa again was indescribably wonderful. I didn't want to let go of Grandma. She just kept touching me and asking, "Is it really you?" When I then told them how things were for me, what had happened, I'd never seen Grandpa cry like that before.
The only lead to her mother was Rita's biological father. She asked him to meet.
I wasn't so happy about seeing my biological father because I was still so angry over the past.
What did you do?
I threw him out and told him not to come visit me again without my birth mother. I just hoped he would bring the right one. And then one day, the two of them arrived at the door.
Die beiden vor der Tür standen. Ich habe sie angeschaut, sie hat mich
I looked at her, and she looked at me and began to cry. She said, "Is that you, my child?" At first, I felt paralyzed. I'd had so many questions, a whole litany of questions in my head, but they vanished. When I realized that this really was my biological mom, that both my parents were in front of me, first I was happy because I knew that I had real parents too, that I belonged to someone too.
Ich gehöre auch zu jemandem. Und dann kam
But then the anger came. What had I done to make them give me away? All the pain, all the lies. Why did I have to go through all of that?
Sie hat gesagt,
she told me she had never wanted to give me away, that she'd wanted to keep me, but that she'd had no choice.
Aber ich hatte keine andere Wahl.
Rita learned that the class difference between her parents had prevented them from marrying. Her father was from the aristocratic Kondo Behanzin family, but Rita's mother was from a modest background. He took the child away from her mother and brought her to his parents. It also came out that Rita has a younger sister, Irene, who lives in Togo. Rita quickly made contact with her.
How was your day? You look so good today.
My sister is very important to me. There is such a strong bond between us. It's easier for me to live with what we've gone through.
because I know I share it with my sister.
Ich teile das mit meiner Schwester.
Thank you. Thank you, my sister. I love you so much.
I love you too. Bijou.
If someone had told me that my life would turn around, that everything would be fine, I wouldn't have believed them.
Das glaube ich nicht.
Which is why in her late 20s, Rita decided to help other children and mothers.
Ich würde sagen, du fängst an, Celine. Ja, vielleicht manchmal entwickeln sich auch neue Ideen.
She became a volunteer at Munich Child Protection.
Ich glaube einfach, dass sie jetzt angekommen ist.
I believe that she has finally arrived where she belongs. That's exactly what she wanted and what she's achieved. I think Lita wants to help others with her experiences. That is now her goal in life.
Ihr neues Lebensziel.
Rita wants to turn her volunteering into a career and to soon study social work.
Hello.
Hi, are you Rita?
Yes.
Great. I've already prepared your documents. You're welcome to have a look. This is your student agreement. There's also a curriculum guide at the back. We'll just need your training certificate and proof of work experience. And then you can start as soon as all the papers are signed.
Then I'll hand the papers in as soon as I can and we can get started.
Kannst losgehen.
Great, looking forward to it.
So am I.
Have a nice day.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Ich freue mich, weil das ist ein neuer
I'm looking forward to it because it's a new stage in my life. And it's very important for me to be a good role model for my children. It's never too late. That's what's so great about all of this. It's never too late to start over again.
Und man kann immer anfangen. Ja. Ich habe meine Wurzeln.
I have found my roots. I have found myself. I have found my identity. The pieces of the puzzle have fallen into place. And I have found some healing for myself.
Für mich.
And we're finished.
They will do it for the work-in.
They will do it for that work-in, that Walmart work-in that you guys are. Who got the Walmart work-in?
Who's got the work-in worst, dude?
Welcome
To the end of the
Welcome
world.
to the end of the world. I've been crying, guys. Swollen. I'm stressed. Brittany's stressed. It's a nightmare. All of LA is burning.
Yeah, you guys, for those of you who don't know where we live, we're in Los Angeles and the city is ablaze.
It's like on my street, on fire.
It's worse than it's ever been since I've lived here. I've been here for 13 years. I've never seen a fire this destructive or move this fast.
Yeah, and Tommy said the same thing. Like, he's lived here his whole life.
Yeah.
And he's like, I've never, ever seen a fire like this. And I don't know, I might be misquoting, but I think they said it's one of the biggest fires in the U.S. history.
It's the most destructive in terms of cost. It's up to $50 billion already.
That doesn't even sound like a real number.
Yeah.
Like, what is 50 billion?
What even is 1 billion?
What's $1?
What is a dollar?
I don't even know what a dollar is.
I don't know. It's on fire in the Camden right now.
I mean, we're making jokes. I've been evacuated. I've been wearing the same thing for 4 days.
Yeah.
I'm a mess. Like, I mean, I don't know if my house is burned down or not because the power went out.
Yeah.
So our cameras are all down. So
well,
we
it
can't
looks
even
like
check
it
on
hasn't. It looks like there's only been one home.
Believe where I live.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, believe where I live. But yeah,
it looks like there's only been one home over where you live.
Yeah,
that's been affected.
So yesterday we tried to go up there.
Yeah.
And because
wait, real quick. This episode is brought to you by Olipop.
Yeah, the end of the world.
You guys listen, the end of the world is brought to you by Olipop. If you're in a fight, I truly have to dissociate. Otherwise, I would just be like doom scrolling and crying and sobbing, and I would be beside myself.
That was me all this morning, just sobbing. Like, I did my makeup 3 times, and you were like, "Girl, I'm not even wearing makeup."
Yeah,
I'm like, why did I put
the end of the actual
I
world.
know, and I'm like putting lashes
And
on. I'm
I've
like,
got
oh,
my Oak Essentials balm.
oh, good for that. Love that.
My Oak Essentials.
See, and it's the only thing that doesn't burn is your face. I'm like, when they find me, they'll find me with like singed lashes. Like they're like, well, she really tried till the end.
She
really
had a
did.
cat eye.
She died with a cat eye, full glam. No, I mean not to make light. I would say I have like
We have to make
multiple
light of
friends
it. That's
who
literally the tagline of the shows. We make light of the
making
darkness.
Yeah, making light of the worst. But literally, this is the worst. And not only that, I've had literally so many friends lose their homes. It's like people are posting pictures before and after. So much devastation. I mean, my whole neighborhood that I just moved into after we built that house for 4 years is gone. Like Pacific Palisades is gone for miles.
Yeah, I mean.
And then did you hear the conspiracy theories?
Only the ones you've told me.
Yeah, so I don't believe them. I mean, I know a couple of the fires they've have suspected arsonists and arsonists.
Well, they've arrested arsonists.
Yeah, they've arrested
for a few of
arsonists.
them, yeah.
I don't know if they started it, whatever, on purpose, or they just fueled it once
Right.
it got started. But so there's that, and then on top of that, there's people saying like because of what happened in Maui, what happened is they burned like all Maui down, right? And then BlackRock is like
Yeah.
so they came in, bought everything,
Yeah.
and now they own everything, and so people are hypothesizing that this is Maui 2.0. I mean, I don't think so, but it is kind of strange, like the neighborhoods, the way things are burning. Like you'll see cars that are completely burned, and then the tree next to it, like right above it, will be fine. The leaves will all be fine, and you're like, wait, why is that car burned, but like the tree is not burnt? You know what I mean? So it's like you don't know what's on purpose, what's not. So that's one of the theories. One of the craziest theories is that it's a Diddy cover up. I'm like, that's the stupidest one.
Okay.
They're like, Diddy hired someone to burn everything. I'm like,
okay.
Anyway, so, but yeah, I mean, listen, trying to remain in gratitude right now because I have my life, I have the dogs, I have clothes on my back, I have enough money to get in a hotel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, lots of positive things still. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Ish. I mean, kind of. Yeah, it's really hard to stay in gratitude right now. I'm obviously so grateful that I'm not, my neighborhood isn't affected.
Yeah.
And when the Hollywood Hills fire broke out, I was really close to the evacuation zone. And then, you know what I did realize during these fires is like how good of friends I have. Because, yeah, it's like so many people not only checking, I'm like, oh wow, I could have swore on my life you didn't care about me. But like Claudia, like this is me, right? Like I was on a Hinge date.
Yes. By the way, Brittany was on a. I'm like, my house might burn down. I'm moving out. She's like, when's that? Going out with. I'm like, are you? I will kill you and. I'll throw. Okay, leave the name. I will throw both of you in the fire. Like what? Like she's like, speaking of fire, this date's great. I'm like, I will literally murder you. But it's so funny, like how we try during devastation to just remain normal.
I know. Well, I was, by the way, on a great date. It wasn't just a date. It was a great date.
We can talk about it later.
But yeah, we went on a great little date walk. Everything was closed in Beverly Hills. And I just was kind of, this is like the problem with having social media off my phone and having everything off my phone. I am on Do Not Disturb. Yeah. So like the alerts were getting silenced. I
thought that they went through that.
I don't think so.
Really? I thought that if your phone was on silent, they would still.
Well, maybe they do, but I wasn't getting an evacuation alert. It was just like alerts at the fire, like where it was going. You know what I mean? Because at no point was I supposed to actually evacuate. But so Claudia calls me from Reno, and she's like, "You need to get your bag packed. Like there's a fire in the hills now. Like she's like, you're one zone away from evacuation." And I was like, "Oh, this is so annoying."
Which, by the way, there was a random fire in the Hollywood Hills at this place where everyone goes hiking called Runyon Canyon, and that's another arson suspect because they were like, someone went up there and started that. But Hollywood Hills Fire Department knocked it out so fast, like boom. The thing with the Pacific Palisades, and that's the problem that we're having is, and not to get political, but we'll get a little political, is that we voted for this mayor who
Karen Bass, she's a fucking idiot.
She's an idiot.
She's
All right, we'll just say it. We'll get political. She's an idiot. She cut the budget of the fire department. She didn't fill the fire hydrants. We didn't have water. yes, we have the ocean, and for some reason they're like very hesitant to use ocean
Why,
water.
I'm like, why don't you just use it?
Because, and this is another thing I read about, so my dad works for the Department of Environmental Protection, so he told me that, okay, so basically sea salt is very corrosive, so if you use sea salt to put out fire, getting things to grow back eventually would be really hard.
Yeah.
So
Whereas,
they
like, if
try
it's
not to do
just
that, but
ash.
I'm thinking, like, wouldn't you rather have less damage and less people lose their homes and just have it grow back when it grows back and deal with that later? You know what I mean? Like,
but I mean, I'm not a scientist, obviously. It might be the difference between, because ash is a fertilizer, so it might be the difference between it growing back in a year and a half and it growing back in like 6 years.
Exactly. So he said it's very, the salt water is very corrosive and damaging to the environment. So,
yeah.
But it's like all these people losing their homes. It's like, just knock it out. Just get
I
it
know.
out. Put
I
the
know.
fire
I know.
out.
They're like, we don't have water. I'm like, Matt,
What about the
water?
Pacific Ocean?
I'm like, all the
Literally,
buckets.
the Pacific
Like,
Ocean's like, hey girl, like all
like
the
crashing into the shore.
there's like a cross-eyed fish just like looking at us like, you guys are stupid.
Yeah.
Like it's. Well, I mean, they do have some seaplanes dipping and doing that, but they're trying so hard to just use actual water. And then, so Rick Caruso, who I voted for, was a Republican candidate. He, guess what? He owns the mall in Pacific Palisades.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what, Guess
of
what
course.
didn't burn down?
The mall. Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
How's that possible?
Because he's connected, and you know what's crazy is because he lost, and it's like, I guess out of kindness of his own heart, he really could have tried to step in, but he can't do anything because he's not the mayor. You know what I
Right.
mean? But he was able to protect his own properties.
Yeah.
He hired.
A newsflash. I think he's got done.
My time is on my plane.
I'm sorry. They're not survivors.
Those 165 seats empty. That doesn't excite you.
Hired private people to protect his. And I'm like, imagine if he was in charge. He would have. He's one of those guys that like doesn't let you get fucked up. You know what I mean? And I'm just so bummed that we all went for
Karen fucking Bass.
Dude,
She's an idiot.
The liberals are going to ruin the state.
Literally, they
Already
already have.
yeah.
They already have. And literally, the Karen Bass, I saw that she had, so she slashed the fire department's budget already.
Yeah.
And then on Tuesday morning, the day the fire started, she put another $49 million cut into action. So she was on her way to cutting another $49 million, and then the fire started. And that's why the chief of, the fire chief is going berserk. She's losing her mind.
Yeah, she's like,
bitch,
we
I
want to
told
stop
you.
the fires, but
She's
we
like,
don't have resources.
Literally,
yeah.
when they did the first cut, she said to her, she's like, this is going to make it
really hard,
if not impossible,
Yeah.
to deal with wild, like, forest
I do
fires.
empathize with the fire chief because it's like, how are you supposed to take care of things when you don't really have resources? You know what I mean? And the fire chief can't
do anything, but
can't really do anything.
this
But then
is-
she fired her.
Well, she, as of yesterday, she didn't. She
Oh,
was
I
going to
thought
go
she
in to
did.
fire her, but she realized it would kind of be like suicide.
Like,
if she fired her.
really? Like, you're
you
in
can't
the
fire her in
middle
the
of-
middle of a fire, in the middle of 6 fires. And the other thing that's crazy that you told me about, which I looked into, is that there are
Oh my God, this is so
incarcerated
insane.
people, so prisoners fighting the fire, and they're making
$5 a day.
$5 a day.
$5.64 or like some $10.
So when they're training in the prisons, they make $5 a day. When they're going to fight a fire, they make $6 a day. And I'm just like, this is. Listen, I know that prisoners lose their rights because they're felons or whatever,
Yeah.
but I'm like, this is slave labor.
It's
like,
slavery. It's slavery.
You can't. And
Yeah.
then, like, what motivation do you think they're going to have to save a place that they're not going to be able to re-enter?
And put their lives at danger so they can go back to prison.
Right.
They don't give a. I saw one of the guys on the news and he was just eating an In-N-Out burger
Yeah.
and like drinking a shake
Yeah.
and he was like,
He's like, I'm free.
yeah, he was like, this is great actually.
Yeah.
He's like, I love being out here. He's like, the air's smoky, but
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, we're just saving lives. And he's just eating a burger and
He's
you
like,
have
but
a
I'm not. Yeah.
yeah. He's
It's
like,
not
he's
bad.
not eating Salisbury steak
Yeah.
for once. Like he's probably
Yeah.
so happy. Like it was actually kind of like when I heard that, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, they have literal prisoners out there fighting the fires.
I know. And I mean, I really looked into it because I didn't think it was real. You said it, and I was like, you saw this on TikTok, but I'm like, no, it's real.
I've been like watching the news. Like I actually never watched the news, but I've been like sitting there watching the news,
Yeah.
and I can't believe half the shit I say.
Yeah.
Also, didn't realize how much people make. Like the fire chief, she makes like over $250K a year.
She should.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a job that should be paid higher.
And then
I
the
mean,
lady who emptied the fire hydrants, who made sure there was no water in them, she makes like $500K.
What do you mean? Make sure
She
there's
was in
no
charge of. Not this up because Mike's not here, so we gotta fact check. So
Go to Drink Olipop / Brit.
Yeah, go to Drink Olipop / Brits for 15%.
It's Brit.
It was Brits.
Is it Brits? Julie?
We can't hear her. Oh my god. Okay, Gunther Eagleman. Oh no, that's the guy who
Gunther.
Okay, so her name. Oh my god. It's this girl, the overpaid bureaucrat. I don't know her name. Hang on. She was paid $750,000 a year, and the fire hydrants were all empty. She was in
Give a
charge
girl
of
a
that.
bad name.
What's her name? Hang on. I'm trying to find it. Anyway.
It's crazy.
So yeah, anyway, you guys understand Gavin Newsom's an idiot. Oh, drinkolipop.com / Brit.
Yeah, Brit.
Anyway,
For
Gavin
15% off.
Newsom,
You're fire
Karen
retarded.
Bass, you guys are dumbasses. And you ruined the state. Well, Gavin Newsom ruined the state a long time ago.
Yeah, during COVID, he crippled it. But yeah, we've been on our hands and knees for a while, and now we're just on fire.
Yeah, now we're just on fire. And the saddest thing is like, it's like, what's next? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you're pretty safe down here. You're in like you're in a good area, and I'm just sitting here going like, the water they said near our house to not drink it for the next however long, right?
Yeah.
And there's so much ash and smoke. We tried to go back to our house yesterday, right?
Yeah.
And we were literally sitting in a line of cars for 3 hours of everyone trying to get, because we thought this was going to be 2 days. I packed stuff for 2 days, right?
Yeah.
We're sitting in a line of cars trying to go up to our house. People are screaming at each other. Like, you're cutting me off. You're on a, blah, blah, blah. Like, mental, right? Then there's this one guy, and he's on a bicycle, and he had a fake fireman's jacket on, and he took like colored tape, and he wrote "press" in tape on his jacket. It was trying to go up, and they were like, no. He wrote "press" on his jacket in colored tape.
Which, by the way, I saw that one of the arsonists was in a firefighter uniform.
Oh my god!
Yes, the one from the one out in Woodland Hills, the Kenneth fire.
There's been a couple that have been arrested. It's just demonic and sad. And then, you know, people are making like Sodom and Gomorrah references of when, like, you know, God burnt the cities to the ground in the Bible and like only saved like 7 people in Noah. And it's just like,
yeah,
people are making biblical references, and I'm like, I kind of see it.
I know.
I can't lie. I kind of see it.
I know. My dad said something about that.
Yeah.
So, well, so maybe it's the second coming, and
I know my dad said that too.
I was like,
we're
but
religious, but I mean,
I was like, we're in California. The second coming will be aborted.
I should write that down. It's
I just said it.
totally on brand for you.
Yeah.
I think that's a stage joke.
Yeah.
Look at us to just make. But yeah, so everything's in hell, you guys. To be honest, over here, everything's in hell, and we're just trying our best.
Yeah, we're
like, I don't know what's next. I don't know what is. We're trying to create some sort of normalcy. Still, I had to get out of, close. We were staying close to the house, and I was like, this is just the evacuation zone just keeps moving further and further.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm just down the
Well,
street.
yeah, it's like creeping up to Bel Air now.
Yep, it crossed the 405.
It crossed?
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
The evacuation zone crossed.
Oh, the evacuation zone. The
Yeah,
fire
not
did.
the
If
fire.
the fire crosses 10 lanes of
Bro,
concrete,
the
we are
fire-
fucked.
The fire jumped. So the fire. Okay, so people that don't live in LA, the fire was on one side of the PCH, right?
Mhm.
It jumped the PCH and
Which
burned
is not crazy.
all the houses
Because that's like 4
along the
lanes.
ocean. But I mean, still, it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah, so
to get all those houses.
I mean, yeah, that whole drive up to Malibu is about to just be like
Nothing.
nothing.
There's nothing there.
There's nothing.
Guess what survived? Mastros. So you can still get a $80 steak when you want, and then the place where you can get a nice affordable steak, which was a great place for years, Moon Shadows, burned to the ground.
Did it?
Burned to the ground.
Shame. I also saw that
Dukes burned to the ground.
Real in burn.
Real in. Guys, if you are an LA native, you know what we're talking about. These are classic spots that you would drive along the
Make like a
Malibu
day out of
coast,
it.
and you'd make a day, and you'd go have like a lobster sandwich at the Real Inn, or a lobster roll, or whatever crab roll, and it would be great, and it was the best, and everything was the best, and now it's not. But like, don't you feel like when did you move here?
2011.
Yeah. So I moved here when I was 17, 38, 25. I'm 25.
Well.
So I moved here 2 years ago. I moved
Just
here.
got here.
I just got here. So I moved here when I was 17, and I feel like when I moved here at 17, I forget what year that was. I can't do math, but I just feel like since I moved here, I watched it slowly decline. Like the state of LA went from being like, girl, when I moved here, Melrose was popping.
Yeah.
Like Melrose Ave. Were you here when Melrose was popping?
Yeah.
Like Melrose was safe.
Yeah.
Fun, vintage shopping, friends, restaurants,
Yep.
like hot spots. No,
Now you go there, you get robbed at gunpoint if you have a Rolex on.
literally. If you're carrying a fake bag, you get robbed
Yeah.
at gunpoint. Like
They will do it for the work-in.
they will do it for that work-in, that Walmart work-in that you guys
Walmart work-in.
who got the Walmart
Who's
work-in?
got the work-in worsties?
Leave a comment.
We should do merch.
Merchant.
This is the worst
This is the
work-in.
worst work-in.
This is the worst work.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, so by the way, I think Hermes with the kibosh on that. I think they sent them a cease and desist. Because you can't
You
get
think
it
Walmart
anymore.
gives a fuck?
I know. Like Wally Walmart's like I could buy all the Hermes
Yeah.
stores.
Yeah.
But anyway, people loving the work-ins. But yeah, girl, that Melrose was such a then I just watched everything deteriorate and deteriorate and deteriorate and deteriorate. And then COVID, and then it really deteriorated. And it's like, what happened? Like, it used to be a really magical place to live. It
And I
really
still
did.
think it is. I think like all
There's
things,
pockets
it's-
now.
It's the life of something is cyclical. So it's like Melrose isn't going to be amazing forever. And like, but when I moved here, the Palisades wasn't as amazing as it was. Like
Yeah,
the
back then it
Caruso-
wasn't as developed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it wasn't as developed. So it's like
Yeah.
I think things just have their time and they have their era. And like for example, like when I moved here, I lived in Venice Beach, and when I moved to Venice, it was great and I loved it. But it was like dangerous, but like not as dangerous as it had been in the past.
Yeah.
It was more like artsy fartsy.
No, I remember Venice being amazing.
Amazing.
Like I used to live with my family.
But then during the pandemic,
Oh God.
it went to shit. They removed the ordinance where you can move unhoused people off of your property if just to move, like you can move them. But during the pandemic, they got rid of that ordinance. So then tent cities started popping up. Meth fires started happening.
Yeah.
Like I remember Chris and I lived in this, beautiful condo. Literally 2 cartwheels from the beach, 2 cartwheels from the canals, like the best spot in Venice.
Yeah.
And there was like, by the time we moved out, there was a guy named Raven on our front porch cooking meth. Like, and we just had to be nice to him because we're like,
you're like, please don't burn our house down. Love you. You want a hot dog?
like, no,
Yeah.
literally, like, because Chris and I have an old car. Oh my God. I didn't even think about that. I have a Thunderbird that was for sale in Malibu.
Design feedback shouldn't be this hard. Endless email threads, disorganized comments, and PDFs that need to be updated again. With Kittle, real-time collaboration and feedback are built right into your design platform. Kittle makes it easy for designers to work together, collect feedback, and iterate in real time or anytime. No more bouncing between emails, messages, PDFs, and endless revisions. Designers get to spend less time managing feedback and more time creating, and decision makers get an easy way to review and approve. So with Kittle, everyone on the team wins. Get rid of the chaos and endless feedback loops. Try real-time collaboration for graphic design. Go to Kittle.com and get started today.
But you don't know where it is.
I don't know if it's not burnt. I bet it's on.
I'm so heartbroken because I didn't grab anything. I didn't grab my passport. I didn't grab my birth certificate because I wasn't thinking this was going to be what it is.
I know. I sent you a list of things you needed to grab, and
And
I
I
just packed Slim Jims.
I literally, guys, Slim Jim sponsor me. I packed 50 Slim Jims, and then not only that, when I got to Brittany's house, she had 50 more Slim Jims for me in a stocking. I'm sorry, not 50, 500.
500.
So I'm like, why did I even pack that? I literally packed water. I packed some expensive jewelry, 2 changes of clothes, a little bit of my medicine, and I was like, oh, we'll be back in there in like 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, I will say the evacuation mindset really says a lot of it. It taught me a lot about myself.
Yeah.
When Claudia's like, you need to go, and I packed because I did. I went for one night. I went to Breeze because she
Yeah.
was in she's also ready. That bitch is ready.
Some people are just really good at this.
Yeah,
I'm not.
She's got masks. She's got food for like 6 months. She's got like everything. So she was ready. I was like, I'm gonna go over there. And while I was packing, I was like, honestly, I don't need any of this. I grabbed my passport. I grabbed my vibrator, and I grabbed.
I'm screaming. That thing's already burnt. You just use it so much.
That's actually how the fire started. It's just my sparks for my vibrator.
Brittany started it lighting her puss up.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah, no, but I was like, oh wow, I actually don't care about it. Because like if you can't take it all, you don't need to take any of it. Do you know what I mean? It's like kind of all or nothing mentality. There's no art that I care about. I looked at my box of all like my baby pictures and all that shit, and I was like, ugh, whatever.
You just didn't think to do it.
Well, no, I thought, but I just was like, if it goes, it goes. Like
that's what I also don't have. Our house is all my baby pictures. Although I will say, our house is made out of cement. It's not wood.
Oh, that's good.
So I have
like
seen.
it's all wood.
No, it's all cement. The house, the fence is wood.
Okay.
So I have seen that there have been houses in Malibu when all the houses burned. The only ones that are standing are made of cement.
Okay, well that's good.
That's a positive feeling. But
yeah.
I mean, listen, I can't share too much, but guys, my life aside from the fires also is in shambles right now. So I'm just gonna keep it real with you. I can't talk about it, but everything's just a mess. So just know that. And I'm doing my best to be strong.
Yeah.
And pull it
You're doing
together.
a good job.
I'm really trying. I've been crying a lot. It's just a mess. Everything's a mess.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's like when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, I mean, it's just dark days, and these kinds of situations kind of show you. They show you what you're made of. They really do. Like when this kind of stuff creeps up, it's like, Teeny, can you get cozy? Maybe she wants to be by you, but I don't want you to take her. Chicken, yes, chicken. Yeah, you got the babies. Everything's gonna be okay. I know it feels crazy and dark right now, but this too shall pass.
Yeah.
Like everything.
I hope so, because I just like made a TikTok kind of as a joke, but I'm like, God, I am not one of your strongest soldiers. Like I am resigning.
Yeah,
from
no.
being, excuse me, one of God's strongest soldiers for 2025.
I know.
I am resigned. I am not available.
I know.
I don't know how many more life events and life experiences I can go through personally. I'm like,
do you know what's crazy is on the last podcast when we had Sean on, Sean Braithwaite, I know you weren't there for his interview, but he said that this year is on an 8-year, which means there's going to be it's going to be a reckoning.
It's like a wreck. So
No, but he's like, some shit is about to go down. He fucking called it, and I'm like, he texted me, he's like, so does everyone just want to ignore the fact that I called this? And I was like, I didn't think it would happen so fast.
Literally, what are we, 11 days into the new year?
Yeah, 11
Here
days.
we are.
Yeah.
It's just been like one thing after another. Like the fires are one thing, but then there's like even like crazy other happening that I'm just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Like crazy.
Yeah.
And I just can't believe it. I'm like, I'm in disbelief every day. I'm like, how is this real life? It's shocking. It really is. But, I also, like I said, I got to remain grateful and try to look at the positive things, And my therapist is always like, when something bad happens, think of the positive things. Like, people that have lost their whole houses. I don't know if I've lost mine yet. I don't think so, And then, people who have lost family members or pets or whatever, at least I have my animals and I'm safe,
Yeah.
Like that. So I try to be grateful, but it doesn't make it. I don't know. It still sucks, right? Like
It still sucks.
You're still allowed to be sad and hurt.
I also think you're probably in like a state of shock right now.
I'm in
still.
total fight or flight. Like I couldn't sleep last night. I was vibrating.
Yeah.
Like I'm going through so much, you guys. I can't even tell you right now, but I was in a I'm just vibrating. I don't even know. There's so much going on that I'm like, I can't handle one more thing.
Well, I feel like it's fight or flight or fawn, right? And I feel like you're in fawn because, like, you've just been numb for the past couple of days where you're just like, you acted quickly when you needed to get out of your house, and that was like the flight. But then since then, it's just been kind of, and that's me too. I'm just numb. Like, I can't be on social media and watch TV and like, I can't really wrap my head around how dark and crazy and awful it is because I'm like, I just don't have the emotional capacity for that right now.
Yeah, so I don't know, dude. I don't know what's next. I mean, I don't know how many days this is gonna last. I have like a weird feeling. Don't worry, she'll be good. I have a weird feeling that this might last like a week, like into next week.
Yeah, I think it's going to. I think probably by like Tuesday or Wednesday it'll be done.
Yeah,
And
I hope
then-
so. Because they said this weekend it's chill, but then the winds pick back up.
Yeah.
Which who knows what that means, right?
Well, it means it fans the flames and the fire gets going again. That's what that means. Also, I leave for Mexico next weekend, so I might just go early because I'm like, why would I be here? It's like
why would you
an
be?
apocalypse.
Why would you? I wouldn't if I were you. I'd be like, this, like,
Yeah.
get out of here while you can. My family's been hitting me up. Maybe I'll fly home.
Yeah.
Because everyone's getting out of here.
Yeah,
Like,
I know. I was supposed to go on another Hinge date, whoopsies, and we had dinner plans, and then he's like, "Hey, the restaurant just called. They're closed. I'm gonna go to Maui." I was like, "How am I gonna?"
that's like a really funny thing. Hey, can't make our dinner reservations. I'm going to Maui. Like, okay, casual.
See ya. I'm
See
like,
ya.
you're my motherfucking there.
Yeah, like, can I come?
Take me to Maui.
Yeah.
Well, I just found
Do you want to get married before
Do you want to
leave?
get Maui?
You want to get Maui?
Do you want to get Maui?
You've been having a lot of good dates. At least
I-
something positive has been happening. Because, listen, even though one of them threw you through a loop, you have been having good times.
I was talking to my SLA sponsor about that loop I got thrown through today. She's like, it has nothing to do with him. She's like, you just hadn't dated in so long.
I think I agree with her.
She's
Not
like,
gonna
it was
lie.
literally like 9 months or over that, like longer than that. Truly, like a year and a half.
Yeah.
But since I dated, she's like, you just got excited because he checked some of the boxes, and then he ignored you, which is like activating your abandonment wound.
But then, like, when you
kink.
texted him, he responded.
I know.
It wasn't
I texted
like he
you, "Can I
ghosted you
share?
or anything.
Can I share? But I
Should we do
texted-
Patreon?
Oh yeah, let's do the Patreon.
Guys, we're gonna switch over to Patreon
Yeah.
because this is just
This is
the
tea.
tea.
This is
The
tea.
tea. We can't put the tea public.
Okay, yeah. So
Patreon.
Patreon.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, we're
We're back on the Patreon.
Wow, you guys missed so.
You guys missed some.
Zero accounting software helped put me on the right path. It's easy to find your numbers all in one place and get a clearer financial picture. So find the power in your numbers and open the right doors with Zero.
I totally got Botox Cosmetic for me. And this is like the first thing I've done for me in a really, really long time. As a mom, I think we put taking care of our kids ahead of everything else. My life is still crazy. It's just as full as it was before, just with less lines. Talk to your doctor.
Deep
Deep
Jesus.
tea. I
Yeah.
mean,
Deep and hot.
deep and hot. Seriously, like
That's how I like it.
just like Quiznos, or if that's Hot and Ready, or that's Pizza Hut. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Honestly, I don't even know anymore. I don't know what's happening anymore. I really don't. I think the weirdest thing right now is that there is all this going on, and like half of LA is demolished, and people are just like still at work. I mean, obviously, you still have to. Like,
Yeah.
like, you still have to. I guess it shocks me though. You know, like when I go to the grocery store and it's like there's people working at the grocery
I
store, and I'm
know.
like, the world is chaos. We're doing this podcast. Like,
Yeah.
it's so
You gotta keep
weird.
working.
You just got,
But that's the thing, it's like you do have to put one foot in front of the other and
Yeah.
keep going.
because if everybody just stopped,
Yeah.
everything would get worse.
Do you know what's crazy though? So the fire started Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
So Monday night, Jordan, my interior designer, was here, and my apartment building just started shaking like crazy. And most of my windows are fogged, so I was trying to look out and I couldn't see anything. And then he opened the front door, and it was 4 of those drones.
Dude, Brittany saw the drones.
The drones.
I haven't seen them yet.
They
or the
shook
orbs.
the entire apartment. We opened. It was 100% the drones. And then we're looking all over like Twitter or like anywhere to see if anyone said anything about them.
And no one cares.
No one said anything.
We're all so numb.
Well, but then I'm like, the next morning the fires start. So I'm like, what are those fucking drones for real?
Biden said they're not a threat, but
Well,
we
allegedly, but that's not an answer of like
Not an
what they are.
they are. And you know what's really weird is like you said they're what the size of a
Like Range Rover. Yeah.
in the sky.
Yeah.
And it's kind of weird because you're like, are they U.S. intelligence? And if so, what are they looking for? You know what I mean? Are they not U.S. intelligence? And if so, what are they doing here?
Right. So I was talking to my friend Brian, who's like really into UFOs, and he like geeks out on that shit. And I told him I saw the drones, and he's like, if they shook your house, that means they're either our drones or they're like China Russia drones, because
we allow China Russia drones here that would shoot that down so fast.
that's true. So then there are drones, but basically he was saying they're not extraterrestrial if they shook the house, because like
the extraterrestrials have the energy to be silent,
Exactly.
and swift.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they don't interfere with what's going on around them. He's like, so if it shook your house, it's like it's a military drone.
But I do think it's really funny how the government, like they've kind of been peppering in stuff about the extraterrestrials, but they haven't like fully told us.
Well, they have. Nobody's
They
listening.
have.
Nobody
They have.
cares.
Nobody's listening. Nobody cares. But like, I feel like showing us like like someone going on the news and being like, here's a picture.
Yeah.
Like, no one's done that yet because I think they are afraid that we're gonna go. Oh, but I don't think
so.
They don't realize how desensitized we all are. Like we will make the funniest memes about the aliens. Like, look at it, big old head. Like we are so unserious. This generation,
bothered. Our apathy is through the roof,
dude. This generation is so numb from living through historical events.
Yeah,
we would give a. The memes would be roasting like his skinny legs or something. They'd be like, look at this old chicken head ass. Like people would literally just be roasting the alien.
No, I know, but like
we're just so unserious.
But we also, it's like, what else can we possibly take?
What can we take?
Like, I just don't think humanity. Like, I just think we've, aside from the boomers, I think we've just been in a constant state of like, what are we going to be, a fight or flight forever? Like, that's not realistic. So I just don't know. I'm like, show us an alien, see if we care.
Yeah.
Do we care? I doubt it.
I think that also they could go, here's an alien, and everyone go, that's AI. Because no one believes it, because half the time, listen, people have posted these drones that you're talking about on TikTok and stuff, and people go, oh, that's AI.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's fucking drones.
Brittany saw it with her own eyes.
4 of them.
So.
They shook my entire apartment, and I was like, oh, it's drones. And then the next morning, listen, Britt, like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I really stay away from that stuff because I'm just like, I don't want to feed
people
into
call
it.
me one, but I'm...
You're borderline. You're not like fully on the, but like, the drones flew over. I woke up the next morning, the Palisades were on fire. The next night when I was driving to Breeze to evacuate, the streets were covered in Waymos, all those automatic driving cars, but it was like 6 of them following a cop car. Like literally cop car in front, 2 on each side, 2 on the rear, following this guy. Following this cop car. I was like, tell me right now this is the end of the world, because this feels like the end of the fucking world. Yeah.
All the Waymos.
All the Waymos.
And then when we follow the cop car,
Yeah.
like their program.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm just like, I are a conspiracy theorist, but something is awry. Evacuation.
Something's very
Something's
awry.
awry bread.
Things have been awry bread.
Awry bread.
Unless I love some rye bread.
I love
this is a
rye
little
bread.
too
This
rye.
is too awry.
This is too awry, dude. Like, I can't handle one more thing. I actually have even been considering that, like, if our house does burn down, and Tommy's like, oh, we're going to move to Greece or whatever, but, like, I mean, I'm like, I don't even know what I want to do. Like, obviously we have to do podcasts, so I need to figure something out, but I'm like,
you're moving to Greece?
yeah, no, that's, I would not be doing that. But I'm like, I do like get really sad about LA. I love it here, but I'm also like scared to be here.
Yeah, I saw on one of your threads that you're thinking of moving, and I was like, this is a weird way for me to find out.
No, I would tell you, but we would figure it out always. And like, I just was thinking, just because I'm getting scared, because then I'm like, I just have a bad feeling like we're due for another really big earthquake. I'm like, I just feel like LA is just getting beat to shit, you know?
Yeah.
Between the no water, fire, too many people here, like crime has gone through the roof, everything. It just feels like things have gotten really bad here, you know?
Oh my God, Mike was telling me before you got here that basically the Canadians sent these planes, these
I
2
saw
huge
that.
planes
Yeah,
to like
Mexico
put
said so too.
to help us put the fires out, and an influencer was flying a drone.
Oh my God, and it hit it. I saw that.
And it hit the plane.
And it had to ground the plane.
Yes.
You guys are such
The digital nomad is becoming a common lifestyle as public Wi-Fi speeds are improving all over the globe. But whether you're working or gaming on the go, you need to keep your personal info safe wherever you are. And I'm part of a McAfee because I use McAfee's data protection services for myself, including its secure VPN. McAfee's secure VPN will protect your data from curious hackers when you're on public Wi-Fi. So in case you didn't know, when using public Wi-Fi, that signal can be intercepted and your data stolen. Bad actors also set up fake public Wi-Fi hotspots to lure unsuspecting Wi-Fi thirsty people. So to the digital nomads and mobile gamers, is your data protected? See the McAfee link in the description below so that you have peace of mind next time you're in your favorite coffee shop with your laptop. Get award-winning online protection from McAfee. Plans start at just $29.99 for your first year.
Evelyn Mercer, greatest mother forge degenerates ever had.
Well, let's go gang shooting. They set mom up. They set her up. Keep knocking on the devil's door long enough, somebody gonna answer you.
Amen.
Idiots. Like, go home and shut the f up. Seriously. Like,
you don't need to get the drone footage.
I was literally in line of traffic to go check on my house that might be burned down, and there was a vlogger on his bike with 3 GoPros attached to his head. I was like, go home. Get out of the way. Like, you don't have a house here. You just want to get footage so you can get likes. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, literally, someone was like, what are you doing? And he's like, I want to go film the destruction. We're like, go home.
Yeah.
Get out of the firefighter's way. Like, you don't live here, you know? Get the f out of here. It's so... But they're like, content. They're like, content.
It's crazy.
King. Content is king.
It's crazy.
It's
I'm just like, we don't need to all be doing this for likes. Like, people's lives are burning to the
Someone made a joke about it, too. Like, there's, like, girls that are like, pray for the fire.
Yeah.
And they, like, have their tits out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just unreal.
It's very much like, you know, Anthony Jeselnik's special Thoughts and Prayers.
I haven't watched that.
Oh, you haven't?
Is it the newest one?
No.
Okay.
It's one of his old ones. It's probably one of his best specials ever. But he just, I don't even remember the punchline of it, but he just basically goes in on how it's like thoughts and prayers have never fixed anything ever. Like, send money.
Send money.
Send money.
Although I will say some positive things is that, like, the animal shelters were getting inundated with animals that needed help, and people really stepped up. Like in Pasadena, the shelter was like, we don't want any more donations.
Yeah.
Like, you guys have donated way too much.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, if you want to make a donation, just give money at this point. Because, like, and it showed their parking lot. It was, like, full of, like, dog food and dog pads and water stuff. And, like, so it's really cool the community did come together for that. And, like, I have seen the community coming together for people that have lost everything. And, like, Sharon Stone, I believe, posted. There's a place on Melrose called Shop Coop. Have you heard of it? All these celebrities went and dropped off giant bags of clothes, and you can just go in there and get whatever you want that you need. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Obviously, I haven't gone in there because it's like for people that can't go buy stuff. But she was dropping off like crazy amounts of clothes, and her and a bunch of other famous people in the store was full.
Yeah.
And they're like, just come get what you need.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's so nice,
Yeah.
you know? Selena Gomez donated $5 million to the fire.
So did the NFL.
Yep. Jamie Lee Curtis donated $1 million, you know? So,
Yeah.
I mean, people are being really... I donated personally to firefighters, obviously not to the capacity that they did, but, you know, do what you can.
Yeah.
It sucks that we pay as much taxes as we do, and here we are still donating,
Right.
right? Like, I'm like, I paid over, like, $150,000 in taxes,
Yeah.
and we still need to donate.
Yeah.
Because that's how badly LA has...
It's just so...
mismanaged the money. Nay.
Literally.
$750,000 to the lady who's kept the fire hydrants empty. Love that for her.
Love that.
I've never made that in my life. In 1 year.
Yes, you have.
Not in 1 year.
What are you saying?
I've made $750,000 in 1 year. Over time.
Okay.
I've saved.
Okay.
I've saved. Yeah, so I don't
Oh
know,
my
dude.
God.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but you know, guys, we're here. We're trying our best. We're gonna try to pod. We're gonna try to keep it together for you guys. And We love you. Thank you for your support to us. And we saw your nice messages checking on us and asking us if we're okay. We are not okay. I saw them. I'm not okay. Brittany Schmitz is stronger than I am.
I'm not.
I'm weak.
I'm not stronger. I'm just more dissociated.
Yeah. Maybe more dissociated. I thought I was pretty dissociated.
Oh no, girl, you feel everything.
I feel too much.
You feel too much.
Empath vibes.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Could be me.
Anyway.
Okay, you guys, we love you. Sorry, there was no topic this week. Sorry, this was kind of a
the
bummer.
topic was that LA is burning. And I'm sure other people have been in crazy fires. So if you want to share, comment, and any life advice, guys, always chat in the comments below. I read them. Brittany's not really online, but if you guys have anything, I try to respond to people, and I really appreciate your kindness and warmth and love for us.
Want to make the switch to Shopify and keep all of your business critical data? No problem. Sign up for a free trial. Download a.
Hi, slugs. So a lot is going on over here. This week's episode was obviously pre-recorded, so bear that in mind, but do enjoy it. That being said, Kalila, Jenna, and I got together and we just recorded an update of what's going on with us and like a fresh new episode that we're using to launch our Patreon right now. And all of the proceeds will go to wildfire relief funds because things are crazy. And as you will see in the Patreon episode that we release, things are crazy. And we just want to send so much love out there to Unused Slugs, everyone out there who is affected, at all of LA. And we're thinking of you. And we are currently safe, and we hope that you are too. And we love you guys, and the Patreon info is below. And remember that all the proceeds from that will be going to Wildfire Relief Fund, which Kalila's going to pick the one because she knows way more about what's going on right now, which you'll see why. And so I can't name the exact fund because I don't know because I'm stupid. But we love you guys. Stay safe, and thank you for your support of our show and of the world. Hi, slugs. There's my camera. Welcome back. We've got Rachel Bloom here today and filling in for Atikalai, Jules, and Jenna, the double J's. Rachel, hi.
Hi.
It's been like, have I seen you since COVID? I don't even know. Sorry to say the C word. I know that's like so lame.
Is that a thing?
I don't know.
I mean, I just put out a special that's all about COVID. So
it's so good.
I hope it's not like everyone wants to forget it.
It's not lame. It's just lame because Esther said it.
I saw. Did you come to any of the reboot stuff?
Oh yeah, that's right. We were on a show together.
Reboot. Oh, you were literally on Reboot, and then did you come to any of the events?
No, I definitely didn't do that.
Okay.
I have a weird, I implemented a weird no event policy at one point, 4 years ago.
Love it.
But then now I'm realizing that's actually just makes you a shitty person. Then you're, but not only to the outside world, but to yourself, because then you're just at home all the time. That's not good for anybody.
Depends what your goal is. I mean, I think
wait. I just asked you this because I'm not sure if I'm making it up or not.
Yeah.
Did you get a breast reduction?
Yes.
Okay.
We're on a text chain together. We're on a pretty active text chain, but it's with 15 other people.
I get really overwhelmed by every text chain on my phone.
I think that you are more of a lurker on the text chain.
Yes.
Which we discussed, which is fine.
Yes.
Do you read it? Or is it too much?
Here and there, yeah. I'll check in. Sure. I'll stop by.
Sure.
But
I'll give you a rundown after this of what's going on in everyone's life.
That would be great.
With a lot of the cast of Crazy Ex-Girlfriends.
That would be great. Yeah. But the reason I ask is because you were adjusting your mic.
Yeah.
And your boobs were in the way.
Yeah.
And I was like, that can't be happening if she got a breast reduction, so maybe I'm making it up.
No, you're not. So when I got pregnant, and especially after I gave birth, and I don't know if this was because of breastfeeding or just body changes, I've always had I've been through a whole hormone journey also the past year that I'm happy to talk about.
I'm gonna need to
I will tell you. I love talking about this. So I've always had really sensitive, my breasts have always been really sensitive to any hormonal changes going on. I have something where basically the second I went on birth control, I went from a C to a double D because I have very naturally low estrogen.
So they're very sensitive. Anyway, I got pregnant, started breastfeeding. I went from where I was at, which is like a triple D, to like a G, and also like a low G. And I have no waist, like my waist ends here. So my boobs were down to my belly button. And so after I stopped breastfeeding, I was like, I can't live like this. This is not the way. I had to sleep with a pillow in between them because they would slap against each other like a man's sweaty balls, I guess, is what guys go through sometimes, where their balls stick together. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, that's why you see them doing this thing all the time.
Yeah, that's why they're always going. Beep,
yeah.
Beep. I wouldn't. I'm a virgin, so I wouldn't. Look at So I got a reduction. I went to this great place where they were like, "Where do you want to go?" And I was like, "Just put me back to where I was."
Because you're the face of heavy boobs.
The face of heavy. I was like, I have big tits. Like, that's who I am. So they did, to their credit, put me back exactly where I was, which was like, I want to say like double D. So it was a reduction, but also like a lift, because I don't know if you've experienced this, but after you're pregnant and you breastfeed, all of the kind of buoyancy in your breasts goes away, and it turns into
like thin.
Where once was Jello is now just pure water balloon, but like saggy water balloon. And that's just what happens. And because it was a G and low on me, I was like, I can't live like this. So anyway, they put me back to where I was, and then I'm on like a hormone patch now because I was having a lot of problems with like having to pee all the time, which is actually related to my low estrogen.
I was gonna say.
So I went on a hormone patch, which has been wonderful, it made my boobs swell.
Oh.
So now I'm back to being a triple D, and I'm like, I could have over adjusted and gone down to like a big C, or even just a single D. But I was like, it was like, put me back to where I was. And I think it was like also symbolic of like, this is July 2021, where it's like, put me back to where I was 2 years ago in so many ways, right?
I relate to that.
Let's rewind COVID. Let's rewind all these things. Because I was happy with my boobs. And I wish I'd gone a little bit smaller. Maybe someday I'll get another reduction, but like, it's not that big a deal. But
now we are able already in the concept stage to see highly reliable 3D simulation.
Oh my God.
I have missed you guys so much.
I have enjoyed the break. I saw you at the comments. I tried to escape. You saw me.
You did not try to.
I tried to get away from you. I tried to Esther. No, we were on the same show. I was in the green room waiting. I tried to Esther you.
Carlos was a witness. Carlos, what happened?
Yeah, I was on the same show.
You were, but after when we were in the balcony.
You were standing my boyfriend. I had to see my boyfriend.
You came up and started talking to us about Sean.
I don't like you.
That's not true.
Why are you pretending you don't like us?
I didn't say I didn't like you. I said I enjoyed the break. Carlos? No, I'm just kidding. No, you guys, I'm happy to see you too. I was kidding. I was joking.
Wait, you saved me at the Comedy Store that night.
Someone went, is that Kalila? And I just saw this little head peek. It was like a cartoon.
But you know what happened? I realized is that Bobby double booked. He had a date there that night.
Wait,
yes, Annie, and that's why he was going to different rooms at different times because we had a business meeting there.
He deleted you?
Well, no, like we had a person, we had a business meeting there that we had already set out to do, and he couldn't cancel that business meeting. So I met a friend there, that guy I told you I was going to meet with Bob.
You should
And then he was like, but I just saw like his energy was kind of like frantic.
Such a weird reaction.
And then so he would like, he was leaving.
He's on a date. You make it a date. Double date.
And so when you saw me there, he had just left me to go escort his date out. And I told him, like, you don't have to do that. You just don't double book. Like, next time, just don't double book. You don't have to.
I thought what happened is you didn't know the times of our sets, and you invited people to come at the dregs of the comedy show. When we're all done, you were like, stay. I was like, bitch, I'm out of here. My set ended like an hour ago. She came late night where it was like, I don't know if you want to be here. Like,
why? I didn't want to be there. That was the only time that this person could meet.
That's
because he was coming from Soho House.
Was it Brad Pitt?
It was.
Thank you to our sponsor, Rocket Money. Cancel unnecessary subscriptions with Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/Trash Tuesday. Seriously, it could save you hundreds per year. That's rocketmoney.com/Trash Tuesday.
Remember when that one first? R.I.P. his mustache first. It was like Alex. Okay, wait.
Well, she's like a real life genius.
She's a genius. The way she delivers the lines, it's like you have to be so smart just to read the questions.
Well, she's got both ingredients. She's genius and she's a good actress.
Wait,
So it's
the
like
best.
I have a
combo.
pitch. I think the three of us as one contestant could do well on Jeopardy.
No, I think
Donut might have a shot compared to the rest.
I
of
think
us.
we should get on Family Feud.
Kyla can do. Listen,
That's
yes,
our
I
level
wanna
of
be on Family
intelligence.
Feud so bad.
Well, let's do
I
it.
worked with Steve Harvey. I did Man on the Street for the Steve Harvey show when he used to have the Steve Harvey show, and he loved me.
You think
I did
Lori
only go
Harvey
once.
would do our show? Oh my God, we need Lori Harvey on. We need to learn from her.
Wait, you know Steve Harvey technically owes the entire Philippines an apology when he read the wrong winner at Miss
That was
Universe.
brilliant.
That's my in.
But it highlighted.
She really was the most famous Miss Universe, the Philippine, the one
It
who
was
lost.
unbelievable.
Yeah. the
Wait,
one
we're
who lost.
supposed to start a wholesome 3. I feel like we kind of just nailed it.
Yep.
Was that 3?
Yeah.
3 minutes
Wait.
with no bad words, no saucy.
No mention of holes.
Wait, I have to see what this. I have to see if you know this one.
Okay.
Oh,
Was it me? Was it for me?
Yeah, that's okay.
thanks, Pete.
Eddie Wong, do you know him?
Yeah, Eddie Wong. All Asians know Eddie Wong.
Eddie Wong is so awesome. This is my first. This was my first introduction to him. Sunglasses on the entire show. He was the best. And then at the end, I'm gonna spoiler alert the end.
On Jeopardy?
The end of Jeopardy.
Wait, Eliza beat him?
Eliza beat everyone. He crushed the Vegas one. There was
Okay.
it happened in Vegas. It was so funny. He made all these Vegas jokes. He was, I will say, no offense to anyone else. It's not a competition on comedy, but he was the funniest one. He was being so funny. Everyone was being great. But Reggie had the best joke at the end. They asked, like, you know, in this like 18th century book, it highlighted these two characters or whatever, and he wrote Thelma and Louise. That's his final answer. But it was Jekyll and Hyde, and Eliza won hard. Eliza won hard, and she was like rubbing it in their face. Like you could see they were starting to like gang up against her. Like, Eliza, you're going down. It was great.
Wow. Eddie Wong is a really bright guy too. He's
He's
on
so
Vice,
good.
he's been on everything.
He's perfect. I'm sorry I didn't know who you were. I didn't watch Vice.
You guys, I have to come forward with a story that is so hard to share. I didn't even really tell Carlos the whole story.
I guess.
Yes.
Did you do your pants?
No, but that's a really good guess. That's
You
a
would have told me that.
that's a really intuitive guess.
I feel like Carlos would have changed her diaper.
Yeah.
Diaper. We have to
Oh,
do. You can make her say diaper
I just came
again.
back from the Philippines last night. Give me a break, guys.
Oh, you're very jam.
The accent's heavy.
We will get to that, but this actually
Yes,
is
wait.
more important. Yesterday,
Did a TikTok go bad?
I
Did someone not like your TikTok?
met Kendall Jenner, and it
Did not go well.
did not. I really needed my girls there.
Did you think that she followed you on TikTok?
No, I definitely didn't.
Did you go, I need to see what you eat? Like, this is really important.
How did you open?
So I went to
You bombed with Jordan Woods. Okay.
How bad did you bomb with Jordan Wood?
Not that bad.
You were a weird creep behind me. Like, I was blocking your whole body. I was like, can my friend take a picture with you? That's a bomb. And then you scooched ahead, and it was not a good picture.
It gets worse.
Okay.
If you think that was bad.
You did not use your Tyra Banks notes.
No, that one went well. I was invited to this Poosh Kourtney Kardashian wellness event, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is so cool! Like, this is such a big deal." I was so excited. I go, and it's like really fancy. It's at this fancy house in West Hollywood. There's free Air One smoothies. There's like free facials, and they're giving girls makeovers and stuff. And I see Kris Jenner, right? And I'm like, "Oh my god, like that's her!" I get a selfie with her.
Was she little?
She looked no surprises, but she did look super
Oh, you're 2 feet tall. I forgot. I'm so sorry. Did she look giant? Did they all look?
Kendall, so tall, like so tall that it really made the interaction far worse than it needed to be. But basically, so
She does not even see you. You're like, hello, hello.
one of the producers of their Hulu show, which was filming, actually knew me. She was like, "Oh, Esther, like I love your comedy," like, and we started talking. She was like, I know you're like obsessed with the Kardashians. She's like, I'm obsessed with comedy. We're like opposite ends. I'm like, oh my God, that's so cool. I was like, I'd
Well,
love.
can I date one of them? Can you get Chris to set me up with one of them?
I was like, gosh, I sure would love to like invite one of the girls to like come to a stand-up show at the Comedy Store. She's like, you totally should. She's like, you should. I'm like, oh, really? Like, are you sure? I'm like, should you ask like your boss? She's like, and so she asked her boss, and her boss is like, yeah. She's like, my boss, who's like the executive producer of the Hulu Kardashian show, is like, she just said, go ask her. So I'm like, okay, like the boss said to do it. So Kendall and her two friends are like standing right, literally where you guys are.
And they're all tall?
One of them is short, and the short one I could tell hated me the most.
Yeah, she was like, don't even try to be the short bitch.
The short one was like no eye contact. So I go over, I'm like, hi, I'm Esther. I'm a stand-up comedian. Do you guys want to come to my comedy show? And they just looked at me like, obviously the way you look at a scary person who's coming up to you for no reason. And Kendall's assistant started to engage in conversation with me. And it felt a little bit like she was just trying to like calm the crazy person down. She was like, oh, you do comedy? That's nice. How
you sound like you invited them to an open mic.
I'm aware what I did. No, I made it sound like I was doing a bringer show and I needed 6 friends.
You have to be your grossest self when you meet celebrities. You have to name drop people they know. You have to be like, you have to do it like this really fast. You have to. I'm telling you, you have to. If you're you have to be like, when I know Jeff Probst isn't quite the same too, but he is my Kardashians.
I need to learn from this.
I'm telling you, I had to go. I was on Joe Rogan the other day. My name is on the wall of the Comedy Store. I'm one of the greats. I'm one of the greats. I'm one of the top people. I love you. You're my guy. I never act like this around anyone, but I just like love what you do. It's so amazing. Blah blah blah.
I needed you there so bad. Well, okay. Well,
no, I would have just taken the heat. I would have been like to the assistant, could she just help her? Carlos, thank God he wasn't there. They would have called the fucking police. It would have been done. They'd be like, what is this person?
It was so uncomfortable.
I started like, do you mind like getting on all fours so I can actually use you as an apple box and stand up and try to be
short friend asks that.
I put it. What if I came over and you were on my shoulders?
I think that would have been a
like Papa daughter
approach.
By
like we're at a
myself,
parade.
it was so not good. And I have to shout out Rumor Willis, who I saw there, who I actually have met once before. Thank God she was so nice and treated me like a person. She was like, hey, Esther.
That's more sad on her, honestly. Rumor, are you okay? Do you need help? Do you need help?
We had a very lovely conversation. It was really just like the Kendall energy. And I want to say I take full responsibility.
But what
I
did
not
she
like,
say? Did she just, it was like,
I don't think she
radio
said anything. I think she might have said, that's nice, or like, oh, cool. Like it was.
I doubt she even gave you that. I feel like your ego is like giving you something.
No, there was some words muttered, but she was so
I'm sure there were.
The thing is, she's so far up there that it's hard for me to even have heard what she said all the way down here. But I just want to say I take full responsibility. This is not some like Kendall Jenner was mean to me. I was a fool. I acted crazy, and I want to formally apologize to Kendall, not to her short friend though. I know that you were just didn't want me.
You guys need to stick together. Honestly, you need to literally stick together, like on each other's shoulders with a jacket around you.
But and then on my way out, I saw Courtney walking in, and I just was like, "Love this movie." She's like, "Really?" And I'm not okay. I need help.
We'll just make it happen. It's okay.
I feel very
This is fine. You have a good thing to talk to him about next time. Like, remember when I was a loser last time I talked to you?
You know that energy where you feel like you've been sent back to the mailroom? Like, that's how I feel.
MALE. Look at my shirt. Well, you were at the Kardashians and I was at Calusa Casino partying my ass off.
Well, me for luck. Wait, but Annie, I want to know what do you think you would have said to Kendall? How can you right this wrong for me?
If I were you?
Or just if you were there?
I would have climbed. I would have been standing on something if I were you to be like equal.
But if you were there,
what would I have done for you?
Yeah, what would you have been like? We host a podcast. Like,
yes.
How would you have?
I would have been like,
So you think it's better to be like, will you do my podcast?
So you don't say do it. You just say, Also, there is like an air where you almost have to like act like they know who you are, and it seems
Or they have to
delusional.
know who you are, or they should.
You just have to have confidence. You can't be just rolling over there like. Do you know me from the Ding Dong Show when I was 21? You were acting like a fucking 13-year-old.
Kalila, what would you have done?
Nothing. I would have stood in the corner, just like.
I saw her at the comedy store.
Humiliated.
I saw her at the comedy store. She would have been standing in a corner. She would have been like this.
This, honestly, I was like, Annie.
I'm not even kidding. She appeared for like it was like.
I hide. I try to stay in like
But
the
she's very
darkest
tall
spot
and
of the room.
striking. She's like a hot. You're like, who's the hot hovering girl?
But in the darkest corner of the room where the red lights aren't quite hitting. So that's where I'll just recede back into the darkness. Is usually what I do.
Is anyone here proud of me for trying?
I really am.
Of course. No, you
Shoot
got
my shot.
It's just the first shot.
Okay.
Fun.
Okay.
It's gonna be fun. There's no issues here.
Okay, Carlos, what do you think?
I'm not proud because it's like
What would you have done, kissed her?
no, it's like the bare minimum. What is kissed her?
You know what?
You know exactly what it is.
The kissing Carlos.
Bandit.
What you did to Kalila was unfair.
To Kalila?
We saw the cameras. You forced it.
You forced her. You said earlier, pull the tampon out. You said,
Remember
pull the
when he
tampon.
almost kissed the tampon instead?
I know.
I know. She
really
saved
thought
you.
I thought that's what it was, the whole agreement. I was like, oh, I'm going to suck on a tampon and we'll have some laughs.
For this day, I feel like you've sucked on so many tampons. So this is such a tampon sucker. Anyway,
Do you guys ever wonder why it's so hard to cancel any subscription?
it's so annoying. Also, I got one just randomly canceled on me. Bill just canceled me. I'm like, this is the only honest company. I haven't been there in 6 months. Esther,
You're working out has done a lot for my mental health. I got more energy. I don't get into a rut as easily anymore.
Now, Esther asked me the other day, she's like, what do you think we can do to like spice things up? And I have an idea. And it's something I already brought in, but everyone kind of ignored it. But I have an idea.
Oh, no.
And you have to agree to it before I
Oh,
do you want the show to do well or not?
I do.
Okay. Get your ankles and your wrists ready to get tied up while we unleash donut on you.
I'm honestly down for that.
This is the type of, yes, it is.
Hog tie?
I don't know what a hog tie is.
It's a hog tie.
She knows the names of things. I thought you would, freak.
I'm
helping you.
There's some sort of like sexual tension right now.
No. It's between you. Carlos,
But you calling me a freak is like, oh,
I'm trying to help you. People do not understand when you're trying to get them laid.
I hate to be the Esther of the show today, but I really do have a stomach ache.
Is it from all the drama around the kiss?
Do you need olives?
Maybe.
Is it emotional?
It's
Olives? Do olives help?
No, it's just that so for
bagged olives.
37 years of my life, I hated olives, and then one day, a little bit after the breakup, I started loving olives.
Oh my God.
No, it's because of me that you love olives.
No, we only bonded after.
She's never getting a tattoo of your name, but it's so sad. She kissed Carlos over
That's
you.
perfect
She kissed Carlos over you. Do you understand that?
But like, okay,
Wait a second. What is the update? Is it fading at all?
not at all. Everyone I meet is like,
You've been fooled.
they love to bring up that it's not that it is a real tattoo.
Oh yeah, it's darker than
And
fur.
it's been exactly a year.
All the other ones are fading a little though.
Except
Most
this one
sleepovers.
is secretly
Sleepovers
real.
like
Wait, I got a new one. Wait, Carlos.
Oh, I got one too.
Wait,
Is yours a fake one too?
Yeah.
So-
Annie, what do you think?
wait, hold on.
What do I think yours is?
I got my pleasure for my solo podcast, and also to emphasize living my life for my pleasure.
When have you not? I have never met someone that's not living more her fucking pleasure. Are you kidding me, bitch? It is crazy. It is crazy.
Wait till you see. Believe me, that was just a warm up. Wait till you hear Carlos's tattoo.
Is it of your name?
It's way better.
No, it's a nice piece of.
I like it. I like
I
it.
love it.
I like it.
I love
like
it too.
I like it. I don't dislike it in any way. Esther, on the other hand,
The gay guy didn't.
it's redundant. Your attitude shows us. This feels so good to squish around a bag of olives. What makes you think? What do you think? Is it because you were like sad and someone just slipped an olive in your mouth, or?
I think one time I was crying and like hadn't eaten in 2 days, and then all that was available was airplane olives, and I couldn't buy food anywhere. I was like, fuck, and I was just like, fuck. And the olives came with like the snack pack, And I ate it. I was like, this is fucking delicious.
They're salty. They're a little sour. They're
Yeah.
great.
It's healthy fat. It's very satisfying. I'm like,
Is it a hot girl food?
It is.
You know what I was thinking? Why it's so good that you do the hot girl and ugly girl foods? Because you are equally both.
So I'm the authority on it.
The authority.
No one else knows
You
what
are.
I know.
You're. But the thing is, you're 100% hot and 100% ugly. It's not.
That is the best thing anyone's ever said to me. And
I thought about it on a walk. On a walk.
You've been walking?
I've been walking. Well, it's just because I got re-sick again. I had like a news.
Andy, what?
Yellows. Because I think I had to take so many antibiotics, and now my body's like, bitch, you better not do nothing bad because you're going down.
Well, what happened for me was usually when I go back to the Philippines, I always get some form of diarrhea. Always, like without fail. Because
How come you don't say diarrhea like diarrhea?
Diarrhea.
She does.
Is it a diaper?
Incan ninjas breaking a group of Englishmen out of their cells just in time to go meet their savior, Captain Morgan. That's just not what happened. On the other side of that coin, though, some historians subscribe to a version of these events that portray Captain Morgan not as a hero, but as really the worst kind of villain. They say that he captured a fishing boat carrying 3 men. 2 of these men were black African slaves, and one of them is what the Spanish of the time called a zombo, or a man of Amerindian African descent. The buccaneers, in this version of events, questioned these fishermen, and when they didn't get the answers they wanted, they cut the 2 African men into pieces and fed them to the sharks. The Zombo man, and I don't know if that's a slur, I didn't find any evidence of that, but if it's somehow offensive, I don't intend it to be. That's just the word the historians use. But the Zombo man was quick to tell the English everything they wanted to know. Now, again, this was part of what so infuriated Morgan, and one of the reasons that he sued his school later. Whether he did these things or not is hard to tell, but Morgan insists that they're all lies. In his own words, Captain Morgan's, quote, "So leaving their ships on 26 June, 40 leagues to leeward of Portobello at Bogota, they took their canoes, 23 in number, and rowing along the coast, landed at 3 o'clock in the morning and made their way into the town." End quote. Now, before getting to Portobello, they would have had to sneak past a number of shore forts, most notably Fort San Lorenzo at the Rio Cadres. The town that he makes reference to might actually be Portobello, but before they made their way into town proper, they reportedly entered a small village called Estero Longo Lima, where the buccaneers began a march overland toward Portobello. It was likely the first settlement capable of sounding any sort of alarm, and the buccaneers wanted to handle it. As they began their march, the first proper outpost of Portobello that the buccaneers encountered had a lone sentry there, and Captain Morgan commanded one of his stealthiest men to go kill him. The man did him one better, though. He actually went ahead and captured that soldier without a single shot being fired. The Spanish soldier was brought before Morgan, who, quote, questioned him as to the arrangements of the town's defenses and the strength of the garrison, and the prisoner told what he knew. Still, with his hands tied, they made him march in the vanguard, threatening that if he had not told them the truth, it would cost him his life. End quote. So the column marched on, and the sky slowly crept towards dawn. The outlines of 2 huge forts became clearer and clearer on either side of the harbor, guarding it from any unwanted ships entering the harbor of Portobello. Now, the greatest of these forts was the Santiago de la Gloria Castle. Sometimes, and I'll refer to it as this frequently, it was called Fort Triana. Now, that was actually set on the coast in the town of Portobello proper. On the outskirts of town, closest to the buccaneers, was San Geronimo Castle. Now, it would one day be the greatest of the 3, but it was as yet incomplete. It was the castle that the Englishmen were currently working on, and presumably where they were being held captive. Now, the smallest, but still a formidable fort, was San Felipe across the bay. It was a little too far away to offer any immediate threat to Morgan and his men, but it had a potential for being a rallying point of resistance. And besides, while any of these three castles stood, there was no way any of their ships could get into the harbor at Portobello. Now, before the Buccaneers actually reached the first major fort, San Geronimo, they encountered an outpost that had 5 soldiers stationed there. This outpost, called La Rancheria, was a serious problem for Captain Morgan. Not because there were 5 men there, that wouldn't be any impediment at all, but it would be difficult to capture or kill these men without a shot being fired on either side. You see, if a shot was fired, it was likely to warn anybody in town that there were enemies at the gates. Trying to avoid any shots being fired, Morgan called out to the men inside this guard post. He told them to surrender and said that he would spare their life. If they refused to, though, they would face certain death. Now, this was not an idle threat, and the men inside the guard post knew that quite well. Regardless, in a show of honor and bravery that frankly boggles the modern mind, they fired a volley at the Englishmen. It wounded 2 of the men, but they had no way of escape, and they knew that. This did, however, warn all of the soldiers in all 3 castles and all of the men of Portobello that there were enemies outside. This is something that we see throughout the ages, even into modern times, from soldiers of all nations. However, it seems to be a particularly prevalent thing in the Spanish Empire. The Spanish seemed to have a culture that told you that a brave death was always better than any sort of surrender, regardless of the circumstances. And it's about to play really a major role in the battle to come. I think this attitude is best summarized in a quote from a famous Mexican revolutionary. It was later repeated by Che Guevara, an Argentinian fighting in the Cuban Revolution, and the idea probably goes back into time immemorial. But a man named Emiliano Zapata once said, quote, "It is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees," end quote. That's a strong sentiment. And that would have been the attitude of the men of Portobello. Well, it would have been the attitude of some of the men. The soldiers, at least, right? Okay, well, maybe not all of the soldiers, but the commanders. I mean, maybe not all the commanders, but the men in charge, right? I mean, I guess not exactly all the officers or the governor or the priests. Okay, so it was basically just the attitude of one man, a man who was the mayor of Portobello, a man named Sanchez. You see, it's important to note that the town of Portobello, while normally fabulously fortified, wasn't even always fully populated. For most of the year, it was nothing more than a sleepy little village that had 3 giant castles standing above it. It was only when the treasure galleons arrived from Spain and the port at Portobello that the town really came alive. The streets would have been swarmed with sailors and soldiers that filled the barracks. Locals, who were merchants or farmers or prostitutes or craftsmen from miles around, would arrive to welcome them in and sell them whatever goods or services they required. Now, around this time, the mule trains would arrive from Panama City, about 70 miles away, carrying all of the treasure to Portobello to be loaded onto the ships there. Now, at this time, the treasure houses would have been filled, but to any merchants or soldiers there, it was also the time when the most gold flowed freely between men. Now, this was known to everybody as the most dangerous time for an attack from pirates, and only then, during these days, would the men of Portobello take up arms and man the guard posts. Except for what was really a skeleton crew that manned the forts there, the majority of Portobello's militia were tradesmen for most of the year. And nearly all of these men had never seen combat before and had never fired a musket in battle. Beyond that, most of these men had not seen their wages as militia from the Spanish government in years. They weren't being paid to protect the town. They were protecting the town out of their own self-interest, to protect their property. They didn't really care much for the gold of king and country. Now, I should note that at this time, the mule train was not in town. Morgan wasn't attacking, and the fortifications were at their strongest. That would be extremely stupid. But there was still a lot of money in the town. A lot of these merchants were still there that had a lot of ready cash, which was what he wanted. Anyway, though, those 5 guards that had fired at the Buccaneers were cut down, and all across Portobello, men and women crawled their way out of bed and rubbed the sleep from their eyes and wondered what all the ruckus was about. Mayor Sanchez, though, did have word of the approaching force, and he gathered every able-bodied man in town to him. He assembled all of these men in Fort Triana, which was the most defensible position in town, but it left the men in the other two forts, as well as anyone left out in town, kind of in the lurch. Now next, Morgan's men would have come upon San Geronimo Castle. Now it's reported that at the time, Captain Morgan began to panic. He saw the route that his Spanish guides had led him on and thought that they had led him into a trap. Their route led them directly into the line of fire of San Geronimo's guns. His men attempted to calm him down, but it wasn't until the cannons fired upon them, and they realized that somebody inside the fort had made a terrible mistake. It's unclear exactly what happened, but instead of loading the scatter shot that would have decimated their ranks, they loaded their cannons with simple cannonballs, which missed the Buccaneers completely. It sent up a spray of dirt and sand, but did no injury to anybody attacking the castle, so any fears that Captain Morgan or any of his men had would have been allayed. The Buccaneers stormed the fort. Apparently, there really wasn't much of a battle. Stephen Talty writes that, quote, Spain's decay was immediately evident at Geronimo. The soldiers found only a single working cannon that could cover the direction from which Morgan's assault had to come, and there was only damp powder to charge it. End quote. Even though there were more guns in the fort, they were aimed at the harbor. They weren't prepared for an attack by land. There were also few men inside, certainly not enough to move the cannons at speed, so the fort fell quickly. In the cells inside the fort, they found 11 English soldiers, men that were actually from Old Providence, chained to the floor. These men were freed and freely joined the ranks of Morgan and his men. Now, as you might imagine, Prince Maurice, the king's nephew, was nowhere to be seen. To quote Exquemelin again, quote, the redoubt could not hold out long, and as soon as the Buccaneers entered, they blew up the inner fortifications with all of the Spaniards inside. End quote. Or from another translation, the Buccaneers, quote, instantly set fire to the powder, whereof they found a great quantity, and blew up the whole castle into the air with all the Spanish that were within. End quote. Now, Alexander Pope points out in his book, Harry Morgan's Way, that an expedition just a few years later refutes this claim entirely. A man who was actually there said that the fort was standing strong, and there were no signs of any damage. Again, we come across a conflict. Exquemelin paints us a picture of a brutal conflict, murdering these brave Spanish soldiers in cold blood. All the other accounts, though, seem to contradict him, and in truth, reality kind of contradicts him here, too. There have been archaeological expeditions there that have not found any evidence that there was a massive explosion at the fort. Now, there are, of course, centuries between now and then, so they might be covered up by the eras, but you'd think they would find something to suggest that there was some sort of damage. Regardless, with the captives freed, and these men were actually there and were actually freed, the Buccaneers could move on. Morgan ordered a battalion to cross the bay and take San Felipe, that fort that was a little too far away but still posed something of a danger. That was the smallest castle, so just a few men should be able to take it. In the meantime, his force, the main force, would enter Portobello proper and take the city. They would prepare from there to besiege Santiago de la Gloria, the greatest castle of the three. Once again, we're shown a much more brutal Captain Morgan, though, than the man who sacked Puerto de Principe just a few weeks before. Let's look at the following hours through the eyes of Alexander Exquemelin. That main group of buccaneers roamed the streets, quote, firing off their guns at everything alive, whites, blacks, even dogs, in order to spread terror, end quote. The locals in town hid their valuables. They threw them down wells, hid it in attics, or in hidden caches throughout the town. The Buccaneers rounded up nuns, priests, merchants, basically anybody who was not of sufficient standing or able-bodied to be in the fort at the time. These people were all imprisoned in a warehouse there in town. Now that the populace was safely under guard, the soldiers, the Buccaneers, could assault the fort. For an entire morning, the two sides traded fire. The exceptionally well-armed and well-trained Buccaneers were getting off 7 or 8 volleys for each of the Spanish one. This was, of course, killing a number of Spaniards, but the walls to Fort Triana were high and strong, and the Buccaneers were unable to take them. They made a push for the gate, attempting to light it on fire, but the Spanish dropped down huge rocks and casks of lit gunpowder, which drove the buccaneers back. The Brethren of the Coast retreated from their forward position and began to fall into despair. Then, from across the bay, the flag of St. George was raised above Fort San Felipe, and the men knew that the English had taken the smaller fort. These soldiers, that smaller force, rowed back across the bay, shouting victory, and the buccaneers concocted a new plan.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by trained Egyptologists. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing art of a mighty kingdom. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience a legendary culture.
The men of the town that were still left were forced to build massive ladders, wide enough for 3 or 4 men abreast and tall enough to scale the walls of Fort Tryon. All of the priests, the nuns, the elderly, and any matrons in the town were brought forward and commanded to carry the ladders toward the castle walls and put them in place there. This was the most dangerous part of their plan, which was circumvented by Captain Morgan, deciding to use these vulnerable human shields. He was putting them in harm's way, but Morgan truly believed that the mayor would never fire upon his own people. But Morgan was wrong. Her Exquemelin Morgan, quote, never thought the governor would fire on his own people, but he spared them as little as he had for raiders, end quote. The cries from all of the most vulnerable in town for Sanchez to spare their lives and surrender the castle went unheeded. The men on the walls opened fire. Regardless, if they turned back, the Buccaneers would certainly massacre all of them. So, despite being shot at by their own countrymen, these people got the ladders into place, and the Buccaneers were able to attempt scaling the walls. They threw before them hand grenades and stink pots, and as soon as they were at the top of the wall, they opened fire immediately, then topped the wall and began cutting about them with their swords. But the defenders were too well organized and too strong, and they held the wall successfully. Morgan, once again, was forced to retreat. Just then, though, another smaller unit succeeded in lighting the gate afire, and the Spanish defenders were forced to divert their attention to defend the gate. Then, both units of buccaneers advanced into the fort, cutting down the Spaniards left and right. Soldiers, Spanish soldiers, began to surrender. But the mayor himself, Sanchez, refused the pleas of his wife and daughter, and of the townsfolk, and of the priests themselves, and then of the pirates to surrender. He said, quote, better to die as an honorable soldier than be hanged as a coward, end quote. He was soon killed. Upon his death, each of the forts of Portobello was in the hands of the buccaneers. Their ships sailed safely into harbor, and the remaining people were rounded up. And thus begins a month-long reign of terror. That very night, the men of the town were held under lock and key, while the pirates, quote, began making merry, lording it with wine and women, end quote. Or another translation, they, quote, fell to eating and drinking as usual, that is, committing in both all manner of debauchery and excess, end quote. Wine, food, women, the pirates had their fill and indulged every desire. The accounts in the extremely proper Victorian editions of the Buccaneers of America are bordering on the worst excesses and orgies of the Roman Empire. When the pirates' desires were finally sated, though, they turned to plunder, and then to torture. Quote, next day, the rovers began collecting the loot, searching all of the houses. Some of the prisoners were made to point out who were the richest among them, And then the citizens were asked where their wealth was. If they refused to tell, they were immediately put to the rack and tortured there until they gave up the ghost or confessed the hiding place. Many innocent souls who, in fact, had nothing to hide died like martyrs under the torments their captors subjected them to. No one was spared except those who revealed where their goods were hidden. End quote. Again, later translations embellished this. Hot irons, lashing, the rack, wounding, it was all on the table, on a par with the worst atrocities of Francois Launay or the medieval witch trials or the Spanish Inquisition itself. The buccaneers plundered jewels, plate, gold crosses, pieces of eight, anything of value that wasn't nailed down. On Morgan's orders, they began the arduous task of removing all of the bronze guns from the forts and loading them onto their ships. Any that were in too poor of repair or too heavy to move, they had destroyed, which would leave Portobello defenseless for at least months to come. For a month, Captain Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast occupied Portobello. But the question remains, what exactly actually happened? Exquemelin's account is clear in its demonization of Henry Morgan. He was a brute. He was a vile barbarian. But Morgan would contest this notion in court, that he would win the case. Now, what we've seen of Morgan in our stories so far suggests that he was an English gentleman at heart who didn't have the fortitude to subject people to torture. But had he turned? Had he realized the need of harsh and violent tactics? Had he left the mold of Sir Francis Drake behind, only to become a loathsome pirate like Francois Launay? The future of Henry Morgan would be brutal, to be sure, but would we ever again see this level of torture and apparent glee in this torture? There are two accounts from shortly after the events in Portobello that can give us some insight. First, we have the account of a Jamaican planter in Port Royal, a man who was of some standing that claimed to have heard pirates bragging of their adventures in bars around town. He writes, quote, "It is a common thing amongst the privateers, besides burning with matches and such like torments, to cut a man in pieces. First some flesh, then a hand, an arm, a leg, sometimes tying a cord about his head, and with a stick twisting it till the eyes start out, which is called wolding. Before taking Portobello, thus some were used, because they refused to discover a way into the town which was not, and many in the town, because they would not discover wealth they knew not of. A woman there was by some set bare upon a baking stone and roasted, because she did not confess of money which she had, only in their conceit. Thus he heard some declare boasting, and one that was sick confess with sorrow. Besides the horrid oaths, blasphemies, abuse of scriptures, rapes, whoredoms, and adulteries, and such not forborne in the common highways and not punished, but made a jest of even by authority." End quote. This man, if he's telling the truth, seems to have a lot of evidence that the pirates were, in fact, brutally torturing the people of Portobello. However, that account, even when it was sent on to officials back in London, never seemed to gain much traction. Now, it might be because upon his return to Port Royal, Captain Morgan was something of a celebrity that was making everybody in town quite a lot of money. Or it might just be that his account is not in the least true. Now, there is another account detailing the attitudes of some of the women of Portobello. It reads, quote, "They further declared to the world that in all this service of Portobello they lost but 18 men killed and 32 wounded, and kept possession of the place 31 days, and for the better vindicating themselves against the usual scandals of that enemy, they aver that having several ladies of great quality and other prisoners, they were proffered their liberty to go to the President's camp. But they refused, saying that they were now prisoners to a person of quality, who was more tender of their honors than they doubted to find in the President's camp among his rude Panama soldiers, and so voluntarily continued with them till the surrender of the town and castles, and, with many thanks and good wishes, they repaired to their former houses." End quote. Does this suggest that the women of Portobello were being daily tortured and raped? No, it doesn't. Now, again, we have to ask ourselves whether or not this account can be trusted. Of course, that is more difficult to ascertain. So we have accounts on both sides, painting the men who attacked Portobello as true monsters. And then we have accounts painting them as noble men who were, while enemies of the Spanish, the type of people that would treat their captives with tenderness. I think in the end, Captain Morgan was not the terrible sadist that Exquemelin made him out to be, nor was he the patriotic English hero that later writers would make him out to be. He was becoming something different, something else entirely. Captain Morgan was a creature of the New World. He was far from his old allegiances and his old prejudices. He was transforming from a simple soldier, from a privateer, even from a buccaneer into something new. Perhaps Captain Morgan was truly the first great pirate of the Golden Age. Near the end of their 31 days in Portobello, the president of Panama was brought word of the attack at his home in Panama City, and he marshaled an army of about 800 men. This significantly outnumbered the pirates in Portobello. The army began to march the 70 miles through the mountainous jungles of central Panama. Some native people living there, who were ever enemies of the Spanish, brought Morgan news of the incoming force and offered to guide he and his men to a point in the road where all 800 soldiers would be vulnerable to ambush. Morgan, of course, thought this sounded like a splendid idea and marched to their destination, and in an afternoon, nearly the entire Spanish force was decimated. Thus began a flurry of correspondence between the president of Panama and Captain Morgan. The buccaneers had taken their fill of all the riches in Portobello, though not a treasure galleon exactly, and they wanted a little bit more. So they turned to an old favorite and they decided to ransom the town and her people. They asked for 350,000 pieces of eight. The president said that he could agree to these terms if Captain Morgan was willing to accept a bill of exchange. All Captain Morgan would have to do to claim his treasure is to march boldly into a lending house in either Havana or Cartagena or back in old Spain. Captain Morgan declined that. The negotiations went back and forth for a while until finally they settled upon 100,000 pieces of eight, raised not from the government of Spain or Panama, but from the people living there. They levied a tax to get the pirates to leave. When everything had been arranged, the president had one last question for Captain Morgan. He found it difficult to believe that Morgan could have taken the city and her great defenses with no cannon and no pieces of ordnance. He wished to know by what means Captain Morgan had taken the city. Morgan answered him. He sent him merely one of his muskets. Now, this was a fine French firearm, to be sure, and certainly better than anything the Spanish had in their possession, but it was just a gun. The message in the end was clear. We took Portobello because we had a will to do so. Captain Morgan attached a note informing the president of Panama that he would return in a year to reclaim his musket. The president warned Morgan not to call on him in the manner he had visited Portobello, for in that case he might not get such a good reception. Next week we're going to take a brief break from the story of Captain Morgan, and we're going to look at events happening back in Europe and other parts of the Caribbean and involving other pirates such as Francois l'Olonnais. I'd like to thank all of you for listening, and I'd like to thank everybody that has supported the show. Many of you were kind enough to make donations through our website's PayPal button, and I really appreciate that. I'd also like to thank our new Patreon supporters. That is Austin, Garrett, Daniel, Richard, Jeffrey, and David. Thank you guys so much. You really help keep the podcast afloat. And keep an eye on our Twitter feed, where we're going to post images of some of that stuff that's going to be sent out your way. I'd also like to thank everybody who has been kind enough to leave a rating or review of us at iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, or wherever you listen to the show. That really helps get the podcast noticed. And I'd like to ask a favor of everybody out there. I'd like to know what you guys think about our partnership with Audible, how you feel about it, and if you have any ideas or excellent suggestions that I could let people know about, I'd like to hear about those too. This week I would like to suggest a book called Pirate Latitudes by Michael Crichton. Now, a number of you, if you're fond of pirates, have probably already read this book. I would be surprised if not everybody hadn't. However, I had actually yet to read this until very recently. It was my most recent download from Audible, and I listened to it, and I found it to be a lot of fun. It was a book that actually was published after Michael Crichton passed away. It was his last work, and you can tell that it was something of a passion project for him. He was having a lot of fun writing this book. It fits in perfectly with what we've been talking about recently. It starts off with a jaunt through Port Royal, starting at the governor's mansion and then moving down tier by tier through Jamaica until we get to a dashing rogue of a privateer. A man who, well, I don't want to give anything away, but it has everything. That's why I say that you can tell Michael Crichton was having a good time writing it, because he doesn't leave anything out. Swashbuckling, dastardly Spaniards, witchcraft, and even some mythological beasts. I definitely recommend that book to anybody who hasn't read it. And if you would like to, please go to audibletrial.com/Pirate History Podcast. I'd also like to let everybody know that we've got a bibliography page up at the website. It's a list of all of the sources used so far in the show, as well as all of the sources that I intend to use later on. There's a lot of really fun pirate reading on there. Everything from the Elizabethan age through what we're talking about now, on into the golden age of piracy, as well as a little bit of fun pirate fiction. If you're looking for any of the sources we use, that's definitely a place you can check it out. And from there, you can go get it at Audible or AbeBooks if you're looking for a hard copy edition. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you enjoy the song, I urge you to go ahead and check them out over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, where we've got show notes, pictures, maps, basically supplemental information for the episodes. Or you can check us out on Twitter at BlackFlagCast, Facebook, SoundCloud, or YouTube. Most importantly, once again, everybody, thank you for listening.
Round, round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, told for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by cruel tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morning, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
If your small business has a problem, you could say,
Ugh, just my luck.
but you should say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
and we'll help get you back in business. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
93. Oh, we trust the antique dealer has been taking good care of you. Well, what are you waiting for? Make the ultimate leap into eternal damnation. Receive the sacrament at the obsidiancovenant.com. Be among the enlightened and begin your ascension into unforgiving darkness. You'll be immersed in the stories of our items with no interruption. Explore objects from the antique dealer's private collection and plenty more. Here is but a small taste of the wonders that await you. Ave Domina Noctis. Hail to the ancient wretched scourge. Toodaloo.
Welcome, Obsidian Covenant member. I appreciate you joining me here after hours to take home some items from my private collection. I present to you a bag full of medicine bottles. It's got the cure for a broken heart, and my wife is trying to kill me. I know this sounds crazy, but I cannot ignore the signs anymore. My wife, Sarah, has been inexplicably changing her behavior for a few weeks now.
Unit 207 changed the video.
You're listening to an Airwave Media
i.e.
podcast.
the podcast.
2025 is now upon us.
Back to
I
the
hope
pirate
everyone had a great
podcast.
New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Before we get started this week, I'd like to do a little bit of housekeeping. Over here at the Pirate History Podcast, we are quickly approaching 250,000 downloads. That is 250,000 times that you guys have pressed play. That number is, well, it's humbling. I never hoped, much less expected, to get this kind of a response, and I'd like to say thank you, sincerely. It also puts a little bit of pressure on me, though. The more of you that listen to the show, the more I feel the responsibility to keep the quality consistent and as high as possible. That means that sometimes it takes me longer to get out an episode than I would like. Recently, I've recorded entire episodes that, upon listening to them, felt canned and kind of routine, so I scrapped them. I didn't want to put out a show that was subpar. So again, thank you for your patience on that. That also opens up the very real possibility that I could start doing this for a living, full-time. That would give me the opportunity to get much more content out to you on a very regular basis, content that I'm happy with. However, to do so, I would have to open up as many revenue streams as possible. Now, I'd like to do this without advertising, and your guys' support has shown me that it's a very real possibility in the near future I could. There are so many of you that have offered your support through donations or Patreon or spreading the word about the show. I thank you guys every week, and I mean it, but I'd like to send out something that's a little bit more tangible. That's also had some complications. We've had some products that I just wasn't happy with and was unwilling to send to you guys as thank you gifts. However, we've recently come up with some designs that I am very happy with, and we're going to be sending those out to you shortly. However, if I was approached by a rum company or a sword manufacturer or somebody who made really cool maps, I would be happy to promote that product if I thought it was something that was high quality and something that you guys would enjoy. On that note, we have recently partnered with Audible. A lot of podcasts have done this, as I imagine many of you have heard before, and really, it's a natural fit. Anybody who enjoys listening to podcasts probably enjoys ingesting their media in an audio format. I know I certainly do. The reason I'm comfortable partnering with Audible is because they're a company that provides high-quality content and great service. I actually signed up for their free trial to support a podcast that I love and wound up signing up for a membership with them. I've had this going for months now, and frankly, I really enjoy it. I like getting a new audiobook every month for less than I can pick up a hard copy book at the bookstore. And they have so much content that I know there's something you guys can enjoy. And in fact, I'm going to start giving you guys recommendations for what I've been listening to, stuff that I think people interested in my show might enjoy at the end of every episode. Now, let me give this a shot. Today's podcast is brought to you by Audible. To get your free audiobook download and free 30-day trial membership, visit audibletrial.com/Pirate History Podcast or visit the link on our website, piratehistorypodcast.com. Over 180,000 titles to choose from for your iPhone, Android, Kindle, or MP3 player. So once again, thanks for your support, thanks for listening, and thanks for your time. Without further ado, Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the year 1572, on the coast of Panama, Francis Drake attacked the Spanish in what was at that point the greatest piratical raid ever conducted. He sacked the tiny, entirely undefended town of Nombre de Dios and waited around in the region for months to capture a mule train that was carrying untold riches in Peruvian gold and silver. In fact, they captured so much that his men couldn't hope to carry it all back to England, and they were forced to bury caches of it all around the Spanish main. This attack made two things abundantly clear to the Spanish. War with England was inevitable, and that they needed proper defenses on the Caribbean coast of Panama. It was the most sensible route for the Spanish to haul their treasure from the Pacific to the Caribbean, and the English were well aware of that. They decided on a new location. They chose a site that Christopher Columbus, according to legend, had named Puerto Bello, meaning beautiful port. It had a natural and deep harbor and very defensible coastline. The first plans for fortifications in Puerto Bello were drafted in the year 1586, which was a mere 2 years before the invasion of the storied Spanish Armada against England. In the war that followed, Francis Drake would attack the Spanish New World again in 1596, but a cannon shot from the El Morro Castle in the coast of Puerto Rico ripped through his ship and wound up injuring Sir Francis Drake. Just a few weeks later, in the harbor of Portobello, Drake died in the shadow of Fort San Felipe, which was, at the time, under construction. Just a few years later, by 1601, the Fort San Felipe was complete, as were the bones of the Santiago de Gloria Castle. Regardless, in 1601, under the cover of night, a privateer named William Parker sneaked past the defenses and took the town of Portobello. His men plundered the city and captured the treasure house there. It was empty at the time, but once again the Spanish saw a weakness in their fortifications that needed to be mended. Their answer was more guns, more men, and new fortifications. You see, Portobello was the Caribbean center to which all Central and South American treasure, mostly gold and silver, flowed, and they saw the city defended just as one might expect. For nearly 70 years, no major attacks on Portobello had been successful. However, in the summer of 1668, on the Isla Vaca, or Cow Island, off the coast of Hispaniola, a man that the Spanish considered El Drape reborn lay at anchor. Captain Henry Morgan had just proved himself to be a thorn in the side of the Spanish, but at this moment he had very real problems. His raid on Puerto Príncipe had not gone as planned. They had wasted time and English lives to no real benefit. Their haul had been paltry at best, and the buccaneers were disappointed. The French, who were among that crew, had left the fleet a week prior to join with Francois L'Olonnais, and a few Dutchmen, and even a select few Englishmen had gone with them. Those that remained were loyal to Morgan, but their confidence and their purses were both light. But Morgan assured them he had a plan. It would be a dangerous gamble, one that would see them dead or in chains if they failed. However, if they succeeded, this voyage would yield them results beyond their wildest dreams. Many of these men had been with Morgan to Campeche and Grenada. They trusted him and trusted that once again he would lead them to riches, which he would. But this raid was to be the most controversial of Morgan's life. It was an action that would haunt him for decades to come. Before the men set sail for their destination, however, the buccaneers needed to make a pit stop back in Port Royal, Jamaica. While the men were at home, they would have bought supplies. They would have made any necessary repairs to the ships, and they would have visited the local brothels and rum sites. They had only a few days to drink themselves stupid and spend their remaining gold on the attentions of their favorite prostitute. Morgan himself would have avoided the dockside revelry. He had a wife and important reports to make to Governor Motyford. See, Morgan had interrogated every official on Puerto Príncipe that he could find, and he had a wealth of intelligence to share with the government. The Spanish were, in fact, planning an attack on Jamaica. Men from Campeche, Portobello, Veracruz, and Cartagena were all massing in Santiago. The Windward Fleet was very real, and it was being amassed to invade. Now, most historians count Morgan's last raid, the raid on Puerto Príncipe, as a failure, and in some ways it was, but from Morgan's perspective, he lost very few men. They dealt a blow to Spain, and the men who remained had more money than when they started, if not as much as they would have liked. And he accomplished his mission, the mission handed down to him by Governor Motyford. You see, That raid on Puerto Príncipe was, in essence, just a reconnaissance mission to learn as much as possible about Spain's plans for an invasion in Jamaica. In that regard, the mission was a resounding success. However, our most prominent primary source is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. Exquemelin was there. He was the barber surgeon on board Morgan's vessel, and he had a vested financial interest in the voyage, and from his perspective, his last raid had been a failure. By all accounts, Exquemelin really didn't much like Captain Morgan either, especially after they parted ways. It had been a nasty separation. You see, right here we see the biggest issue in telling this story. Exquemelin can tell us better than anybody what exactly happened since he was there, but he wasn't an historian. He was a man, later in life, looking to sell books. He was more than willing to exaggerate or omit the truth or just outright lie, both to make Morgan look bad and to tell a heartier tale of swashbuckling high seas adventure. The book was published, you see, first in Dutch, then later in German and French and Spanish, and then finally in English. When Morgan finally got his hands on a copy and read Exquemelin's account of his life, well, he wound up taking the Dutch doctor to court. He sued him for libel, and he won. Later English versions of the book, you couldn't really call them translations, but they were titled things like The Buccaneers of America, a true account of the most remarkable assaults committed in late years upon the coasts of the West Indies by the buccaneers of Jamaica and Tortuga, both English and French, wherein are contained more especially the unparalleled exploits of Sir Henry Morgan, our English Jamaican hero, who sacked Portobello, burnt Panama, etc. Perhaps I should have given a spoiler warning there, but do you see the tone? Do you see how that seems to talk about Francis Drake? It calls him an English hero. In these later English editions, huge sections of the original text were left out. Entire chapters were rewritten. I've got copies of both the pre- and post-lawsuit translations, and the difference is staggering. The best and by far the most accurate translation, both to the text and to true history, is still Alexis Brown's 1969 translation. That's the one that, if you buy it today, you're most likely to get. But the question still remains what the real truth is. Was Exquemelin's telling of events accurate, or was Morgan's? Perhaps neither. We have centuries of translations. We have accompanying letters to these stories. We have court records and all sorts of modern scholarship to pull from, and so maybe we can just piece together what actually happened on the coast of Panama in the summer of 1668. This is episode 22, The Lies of Portobello. Back in Port Royal, Captain Morgan's first order of business after his report to the governor was to replace the French and Dutch buccaneers that had abandoned him. And he was in luck. His old friend Captain Jackman had recently returned from a raid on the Spanish Main at Campeche, and his men were ready to sail. He signed on for Morgan's next raid, under the understanding that Port Royal was not the place to discuss exactly where they were going, but that it was going to be a fabulously rich and ripe for plunder target. This brought together the three captains, Morgan, John Morris, and Jackman, that had so successfully raided Grenada just a few years past. Now, a number of the men in these crews would have upgraded to the best new muskets available. These were usually at the time going to be French muskets. They would have been about 5 feet long with custom powder cartridges. They would have been flintlock works of art, quite literally. The barrels, 4.5 feet long, would have been etched with beautiful markings, telling exactly who made them. When the fleet finally sailed, they would have sailed south-southwest with 9 vessels, towing behind them each of the ship's 1 or 2 canoes or rowboats that they would have used in shallower waters. They reached the coast of Costa Rica, and Morgan called all the captains together to hear his plan. Stephen Talty writes in Empire of Blue Water, quote, "The privateers sailed to the coast of Costa Rica in July of 1668, and Morgan revealed the target, Portobello. Some of the pirates protested instantly. The Panamanian city, originally known as Porto Bello, was a major stronghold. It boasted 2 large castles, and a little side note, it actually boasted 3 large castles here. That's the text. The mammoth Santiago and San Felipe de Todo Fierro, the Iron Fort, one on each side of the harbor mouth, bristling with 44 guns that would fix any enemy ship in a withering fire. It was also said that the Italian who had laid out the city chose the spot because it stood on a peculiar type of coral that could withstand cannon blasts. Should a pirate ship miraculously make it past the two castles, farther up their river towards the town there were layers of military redundancy. Sentry posts, blockbusters, lookout positions manned by armed soldiers. Near the quay, another huge fort was being built by the unfortunates who had been captured at Providence, slaving away during the day and chained in a prison at night. There were only two cities with stronger defenses in the entire Spanish Main, Havana and Cartagena. Even the great Sir Francis Drake had died outside Portobello Harbor, unable to penetrate its defenses. End quote.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need, have coverage options to protect the things you value most, file a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Can really drive me crazy. He spins a good yarn, to be sure, and this book is a fun read, but I really can't recommend it for historical accuracy. His pages are filled with hyperbole, omissions, and misleading factoids, and a fictitious pirate named Roderick that would fit better aboard the Queen Anne's Revenge in 1718 than under Captain Morgan. He leads us to believe that Francis Drake was defeated and killed at Portobello, even if he doesn't outright say it, which just wasn't the case. He was defeated and injured in the Battle of San Juan, and later, due to his injuries, contracted dysentery and sailed to Portobello, where he intended to recover and wound up dying. He asserts that there are two castles in the bay, which there were three, and he actually does make mention of a castle under construction, which was the case. However, he gets the placement of these castles wrong. Now, normally this wouldn't be such a big deal if he wasn't able to, go look at where they are. The ruins of them are still standing there today. Now, in his book, The Pirate King, historian Graham A. Chapman gives us a more accurate, if less swashbuckling, description of the defenses. Quote, Portobello was the third strongest city on the Spanish Main after Havana and Cartagena, and no fleet of ships could penetrate its harbor because of the 60 cannon that were in the three castles overlooking the entrance to the rest of the harbor. It would be suicide. End quote. As you can imagine, the men were somewhat hesitant about attacking such a well-defended city with their reduced numbers after their last raid, regardless of the potential spoils. Once again, though, Morgan used his charisma, his oratory skills, and his larger-than-life personality to sway them. Quote Exquemelin, Morgan put spirit into them, saying he knew ways of making them rich if only they would follow him. The high hopes Morgan held out made them agree, and then he goes on. The raid would be easy to accomplish, he argued, as no one was aware of their presence on the Spanish Main. Some replied that they were but few for such an undertaking, upon which Morgan said that if they were few in number, each man's portion would be so much the greater. The resolution was agreed, and forth they went. End quote. The sailors began preparing the canoes and rowboats that they had brought with them. They started loading them up with muskets and their freshly sharpened sabers. They loaded them up with rum, hand grenades, and powder cartridges, as much of all of this as they could carry. While they prepared, making sure that their weapons were all oiled and in good order, they saw something that they could scarcely believe. A canoe carrying 6 men rowed directly for the ship. The men on board looked bone-thin. They were burned red by the sun. They were wearing rags, and they were covered in the scars of torture. And they hailed Morgan's ship in perfect English. These men were, of course, rushed aboard and tended to. It came to light that these were men from the doomed English enterprise on Providence Island a couple of years before. Nearly 2 years had passed since the Spanish recaptured the island, and all that time these men had been enslaved in Portobello, forced to work 12-hour days and chained in dungeons all night long. They were the men who were building that newest and largest castle in Portobello. The English in Jamaica, and frankly all around the world, had long believed that any man who had been unable to escape the Spanish in Portobello must be long dead. These men were proof otherwise. However, the state of these men, emaciated and haunted eyes, scarred and skeletal, well, this reignited the righteous fury of the buccaneers over the treacherous betrayal and the treatment of their countrymen. For men about to enter battle and go kill Spaniards, there was No greater tunnel. Except perhaps one thing. Of even greater interest to the Buccaneers, and to Morgan especially, there were two pieces of news that these prisoners carried. First, they let them know that a general levy of taxes had been raised in the province, and the militia were being rallied to attack Jamaica. This wasn't news to them, but it was a further confirmation that the Spanish were preparing to attack the North. Second, though, there was news of one particularly important prisoner, still chained in the dungeons of Portobello. Prince Maurice. Prince Maurice was the nephew of King Charles. He was a cavalier, a rogue, a dandy, a duelist, a drinker, a gambler, and an adventurer. In short, he was a popular sort of Englishman. Now, he had fought in the English Civil War on the side of the king, but after the Civil War, he traveled to the West Indies, and his ship was lost in a terrible storm at sea in the year 1652, just off the Virgin Islands. Now, since that time, rumors of him had circulated from the highest offices in London to the dirtiest wine sinks in Port Royal and beyond. You see, there were frequent reports that he had been spotted in Scotland, or maybe spotted in France. Maybe he was spotted from his window of a cell at Morro Castle in Puerto Rico. Sometimes he was living with the Inca in South America. Other times he was a privateer. Even more dastardly, sometimes he was a pirate living in Tortuga. The prince's story had become mythical to the English. Hearing of their prince, the hearts of the English swelled with patriotism. They were filled with a civic duty to go save their prince, to do battle with the Spanish, and to go save the Englishmen who had been held captive by the dastardly Spanish. Except, none of that actually happened. Probably. This entire story of the Englishmen making their way to Captain Morgan's ship was likely fabricated out of whole cloth. It comes from those later editions of the Buccaneers of America. Those editions were pure propaganda that the British used to get their people excited about attacking the Chinese or the Zulu or whoever they were at war with at the time. Imagine hearing today about a group of American soldiers stationed in Germany or Vietnam or Iraq that wound up burning an entire village to the ground because they had heard that Amelia Earhart or Jimmy Hoffa or Elvis or Tupac was being kept prisoner there. You probably wouldn't believe that, and the people who were reading this in 1898 probably didn't believe it either. Now, all that Swimlin tells us in his more accurate translations is that Morgan had a description of the area's defenses from a local native, and that he had an Englishman in tow who had formerly been a prisoner at Portobello. Now, that probably wasn't a man who had miraculously escaped that night somehow. It was probably one of the men who had escaped some years earlier and made his way through Jamaica. Now, as much as I love the story of a group of Incan ninjas breaking a group of Englishmen out of their cells just in time to go meet their savior, Captain Morgan, that's just not what happened. On the other side of that coin, though, some historians subscribe to a version of these events that portray Captain Morgan not as a hero, but as really the worst kind of villain. They say that he captured a fishing boat carrying 3 men. 2 of these men were black African slaves, and one of them is what the Spanish of the time called a Zombo, or a man of Amerindian and African descent. The Buccaneers, in this version of events, questioned these fishermen, and when they didn't get the answers they wanted, they cut the 2 African men into pieces and fed them to the sharks. The Zombo man, and I don't know if that's a slur, I didn't find any evidence of that, but if it's somehow offensive, I don't intend it to be. That's just the word that historians use. But the Zombo man was quick to tell the English everything they wanted to know. Now, again, this was part of what so infuriated Morgan, and one of the reasons that he sued his Swimlin later. Whether he did these things or not is hard to tell, but Morgan insists that they're all lies. In his own words, Captain Morgan's, quote, "So leaving their ships on 26 June, 40 leagues to leeward of Portobello at Bogota, they took their canoes, 23 in number, and rowing along the coast, landed at 3 o'clock in the morning and made their way into the town." End quote. Now, before getting to Portobello, they would have had to sneak past a number of shore forts, most notably Fort San Lorenzo at the Rio Cadres. The town that he makes reference to might actually be Portobello, but before they made their way into town proper, they reportedly entered a small village called Estero Longo Lima, where the Buccaneers began a march overland toward Portobello. It was likely the first settlement capable of sounding any sort of alarm, and the buccaneers wanted to handle it. As they began their march, the first proper outpost of Portobello that the buccaneers encountered had a lone sentry there, and Captain Morgan commanded one of his stealthiest men to go kill him. The man did him one better, though. He actually went ahead and captured that soldier without a single shot being fired. The Spanish soldier was brought before Morgan, who, quote, questioned him as to the arrangements of the town's defenses and the strength of the garrison, and the prisoner told what he knew. Still, with his hands tied, they made him march in the vanguard, threatening that if he had not told them the truth, it would cost him his life. End quote. So the column marched on, and the sky slowly crept towards dawn. The outlines of two huge forts became clearer and clearer on either side of the harbor, guarding it from any unwanted ships entering the harbor at Portobello. Now, the greatest of these forts was the Santiago de la Gloria Castle. Sometimes, and I'll refer to it as this frequently, it was called Fort Triana. Now, that was actually set on the coast in the town of Portobello proper. On the outskirts of town, closest to the buccaneers, was San Geronimo Castle. Now, it would one day be the greatest of the three, but it was as yet incomplete. It was the castle that the Englishmen were currently working on, and presumably where they were being held captive. Now, the smallest, but still a formidable fort, was San Felipe across the bay. It was a little too far away to offer any immediate threat to Morgan and his men, but it had a potential for being a rallying point of resistance. And besides, while any of these three castles stood, there was no way any of their ships could get into the harbor at Portobello. Now, before the buccaneers actually reached the first major fort, San Geronimo, they encountered an outpost that had 5 soldiers stationed. This outpost, called La Rancheria, was a serious problem for Captain Morgan. Not because there were 5 men there, that wouldn't be any impediment at all, but it would be difficult to capture or kill these men without a shot being fired on either side. You see, if a shot was fired, it was likely to warn anybody in town that there were enemies at the gates. Trying to avoid any shots being fired, Morgan called out to the men inside this guard post. He told them to surrender and said that he would spare their life. If they refused to, though, they would face certain death. Now, this was not an idle threat, and the men inside the guard post knew that quite well. Regardless, in a show of honor and bravery that, frankly, boggles the modern mind, they fired a volley at the Englishmen. It wounded 2 of the men, but they had no way of escape, and they knew that. This did, however, warn all of the soldiers in all 3 castles and all of the men of Portobello that there were enemies outside. This is something that we see throughout the ages, even in the modern times, from soldiers of all nations. However, it seems to be a particularly prevalent thing in the Spanish Empire. The Spanish seemed to have a culture that told you that a brave death was always better than any sort of surrender, regardless of the circumstances. And it's about to play really a major role in the battle between them. I think this attitude is best summarized in a quote from a famous Mexican revolutionary. It was later repeated by Che Guevara, an Argentinian fighting in the Cuban Revolution, and the idea probably goes back into time immemorial. But a man named Emiliano Zapata once said, quote, "It is better to die on your feet than to live on your knees," end quote. It's a strong sentiment. And that would have been the attitude of the men of Portobello. Well, it would have been the attitude of some of the men. The soldiers, at least, right? Okay, well, maybe not all of the soldiers, but the commanders. I mean, maybe not all the commanders, but the men in charge, right? I mean, I guess not exactly all the officers or the governor or the priests. Okay, so it was basically just the attitude of one man, a man who was the mayor of Portobello, a man named Sanchez. You see, it's important to note that the town of Portobello, while normally fabulously fortified, wasn't even always fully populated. For most of the year, it was nothing more than a sleepy little village that had 3 giant castles standing above it. It was only when the treasure galleons arrived from Spain and the port at Portobello that the town really came alive. The streets would have been swarmed with sailors and soldiers that filled the barracks. Locals, who were merchants or farmers or prostitutes or craftsmen from miles around, would arrive to welcome them in and sell them whatever goods or services they required. Now, around this time, the mule trains would arrive from Panama City, about 70 miles away, carrying all of the treasure to Portobello to be loaded onto the ships there. Now, at this time, the treasure houses would have been filled, but to any merchants or soldiers there, it was also the time when the most gold flowed freely between men. Now, this was known to everybody as the most dangerous time for an attack from pirates, and only then, during these days, would the men of Portobello take up arms and man the guard posts. Except for what was really a skeleton crew that manned the forts there, the majority of Portobello's militia were tradesmen for most of the year. And nearly all of these men had never seen combat before and had never fired a musket in battle. Beyond that, most of these men had not seen their wages as militia from the Spanish government in years. They weren't being paid to protect the town, they were protecting the town out of their own self-interest, to protect their property. They didn't really care much for the gold of king and country. Now, I should note that at this time, the mule train was not in town. Morgan wasn't attacking when the fortifications were at their strongest. That would be extremely stupid. But there was still a lot of money in the town. A lot of these merchants were still there that had a lot of ready cash, which was what he wanted. Anyway, though, those 5 guards that had fired at the Buccaneers were cut down, and all across Portobello, men and women crawled their way out of bed and rubbed the sleep from their eyes and wondered what all the ruckus was about. Mayor Sanchez, though, did have word of the approaching force, and he gathered every able-bodied man in town to him. He assembled all of these men in Fort Triana, which was the most defensible position in town, but it left the men in the other 2 forts, as well as anyone left out in town, kind of in the lurch. Now next, Morgan's men would have come upon San Geronimo Castle. Now it's reported that at the time, Captain Morgan began to panic. He saw the route that his Spanish guides had led him on and thought that they had led him into a trap. Their route led them directly into the line of fire of San Geronimo's guns. His men attempted to calm him down, but it wasn't until the cannons fired upon them, and they realized that somebody inside the fort had made a terrible mistake. It's unclear exactly what happened, but instead of loading the scatter shot that would have decimated their ranks, they loaded their cannons with simple cannonballs, which missed the Buccaneers completely. It sent up a spray of dirt and sand, but did no injury to anybody attacking the castle, so any fears that Captain Morgan or any of his men had would have been allayed. The Buccaneers stormed the fort. Apparently, there really wasn't much of a battle. Stephen Talty writes that, quote, Spain's decay was immediately evident at Geronimo. The soldiers found only a single working cannon that could cover the direction from which Morgan's assault had to come, and there was only damp powder to charge it. End quote. Even though there were more guns in the fort, they were aimed at the harbor. They weren't prepared for an attack by land. There were also few men inside, certainly not enough to move the cannons at speed, so the fort fell quickly. In the cells inside the fort, they found 11 English soldiers, men that were actually from Old Providence, chained to the floor. These men were freed and freely joined the ranks of Morgan and his men. Now, as you might imagine, Prince Maurice, the king's nephew, was nowhere to be seen. To quote Exquemelin again, quote, the redoubt could not hold out long, and as soon as the Buccaneers entered, they blew up the inner fortifications with all of the Spaniards inside. End quote. Or from another translation, the Buccaneers, quote, instantly set fire to the powder, whereof they found a great quantity, and blew up the whole castle into the air with all the Spanish that were within. End quote. Now, Alexander Pope points out in his book, Harry Morgan's Way, that an expedition just a few years later refutes this claim entirely. A man who was actually there said that the fort was standing strong, and there were no signs of any damage. Again, we come across a conflict. Exquemelin paints us a picture of a brutal conqueror, murdering these brave Spanish soldiers in cold blood. All the other accounts, though, seem to contradict him, and in truth, reality kind of contradicts him here, too. There have been archaeological expeditions there that have not found any evidence that there was a massive explosion at the fort. Now, there are, of course, centuries between now and then, so they might be covered up by the eras, but you'd think they would find something to suggest that there was some sort of damage. Regardless, with the captives freed, and these men were actually there and were actually freed, the Buccaneers could move on. Morgan ordered a battalion to cross the bay and take San Felipe, that fort that was a little too far away but still posed something of a danger. That was the smallest castle, so just a few men should be able to take it. In the meantime, his force, the main force, would enter Portobello proper and take the city. They would prepare from there to besiege Santiago de la Gloria, the greatest castle of the three. Once again, we're shown a much more brutal Captain Morgan, though, than the man who sacked Puerto de Principe just a few weeks before. Let's look at the following hours through the eyes of Alexander Escamilla. That main group of buccaneers roamed the streets, quote, firing off their guns at everything alive, whites, blacks, even dogs, in order to spread terror, end quote. The locals in town hid their valuables. They threw them down wells, hid it in attics, or in hidden caches throughout the town. The buccaneers rounded up nuns, priests, merchants, basically anybody who was not of sufficient standing or able-bodied to be in the fort at the time. These people were all imprisoned in a warehouse there in town. Now that the populace was safely under guard, the soldiers, the buccaneers, could assault the fort. For an entire morning, the two sides traded fire. The exceptionally well-armed and well-trained buccaneers were getting off 7 or 8 volleys for each of the Spanish one. This was, of course, killing a number of Spaniards, but the walls to Fort Triana were high and strong, and the buccaneers were unable to take them. They made a push for the gate, attempting to light it on fire, but the Spanish dropped down huge rocks and casks of lit gunpowder, which drove the buccaneers back. The Brethren of the Coast retreated from their forward position and began to fall into despair. Then, from across the bay, the flag of St. George was raised above Fort San Felipe, and the men knew that the English had taken the smaller fort. These soldiers, that smaller force, rode back across the bay, shouting victory, and the buccaneers concocted a new plan.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by trained Egyptologists. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing art of a mighty kingdom. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience the legendary culture.
The men of the town that were still left were forced to build massive ladders, wide enough for 3 or 4 men abreast and tall enough to scale the walls of Fort Triana. All of the priests, the nuns, the elderly, and any matrons in the town were brought forward and commanded to carry the ladders toward the castle walls and put them in place there. This was the most dangerous part of their plan, which was circumvented by Captain Morgan deciding to use these vulnerable human shields. He was putting them in harm's way, but Morgan truly believed that the mayor would never fire upon his own people. But Morgan was wrong. Her Exquemelin Morgan, quote, never thought the governor would fire on his own people, but he spared them as little as he had the raiders, end quote. The cries from all of the most vulnerable in town for Sanchez to spare their lives and surrender the castle went unheeded. The men on the walls opened fire. Regardless, if they turned back, the buccaneers would certainly massacre all of them. So, despite being shot at by their own countrymen, these people got the ladders into place, and the buccaneers were able to attempt scaling the walls. They threw before them hand grenades and stink pots, and as soon as they were at the top of the wall, they opened fire immediately, then topped the wall and began cutting about them with their swords. But the defenders were too well organized and too strong, and they held the wall successfully. Morgan, once again, was forced to retreat. Just then, though, another smaller unit succeeded in lighting the gate afire, and the Spanish defenders were forced to divert their attention to defend the gate. Then both units of buccaneers advanced into the fort, cutting down the Spaniards left and right. Soldiers, Spanish soldiers, began to surrender, but the mayor himself, Sanchez, refused the pleas of his wife and daughter, and of the townsfolk, and of the priests themselves, and then of the pirates to surrender. He said, quote, "Better to die as an honorable soldier than be hanged as a coward," end quote. He was soon killed. Upon his death, each of the forts of Portobello was in the hands of the buccaneers. Their ships sailed safely into harbor, and the remaining people were rounded up. And thus begins a month-long reign of terror. That very night, the men of the town were held under lock and key, while the pirates, quote, "began making merry, lording it with wine and women," end quote. Or another translation, they, quote, "fell to eating and drinking as usual, that is, committing in both all manner of debauchery and excess," end quote. Wine, food, women, the pirates had their fill and indulged every desire. The accounts in the extremely proper Victorian editions of the Buccaneers of America are bordering on the worst excesses and orgies of the Roman Empire. When the pirates' desires were finally sated, though, they turned to plunder, and then to torture. Quote, "Next day, the rovers began collecting the loot, searching all of the houses. Some of the prisoners were made to point out who were the richest among them, and then the citizens were asked where their wealth was. If they refused to tell, they were immediately put to the rack and tortured there until they gave up the ghost or confessed the hiding place. Many innocent souls who, in fact, had nothing to hide died like martyrs under the torments their captors subjected them to. No one was spared except those who revealed where their goods were hidden." End quote. Again, later translations embellish this. Hot irons, lashing, the rack, wounding, it was all on the table, on a par with the worst atrocities of Francois L'Olonnais, or the medieval witch trials, or the Spanish Inquisition itself. The buccaneers plundered jewels, plate, gold crosses, pieces of eight, anything of value that wasn't nailed down. On Morgan's orders, they began the arduous task of removing all of the bronze guns from the forts and loading them onto their ships. Any that were in too poor of repair or too heavy to move, they had destroyed, which would leave Portobello defenseless for at least months to come. For a month, Captain Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast occupied Portobello. But the question remains, what exactly actually happened there? Exquemelin's account is clear in its demonization of Henry Morgan. He was a brute. He was a vile barbarian. But Morgan would contest this notion in court, and he would win the case. Now, what we've seen of Morgan in our story so far suggests that he was an English gentleman at heart who didn't have the fortitude to subject people to torture. But had he turned? Had he realized the need of harsh and violent tactics? Had he left the mold of Sir Francis Drake behind, only to become a loathsome pirate like Francois L'Olonnais? The future of Henry Morgan would be brutal, to be sure, but would we ever again see this level of torture and apparent glee in this torture? There are two accounts from shortly after the events in Portobello that can give us some insight. First, we have the account of a Jamaican planter in Port Royal, a man who was of some standing that claimed to have heard the pirates bragging of their adventures in bars around town. He writes, quote, "It is a common thing amongst the privateers, besides burning with matches and such like torments, to cut a man in pieces. First some flesh, then a hand, an arm, a leg, sometimes tying a cord about his head, and with a stick twisting it till the eyes start out, which is called wolding. Before taking Portobello, thus some were used, because they refused to discover a way into the town which was not, and many in the town, because they would not discover wealth they knew not of. A woman there was by some set bare upon a baking stone and roasted, because she did not confess of money which she had, only in their conceit. Thus he heard some declare boasting, and one that was sick confess with sorrow. Besides the horrid oaths, blasphemies, abuse of scriptures, rapes, whoredoms, and adulteries, and such not forborne in the common highways and not punished, but made a jest of even by authority." End quote. This man, if he's telling the truth, seems to have a lot of evidence that the pirates were, in fact, brutally torturing the people of Portobello. However, that account, even when it was sent on to officials back in London, never seemed to gain much traction. Now, it might be because upon his return to Port Royal, Captain Morgan was something of a celebrity that was making everybody in town quite a lot of money. Or it might just be that his account is not in the least true. Now, there is another account detailing the attitudes of some of the women of Portobello. It reads, quote, "They further declared to the world that in all this service of Portobello they lost but 18 men killed and 32 wounded, and kept possession of the place 31 days, and for the better vindicating themselves against the usual scandals of that enemy, they aver that having several ladies of great quality and other prisoners, they were proffered their liberty to go to the President's camp. But they refused, saying that they were now prisoners to a person of quality, who was more tender of their honors than they doubted to find in the President's camp among his rude Panama soldiers, and so voluntarily continued with them till the surrender of the town and castles, and with many thanks and good wishes they repaired to their former houses." End quote. Does this suggest that the women of Portobello were being daily tortured and raped? No, it doesn't. Now, again, we have to ask ourselves whether or not this account can be trusted. Of course, that is more difficult to ascertain. So we have accounts on both sides, painting the men who attacked Portobello as true monsters. And then we have accounts painting them as noble men who were, while enemies of the Spanish, the type of people that would treat their captives with tenderness. I think in the end, Captain Morgan was not the terrible sadist that Exquemelin made him out to be. Nor was he the patriotic English hero that later writers would make him out to be. He was becoming something different, something else entirely. Captain Morgan was a creature of the New World. He was far from his old allegiances and his old prejudices. He was transforming from a simple soldier, from a privateer, even from a buccaneer into something new. Perhaps Captain Morgan was truly the first great pirate of the Golden Age. Near the end of their 31 days in Portobello, the President of Panama was brought word of the attack at his home in Panama City, and he marshaled an army of about 800 men. This significantly outnumbered the pirates in Portobello. The army began to march the 70 miles through the mountainous jungles of central Panama. Some native people living there, who were ever enemies of the Spanish, brought Morgan news of the incoming force and offered to guide he and his men to a point in the road where all 800 soldiers would be vulnerable to ambush. Morgan, of course, thought this sounded like a splendid idea and marched to their destination, and in an afternoon, nearly the entire Spanish force was decimated. Thus began a flurry of correspondence between the President of Panama and Captain Morgan. The buccaneers had taken their fill of all the riches in Portobello, though not a treasure galleon this afternoon, and they wanted a little bit more. So they turned to an old favorite, and they decided to ransom the town and her people. They asked for 350,000 pieces of eight. The president said that he could agree to these terms if Captain Morgan was willing to accept a bill of exchange. All Captain Morgan would have to do to claim his treasure is to march boldly into a lending house in either Havana or Cartagena or back in old Spain. Captain Morgan declined that offer. The negotiations went back and forth for a while until finally they settled upon 100,000 pieces of eight, raised not from the government of Spain or Panama, but from the people living there. They levied a tax to get the pirates to leave. When everything had been arranged, the president had one last question for Captain Morgan. He found it difficult to believe that Morgan could have taken the city and her great defenses with no cannon and no pieces of ordnance. He wished to know by what means Captain Morgan had taken the city. Morgan answered him. He sent him merely one of his muskets. Now, this was a fine French firearm, to be sure, and certainly better than anything the Spanish had in their possession, but it was just a gun. The message in the end was clear. We took Portobello because we had a will to do so. Captain Morgan attached a note informing the president of Panama that he would return in a year to reclaim his musket. The president warned Morgan not to call on him in the manner he had visited Portobello, for in that case he might not get such a good reception. Next week, we're going to take a brief break from the story of Captain Morgan, and we're going to look at events happening back in Europe and other parts of the Caribbean and involving other pirates such as Francois L'Olonnais. I'd like to thank all of you for listening, and I'd like to thank everybody that has supported the show. Many of you were kind enough to make donations through our website's PayPal button, and I really appreciate that. I'd also like to thank our new Patreon supporters. That is Austin, Garrett, Daniel, Richard, Jeffrey, and David. Thank you guys so much. You really help keep the podcast afloat. And keep an eye on our Twitter feed, where we're going to post images of some of that stuff that's going to be sent out your way. I'd also like to thank everybody who has been kind enough to leave a rating or review of us at iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, or wherever you listen to the show. That really helps get the podcast noticed. And I'd like to ask a favor of everybody out there. I'd like to know what you guys think about our partnership with Audible, how you feel about it, and if you have any ideas or excellent suggestions that I could let people know about, I'd like to hear about those too. This week, I would like to suggest a book called Pirate Latitudes by Michael Crichton. Now, a number of you, if you're fond of pirates, have probably already read this book. I would be surprised if not everybody hadn't. However, I had actually yet to read this until very recently. It was my most recent download from Audible, and I listened to it, and I found it to be a lot of fun. It was a book that actually was published after Michael Crichton passed away. It was his last work, and you can tell that it was something of a passion project for him. He was having a lot of fun writing this book. It fits in perfectly with what we've been talking about recently. It starts off with a jaunt through Port Royal, starting at the governor's mansion and then moving down tier by tier through Jamaica until we get to a dashing rogue of a privateer. A man who, well, I don't want to give anything away, but it has everything. That's why I say that you can tell Michael Crichton was having a good time writing it, because he doesn't leave anything out. Swashbuckling, dastardly Spaniards, witchcraft, and even some mythological beasts. I definitely recommend that book to anybody who hasn't read it. And if you would like to, please go to audibletrial.com/Pirate History Podcast. I'd also like to let everybody know that we've got a bibliography page up at the website. It's a list of all of the sources used so far in the show, as well as all of the sources that I intend to use later on. There's a lot of really fun pirate reading on there. Everything from the Elizabethan age through what we're talking about now, on into the golden age of piracy, as well as a little bit of fun pirate fiction in there. If you're looking for any of the sources we use, that's definitely a place you can check it out. And from there, you can go get it at Audible or AbeBooks if you're looking for a hard copy edition. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you enjoy the song, I urge you to go ahead and check them out over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, where we've got show notes, pictures, maps, basically supplemental information for the episodes. Or you can check us out on Twitter at BlackFlagCast, Facebook, SoundCloud, or YouTube. Most importantly, once again, everybody, thank you for listening.
Round, round and round, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country, going for a pint and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice like a shake down the trees, and the face of an angel all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first life is more, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. So, it's Christmas Eve. Today, I wanted to talk about how Christmas was celebrated by history's most notorious villains. This turned out to be a little bit harder than anticipated. The first real question I ran into was, did pirates even actually celebrate Christmas? Now, that has a complicated answer, but not terrible. First of all, though, obviously not all pirates were Christian and wouldn't have celebrated the birth of Christ. We can fairly safely assume that Madame Ching Shi didn't have a Christmas tree on board her ship in the South China Sea. The Muslim Barbary pirates in the Mediterranean probably weren't celebrating either. Even in the Caribbean, not all of the pirates would have been Christian. The Jewish Jamaicans were celebrating Hanukkah, which we know due to a menorah found in the ruins of Port Royal, and we can probably assume that the pirates among them were celebrating as well. But what of the English, Irish, French, and Dutch sailors on the account? They came from Christian families, usually, but they were vilified as enemies of the whole human race. It's hard to picture these violent scalawags praying, singing hymns, and opening presents. To get to the answer, we need to look at two basic things. First, there are a few first-hand accounts of pirate Christmases we can look at, but perhaps equally as important is the religious environment of the pirates' world. Nowadays, at least in the US and most of the West, Christmas is the holiday. You can hardly leave your house without hearing Jingle Bell Rock and seeing Santa Claus and Christmas trees everywhere. But it wasn't always that way. To the very early Christians, and honestly to a lot of Christians today, Christmas wasn't the most important religious holiday. Of course, the Nativity, the birth of Christ, is sacred, but the death and resurrection of Christ was kind of a bigger deal. It was really the early Germanic and Celtic Christians that mingled the celebration of the Nativity with their own traditional pagan winter solstice feast. This gave us our modern Christian traditions like Santa Claus, or you might call them Santa Claus, like the gift giving, like mistletoe, the Yule log, and the Christmas tree. You'll notice that you're not going to find a lot of fir trees in Judea. This wasn't lost on later Christians either, though, especially when radical Protestants were attempting to eradicate any hint of Catholic or pagan tradition from their religion. The Puritans were the most radical of these to gain any real power, and in 1647, Oliver Cromwell and the Puritan Parliament outlawed the celebration of Christmas altogether. All of their traditions, from caroling to feasting, were banned, and in their place, the people were encouraged to fast and observe the birth of Christ in solemn, quiet prayer. By 1659, the ban had spread to the colonies as well, when the Puritan element in Boston outlawed the holiday as well. It was only a year later, though, that King Charles II was restored to the throne of England and ended the ban on Christmas. There was a popular rhyme from that year that went, "Now thanks to God for Charles' return, whose absence made old Christmas mourn. For then we scarcely did it know, whether Christmas were or no. But in Boston, Christmas was still banned. You see, the colonies were a haven for religious refugees. The Puritans, the Scottish Presbyterians, French Huguenots, they all flocked to the New World. Places like Port Royal and Tortuga were filled with men and women that had no interest in papist Christian traditions. The Dutch colonies would have been little better. They had a saying that went, quote, "Jesus is great, but gold is greater." For example, there was a Dutch buccaneer named Laurent de Graaf that spent Christmas 1683 in a very unchristian manner. Henry Morgan would go on to call the man a great and mischievous pirate for very good reason. In the future, we're going to be going into some detail about de Graaf, and I don't want to give too much away too early, but you can assure yourself that he was busy sacking cities, plundering treasure houses, and stealing or sinking as many Spanish ships as he could get his hands on. But by Christmas 1683, all of the New World knew de Graaf's name, and it made the Spanish tremble. On Christmas Eve of that same year, the governor of Cartagena, a man named Juan de Pondo Estrada, sent 3 commandeered ships against him. They were all well armed and very well provisioned. The buccaneer crew, though, took those ships with ease. They killed 90 of the Spaniards and lost only 20 of their own men. The pirates claimed these ships as their own and even made the largest of them, which had 40 guns on board, their flagship. The next day, Christmas Day, de Graaf released most of the prisoners he had taken, and he sent a note with them to the governor. It thanked him for the Christmas presents. So, can we assume that Blackbeard and Ned Lowe and Edward England all refused Christmas on board their vessels? Well, no. While the early English pirates, like the Providence Company, were Puritans that hated the thought of anyone having a good time, the Golden Age pirates were well known for their love of drinking and feasting and carousing. Beyond that, the Puritans were mostly in the North American colonies. The Caribbean, by the time of the Golden Age, was filled with disenchanted privateers and former navy. We do have more than a few accounts of Christmas on board these royal vessels. Probably the best of these is by a man named Edward Barlow, who was sailing on a king's ship in 1661, when he wrote of their Christmas feast. He said, quote, "We had but small Christmas cheer, not having Christmas pie or roast beef or plum pudding and such like, I remembering that the poorest people in all England would have a bit of something that was good on such a day, and that many beggars would fare much better than we did. For all we had, nothing but a little bit of Irish beef for 4 men, which had lain in pickle for 2 or 3 years and was as rusty as the devil, with a little stinking oil or butter, which was all colors of the rainbow, many men in England greasing their cartwheels with them. And also we had not 2 or 3 days to play in and go where we would, as the worst of servants had in England. But as soon as we had ate our large dinner, which was done at 3 or 4 mouthfuls, we must work all day afterward, and maybe a great part of the night, which made me many times to put in consideration for the hard task I had taken upon me for my lifetime." End quote. A full 7 years later, his Christmases on deck had not much improved. In 1668, he wrote, "We had nothing to our Christmas dinner but a bit of old rusty salt beef, which was lain in pickle 18 to 20 months, and a piece of it for 3 men, about 3/4 of a pound, which was packed out of all the rest. For the officers having the first choice always, nothing was left for the poor men but the sirloin next to the horns, and they have a Hobson's choice. That or none." However, not all of the accounts of Christmas on board a vessel were as unpleasant. A ship's chaplain, named Henry Tongue, wrote of Christmas on board his ship in 1676, quote, "We had much mirth on board, for we had a great cake made, in which was put a bean for the king, a pea for the queen, a clove for the knave, a forked stick for the cuckold, a rag for the slut. The cake was cut into several pieces in the great cabin, and all put into a great napkin, out of which every one took his piece, as out of a lottery. Then each piece is broken to see what was in it, which caused much laughter to see our lieutenant prove the cuckold, and more to see us tumble on the other in the cabin, by reason of the rough weather." End quote. It's funny that it was actually a chaplain who wrote this, because the king's cake, as it was called, is reminiscent of a very real pagan tradition. In ancient Rome, they celebrated the feast of the god Saturn on December 17th. They called the day Saturnalia. It was a day of feasting and gift-giving, and all of the servants and slaves were freed from work and even, in the early days, served at table by their masters. In the later days, they were just feasted by the masters and occasionally given a holiday bonus. One of the highlights, though, of Saturnalia was the cake. It was baked with a single bean in the batter. Whoever happened to be served the slice containing the bean was proclaimed king for the day and could command their masters and all of their fellow slaves to do whatever they pleased. Considering that this was a Roman tradition, I can only imagine that many of the commands wouldn't go over at my family's Christmas dinner. So far, though, we haven't given any accounts from any actual pirates. We've given accounts from a couple of naval men, but nothing from a real scouting. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot to work from right now. We do, however, have an account from a pirate ship that mentions at least 2 Christmases. The later editions of the Buccaneers of America include an account of the voyages of one Captain Bartholomew Sharp, often erroneously attributed to a swimmer. Again, we'll be talking about him in future episodes, so I'm going to try to avoid any spoilers, but Christmas does play a fairly major part in his story. His first Christmas as a pirate captain was, well, it was nearly his last. In a journal entry from one of the sailors on board, he writes, Saturday, December 25th, 1680. This day being Christmas Day, we gave in the morning early 3 volleys of shot for the solemnization of the great festival. I reckon an east by south wind. In the evening of this day, we came to an anchor at the south end of the island, and a stately bay that we found there, but which lies upon open from the south to the southeast. We anchored in 11-fathom water, and at the distance of only 1 furlong from the shore. Here we saw multitudes of seals covering the bay everywhere, and so much that we were forced to kill them to set our feet on shore. Now that was contained in the journal, but the author of those later editions of the Buccaneers of America goes on to talk about the events of that Christmas day. Quote, a party of the disaffected to Captain Sharp got ashore and subscribed a paper to make John Watling commander, pretending liberty to a free election, as they termed it, and that Watling had it by vote. The reason of this mutiny was that Sharp had got about 3,000 pieces of 8 and was willing to come home that year, but 2/3 of the company had none left, having lost it at play. And these would have Captain Sharp turned out because they had no mind as yet to return home. This feud was carried on so fiercely that it was very near coming to a civil war had not some prudent men a little moderated the thing. End quote. Captain Sharp nearly lost his captaincy that year, but avoided it by the skin of his teeth. A year passed. Then, on December 7th of 1681, quote, this day our worthy commander, Captain Sharp, had very certain intelligence given him that on Christmas Day, which was now at hand, the company, or at least a great part thereof, had a design to shoot him, he having appointed that day some since time to be merry. Hereupon he made us share the wine amongst us, being persuaded they would scarce attempt any such thing in their sobriety. The wine we shared fell up to 3 jars to each mess. That night the wine increased. End quote. Seeing another potential Christmas mutiny in his future, Captain Sharp took those measures to avoid it. He wrote in his own journal, quote, when to solemnize that festival as well as we could, we eat the only hog we had left, drank some jars of wine, and made ourselves as merry as we were able, which I did that my men might not mutiny. That same journal of one of his sailors records the meal as well. Quote, this day being Christmas Day, for the celebration of that great festival, we killed yesterday in the evening a sow. This sow we had brought from the Gulf of Nicoya, being then a sucking pig of 3 weeks old, more or less, but now weighed about 10 pounds. With this hog's flesh we made our Christmas dinner, being the only flesh we had eaten ever since we turned away our prizes under the equinoctial and left the island of Praga. End quote. So Captain Sharp had held on to his command for another Christmas, which, as it turned out, would be his last Christmas as a pirate. But was his story typical of the most famous of pirates? What we have to work with to answer this question is Captain Charles Johnson's A General History of the Robberies and Murders of the Most Notorious Pirates. So, did pirates actually celebrate Christmas? Well, depends on the pirate. Captain Johnson wrote of Captain George Lothar, Quote, they all got aboard about Christmas, observing neither times nor seasons for perpetrating their villainous actions. End quote. That sounds, to me, like a resounding no. No, the pirates did not celebrate Christmas. But then, in writing about Edward England, Johnson said, quote, this danger escaped. They proposed to spend Christmas, the Christmas of 1720, in carousing and forgetfulness, and kept it for 3 days in a wanton and riotous way. Not only eating, but wasting their fresh provisions in so wretched and inconsiderable a manner that, when they had agreed after this to proceed to Mauritius, they were in that passage at an allowance of a bottle of water per diem, and not above 2 pounds of beef and a small quantity of rice for 10 men a day. End quote. Apparently, on England's ship, they celebrated like you might imagine pirates celebrating, drinking and eating and fighting and carousing with women so much that they nearly starved for later lack of food. Or maybe you picture pirates celebrating how the notorious pirate Ned Lowe marked the holiday. Quote, the latter end of July, 1723, Lowe took a large ship called the Merry Christmas and fitted her for a pirate, cut several ports in her, and mounted her with 34 guns. Lowe goes aboard his ship, assumes the title of admiral, and hoists a black flag with the figure of death in red at the main topmost head, and takes another voyage to the Western Islands. End quote. That sounds much more like how real pirates, violent men, criminals, robbers, and murderers would treat the period. However, that's not my favorite. Were I on board a pirate vessel for Christmas, I would hope to be aboard the ship of Captain Jack Rackham. Johnson wrote of Calico Jack, quote, after this cruise they went into a small island and clean, and spent their Christmas ashore, drinking and carousing as long as they had any liquor left, and then went to sea again for more, for they succeeded, but too well. End quote. So it appears to me that yes, pirates did celebrate Christmas. However, they didn't celebrate it like their forefathers had. Pirates didn't celebrate Christmas in the traditional fashion, and they didn't avoid Christmas in the Puritan fashion. What real pirates did was celebrate Christmas in a very piratical fashion. These were men and women that lived by their own rules, and these rules weren't always pleasant, but just like the rest of the world, they tried to make their Christmases as pleasant as possible. And I hope that you do the same. However you choose to celebrate, be it Christmas or Hanukkah or Yule or Kwanzaa or the solstice or Saturnalia or any other celebration, I hope you have a happy holiday. Thank you for listening. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Billy. If you enjoy their music, I definitely suggest you go on over and check them out at billig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or SoundCloud. I'd like to thank everybody that has signed up to support us on Patreon, donated to the show, shared the show, or given us a review on iTunes. And most of all, I'd like to thank everybody for listening. Happy holidays.
Robin, Robin, we were all hypnotized by the sound of his tales from the old country road for a fight and a pound. The stories of battles at sea, from a voice that could shake down the dreams, and the face of an angel all battered by ground tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For at first light this morn, the old captain has died. Let him live on in legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we picture, or at least when most of us picture pirates in our mind, we typically picture young Anglo-Saxon men from Great Britain or Ireland. Now this is of course not accurate, but it's due to a few societal factors. First, most of our image of pirates is derived from Captain Charles Johnson and his General History of Pirates, and Captain Johnson was writing for an English audience about English pirates. Second, though, it is kind of grounded in reality. It was in the years following the War of Spanish Succession that there were hundreds or maybe even thousands of young English privateers stranded in the Caribbean. This led to that great explosion of piracy that almost brought Europe's most powerful empires to its knees. Now, ever since the end of the Anglo-Spanish War that was waged between Queen Elizabeth of England and King Philip of Spain, we've largely ignored European politics. But to understand exactly how all of those young English privateers came to be in the Caribbean in the first place, we're going to need a greater understanding of what was happening on the continent, and occasionally we're going to need to turn our eyes away from the New World and back to Europe. Now, we did talk briefly about the English Civil War, that's true, but what was happening on the continent in the mid-17th century was really one of the most important periods in European history. It ranks up there with the fall of the Western Roman Empire, or the Napoleonic era, or the First and Second World Wars. Today, I want to try to give an overview of what was happening in Europe during those years. Now, in some ways, really in a lot of ways, this is a foolish endeavor. The sheer scale of this story is daunting. We're talking about decades of history with dozens of wars and seemingly endless factions and rivalries, all sorts of shifting alliances. We're talking about the rise and fall of great dynasties like the Stuarts and the Habsburgs and the Bourbons. We're talking about the establishment of nation states that, though they would be contested, many of them are still in existence today. Now, I also want to note that this is a subject that's a little bit out of my expertise and out of my comfort zone, but I think it's an important story to tell in the greater context of what we're talking about on the show. Luckily, though, we can narrow this subject down and be a little bit more focused. We can look more specifically at the events as they relate to England and Spain, France, and the Netherlands, and how those events impacted the men and women on the ground. Events that would change the face of not only Europe, but the New World, and lay the foundation for the golden age of piracy. This is episode number 24, Pit Stop on the Continent, Part 1. Now, as many of you may know, I have trouble figuring out exactly where to start telling a story. There are a lot of obvious places to start this story, but I think that I want to go all the way back to the year 1555. That was the year that the Treaty of Augsburg was signed by the Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V. Remember him? He was the emperor when Martin Luther and Lutheranism rose to prominence. The Treaty of Augsburg was an attempt to end all of that religious turmoil that was tearing Central Europe apart. Like all good compromises, though, it left both parties feeling a little bit cheated and a little bit angry. It was far from perfect. You couldn't call it universal religious freedom, but it did end hostilities for a time. It established a certain sense of religious pluralism in the Holy Roman Empire that allowed for most of the local lords in the Holy Roman Empire to practice the religion of their choice. Now, while it did end hostilities, it didn't alleviate the tensions between the Lutherans and the Catholics. I'd like you to think about your hometown. And then I'd like you to think about the next town over. There was probably a little bit of friendly competition between the two towns, right? The high school football teams have an ages-old rivalry. Your grandpa probably has stories about stealing their mascot and then having his stolen in return. Anyone from your town that went out on a date with somebody from that next town over was probably just a little bit ostracized, right? You have the better movie theater, but they got the shopping mall. It's Springfield and Shelbyville, that sort of thing. Now, I'd like you to imagine that the next town over is, in fact, ruled by an iron-fisted dictatorial zealot. The people in that town are all religious maniacs that profane and pervert all of your customs and belief. Not only that, those people actively want to make you give up your one true faith and adhere to their heresy. They want you and all of your children to reject the true gospel and burn in eternal hellfire. With the Treaty of Augsburg allowing local lords to practice the faith of their choice, this was the situation in Germany for decades. As you can imagine, it didn't always go smoothly. But for the most part, the Treaty of Augsburg held, and for good reason. All one had to do was to look at the other kingdoms in Europe and see how warring over religion was treating them. In England, they were dealing with severe religious persecution from both sides, and the German nobles wanted to avoid as much of that as possible. Even after Elizabeth took the throne and tried to bring the two sides together, well, that was the first Protestant monarch on a major European throne, and that set a dangerous precedent to the Catholic power structure. Over in France, the Calvinist Huguenot forces were causing all sorts of trouble for their ruling class, and even in the Netherlands, there was an ongoing war between the Spanish occupying forces and their Protestant enemies. Now, as far as the Catholics in Europe were concerned, the situation wasn't that dire. France's royal house of Valois was a properly Catholic house. They never had a Protestant set on the throne. The Spanish monarch, who was Charles V's son and a Habsburg cousin to the Holy Roman Emperor Philip II, had England and the Netherlands well in hand. Queen Elizabeth was likely to either marry a Catholic, probably Philip II, or be dethroned, and the Dutch rebels themselves were even faltering. But then, in 1572, everything began to fall apart all across Europe. In France, Henry of Navarre married Margaret of Valois, putting him in line to potentially become the King of France. Catherine de' Medici failed to catch him in her web during the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, and a Protestant was now in line to sit on the throne of France. In England, Elizabeth had refused to marry Philip II and survived the Ridolfi plot on her life. Now, she went on to expel the sea beggars from the English ports, which sounded nominally like a Catholic victory until these shockingly well-funded and well-supplied rapscallions took the city of Den Brill, and the Dutch revolt was once again in full swing. You might recall we talked about all this in a previous episode or two, but we're playing a little bit of catch-up here. By the 1580s or so, the situation had grown close to desperate for the Catholics in France. Sir Francis Drake had finally returned from his circumnavigation in 1580, and tensions with Spain were at their worst. The States General there in the Netherlands offered the role of king of their nation to Francois, the Duke of Anjou, in 1581. Now, he took the throne, but he failed to hold it, so the Dutch offered the crown to Queen Elizabeth of England. But she declined, and the Dutch found themselves without a monarch. So they chose to do the unthinkable at that time in Europe and discarded monarchy altogether in favor of a republic. This proved to be a perfect time for them to do so because Spain had bigger problems elsewhere. In 1584, the Spanish signed the Treaty of Joinville, which made Spain officially declare war on England. And even then, King Philip II of Spain had even bigger problems in France. In 1583, Henry of Navarre had abandoned any pretense of Catholicism at all. He had escaped the royal palace to join his Calvinist Huguenot rebel allies. When the King of France's brother died, Henry of Navarre became the presumptive heir to the throne of France. There were, of course, some other potential monarchs, but many of them had uncomfortably close ties to the Habsburg dynasty, and France had long fought to keep as much Habsburg influence out of their politics as possible. There were women who were properly Catholic and had no ties to the Habsburg line, but if the French declared a woman from the female line to take the throne, it would actually delegitimize generations of French monarchs and change the entire dynasty in France. So, with no clear answer, France was thrown into a war. It was a war called the War of the Three Henrys. It was between Henry of Navarre, who we've been talking about, and the current monarch on the throne, Henry III, and then there was a third Henry, a man named Henry the Duke of Guise, who was a powerful noble and a fierce Catholic. Now, the Duke of Guise had powerful support from basically all of the Catholic elements in France. He had the French clergy, he had Philip II of Spain, and even had the Pope on his side. All of these forces coalesced under what was called the Catholic League in France. The League's plan was to expel or execute every Protestant in France and exile any French nobleman who was even sympathetic to the Huguenot cause. Now, Henry of Navarre, who was a Protestant, a Calvinist, allied with King Henry III, who was a Catholic, to see that the Duke of Guise never took the throne and France stayed free from any Habsburg influence. So England was in the hands of a Protestant. France was in the midst of a civil war, and the Netherlands had altogether done away with monarchy and now had a Protestant republic. It's easy to see why the Catholic forces in Europe would form a Catholic League. Now, the Holy Roman Empire almost certainly had a hand in the Catholic League as well, or at least parts of the empire. You see, the Holy Roman Empire wasn't really a nation. It was basically a confederation of essentially autonomous city-states, baronies, dukedoms, principalities, and kingdoms. Now, they all fell under the nominal rule of the Holy Roman Emperor, and the level of control in the empire largely differed based on who was in power. But by the 1580s, the emperor was not a strong ruler. His name was Rudolf II, and he was the king of Germany, Bohemia, Hungary, and Croatia, and he was a fascinating character. He was probably bisexual. He was known to take many, many lovers and rumored to be of both genders. He was obsessed with the occult and the sciences at the same time, and he was endlessly fascinated with Roman mythology. He had, at one point, himself painted in the likeness of Vercingetorix, the Roman god of the seasons. He named his illegitimate son Don Julius Caesar de Austria. Don Julius Caesar was probably schizophrenic, and later in life would go on to murder and mutilate a local woman. So Rudolf II likely suffered from at least similar ailments. The Habsburg line in particular is notorious for showing signs of mental illness that probably stems from their extensive inbreeding. Rudolf certainly suffered from at least severe depression, what he in his life called melancholy, and eventually he withdrew entirely from public life, but not before being elected Holy Roman Emperor. That's right, he was elected Holy Roman Emperor. That's how these emperors, at the time at least, were chosen. Now, they weren't exactly democratically elected. The people didn't have a vote. Instead, there was a group of chosen nobility within the empire that were given electoral power to choose their emperor. Now, for the most part, these nobles were Catholic, and they were loyal to the Habsburg line, so the empire had been securely in the hand of the House of Habsburg for generations. But then, in 1583, all of that began to change. The Prince Archbishop of Cologne, Gebhard Truchas von Waldburg, converted from Catholicism to Calvinism. Now, this was a problem for the Catholic majority, as Gebhard was an imperial elector and could possibly shift the balance of power to the Protestants. Not only was a French Protestant about to be crowned, but it was a very real possibility that the next Holy Roman Emperor could be Protestant as well. Now, once again, the Treaty of Augsburg had a backup plan for this. If he converted, which he did, under the treaty, Prince Gebhard was required to step down. But then he didn't. He elected to keep his position and his electoral status, despite converting to Protestantism. So several other prince bishops in the region gathered an army and began what was called the Cologne War to take back the city and install a Catholic ruler. By 1588, Lord Gebhard was out, and a proper Catholic ruler was put into his place. What's significant here, though, is that, essentially, foreign leaders were interfering in the dynastic line of Cologne. Now, they were all subjects of the empire and operated under the Treaty of Augsburg officially, but the use of force by Gebhard's peers, and not the emperor himself, set a truly dangerous precedent in the Holy Roman Empire. Regardless, though, for a time the Treaty of Augsburg held, and the threat of a Protestant emperor was averted. The empire was mostly peaceful. That same year, 1588, the Spanish Armada attempted that famous invasion of England, only to be repelled, and the Anglo-Spanish War was now underway. Back in France, the War of the Three Henrys was still underway, but then Henry III had Henry, Duke of Guise, murdered. Now, this ended the Duke's claim to the throne, naturally, but the Catholic League still held the city of Paris, and King Philip II of Spain, in particular, pushed for a Catholic monarch of the Habsburg line to become the Duke's successor.
Ranked #1 in innovation 10 consecutive years, Arizona State University isn't just ahead of the curve, it's creating new paths to success. Learn from notable clinical and research faculty. Online, that's a degree better. Explore programs at asuonline.asu.edu.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by trained Egyptologists. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing art of a mighty kingdom. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience a legendary culture.
Now, in 1589, the next year, King Henry III died, but not before officially naming Henry of Navarre as his heir. Now, nominally, he became King Henry IV, who was a Protestant king of France, but he still had to take control of Paris before he could be crowned and recognized by the whole of France. Two Henrys were dead now, but the War of the Three Henrys still raged on. Now, as part of the Anglo-Spanish War, really, Queen Elizabeth sent English forces both to the Netherlands and to France. In France, they were sent to aid the new Protestant king, Henry IV, and to counter any Spanish Habsburg influence. They were largely ineffective in the war, though, and the war with the Catholic League sort of drew to a stalemate. So in 1593, Henry IV made this truly a drastic move. He elected to convert to Catholicism. Elizabeth, as well as all his Huguenot allied nobility, and even his Calvinist forces themselves, were shocked and enraged. Henry himself said of their consternation, quote, "Paris is well worth a mass." End quote. Now, this move gained him the support of much of Catholic France. They now had a native French king who was free of Habsburg influence to rally behind, and who was a good, solid Catholic. So he was crowned in 1594, and that was the beginning of what would become the House of Bourbon. Now, by August of 1598, Queen Elizabeth's top advisor and most trusted counselor, William Cecil, passed away. He was, at the time, probably the most powerful man in England, and Elizabeth felt his loss not only personally, but in the void he left in her reign as the war with Spain continued. In September, though, Philip II of Spain died as well. And the war continued after his death, but Spain's funds and their morale were suffering. Then, just a few years later, in 1603, Queen Elizabeth died as well. The Anglo-Spanish War was finally at an end, and as James I took the throne, England kind of took a step back from international relations for a while, at least. They began to have their own internal problems to focus on. Now, we did a whole show about the religious turmoil between the Anglicans and the Puritans that led to the English Civil War, so I won't cover it here. If you haven't heard it, I recommend you go listen to it, and keep it in mind while we cover the rest of it. Now, by 1609, the Dutch and the Spanish had entered the ceasefire. This had a lot to do with the coffers of Spain being so light. One of the primary reasons that their coffers were so light was because of the rampant piracy against the Spanish Empire. The English were still in full effect in their piratical war against the Spanish, and the Dutch had even joined in full force there in the Caribbean and in the North Sea. So with Spain finally calming down, Europe for a time was almost peaceful. Philip's successor, Philip III, ruled the Spanish Empire. James I was attended by Shakespeare and his players, and the Dutch enjoyed, well, the flowering of their republic. Henry IV of France was assassinated in 1610, but he was peacefully succeeded by his young son, Louis XIII, and his mother was kind of acting as a regent. Most of Europe, for a time at least, had had enough of war. They needed time to recover. Now, in the Holy Roman Empire, Rudolph II was succeeded by his brother Matthias. I guess illegitimate, schizophrenic murderers aren't fit to be emperor, even if they are named Julius Caesar. Now, unlike the rest of Europe, the Holy Roman Empire wasn't peaceful. In fact, they were about to explode. Perhaps it's because while most of Europe had been busy fighting themselves silly, the Holy Roman Empire had largely avoided them. It was in 1607 that a free city within the borders of Bavaria called Donauwörth denied the Catholics in their region their right to parade through their Protestant town. The parade was seen as an insult to the locals, but it was a right that the Catholics had under the Treaty of Augsburg, and naturally they took exception to being barred from the town. A brawl, or perhaps a riot, depending on who you asked, ensued that looked very much like a potential rebellion. So the emperor ordered the Duke of Bavaria to subdue the town and to reinstate Catholicism. This was illegal. Despite being within the borders of Bavaria, Donauwörth was not under the Duke's rule and shouldn't have been attacked by his forces. Reinstating Catholic dominion flew in the face of the Treaty of Augsburg completely. The Catholic forces in the Holy Roman Empire were flexing their muscles, and Catholic leadership within the empire then declared that the Treaty of Augsburg would only be renewed and Protestant rights respected at all if the Catholic lands appropriated since 1552 were returned. That is, all lands appropriated by Catholics in the past century or so had to be returned to their Catholic masters. This was an obvious challenge to the very existence of Protestantism in Germany, and they responded as you might expect. A man who was, perhaps, the most powerful Protestant in the empire at the time, a man named Frederick IV, called a council of all of the other Protestant princes. They formed what was to be called the Protestant Union. Now, it was a primarily military alliance between most of the Protestant German princes. Notably, though, there were very few powerful regions that declined to join, probably seeing their interests in Catholic lands potentially suffer. The Union, though, promised to defend all of its members against any Catholic aggression. It worked kind of like NATO was designed to work. If any ally was invaded, then they had to treat it like the entirety of Protestantism and the Holy Roman Empire was invaded. Now, it may have been even intended to start a rebellion, but their leader Frederick died of alcoholism soon after forming the Union. Not before, however, the Catholic prince-bishops organized their own Catholic League. This was known as the German Catholic League, as opposed to the French Catholic League from earlier, and it was a separate entity, but it was very much the same model, as was the Protestant League, really. Now, Frederick's son, after he died, became Frederick V and was raised to the rank of Elector Palatine. That is, he was the elected lord of a Bohemian state on the Rhine. Now, just to show how intertwined all of Europe is at this point of history, Frederick's mother was the daughter of William of Nassau. Do you remember him from many, many episodes ago? William the Silent, who was in charge of the sea beggars in the Dutch Revolt in Spain, the man who was like a son to the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V and might possibly have married Queen Elizabeth had things worked out slightly differently. Well, his grandson, Frederick V, would go on to marry Elizabeth Stuart, who was the daughter of King James of England, and produce a line of Hanoverian nobility that would eventually go on to supplant the Stuarts on the throne of England, producing a conflict in the British Empire that would see men like Benjamin Hornigold, Edward Teach, abandoned, far from home on Caribbean islands, and deeply embittered towards their pretender monarch back in England. You see, there are reasons that I'm choosing to talk about all of these names and dates from centuries before the golden age of piracy. All of this eventually ties back into itself. These are conflicts in the highest halls of power that really did affect the lives of everyday people and our story about piracy as a whole. So, back to Frederick and the Holy Roman Empire. Frederick positioned himself at the head of the Protestant movement his father had helped build. By the time he reached his majority, that is, the age of 18, and married Elizabeth Stuart, the Emperor Matthias had finally grown old. Now, Matthias was, in religious terms at least, a conciliatory emperor. He was attempting to strengthen the empire by bridging the divide between Catholic and Protestant. But the man most likely to replace him as emperor was anything but. Ferdinand was not fond of Protestants. He was a Habsburg and therefore naturally a Catholic. His religious policy was one of de-reformation. He wanted to see Protestant heretical influence purged from every court in Europe. Now, in 1617, he was elected heir, or what you might call king-elect of Bohemia. He was the chosen successor of the Emperor Matthias, and the Bohemian crown was his first step in. He chose 2 administrators to oversee Bohemian affairs, as Bohemia was merely one of many districts that he was to be the ruler of. When these 2 administrators arrived in Bohemia in May 1618, they were greeted by a force of Protestants. The Protestants had learned of the new King Ferdinand's plans to see them all illegally disenfranchised and stripped of all power, and they confronted his 2 administrators. And then, well, they threw them from a window. Somehow, the administrators survived. Depending on whose story you believe, they were either saved by angels and the Virgin Mary herself, or they landed in a pile of manure. Personally, I think, well, when you look at the window today, you realize it's just not all that high. Now, this event, called the Second Defenestration of Prague, was the first act of what would be called the 30 Years' War. Now, Bohemia wasn't a part of the Protestant Union, but after this act, the Second Defenestration of Prague, they cut a deal with Frederick to be admitted into the Union. They said, let us join, send us military aid, and we'll make you the next king of Bohemia. This was a pretty big deal. You see, the emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor, was already king of Bohemia, and the king-elect was his heir. If Frederick took the crown of Bohemia, it would be an open act of war against the empire itself. But when Matthias died and his heir became Emperor Ferdinand II, Frederick made his move. He marched an army all the way to Prague and ordered another to assist the besieged Protestant stronghold in other areas of Bohemia, and was raised the king. This was, admittedly, probably the best time for him to take the throne, as the Emperor Ferdinand II was new and relatively weak. The Protestant element there in the Holy Roman Empire really detested the new emperor, even if they weren't officially members of the Union. So Frederick pulled a lot of allies to his side, not just German princes, but whole nations. Denmark and Sweden formally recognized him as a king, as did, ominously, the Dutch Republic. That's ominous because all of this happened in 1619, and in the year 1621, that truce between the Dutch Republic and the Spanish Empire was set to expire. So with many of the Protestant forces in Europe beginning to coalesce and marshal, it's no surprise that when the new emperor called upon his Habsburg cousin, Philip III, to send him aid, the might of Spain began to mobilize. Now, it wasn't just to lend a hand to his ally or even to crush a Protestant uprising. If these Spanish forces took out Frederick, they would secure his homeland along the Rhine. The Rhine would be an invaluable tool in their impending war with the Dutch. After his death, Frederick would be called the Winter King because his reign was so short. In less than a year, Emperor Ferdinand had allied with Philip III of Spain, with Maximilian, the Duke of Bavaria, among many, many other powerful nobles. Maximilian was the leader of the Catholic League within the Holy Roman Empire, and he was promised the King of Bohemia once Frederick was defeated. Frederick, on the other hand, was less rich in his allies. His father-in-law, King James I of England, declined to aid him. The Dutch, with whom he had some close familial ties, were restrained by treaty. They were still technically at peace with Spain, and were they to enter this war now, they would likely invalidate the truce and be vulnerable to Spanish attacks in their homeland. They were also, at the time, engaged in a sort of pseudo-war with Portugal, which was not technically included in the treaty with Spain. Now we're beginning to catch up with what we covered in the episode The New World several months ago. This was part of that Portuguese-Dutch war that saw the Dutch invade Brazil in order to gain access to some of the salt mines there. Now another potential ally for Frederick were the French, who were old enemies of the Habsburgs. Unfortunately, Louis XIII, unlike his father Henry, was much more faithfully Catholic and was uncomfortable siding with any Protestant armies against a Catholic emperor. Beyond that, Louis XIII was dealing with conflicts involving his mother and his ranking counselor, Cardinal Richelieu. So with very little support and a ragtag army of 30,000 poorly trained, poorly paid soldiers, the Winter King Frederick marched to meet the entire imperial forces at a place called White Mountain near Prague in 1620. This is one of those battles you find in history that doesn't exactly match its import. When you look at a battle like Waterloo or Stalingrad, these are immense conflicts that change the fate of the world forever. The battle here at White Mountain, though it was extremely important and what was to come, it really wasn't much of a battle at all. The Protestants were thoroughly routed, and Ferdinand was forced to flee into exile in the Dutch Republic. He was, in practical terms, really no longer a king, but he would continue to serve as a unifying presence for the Protestant forces in Denmark, Sweden, and the Netherlands. The Bohemian Revolt, as it was called, the first act of the 30 Years' War, was over, and the kingdom was firmly Catholic. The 30 Years' War had only just begun. Now, these opening moves in this conflict remind me in a lot of ways of the opening moves of World War I. Now, a lot of these dates and names really aren't all that important. What is important is what they did in the years to come, how they influenced the world that would come out. But this Bohemian Revolt was really no more than just a small regional conflict. And if that had ended these hostilities, then war would be just another series of small revolts in European history that didn't amount to much, just a footnote in the history book. But the thing is, the Spanish were involved, and the treaty with the Netherlands was about to expire, and the Danish and Swedish were only just getting involved. The English were realizing this was going to become a general European war. This was a conflict that would mirror not only World War I, but the Napoleonic Wars, right about in the middle of these two conflicts. Beyond that, this was a conflict that would change the face of Europe and would be fought not only on the European continent, but all across the New World, that would see itself played out in wars in North America and South America, and perhaps notably to history and to our story in the Caribbean amongst pirates. Next time, we're going to look at the next few steps of the 30 Years' War and how it ties into the French, Dutch, Spanish, and English involved in the war. And it's going to march up almost immediately to Captain Morgan and the Buccaneers of Jamaica and Tortuga. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, especially since this was an episode that was a little bit outside of my comfort zone and expertise. I'd also like to thank you for your patience, as well as all of you who have helped support the show, either through donations through the website or becoming patrons on Patreon. Also, anybody out there who has shared us on Facebook, Twitter, or left us a review on iTunes, you guys really help with the podcast list, and I appreciate all of you. If you're looking for another way to help support the show and you're interested in getting perhaps a free audiobook, you can check us out at audibletrial.com/Pirate History Podcast. I've got a book recommendation, what I've been listening to this past month after the theme music. Speaking of theme music, this week our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying their music, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on Twitter, Facebook, SoundCloud, or YouTube. Most importantly, once again, and as always, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is brought to you by Audible. To get your 30-day trial membership and free audiobook download, go to audibletrial.com/Pirate History Podcast. And a very special thanks to Commodores Sam, Dave, and Rumgut from over at Patreon. We couldn't do it without you. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off last time, most of Europe was at peace, but the entire continent, nearly every nation, was on the cusp of war. It was a conflict that would shape Europe for centuries to come, literally. This war would shake the old pillars of religion, of social order, of empire, of the class structure, and the very idea of monarchy itself. It was a war that would impact everybody in Europe, from the halls of power to the lowliest commoner. Really, as Europe was poised to embark on the greatest era of imperialism in history, this was a war that would impact everybody in the world, indirectly. This is episode number 25. Pit Stop on the Continent, Part 2. We left off with the defeat of the Protestant-led Bohemian Revolt by a coalition of Catholic forces from all around Europe. This coalition, with the enthusiastic backing of the Pope, was called the German Catholic League. The League included most of the Catholic lords of the Holy Roman Empire under Emperor Ferdinand II, who was allied with Philip III of Spain. Not only allied, but closely related. Both Philip III and Ferdinand II were members of the House of Habsburg. Now, the Bohemian Revolt and the Greater War in general were about religion. That's true. The battle lines are drawn up almost perfectly along the lines of religious division, but not quite perfectly. This war was, as are all wars, honestly, really about power. The Habsburgs were too mighty for the comfort of the other monarchs of Europe, especially the newly founded Bourbon dynasty there in France. France is the outlier in this conflict. They're the piece of the puzzle that shows that this war was not just about Catholicism versus Protestantism. See, France was ruled by a Catholic monarchy, and they were willing to go to war to protect that, as we'll soon see, but they would ally with the forces of Protestantism against the incursion and expansion of Habsburg dominion. But before France could enter into the greater European war that was taking shape, they had a little bit of housekeeping to take care of. The founding member of the Bourbon dynasty was King Henry IV. He was that Huguenot leader that converted to Catholicism to cement his rule after taking the throne. Before he was assassinated, he signed the Edict of Nantes, a document that guaranteed religious freedom for all French Calvinists. Unfortunately, his son, Louis XIII, had no such sympathies toward the Protestant cause, nor did his mother, Marie de Medici, or his chief counselor, Cardinal Richelieu. This trifecta chipped away at Protestant rights all across France, and finally they wound up sending troops into Protestant areas to implement Catholic control. The Protestants, who were none too happy about this, convened a council at the city of La Rochelle in December 1620. There, they declared their intent to establish an independent state within a state, a Protestant republic, very much in the mold of the Dutch Republic. King Louis, his mother, and Cardinal Richelieu had to take measures to nip this in the bud, and the French army did not mess around. Entire populations of Huguenot strongholds were executed. Cities were burned to the ground. Women and children were massacred. So, the Huguenot forces elected to sign a peace treaty, but Cardinal Richelieu and King Louis failed to meet their agreements in the treaty, and once again, the Protestants rose up. They focused on their naval capabilities, as La Rochelle was certain to be blockaded by the Royal Navy. The leader of the Huguenot forces in France at this time, Benjamin de Rohan, gave himself the title Admiral of the Protestant Church, and he led several pretty successful attacks against the French Navy. I mention this period and these naval attacks in particular because this was the campaign in which hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of young French Protestant sailors were earning their chops. They were learning the ins and outs of life at sea and the reality of naval warfare. They were learning, in short, what it was like to be an oppressed minority surrounded by a powerful Catholic empire and how to use their capabilities at sea to defend and enrich themselves. These young men, at least some of them, would go on to leave Europe behind and immigrate to the New World. Many of them would congregate on the coast of Hispaniola and the nearby island of Tortuga, though that would come after their defeat. And defeated they were. In 1625, the Huguenot fleet was thoroughly routed. Another peace treaty was signed, but then, for some reason, England decided to get involved. This was when King Charles sent that fleet carrying some 6,000 soldiers to France to aid his Protestant allies. Now, this wasn't the first naval misadventure of the Stuart dynasty, and it wouldn't be the last, but this was truly a spectacular failure. The English were sent packing in short order with their tail between their legs, and King Charles' rule in England was further weakened. Unfortunately, the French forces didn't have the strength to fight King Louis. They'd only done so with the promise of aid from King Charles, and now that his help was gone, they had no defense against the king and Cardinal Richelieu. The siege of La Rochelle lasted for 14 months, and it saw more than 22,000 civilians die. The aftermath, too, was truly devastating. All across France, Huguenot nobles were exiled or executed. Once again, entire populations of Huguenot cities were decimated or entirely executed. All of the rights of Protestantism in France at the time were extinguished. The Huguenots were really no longer a political power to be reckoned with. That's why so many of these men fled France in favor of her overseas possessions, why so many of them turned away from a life of citizenship and toward a life of lawless freedom, a life of anarchy, really. This is why these men preferred to cut logwood, hunt boar to be cooked on their boucans, and harass any Catholics that got in the way of them living their lives. After the siege of La Rochelle, though, the Bourbon dynasty was in firm control of their nation. They would, in time, become the most powerful kings in Europe, with an absolute monarchy that saw very little religious or structural reform, until Louis XVI signed the Edict of Versailles more than 150 years later in a futile attempt to salvage his crown and his head. For the time being, though, France was ready to involve themselves in what was shaping up to be the largest and most devastating war that Europe had ever seen. France feared the proximity of Habsburg forces on their border in the Spanish Netherlands. While they were still busy mopping up the Huguenot forces, though, they were too busy to actually commit troops to battle, but they did begin to send financial aid to their allies. They offered this aid primarily at first to the Danish king Christian IV, as Denmark was the primary front of the war at the time. The Danish were concerned about Catholic suzerainty on their border and their king's holding and the empire itself. King Christian was outmanned and outgunned by the forces of Ferdinand II, though he was being subsidized by the French. So he called on the Protestant nations in Europe to send him men. Sweden promised to send him men as soon as they were done fighting in other parts of Europe. The Protestant German princes there in the Holy Roman Empire naturally sent as many men as they could. They were already neck deep in Catholic armies, after all. The call was also answered by King Charles of England and Scotland. Remember, they were still different nations at the time. The Scottish sent some 14,000 men, and the English 6,000. The English were commanded by one Sir Charles Morgan, who was a Welsh-born knight from the county of Monmouthshire, the same county and the same family that would produce Henry Morgan some 5 years later. Sir Charles Morgan was specifically well-suited to command forces on the continent, as he had begun his career in the English expeditionary force that was involved in the 80 Years' War between Spain and the Netherlands. Beyond that, Charles II had married a Dutch woman, the daughter, in fact, of William the Silent's aide-de-camp. This is one of those connections. I suppose it shouldn't be too surprising. The Protestants in Northern Europe were essentially besieged by their Catholic neighbors, and they had a relatively small pool of other Protestants to marry and ally with. So maybe I'm reaching here. Maybe this is just kind of a dark helmet situation. You remember that I am your father's brother's nephew's former roommate. What's that make us? Absolutely nothing. But I'm just constantly surprised by the sheer number of connections here. It shows me that Captain Morgan was fighting the same fight that his not too distant relatives had been fighting for decades. It's also funny the strange bedfellows that this war created. The English and the French were both allied with Denmark, though at the time they were currently in a war with each other. But the threat of the Catholic League and the Habsburg Empire was too great to ignore. Now, none of the aid offered by Christian IV's allies arrived in time to help them. France was still dealing with the end of their civil war, and England was dealing with the end of theirs. Denmark was dealt a series of defeats that saw imperial forces freely marching through the nation. So they concluded a peace. It was a surprisingly favorable peace, as far as Denmark saw it, though, with Ferdinand II. The imperial generals were well aware of the threat of these other nations entering into this fight, especially the nation of Sweden. They needed to get Denmark out of the war as soon as possible, so King Christian IV lost none of his Danish territory as long as he agreed to pull out of the war. Unfortunately for the Protestant German princes who had allied with him, this meant that they had, for the time being, no real allies to speak of. The House of Habsburg ruled over them with ease. When they could, they made peace, but that could be almost as bad as fighting. Soldiers who violently hated the people they were conquering saw their eradication as their holy religious duty, and they committed acts of true terror. This was a dark time for Germany. Soldiers coming to molest, mutilate, and murder you might not be the only threat. Crops all over Europe were failing. Disease was spreading. People were starving and dying in the thousands. I can only imagine what they must have been feeling at the time. What they must have thought. They must have wondered if God had abandoned them, or perhaps they'd been wrong the whole time. Perhaps they were the heretics after all. They blamed, as so often happens in these times, the others, the outcasts in their society. Neighbors looked at other neighbors with cold suspicion. They turned to massacres and lynchings, mass hangings, and witch hunts. Several prince archbishops were organizing mass trials wherein any undesirables were rounded up and accused of the crime of witchcraft. Some of them even went so far as to erect entire buildings to house their courtrooms. These were structures that held some of the most despicable implements of torture ever conceived. They lined the walls with Bible verses, and they questioned their prisoners for hours. The word questioned there is, of course, a polite euphemism for what was actually happening. Most of those questioned were old women or young girls, and the methods that these archbishops used is, well, it's something I'd really rather not talk about. I'd really rather not think about it. When these torture masters, they called themselves confessors, when they were satisfied, the accused were killed. Some by drowning, some by the sword, but most were tied to a stake and burned. Most of these in full view of their neighbors who were rejoicing in their fate. Sometimes only one or two at a time, sometimes dozens. This was the height of European witch hunts and the fervor over witchcraft. And honestly, it's the source of where most of our image of witch hunting comes from. It's difficult to get a fix on exactly how many people were accused of witchcraft around this time. These confessors didn't always keep the best records, but most estimates go as high as 600 people terribly tortured and massacred, all in the span of only about 2 years. While all of this was going on, all across the empire, the Catholic League was mopping up the Protestant rebels and subjecting them to some pretty severe persecution. To the west, though, another front was an open warfare. The Bohemian Revolt, that opening move of the war that had been crushed back in 1620, well, that wasn't the end of the fighting. The Palatinate was the home of Frederick V, the Winter King and the leader of Bohemia that was in exile in the Netherlands. Frederick and his Dutch allies conducted a defense of the Rhine, which was key to their war plans. Frederick wanted to defend his home, and the Dutch needed the Rhine secure if they were to survive in their fight against Spain. This was, in effect, the resumption of a conflict between the Spanish and the Dutch, called the 80 Years' War. Legally, though, the truce between them was still in force. There was even a possibility that Philip III of Spain and the Dutch Republic could come to some sort of accord to end any further war. But then Philip III died, and with him any hope of peace. His son, Philip IV, was 16 years old. He was eager to prove himself, and he wanted very much to involve Spain in this general European war. Spain's main reason for returning to war, though, was economic. The Dutch had built a great naval empire that was a real threat to Spain. The Dutch East India Company had nearly taken over the spice trade from Asia, and now they were moving in on the New World. Thus, a new front in the war was thrown open. This theater of war would take place at sea. The Spanish harassed all Dutch shipping in the Strait of Gibraltar and the English Channel. They harassed them around the ports of Italy. They harassed them near the Levant, and they harassed them on the shores of Asia. The Dutch turned to what was perhaps an unexpected ally, the pirates of the Mediterranean, hailing out of the ports on the Barbary coast. These are the famous Barbary pirates, Muslim corsairs that had threatened European shipping for centuries. I really haven't even mentioned the Muslim intervention in the 30 Years' War, but it was substantial. During the earlier Bohemian Revolt, the Ottoman Empire allied with the Protestants and sent thousands of soldiers in to aid them. The Ottomans had a long history, of course, of siding with Protestants against the Catholics. These Catholics and Muslims had something of a colorful past.
Hello all, Eric Rivenis with the Most Notorious podcast here. Each week I interview an author or historian about a historical true crime, tragedy, or disaster. Subject matter ranges from gunslingers to Gilded Age murder to gangsters to fires to pirates to wild prison breaks. My guests bring their incredible knowledge directly to you. Please subscribe to Most Notorious on your favorite podcast app. Cheers, and have a sip tomorrow.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by a trained Egyptologist. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing art of a mighty kingdom. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience a legendary culture.
Now, though, the pirates of Barbary were openly allied with the Dutch. Now, this era, this topic, the Barbary pirates in general, requires a show of its own, and I plan on doing that show in the not-too-distant future. Suffice it to say, though, that the Dutch helped to modernize the Barbary fleet. They put it on a par with their own. The Dutch had some of the best ships in the world at the time, and they shared with these pirates their designs for ships, their designs for rigging, and their designs for armaments that made the Barbary fleet among the best that existed. For the Netherlanders, for now at least, this was an excellent play. The Barbary corsairs were implacable enemies to the Spanish, and North Africa was far too well defended to invade. A number of Dutch sailors liked the Barbary coast and their people so well as the lifestyle of piracy, that they elected to stay. They set down roots, they converted to Islam, and they married women there. Some of the most notorious Barbary pirates actually were Dutch. Now, this was the resumption of the 80 Years' War, and it was here that the two wars, the 80 Years' War and the 30 Years' War, merged. The Mediterranean, though, was far from the only front in this war between the Netherlands and Spain. Anywhere that Spanish ships carried cargo, The Dutch East India Company was there. And if we're being totally honest, the English pirates followed in their wake. Now, the Dutch and the English weren't working together. These were pirates, after all. The English pirates just chose to not attack Dutch vessels and only attack Spanish vessels. The Dutch just chose to buy all of the ill-gotten goods that these English pirates stole. It was pure coincidence, swearsies. See, the English are frequently, especially in this conflict, called to task for being shy or timid. They were a Protestant nation, and they weren't sending all that many troops to go help their sister nations. There are 2 points to be made here. First, England was on the brink of civil war. Their king and their parliament could agree on almost nothing. They may have been, at best, secondary players, but it was a lack of political will, not courage, that stayed their hand. In his book To Rule the Waves, naval historian Arthur Herman writes, quote, members of the House of Commons heatedly debated whether England should send an army into Germany to fight the Habsburg menace, or to join hands with the Dutch to shut down the channel to Spanish troop ships and army pace ships. In either case, they asserted there was no need to increase England's defense budget or provide additional supply through taxes. The Crown's obligation was to take up the Protestant cause, not to ask for the funds with which to pay for it. End quote. The second point that needs to be made is that though English soldiers were occupied, their navy was busy languishing in port. England's greatest victories, though, since the time of Elizabeth, had not been in charging in and winning the day. They didn't have the strength for that. Their greatest strength was in their ships and in the bold mariners that sailed on them. And England did put these to use. Not in great naval engagements, but in privateering and piracy. It was very much the same tactic that was used by Queen Elizabeth that made the English so fearsome. Hurt the enemy, stay out of trouble, and get paid. British troops were not totally out of the greater fight in Germany, though. After the surrender of Denmark, the Catholic League really appeared victorious. There were no forces left in Germany that could rival those of the combined Spanish and German Habsburgs. But that small force of Scottish and English troops that had been sent to aid the King of Denmark, well, they still held out. They defended one town on the northern coast of Europe. For weeks, they were under siege. Their ships were still in the harbor there. They were still seaworthy. At any point, these Englishmen could have left and gone home to their families, but they didn't. They stayed. They dug in their heels, and they defended against the Catholic League. They would not retreat. You see, this small city offered the defense of a beachhead on the coast. This landing site was perhaps the most important position left to all of Protestantism in Germany. That's because there was one army left in all of Europe that had the strength and the will to fight the Holy Roman Empire. That was the Swedish, under Gustavus Adolphus. Now you might have noticed that this was a time characterized by less than impressive monarchs. The days of Queen Elizabeth and Philip II were gone. The Stuarts in England were watching their country crumble beneath them. The King of France was a boy and he was weak. France was actually run by, in truth, Cardinal Richelieu. Their king didn't come remotely close to matching the majesty of his heir, the Sun King. Philip IV of Spain was, well, he didn't even hold a candle to his grandfather. King Christian of Denmark, though he was ambitious and talented, he failed in all of his endeavors. The Holy Roman Emperors were, well, madmen. The Dutch Republic had decided to do away with monarchy entirely. Gustavus Adolphus, though, well, his real name was Gustav II Adolf. But after his death, he would be honored in the tradition of Roman emperors with the Latin title Gustavus Adolphus Magnus. To be given that title is an honor only a few in history have received. It means, essentially, the Great. We're talking about people like Alexander Magnus, Pompey Magnus, Karl Magnus, better known as Charlemagne. And King Gustav earned that title. He was seen, even during his lifetime, as one of the greatest military commanders alive. When he was raised to the throne, he inherited 3 wars against Poland, Russia, and Denmark. Now, the war against Denmark was the first he dealt with, and in truth it was inconclusive. The Swedish did, however, repel the Danes from their lands and successfully defend their country. The fact that this war had been his first may have played a role in why he decided not to aid the King of Denmark when he called for it. The war with Russia, though, Gustav won on Russian soil. That's an impressive feat for any commander. That's something that Napoleon and Hitler both failed to do. Gustav also, in that war with Russia, gained some very valuable territory. He essentially took all of Russia's Baltic ports and cut Russia off from the Baltic Sea for almost a century. This gained Sweden a lot of prestige and, honestly, a lot of power. Now, he won the war with Poland, too. He concluded the war almost immediately after Denmark was defeated. This may be, in part, because the situation just called for it. That was the correct tactical move, but a lot of historians have suggested that he continued the war with Poland long after it was actually won, just because he didn't want to pull out and aid Christian IV. He wanted to charge in after they had been defeated and claim all of the glory and honor for himself and for Sweden. He wanted to, as much as possible, upstage his Danish rival. When he landed on the continent, Germany was in one of its darkest positions, and Protestant soldiers from all over the empire flocked to him. The disaffected Protestant German princes, what were left of them, joined them with their armies. Mercenaries from all of the Protestant nations in Europe flocked to him, paid for with French gold. The French, well, they didn't yet send troops, but they did send him plenty of gold. They were essentially funding King Gustav's war. And then there was the Scottish. While the English Parliament might be busy twiddling their thumbs, the Scottish Presbyterians had no such compunction. They sent thousands of troops to aid their Swedish and German cousins, including no small number of generals and marshals. Immediately, as soon as they landed in 1630, Sweden began capturing coastal towns and cities. The Catholic lords who had been installed were pushed out, and Protestants, usually who had close ties to King Gustav, were put into power. Gustav's forces began to move south by southwest, taking yet more cities, installing more Germans and more Swedes, even sometimes relatives of King Gustav himself. But then the first major clash between the renewed Protestant forces and the Catholic League took place. It was the Battle of Breitenfeld in 1631. The Catholic forces there were forced to retreat, and Gustav continued his campaign of liberating Protestant Germany. A year later, though, with much of northern Germany firmly back in Protestant hands, another imperial force moved north. Again, the Catholic force was defeated, this time killing their general, one of the top generals in the Catholic cause, and dealing a major blow to Emperor Ferdinand. When this battle was over, it was clear that the war had turned unequivocally in favor of Protestantism, at least in the north of Germany. In the south, the House of Habsburg was still firmly in control, and the southwest of Germany had a large number of Protestant people living there that were firmly under the boot of Catholic forces. So the army, after winning these 2 key battles, marched to go liberate them. Unfortunately for them, though, the empire knew they were coming, and they were prepared. The Catholic League chose their field of battle and dug themselves in. They began, from their strong position, harassing the lines of supply, forcing King Gustav to meet them on the field of battle. Though he knew that it was a poor decision, he realized it was his best, really his only option. The 2 armies met at the Battle of Lutzen in 1632. The Protestant forces were once again victorious, but King Gustavus Adolphus Magnus was killed. The tide, once again, began to turn. Without King Gustav's leadership, the Protestant forces faltered. They continued southwest, but without the same level of success that they had had before. They won some battles. They didn't lose them all, but they didn't win enough. Beyond that, many of the German princes who had originally flocked to join the forces of Protestantism, when the war began to turn, they decided it was best that they return home and secure their lands. By 1635, those same German princes decided to sue for peace with the empire. They signed the Treaty of Prague, conceding the return of their lands and the rights of Protestants within them. They were even granted amnesty for allying with the King of Sweden against their rightful emperor. The Protestants in the south, though, were still living under imperial control, and things had grown even worse for them. The thing to remember, though, is that the Treaty of Prague was only signed between the German princes and the empire. You see, in their agreement with France, by which France agreed to fund the war, any retreat or treaty signed with the Holy Roman Empire had to be approved by the French king. And neither the Swedish, the Scottish, or the French were about to let Ferdinand II have his way. The Swedish and Scottish pulled back and reorganized their forces. They split into two major armies, largely split down national lines. The Swedes were commanded by one of the top generals they had left, and the Scots commanded by the ranking Scottish general there on the continent. Their plan was to attack along parallel lines and flank any army that challenged them. At the very least, they would force the empire to split their own forces. And then, at long last, France mobilized. Not only France mobilized, though, England finally invested soldiers in the war, as did the Netherlands and the Germans of the Palatinate. In the west of Germany and the Spanish Netherlands, all along the Rhine, the combined forces of Protestantism moved on the Spanish Empire. At the end of last week's episode, I compared that opening move in the conflict, the Bohemian Revolt, to the opening moves of World War I. I've been struggling this entire episode to avoid making more parallels, some of which seem obvious but aren't exactly accurate. But now I can't avoid it any longer. France, along with her allies, including the English, are now fighting on the western front of Germany. Now, in the east, it's not the Russians, it's more the Swedes to the north, but Germany's forces are still forced to divide themselves, focus in two directions. They're being enclosed. It's the, in essence, same tactic used in World War I and in World War II. These armies could no longer move to support each other. They were very much occupied. Beyond that, there were other theaters of war. African colonies were constantly being fought over. Control of the spice trade and of the Asian colonies was almost as important as the war in Europe. India, China, the Ottoman Empire, they were all in play. I had to fight the urge to subtitle this episode something along the lines of World War Zero. And yes, of course, the New World was in play as well. Habsburg control of the New World was being threatened in a serious way. The English, the Dutch, the French, and yes, even the Danish and the Swedes were claiming islands as fast as their ships could sail. Wherever Spain was weak in the world, they were being pushed back, but especially in the New World. Hispaniola was, around this time, under siege by French buccaneers, and eventually they would push the capital of the Spanish colony there to the southeast, to Santo Domingo, and they would take over the coastline, including the island of Tortuga. The English, during this conflict, had sent their ships out to Old Providence Island to try and build a colony in the heart of the Spanish Caribbean. We know this story. All of that story, all of the roots of Caribbean piracy, have their roots in the 30 Years' War. The intervention of the French in the war marked the turning point. There were many more battles and dates and places to name, but it was clear at this point that the war in Europe would not end with the victory of the House of Habsburg and the snuffing out of Protestantism. It just wasn't going to happen. There were victories and defeats on both sides. There were great acts of heroism and lowly acts of cowardice. There were reversals, turns of fate. There were rising and falling fortunes. Emperor Ferdinand died and was replaced. King Philip died and was replaced. The Stuarts were deposed and then restored. Cardinal Richelieu died. King Louis died, and he was replaced. It should be noted that he was replaced by Louis XIV, who was one of the most powerful and influential monarchs of all time, certainly the most powerful monarch during the Golden Age of piracy. In the end, though, Europe had had enough of war. While powerful monarchs vied for power against one another, it was the people that suffered. Cities that had stood for centuries were now gone. Fields had had crops either not be sown or left to rot instead of being harvested. The plague was everywhere. With the men away on campaign, women and children were forced to defend themselves against roving bands of hostile soldiers looking for food and plunder. This was real war, and it was terrible. When I think about this war, I think about Game of Thrones, as I often do. Near the end of the War of the Five Kings, the Riverlands was essentially a wasteland. If you remember the scene where Arya and the Hound happen upon a farmer who has been stabbed and is waiting to die but unwilling to do so, he's the man I picture when I think about the people left behind during this war. You can see this disparity between the powerful and the powerless in the art of the time. Paintings, well, the paintings are all masterworks. They all depict great men doing great deeds, leading armies into power with all of their symbols of their wealth and influence around them. But paint was expensive, and paintings were a rich man's game. Woodcuts, on the other hand, were something that talented artists who didn't have the expensive materials could still produce, and the woodcuts of the time are heartbreaking. They depict mass hangings and witch hunts. They have beggars, people dying from disease and starvation. They depict the abuse of women and children. In short, the woodcuts depict the terror of being alive during this time. There's a reason that Europe would not see another conflict on this scale until Napoleon. So, in the end, Europe and all its nations signed the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648. This decentralized the power in the Holy Roman Empire, and it protected the religious freedom of the people. The treaty ended the 80 Years' War as well, and it guaranteed the existence of the Dutch Republic, along with a number of other nation-states that were part of the Holy Roman Empire before, but now were completely independent. It really helped guarantee the balance of power in Europe. Now, it was at times walking on a knife's edge, but for about 160 years, they managed not to fall off completely. This was also, historians love to tell us, the last major religious war fought in Europe. But it wasn't, as we'll see in the weeks and months to come, the last religious war fought in the world. The 30 Years' War, though, perhaps most importantly, signaled the decline of the Habsburgs, most notably in Spain. What was the largest and most powerful empire of the world was beginning to crumble around their monarchs' heads, making room for men like Henry Morgan and Francois l'Olonnais to cut themselves a piece, and later on setting the stage for another conflict that would see men like Benjamin Hornigold and Edward Teach and Bartholomew Roberts brought to the New World. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank also our ship's quartermaster, Garrett, and our ship's master carpenter, Daniel, from over at Patreon, along with all of the other members of the crew. With our Patreon rewards beginning to trickle in, we're going to be getting those sent out, and I have restructured our reward system at Patreon. However, as a reward to everybody who has been so kind as to support the show when I have no rewards to give, we're going to give everybody over there a copy of our map and one of our super cool and very stylish buttons. If you're already a supporter, you're going to be getting those shortly, and if you'd like to get them at a lower pledge level, the cutoff date for that will be January 15th. I'd like to thank our sister crew over at the History of Westeros podcast for giving me the idea to give our crew members names, as well as Reddit user Edsel Hans for the very kind words you said about the show, and really everybody out there who has shared a mention of us or left a rating or review. This show relies on all of you guys doing that, and I appreciate it all deeply. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying the music, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or check us out on Twitter, Facebook, SoundCloud, or YouTube. Once again, As always, most importantly, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. For the past couple of episodes, we've strayed away from the Caribbean in the 1660s to look at continental Europe in the early 17th century. There were large, overarching trends and forces at play here that convinced me to talk about the 30 Years' War, but there were smaller effects of that war that relate closely to our story too. These aren't the deeds of great men and armies, they're stories of small men, men without titles or armor that would go on to do great things, terrible things, but great. As the 30 Years' War, was in the final stages when France and Spain were throwing their might at each other, a boy was born in France. He was nearly the same age as the new king, Louis XIV, and while his name would never be as well known in history, to the Spanish living in the New World, his name invoked fear and fire and blood. Now, this boy was only 5 when the Treaty of Westphalia was signed, ending the 30 Years' War. He wouldn't have had any strong memories of those years, but in school, he was born to a well-off enough family to go to school. He learned about France's mortal enemy, that dastardly Spaniard. He learned of their brutal conquest of the New World, of the slavery and genocide of the Indians, and of their Spanish impositions. He probably lost family in the war, and certainly knew other boys that had lost loved ones. This young boy grew up in a world that deeply hated Spain, that was inundated with propaganda against them. And from a very young age, this boy despised Spain and all the Spanish people. Now, this boy was probably a Protestant. It would have further fueled his hatred of Spain, but it wasn't even a good time for Protestants in France either. The young king, as soon as the war ended, was faced with a series of revolts. Now, these weren't religious in nature, not necessarily, as the earlier Huguenot revolts had been, but they resulted in a crackdown on Calvinism and Protestantism nonetheless. Louis was, during this time, busy cementing his rule, with the aid of his mother and his top advisor, who intended to see him be the first king with absolute power in some time. Any potential malcontents in France were being ruthlessly silenced. Every treaty that protected them was thrown out, and the Protestants in France were left with few options. Now, one of the best ways to prove their loyalty to the king was military service. In the case of the young man in question, it was really a perfect option. It showed patriotism, bravery, it showed his ambition, and it provided a way for him to fight the Spanish. He wasn't a soldier, though, and anyway, the war was over. But there was another option. On board a ship as a petty officer in the Royal French Navy, he could continue his fight against the Spanish halfway around the globe. So he signed on with his uncle, and in 1667 they set sail from Le Havre for the West Indies. This young man's name was Daniel Montbars, better known to history as Montbars the Exterminator. This is episode number 26, Extermination. Now, before we move on, I'd like to point out that Daniel Montbars did not pronounce his name that way. He was French, after all. His last name was pronounced something a little closer to Montbard, but in the interest of not butchering the French language for the entire episode, I'm going to stick with the anglicized version. Now, as we've seen, in the Caribbean, the war that had taken place in Europe had really never ended. In fact, with men like Captain Henry Morgan sailing, it was, at the time, heating up. France and England and the Dutch Republic were setting up colonies all over the region and fighting Spain for every inch of territory they claimed. Now, Daniel Montbars and his uncle would likely have been part of a naval detachment set to protect the shipping lanes and the settlements in the Leeward and Windward Islands, what we call the Lesser Antilles. Now, in the eyes of Spain, this activity was all illegal due to the Treaty of Tordesillas signed in 1494, so naval engagements were common. After only a few months there, they were set upon off the coast of Hispaniola by two Spanish warships. Now, Hispaniola was heavily contested with French settlements to the northwest and Spanish settlements to the southeast. The French ship was deep in Spanish waters, near the capital there of Santo Domingo. So there was a naval battle, but with 2-to-1 odds, the French ship really had little chance of winning. Daniel Montbars' uncle was killed in the fighting, and the ship itself sunk. Montbars himself escaped, however, and eventually he made his way to the French island of Tortuga. Now, I haven't found any reliable sources on this journey, but I really wish I could. This is the sort of story that I would just love to hear. How did he escape? Did he escape with a canoe? Was there water on board his canoe, or companions, or was he all alone with no supplies? How did he and his canoe evade the Spanish warships and then further Spanish patrols? Were they rescued by buccaneers that took them on to Tortuga, or maybe if they did have companions, one of them was an old sailor, a wayward pirate in their company that knew the way to Tortuga? But perhaps there was no canoe at all. Perhaps Daniel Montbars swam ashore and then was left alone deep in enemy territory with only a vague notion that the French had settlements somewhere to the north. An overland route would have been more than 100 miles through enemy lands, rough terrain, and untamed wilderness. This story, the story of his escape, could be anything from a week's rowing with plenty of food and water and lovely nights under the stars to weeks of arduous hiking behind enemy lines, fighting off boars and hunger and disease and glowing eyes of jungle hunters at night. But if a good source on this exists, I haven't seen it. The Caribbean, at the time though, it had to be absolutely filled with these stories. It was a dangerous, lawless, and wild place, and very similar in a lot of ways to the American Old West. There were dramas that could fill a book or make a movie that were taking place every day, but we'll never really know about. But in the end, by hook or by crook, he made it to Tortuga. And when he got there, he found the island a hive of activity. The place at the time would have been packed. Every tavern, every brothel was filled with men swilling cheap rum, weak ale, and fancy Spanish wine, and every dark corner or back alley, men were speaking to each other in hushed tones, and they were all saying one thing: "Where's the Admiral headed?" For a young man with French naval experience, it wouldn't have been too difficult for Montbars to find the place in Tortuga. He would certainly have reported to the governor there. First thing, a Navy ship had been sunk after all, with most of the crew lost, and Spain was the culprit. However, he didn't request a return to naval service. The governor likely would have offered him a choice: either a small vessel to return him to one of the more respectable French colonies in the Lesser Antilles, or, well, in Tortuga they were fighting the war as well, but they fought it a little differently. Surrounded by the Spanish as they were, they couldn't really put a proper navy to sea. So in Tortuga they relied more on smaller craft, manned by intrepid sailors and soldiers, privateers that operated not along traditional rules, but according to their own codes. For an experienced, educated Navy officer, he would have had no problem finding a crew to join, and when he arrived, there were plenty in Tortuga to choose from. Roque Brasiliano had recently returned from his imprisonment in Spain, and he had been gifted a ship by the admiral of the Buccaneers of Tortuga. Now, he was Dutch, not French, but he was a celebrity among the men. His raids were things of legend, and now he was back to take part in the next. Now, Daniel Montbars had probably heard of Roque Brasiliano, and likely of the dozens of other Buccaneer captains in town as well. Men like Philippe Becquel, Pierre Le Picard, and Jacques Tavernier were famous French Buccaneers, and there were plenty of Dutchmen in Tortuga as well. Some Dutchmen were still sailing with Captain Morgan, but Bernard Clayson Speerdijk was probably in Tortuga, as was Lawrence Prins. Now, Prins is a man to remember, as he'll soon be one of Captain Morgan's chief lieutenants, and much later in life he'll be the captain of a little ship you may have heard of called the Whydah. Now, the reason all of these pirates were in Tortuga at the same time was twofold. First, many of them had recently returned from sailing with Captain Morgan. They had been a part of that largely unsuccessful raid on Puerto de Princete. A gunfight between an English sailor under Morgan and one of their own French sailors and the light haul caused most of the Frenchmen to deport Captain Morgan and head back to Tortuga. Second, and perhaps the more important, was their admiral. Francois l'Olonnais was the most famous and feared pirate in the Caribbean, and he had put out the call. He was planning a raid, and all of the Buccaneers of America were invited to join him. His last raid, a year prior, had been one of the most successful in history and one of the most brutal. If you don't recall, that was the raid on Maracaibo, during which l'Olonnais questioned the townspeople on the location of their treasure. He, in turn, flayed them, tied them to the rack, burnt them, and subjected one man to wounding. It's in our episode on torture, and it might be worth a listen if you have a strong stomach. Upon l'Olonnais' return, to quote Exclamation, quote, "The whole dividend being finished, they set sail for Tortuga. Here they arrived a month after, to the great joy of most of the island, for, as to the common pirates, in 3 weeks they had scarce any money left, having spent it all in things of little value, or lost it at wreck. Here had arrived, not long before them, 2 French ships with wine and brandy and such like commodities, whereby these liquors, at the arrival of the pirates, were indifferent cheap. But this lasted not long, for soon after they were enhanced extremely, a gallon of brandy being sold for 4 pieces of 8. The governor of the island bought all of the pirates the whole cargo of the ship laden with cocoa, giving for that rich commodity scarce the 20th part of its worth. Thus they made shift to lose and spend all the riches they had got, in much less time than they were purchased. The taverns and stews, according to the custom of the pirates, got the greatest part, so that soon after they were forced to seek more by the same unlawful means they had got the former." End quote. So the pirates on Tortuga were restless, they were sober, and they were ready for action. And they were going out again, with more men, more ships, and larger goals in them. Now, Daniel Montbars would absolutely have known who Francois Lolonet was. He was the most infamous pirate in the world. His name would have been on the lips of every man and woman in the Caribbean, and probably even passed around back in Europe. As the French and Dutch crews were preparing to set out, Captain Morgan and his English buccaneers were busy looting Portobello and allegedly committing acts of barbarism, but none of those would live up to what was in store under Lolonet. As for Montbars, we don't know that much about his early career, after leaving the Navy at least. We know that he knew Lolonet and would soon find himself in command of the ship, so it's reasonable to assume that Montbars found a crew there in Tortuga and joined up. Now, we don't know whose ship it would have been. It probably wasn't the flagship carrying Lolonet himself, but it could have been. Lolonet's ship was the largest in the fleet, carrying 300 men. It was really a proper war ship. There were at least 6 more ships carrying roughly 100 men each, so that's a party of more than 1,000 men. Now, all of the buccaneers loaded up their powder, their shot, their guns, and their rum. They sailed over to Hispaniola, where they provisioned, and then met to discuss their plans and ratify the code. Their destination on this voyage was the Spanish Main and the settlements along the Bay of Honduras, so they set sail for the Windward Passage. The fleet headed west, sticking close to Cuba's South Keys. They stopped to relieve a small village of native fishermen of all of their canoes and much of their turtle. When there was nothing before them but open ocean, they set course southwest for the Cayman Trench and the mainland beyond. However, deep in the ocean they were set upon by a terrible calm. Their ships were stranded in the doldrums of the Caribbean with no wind and precious little current to carry them ashore. For days they drifted, working through their rum, water, and food. The current carried them towards shore, but agonizingly slowly. Lolonet's ship, in particular, hardly moved. It was the largest and the heaviest of the fleet, and he was quickly left behind. On all of the ships in the fleet, the food began to run out, and hunger began to set in. Morale suffered. This is possibly when Montbars began to distinguish himself. Imagine it. An educated, eloquent, ambitious seaman on board a vessel full of thirsty and angry men. If he were interested in command, this presented the perfect opportunity to ingratiate himself with the men and turn them against their captain. After all, he should have been prepared for this eventuality. It was the captain's fault they were all suffering. But there wasn't a mutiny. Finally, the men saw land, and they made for a river. Now, the first order of business would have been to drink as much water as they could and bottle a bunch of it for later. When their thirst had been quenched and the danger had passed, their bellies were still left empty, and they were nowhere near Spanish settlement. You see, this wasn't where the fleet had intended to make landfall. It wasn't even close to their destination. The closest Spanish were days away by ship, and that was when the wind was with them. And right now, the buccaneers needed food. So they followed the river inland until they came across an Indian village. That's hundreds and hundreds of starving men, not exactly moral at the best of times, in a village housing maybe dozens. Esquimalt doesn't record any particular brutality. No torture, no rapes, no murder, and perhaps there weren't. It was food that the pirates needed, not women or plunder or violence. Esquimalt writes, quote, "They pillaged all the Indian dwellings they could find, bringing back to their ships a quantity of Spanish wheat, which they call maize, together with pigs, poultry, turkey, and everything they'd been able to lay hands on." But this was still not enough to provision the buccaneers for the journey they had in mind. So they held another council and decided to wait until the bad weather had passed, in the meantime plundering all the towns and villages around the Gulf. So they cruised along the coast, seeking nothing but food and supplies. Every place they came to, they cleaned out so thoroughly the inhabitants themselves were left to go hungry. The buccaneers devoured everything they could get hold of. They even shot the apes in the forest for food. End quote.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need. Have coverage options to protect the things you value most. File a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello all, Eric Rivenis with the most notorious podcast here. Each week I interview an author or historian about a historical true crime, tragedy, or disaster. Subject matter ranges from gunslingers to Gilded Age murder to gangsters to fires to pirates to wild prison breaks. My guests bring their incredible knowledge directly to you. Please subscribe to Most Notorious on your favorite podcast app. Cheers, and have a safe tomorrow.
At long last, the pirates came to a place called Puerto Caballo. It was the first real Spanish settlement that they'd crossed, complete with warehouses full of valuable goods. The town, though, was not particularly large or well defended. There was a merchant ship in the harbor that they promptly took their own. This is probably where Daniel Montbars gained his captaincy. We know that he was given command of a ship after distinguishing himself in battle. It's likely that Lolone saw a promise in the young officer with such a hatred for the Spanish and allowed him to lead the boarding party that took the Spanish vessel and make the ship his own. Now, Montbar's ship, if it was his, wasn't particularly fast, not until the Buccaneers would make their modifications at least, but it was spacious and it held a total of 24 guns. By this point, the Buccaneers were much more well-fed, and their appetites had turned toward other things. They went on to ransack those warehouses, burning those that held hides or other cargo not worth hauling back to their ships. Then they turned to the town and the townspeople. They cleared the houses of valuables and then burned them. The people were rounded up and questioned by Lolone personally. He inflicted, quote, every torment imaginable, end quote, including lashing, burning, wounding, and what appears to have been his favorite torture at the time, the rack. He flayed them bit by bit, asking after hidden valuables, troop movements, directions to richer halls. He was particularly interested in guides to the nearby town of San Pedro. In McSwinlin's words, quote, when Lolone had a victim on the rack, if the wretch did not instantly answer his questions, he would hack the man to pieces with his cutlass and lick the blood from his blade with his tongue, wishing it might have been the last Spaniard in the world he had thus killed. End quote. At last, some poor soul agreed to guide the Buccaneers to San Pedro. Lolone took with him 300 men and left the rest to hold Puerto Caballo under the command of one Moise on the Wind. A few miles down the road, the Buccaneers were set upon by a Spanish ambush. The Spanish had positioned themselves behind the ambuscades and begun fire. The Buccaneers did fire back, but this was a hard-fought battle. It appears that the Spanish now knew they were coming. In the end, though, the Buccaneers flung firepots and grenades at the Spanish until the surviving Spaniards fled into the jungle. Lolone ordered any soldiers that his men could capture brought before him. He questioned his prisoners in the usual way. He asked them if there were any more Spaniards lying in wait along the road. There were. He asked if there were any way around them, another route. The Spanish didn't know of it. Lolone killed the first person he questioned, and then he went on to question another. And another. According to Exquemelin, and no one could tell him of another route, quote, Lolone, being possessed of a devil's fury, ripped open one of the prisoners with his cutlass, tore the living heart out of his body, gnawed at it, and then hurled it in the face of one of the others, saying, show me another way, or I will do the same to you. End quote. Were I in their shoes, I would promise to show the pirate another way, which the Spanish did, but to no avail. There was no other way through the jungle. Lolone, in his fury, screamed, Mortu, les Espagnols me la paieront. By God's death, the Spaniards shall pay me for this. There may not have been a way round the Spanish ambuscades, but Lolone and his buccaneers now knew that they were waiting for them. The next day, they met the Spanish again and attacked so fiercely that the Spanish fled. The day after that, there was another ambush. This time, Lolone ordered no quarter given, and that every Spaniard there be hunted down and killed. These orders were carried out in full. At last, the buccaneers reached San Pedro. The Spanish were waiting there, and they were finally well prepared. The road was blocked behind men hidden behind ambuscades, and all of the other routes to the city were blocked by prickly pear, like the cactus. That was apparently enough to stop these buccaneers. That's at least what Exponent tells us. Now, it wasn't too much of a problem either way. Despite those Spanish fortifications and the heavy cannon that they had, the buccaneers were just better shots and more experienced soldiers. By the time evening fell, the city was theirs. San Pedro's fate was much the same as Puerto Cavallo or Puerto Príncipe or Campeche or Maracaibo. The town was ransacked, goods were stolen, churches defiled, women raped, men killed, and people of all stripes were tortured for hours before being finally, mercifully murdered. And I don't mean to minimize what happened to the people there, but this was becoming a pattern that the Spanish were going to have to do something about, and quickly. However, once the buccaneers under Francois Lolone had their pockets full, they put the city to the torch and burned it to the ground. They returned to Puerto Cavallo on the coast. The men that they had left there told them of a few natives that they had captured, and their news that a Spanish treasure ship was headed for the mouth of the nearby river. So the pirates sailed to an island near that river and careened their ships. For a time, the buccaneers hunted turtles and searched the coastline for ambergris. For a few paragraphs in his book, Exquemelin goes on to postulate his theory on exactly where ambergris comes from. He goes on to claim that he believes it comes from beehives knocked into the ocean. And then he goes on to discuss the natives that lived in that region, their customs. Now, most of what he says is inaccurate and deeply racist, but some of it is worth mentioning. I'm going to read 2 short snippets to give you an idea of what it's like. Quote, "It is a matter of admiration how they use a child newly born. As soon as it comes into the world, they carry it to the temple. Here they make a hole, which they fill with ashes only, on which they place the child naked, leaving it there a whole night alone, not without great danger, nobody daring to come in. Meanwhile, the temple is open on all sides, that all sorts of beasts may freely come in and out. Next day, the father and relations of the infant return to see if the track or step of any animal appears in the ashes. Not finding any, they leave the child there till some beast has approached the animal, and left behind the marks of his feet. To this animal, whatsoever it be, they consecrate the creature newly born, as to its God, which he is bound to worship all his life, esteeming the said beast his patron and protector." He goes on, "After this superstitious and idolatrous manner lie those miserable and ignorant Indians that inhabit the islands of the Gulf of Honduras." There is another story, exempted from some of the earlier editions of the Buccaneers of America, of a Spaniard that lived for a time with the natives. He took his pleasure with a young woman there. Exquemelin then adds, quote, "if one may call this pleasure," end quote. And then one day the Spaniard found this woman missing. When he finally tracked her down, he found her mid-coitus with a lion, which was apparently her patron animal. All of this was definitely true and obviously the work of Satan. But back to Lolone and the Buccaneers. The ship they were waiting for had finally arrived, but they had been warned ahead of time of the Buccaneers' presence. She had already unloaded all of her valuable cargo and put on some 42 guns and 130 soldiers. The pirates engaged in a heated battle with this Spanish man-of-war, but to no avail. Finally, though, they sent over 4 canoes filled with men that rowed silently to a larger ship, boarded her, and captured her. When the Buccaneers saw the paltry prize that they had won, they were sorely disappointed. It was mostly reams of iron and paper, nothing really valuable at all. So they held another council, but many of the smaller crews decided to depart. There were those who, quote, imagined after setting forth from Tortuga that pieces of 8 were gathered as easy as pears from a tree, end quote. This was probably where Daniel Montbar's departed Malone. He became infamous for his raids along the Spanish Main, namely along the Mosquito Coast and down to Panama. He wasn't alone. Buccaneer crews after this spread far and wide, and for a few months nowhere in the Caribbean was safe from their torments, but Lolone himself was less fortunate. His ship was too large and too heavy to make it back to Tortuga, probably because it was manned by buccaneers who were unfamiliar with the operation of such a large vessel. So the ship limped along the coast until running aground at Cabo Gracia Adios. His men decided to tear their ship apart after it had run aground to construct smaller craft that they could successfully sail home. But then things began to go amiss. One day, 2 men went into the jungle to hunt for food. A few hours later, one man came running back to the camp, screaming of being set upon in the wilderness by terrible creatures. His companion was never seen again. Well, not all of it. That night, the buccaneers saw the light of a huge fire deep within the jungle. The next day, a party of well-armed men went there to find the source of the fire and, hopefully, their compatriot. What they found was a pile of still smoldering ashes and a severed hand, charred, missing 3 fingers. A few weeks later, they happened to come across a few natives who they took back to their ships. The buccaneers had 1 or 2 Indians with them that they hoped would translate for these natives, but the 2 groups couldn't understand them. The Frenchmen gifted these natives they had come across with knives and axes, which the Indians gladly accepted, but when offered fruit, they recoiled. So these Indians were freed and sent home, but it wasn't the last time that Lolone would see them. They stayed on the beach there in their camp for some months and built a small craft that could get them to the mainland and hopefully a ship that could carry all the buccaneers home. Lolone took a few trusted men and sailed towards the native village, hoping to either trade for or steal a vessel. Swindling writes of the events that followed much more eloquently than I could hope to. Quote, here that ill fortune assailed him, which of long time had been reserved for him as a punishment due to the multitude of horrible crimes committed in his licentious and wicked life. Here he met with both Spaniards and Indians, who jointly setting upon him and his companions, the greatest part of the pirates were killed on the place. Lolone, with those that remained alive, had much ado to escape aboard their boats. Yet, notwithstanding this great loss, he resolved not to return to those he had left at the Isle of Purtis without taking some votes, such as he looked for. To this effect, he determined to go on to the coast of Cartagena. But God Almighty, the time of his divine justice being now come, had appointed the Indians of Darien to be the instruments and executioners thereof. These Indians of Darien are esteemed as bravos, or wild savage Indian, by the neighboring Spaniards, who never could civilize them. Hither Lolone came, brought by his evil conscience that cried for punishment, thinking to act his cruelties. But the Indians, within a few days after his arrival, took him prisoner and tore him in pieces alive, throwing his body limb by limb into the fire and his ashes into the air, that no trace or memory might remain of such an infamous, inhuman creature. One of his companions gave me an exact account of this tragedy, affirming that himself had escaped the same punishment with the greatest difficulty. He believed also that many of his comrades who were taken in that encounter by the Indians were, as their cruel captain, torn in pieces and burnt alive. Thus ends the history, the life, and miserable death of that infernal wretch, Lolone, who, full of horrid, execrable, and enormous deeds, and debtor to so much innocent blood, died by cruel and butcherly hands, such as his own were in the course of his life. End quote. I love this rendition of the death of Francois Lolone. I love the sound of it. I love that old world mentality with almost biblical prose. Of course, it's almost certainly completely false. We need to take this account, much like we take all of Expomelon, with a huge grain of salt. But this in particular, I mean, how would a Dutchman that was not on this expedition have any idea what actually happened to Francois Lolonais in that Central American jungle. He says he heard it from one guy that managed to escape these murderous heathen Indians, but I find that difficult to believe. Now, some accounts, later accounts, go on to say that these natives were cannibals, and that they actually feasted on Lolonais' body. For sure, yeah, that's possible, but then again, how would Espinal know? More to the point, wouldn't that, for a man that licked his blade clean of his victim's blood and actually bit into the heart of one Spaniard only a few days before, wouldn't that be just an absolutely unbelievably fitting in? This cannibal heathen pirate was himself hunted by a group of heathen cannibals and destroyed. This is a very medieval style tale, giving your villain a death so perfect that it enforces the belief that God is watching your every move and will punish you accordingly. Now, Lolonais, regardless of how it happened, was most certainly dead, but it seems more likely that he was shot or contracted a disease or something much less impressive than what we're told, but that doesn't make for the best story, and it certainly doesn't sell books. A poetic death at the hands of those he had so brutalized, that's something people love to hear. You know, J.R.R. Tolkien said that the defining element of a fairy tale was the happy ending. It's what differentiates it from tragedy or comedy. It's a story where good prevails in the end and evil is defeated. And the death of Francois Lolonais certainly seems to qualify as a fairy tale. His death, whatever the circumstances, left a vacuum in the Caribbean. He had been the greatest of the Buccaneers, and now that leadership was gone. But back in Port Royal, the English were drinking and feasting and celebrating their richest victory yet. The Buccaneers of America took notice, and soon they would all come to follow Captain Henry Morgan to even greater heights. Next week, we're going to return, at long last, to Captain Morgan. After his raid on Portobello, there was an elated mood in Port Royal, but it was soon to find itself diminished because of a ship known as the Oxford. Thank you for listening. And thank you to all of our Patreon supporters. A special thanks this week to our quartermaster, Garrett Coleman, and our other ship's officers, Matthew and Julia, Adam, Nathan, Daniel, and Brandon. You guys keep this show going. And thank you to everybody that has donated to the show through PayPal or left us a review on iTunes or wherever you happen to listen to the show. Our theme music this week was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you enjoy their music, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check us out on YouTube, SoundCloud, Facebook, or Twitter. And once again, most importantly, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money. and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When Captain Morgan and his buccaneers returned from their raid on Portobello in the late summer of 1668, they found their world once again a very different place. This time it wasn't only Port Royal, it wasn't only the Caribbean, but the balance of power back in Europe had shifted once again and was still changing in ways that would directly impact the English privateers. All across the globe, the scales of power were shifting. On the European continent, the fallout from the 30 Years' War was still ongoing, and that strained Peace of Westphalia was set to break. Now, they were mostly, if not entirely, holding to the peace, but those tensions were playing out largely in the Caribbean through trade wars, piracy, and even occasionally open naval warfare. In the Caribbean, people were even beginning to fight amongst themselves. Now, once upon a time, all of the powers that weren't Spanish had worked together. All of these allies in the 30 Years' War, that is, England and France and the Dutch Republic and Sweden, well, they all collaborated to wrest control of the New World from Spain. But now that the Spanish Empire was weak, that collaboration was no longer useful. These allies were now like a pack of hungry dogs, growling at each other over the corpse of Spain's empire, and occasionally they would bite. This is episode number 27, Wickedness. Now, 2 years prior, before Morgan and his men had set out for Portobello, a group of settlers from the island of Bermuda had moved and settled down to an empty little island in the Bahamas. 175 years before that, Christopher Columbus had scouted the island on his first voyage to the New World. In 25 years, that same island and most of the other Bahamian islands nearby had been completely depopulated of the native population by disease, war, and slavery. For 150 years, this tiny little island had lain empty. It was really a true wilderness. It was that state of untouched wild that made it especially attractive to these Bermudian settlers. It wasn't the natural beauty they were after, though the island certainly had that in abundance. No, it was the massive populations of sea turtles and fish and wildlife that had flourished due to a lack of natural predators. It was the wonderful soil that could provide them with farms and food, and it was also the untold riches in ambergris that had washed up on the shore. It was the trees that they could cut for timber and dyes and medicines. But more than anything else, it was the island's remote nature. This tiny little island was far from any other human habitation. The closest island to them had once housed an English colony, but that had been abandoned long before. Their closest neighbors, when they moved there of any real consequence, were more than 100 miles away. More to the point, the closest English colony was even farther away in Jamaica, and they had about as little to do with England as these new Bermudian colonists did. See, these colonists were refugees of a sort. They were staunch Republicans from the Cromwell era that had fled England after the restoration of the Stuart monarchy back there in England, and they believed in things like self-governance and the rule of law, religious freedom, and equal rights. Now, in this day, back in England, the Merry Monarch, King Charles II, was making a mockery of all of those values, and these colonists wanted to escape the long arm of his growing empire. For a time, on this tiny little Bahamian island, they lived in peace, but not for long. Representatives from the East India Company came to the island to see what these people were about. If the island could be made profitable with the proper application of slavery and sugar plantations, they would. Soon after that, King Charles sent a governor to the island to oversee the transition. The population was probably distressed by the news, and they would have watched his ship's approach warily. Imagine their surprise, though, when his ship crashed into the rocks surrounding their harbor and began to slowly sink into the water of their bay. Then, imagine their disappointment when the new governor, an official representative of the king that they had traveled so far to escape, made his way to shore completely unharmed. He claimed, when he crawled out of the ocean, that his survival was God's will, an act of providence, if you like. He declared the island, appropriately, Providence, and to avoid confusion with the old English colony, they called it New Providence Island. There was another perk to living on New Providence Island. That nearby island that had been abandoned, called Eleuthera, had been attacked by the Spanish years before. There were a few men mad enough to stay there that made their living mostly as scavengers and occasionally pirates. These few adventurous men that stayed there stayed because, well, the waters in that part of the Caribbean were, and still are, notoriously difficult to navigate for anybody that doesn't know them well. The trade winds that were bringing ships in from Europe and Africa would frequently carry the ships right into the Bahamas, and sometimes any ship's captain that was foolish enough to try and navigate them would sink, and those ships would leave their cargo on the shallow sea floor. Those Eleutherian scavengers, and then the settlers on New Providence, were known to salvage that cargo and sell it to the highest bidder. Sometimes they were known to fight off any official salvage operation and take the goods for themselves, and sometimes they were even known to kill any survivors of those wrecked ships to ensure that the word never reached their superiors of the ship's fate. Now, when Captain Morgan arrived at home in Port Royal, he would likely have heard about this little island cropping up in the Bahamas and what was happening there, but at the time it was still of very little consequence to him. His first order of business was to see that his cargo was unloaded and that his men were properly paid. As soon as his men began unloading their cargo, everyone, from the harbor master to the doxies, would have known what a rich haul it was. As each of those doxies tried to catch one of the buccaneers' eyes, they would have seen the fat purses and heard the jingle of hard coin. If not that, the men themselves were likely boasting of the riches they had won. Word was spreading quickly. Merchants and rum mongers and more prostitutes would have been flooding the dock. As boys ran back to town to tell the news that Morgan and his men had arrived, the taverns would have started preparing their wares. The gaming tables were assuring that their dice were properly loaded, and the women that were attractive or skilled enough to afford a room would be applying just a touch of rouge. By the time the ships were finally unloaded and Morgan himself had begun the trek to the governor's manor, Port Royal would have been a bustle of activity. These men would have been well into their cup, arms or into a lady's embrace by this point. Probably both. Their purses, even this soon after arriving back in town, would have been significantly lighter, and a fortune was already flowing in the Port Royal. You see, this was probably the richest haul that Port Royal had yet seen, and it was the first of any consequence in more than a year. The truly great prizes being taken recently had all been taken by French buccaneers under L'Ollonais, and all of that money went back to Tortuga. For Morgan to have commanded this expedition was a huge boost to his fame and to his renown, and, although nobody knew it yet, L'Ollonais and Tortuga's days were both numbered. As Morgan made his way through the narrow and cramped streets of Port Royal, women of every race and disposition would have leaned from their windows to call to him. Now, he was a married man, and he fancied himself an English gentleman, so he wasn't taking part. The sounds coming from all of those windows that a lady wasn't leaning out of would have assured him that his men were. In his book Empire Blue Water, Stephen Talty gives a brief and honestly beautiful description of the city. He writes, quote, Port Royal was now known as the undisputed western capital of sin. Priests sent to the country reported back on, he quotes another source here, the torrent of wickedness and vice rushing through its streets. Back to Talty. The thousands of pounds worth of illicit goods the privateers brought with them would only accelerate this process. Port Royal was now the biggest, wickedest, richest, and most populous city in English America. End quote. He then goes on to tell the tale of one Mary Carleton. Now, it's rare that we get a detailed account of the women that populated the brothels of Port Royal, or really of any city at the time. And although her person and her story are both extraordinary, it does tell us of how she arrived in Jamaica, and I think can tell us a bit about the type of people, other than the buccaneers, that populated the island. Mary Carleton, well, first off, she must have been a woman of unparalleled beauty and intelligence and cunning. Her first husband was a shoemaker, a cobbler, there in England. They had 2 children, but both of them died in infancy. So, Mary Carleton skipped town on her husband and married what would be her second husband, a surgeon. When she was found out, she had her first brush with the law, and on the charge of bigamy, she faced trial. It wouldn't be her last. She fled after the trial to Cologne, in Germany, where she caught the eye of a young nobleman. Now, this nobleman lavished gifts upon her, and asked again and again for her hand in marriage. The gifts themselves grew richer, and his proposals more insistent. Then in 1663, she escaped once again. This time she fled to London, and this time with all of that extravagant German jewelry. She must have picked up a fair bit of the German language as well, and a convincing accent. She began to frequent taverns, in particular an establishment called The Exchange, and she passed herself off as Princess von Walway. The princess's story was truly one of woe. Her father, the powerful Lord Henry von Walway, was pressing her to marry a horrible man, so she fled to London, where she hoped to find a man worthy of her hand in marriage. All of the best lies have a kernel of truth, and this one does the same. She wasn't a princess, of course, but she had fled Germany to escape the unwanted proposals of a man. But imagine her performance. She was a beautiful young woman, sitting alone in a tavern at an empty table. She would have had no shortage of men eager to speak to her. Then, in that German accent with just a hint of regal nature and a shy unwillingness to come forward. The gentleman would likely buy her a drink or two, and a tear would slip from the Princess von Walway's eye, a muffled sob, and then her story in broken English would begin to come forth. Imagine the pity these men must have felt for this princess, penniless, all alone in a foreign land, certainly enough to offer her just a few coins or maybe a glittering trinket. Now, in the end, she married the tavern keeper's brother-in-law. It wasn't to last, though. An anonymous letter arrived at the happy husband's door, informing him that the Princess Maria von Walway was really Mary the con artist. She was arrested once again for bigamy, but the letter was dubious in nature, and she argued that she really was a German princess. This was exactly the kind of scandal that London society at the time loved. This was a beautiful young noblewoman in chains, held unjustly against her will due to the lies spread to discredit her, or, conversely, a conniving harlot behind bars that duped some poor fool into marrying her, guilty of bigamy and theft time and time again. Her trial there in London became a circus. It was attended by the highest members of the London elite. It was attended by the members of the London press and as many people as the courtroom would hold. It was, for a few days, the biggest story in England, and everyone had an opinion as to her guilt or innocence. The man who was the head of the Navy, Samuel Pepys, firmly believed in the Princess Maria. He even went so far as to visit her in prison and argued for her publicly. The trial, though, quickly devolved into something altogether different. If another woman, perhaps a less beautiful woman, had committed the crime of bigamy, she would be convicted, either serve a sentence or pay a fine. Boom, case closed, over and done. But this was a beautiful young woman that sold papers and moved pamphlets and plays. She hadn't only, allegedly, committed bigamy, she had impersonated a person of noble birth. This was sensationalist journalism of the highest order, almost modern journalism. In the end, the Princess Maria von Walway was acquitted and allowed to go about her way. For a time, she capitalized on her fame. She penned and starred in a play. She wrote her own pamphlets and was the toast of London. As you might expect, she had more than a few admirers. They all offered her gifts, but one of them offered her his hand in marriage, and she accepted. Now, many stories would end right here. They lived happily ever after. But this guy, I mean, come on. He is marrying a woman who is famous for, allegedly, impersonating a princess to con men into marrying her. He's practically begging to be played. Imagine his surprise when he woke up in a drunken stupor one morning to find that Mary and her maid had absconded with all of his money, all of his plate, all of the valuables in the house, and his keys to boot.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need, have coverage options to protect the things you value most, file a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Did you know using your browser in incognito mode doesn't actually protect your privacy? Take back your privacy with IPVanish VPN. Just one tap and all your data, passwords, communications, browsing history, and more will be instantly protected. IPVanish makes you virtually invisible online. Use IPVanish on all your devices, anytime you go online at home, and especially on public Wi-Fi. Get IPVanish now for 70% off a yearly plan with this exclusive offer at ipvanish.com/audio.
For the next couple of years, Mary Carleton changed up her act. She left Maria von Walway by the wayside. She was not a princess, but she would change to be a rich heiress, fleeing an unpleasant marriage, and she duped man after man, stealing all she could, with her dutiful maid as an accomplice. Her story continued to vary, and she went after smaller marks to keep the heat down, but Finally, the law did catch up with her again. She was quickly, this time, convicted and sent on a penal ship to the faraway colonial holding on Jamaica. If she planned to find a new life there, she would have been disabused of that notion quickly. You see, she was famous all throughout the empire, even as far away as Jamaica, and the dockside thronged with admirers, even, on occasion, acquaintances, even, on more than a few occasions, former accomplices. You see, Jamaica was now the home of the cream of the English underworld. They were congregating in Port Royal, and finally, Mary Carleton had come to join them. Unfortunately for Mary, she would have found a lot less opportunity in Jamaica. The only men of any real means there knew her for who she was. But she found that if she couldn't defraud men of their coin, there were other means of getting it. As Captain Morgan walked by the brothels lining Port Royal's winding, tiny streets, he may have heard Mary Carleton earning a living with one of his men, and perhaps he thought of the words attributed to one of Mary Carleton's many biographers. Quote, "A stout frigate she was, or else she never could have endured so many batteries and assaults. A woman of unexampled modesty, if she may be her own herald, but she was as common as a barber's chair. No sooner was one man out, but another was in. Cunning, crafty, subtle, and hot in the pursuit of her intended designs." End quote. Mary Carleton wasn't to end her life in the brothels of Port Royal. She would con her way back into England and disappear into the mists of history. But Captain Morgan, leaving the brothels and the shops of Kill Devil behind, would have continued on into what passed for Port Royal's economic district, their merchant hub. There you could find shops selling everything that a buccaneer could possibly need. There were distillers selling their rum, to be sure. There would have been cobblers selling boots and sandals. There were butchers, grocers, clothiers, hatters, haberdashers, and of course, blacksmiths. The blacksmiths would have been forging knives for work on board a ship, and the crude machetes that passed for cutlasses in the New World. These shops sold all that a pirate might need, and certainly relied on the flood of gold that the buccaneers brought in. But the buccaneers weren't the only revenue stream available to these merchants. Those distillers sold the kind of rot-gut rum that the buccaneers preferred, but they also sold the aged and spice varieties, as well as imported European wine. Those same cobblers that sold the pirates their boots and sandals also sold ladies' slippers and gentlemen's shoes. The blacksmiths sold not only crude blades, but farm implements, tools, construction equipment, and the more elegant blades reserved for the more wealthy or influential. See, it was here in this district that the lowlives of Port Royal could mingle with what passed for Jamaican high society. Farmers, merchants, pastors, officers, and officials came here, as did their families. It was a place where wives and daughters, accompanied by husbands, fathers, or at the very least a stout servant entrusted with her protection, would come to shop, come to mingle, and perhaps catch a glimpse of one of these rogues. And it was a place also where one of those rogues, flush with cash and, hopefully, freshly bathed, might be able to entice one of those ladies to sneak off with him. That would be a dicey proposition, and unlikely to succeed, but pirates were notorious gamblers. However, if the lady's guardian didn't catch them, one of the myriad shopkeepers or one of their guards were likely to. This district wasn't just merchants and their shops, though. There were warehouses as well. Not the dockside variety, but those of the English and Jewish merchants on the island, as well as, probably a clandestine, Dutch West India Company warehouse. Now these would have been bustling with activity as well, mostly sending representatives to the docks to see just what the pirate crews had brought to town. Now Port Royal may have been the most sinful of England's New World cities, but by this time, some 12 years after the English and Captain Morgan had come to the island, the old Spanish capital of Jamaica, Villa de la Vega, was being rebuilt and was re-inhabited. The English called it Spanish Town, and it was a refuge for the less seedy, more cultured of the island's residents. The Assembly and Governor Modi Ford lived and met in Spanish Town. The old Jewish families of Jamaica largely lived there as well, though their interests were still in Port Royal. Certainly, all of the plantations that were on Jamaica were centered around Spanish Town, and even Captain Morgan's own home was there. He may have been the pirate lord of the Caribbean, but he owned a sugar plantation. He had a wife and a family to take care of as well. Now, Spanish Town was certainly Morgan's eventual destination. He would have been expected to debrief the governor upon his return, and was likely eager to see his wife and children. Now, if Morgan had been carrying serious news, he would have gone directly to the governor's manor, but he wasn't, so it was likely he went home first. His wife, Elizabeth, and their children, along with Morgan's several cousins that were living there on Jamaica, would have greeted him in that warm but severely proper fashion of the old world British. But in the end, the governor was still waiting, and the Morgans were expected for dinner that evening. Around the table, Admiral Morgan would have regaled the company with details of his exploits, excluding the more vivid descriptions of his voyage. This was exactly the type of swashbuckling adventure that, well, Disney loves to tell, full of heroic acts, dashing charm, and English courage. This would entertain everyone at the table without offending the sensitive ears of the women and children, while still giving the governor and any other officials present time to mull over what had happened on Morgan's voyage. Now, after dinner, the men would retire to the parlor for rum and cigars, and, more importantly, to talk seriously of what had really happened on Morgan's voyage. All of the death and the carnage of the raid on Portobello would have been shared, all of the spoils taken, and the cost incurred. Especially of interest to this crowd were the possible diplomatic effects of the voyage. See, the situation in Europe, and to a lesser extent in the Caribbean, had changed once again. Morgan himself was actually a factor in some of these changes this time, but this was his first chance to learn of how things now stood. When the Buccaneers had left for their raid, the English were still embroiled in the Second Anglo-Dutch War, and King Charles had actually ordered Governor Modi Ford to focus any privateer actions on Dutch colonies in the Caribbean. The Buccaneers, though, saw things differently, as usual, and they attacked the Spanish, as usual. Now, they weren't instrumental to the conflict, but their obstinacy must have annoyed the king. The Dutch went on to attack the English at the naval battle of Medway, and then the English attacked a French naval squadron in the Caribbean at the Battle of Martinique. At the time, the French and the Dutch were allied. This was actually a fairly major class, though still very gentlemanly in execution, and altogether not how the Jamaicans did things. In the end, all of the belligerents signed a treaty, granting the English holdings in the Spice Islands to the Dutch, and the Dutch colony of New Netherland to the English. The capital at New Amsterdam was renamed New York in honor of the Duke of York, and the Second Anglo-Dutch War was ended. Now, this would all probably have been news to Morgan, but more to the point was the new war. You see, the Sun King, Louis XIV of France, was pushing his weight around back in Europe, and now England and the Netherlands and even Spain were at war with France. Now, history would call this the War of Devolution, due to King Louis's assertion that his wife's claim on the Spanish Netherlands had devolved to her despite her having given it up. The reality was that King Louis finally wanted to put on his big boy pants and decided to invade a country or two. Now, King Louis wasn't a soldier, and he wasn't a commander. His generals made all of the decisions on the battlefield. However, Louis did bring his press corps with him to chronicle all of his great deeds, though there really weren't any, and to paint him looking heroic on battlefields that his men had died to secure. The rest of Europe, though, wasn't having any of this, and they all allied to knock King Louis down a peg or two. This is just another European war. They had a lot of these during the 17th and 18th centuries, and as yet, it's not important to our story. Now, Captain Morgan and Governor Modyford weren't concerned with European kings and their squabbles. To them, Spain was still the real enemy. They were still somewhere amassing the windward fleet to attack them. That is, unless those squabbles of European kings somehow impacted them. And this one, as it turned out, was about to. At first, in what would seem like a big impact, but as Henry Morgan would eventually discover, the war would impact him personally in ways he would not see coming. But that's for the future. Meantime, that head naval official back in England, Samuel Pepys, was busy building up England's navy. He was responsible for the massive ships of the line being built and the newly regimented naval squadrons being put to sea. As a consequence to all of this naval buildup, the English had quite a few older warships sitting around that they could use to bolster defenses on some of their smaller colonies. Jamaica, the governor had learned, was going to be the new port of call of one of these ships, the Oxford. The communique from England read, the Oxford was gifted to Modyford, quote, for the defense of His Majesty's plantation of Jamaica and suppressing the insolence of privateers upon the coast, end quote. That wasn't exactly what Modyford or Morgan had in mind. You see, the governor had no navy. They had no shipyard in Jamaica. What they did have was that ragtag group of buccaneers that knew how to sail. But they didn't sail in defense. With the threat of Spain looming, the governor and Morgan agreed that the best defense was a good offense, and another strike against Spain was called for. So, once his men were arrested, Morgan was to sail again and prepare another attack on Spain. It wouldn't be long before his men were ready to sail. It was said of the buccaneers, and this really rings true for pirates of all ages, quote, a cask of rum, a deck of cards, or a dice box, an opulent harlot with skilled caresses, and these rascals, devils to the Spaniards, became children to be gulled in expert hands. End quote. Once their money ran out, and the prostitutes had no more interest to them, and then their debtors started looking for repayment, all of the buccaneers were once again ready to sail. Hopefully, Morgan had a few days to spend with his family in peace, but soon the fleet was once again anchored off Cow Island, waiting for other buccaneer crews to join them. The ships began to trickle in. It was the usual mix of Englishmen, French, Dutch, runaway slaves, and Indians. There were escaped indentured servants or former Navy officers. There were the sons of disgraced noblemen and the sons of prostitutes. What they were wasn't important. Now they were free men. Well, for the most part, they were free. One French crew in the fleet who wasn't so lucky. After a few days at anchor, a warship sailed into view. It was a 300-ton fifth-rate frigate that carried 34 guns and a crew of 160 men. Now, compared to the first and second-rate ships of the line, this frigate wasn't much, but it was a real English man-of-war, not some leaky, converted Spanish merchant ship. Now, the ship flew English colors. It was, at last, the Oxford. However, it wasn't yet to become Morgan's flagship. Her master, one Captain Collier, informed Morgan, who was his admiral, that he had been sent by Governor Modyford on an important assignment. One of the French ships in the fleet at Cow Island was accused of piracy against an English ship, and the crew had to be brought back to Port Royal for trial. There is some question of the legitimacy of this claim. The captain of the French vessel certainly denied the charges, but facing down the Oxford, he really couldn't argue too forcefully. So the crew of his ship was taken back to Port Royal and tried on charges of high seas piracy. They were then convicted and sentenced to execution. They didn't hang them. The governor commuted their sentence, but he still commandeered their vessel, La Sœur Follon, All of this rings false to me for a number of reasons. You see, La Surf Volant was one of the best ships among the French buccaneers in Morgan's fleet. It carried 24 cannon and a total of 12 brass swivel guns. After it had been commandeered, it was rechristened the Satisfaction and put under command of Captain Collier, the very man that had captured her. Remember, right now, England was embroiled in that war of devolution against France. The Buccaneers essentially operated outside of these petty national rivalries, but the French governor of Tortuga couldn't exactly lodge complaint against Montfort. After all, the diplomatic channels were limited in a time of war, and a charge of piracy was still entirely possible. It seems likely, though, to me, that Montfort was committing an act of officially sanctioned piracy, claiming the best French ship in Morgan's fleet for Jamaica in a time when France couldn't really do anything about it. So the Oxford sailed in the company of the new ship the Satisfaction for Cow Island and the buccaneer fleet of Captain Morgan. When they arrived, the command of the Oxford was given over to Captain Morgan, and the captains of all the crews and attendants gathered on board the Oxford to discuss their plans. It was here they likely found out about the death, or at least the disappearance, of Francois L'Olonnais. The implication wouldn't have been lost on Morgan. He was now ostensibly the ranking pirate in the Caribbean. First up, though, were the formalities, the ratification of the code. They were the usual terms, and Morgan was once again voted commander-in-chief of the operation. Then they got down to brass tacks. Where exactly were they going to attack? The usual suggestions were bandied about. Havana, Santo Domingo, Campeche, maybe. But no, Captain Morgan had a better plan. There was a place through which most of the Inca silver flowed on the Spanish Main. It was well defended, but not as strongly as Havana. It was Cartagena. With the Oxford and the Satisfaction, the Buccaneers had enough strength to sail on Cartagena in force. It was rich, it was fat, and it was not expecting a raid on the scale Morgan had in mind. The captains all agreed. It was, in truth, a splendid target. So every man in the fleet, every one of the captains, signed his name to the plan, and they all retired to Captain Morgan's cabin on the Oxford to open a cask of rum and toast their next expedition. Exquemelin, or at least his later English translators, says that the pirates drank for the health of the King of England, which I truly doubt was the case, but it sure sold Morgan as the kind of English hero that the publishers wanted him to be. Then the author goes on, quote, "The buccaneer captains toasted their good success and fired off salvos. The gentlemen made merry in the poop, and the men did the same in the forecastle. But when they were in the height of their joy, events swiftly changed to a sorrowful conclusion. For as the festive guns were being fired, sparks landed in the gunpowder, and the ship blew up with 300 Englishmen on board." End quote. Exquemelin, as usual, gets a number of the facts wrong in his account. He claimed that their destination was an island that was expecting a Spanish treasure fleet, which it wasn't. He calls the pirates gentlemen, which they weren't. And he goes on to say that all of the officers survived, but they didn't. In the cabin, while they were drinking to their future success, Morgan didn't sit at the head of the table, as you might expect. He sat on the starboard side of the table. On his side, he shared it with Captains Collier, a man named Captain Brown, and John Morris the elder. On the opposite side of the table sat Captains Bigford, Whitting, Thornbury, Aylett, and John Morris the younger. When the magazine exploded, all of the men in the great cabin were launched into the air. The men on Morgan's side of the table were thrown into the water, surrounded by falling flaming debris. Those on the opposite side, though, were struck by the falling mainmast, or else flung deeper into the burning and quickly sinking vessel. Immediately, the other ships in the fleet sent out boats to rescue any survivors they could find. Of the regular crew, only 2 cabin boys are mentioned in the histories. They also pulled out Captains Collier and Brown. They pulled out John Morse the Elder, who was one of Morgan's earliest lieutenants. His son, unfortunately, was not rescued. Then, after some panic and frantic searching, they spotted a bleeding Captain Morgan and pulled him into their boat. He was dazed and he was losing blood, but he was still breathing. The same cannot be said for the other 300 men on board the Oxford. Their job now was to rescue any men they could, salvage any guns or goods they could from the Oxford, and then they realized that without their largest warship, they were going to need to come up with an entirely new plan. Because their original plan had quite literally gone up in flames, nobody knew where the pirates were going to go, and so the Spanish were unable to anticipate. There was a man who was, at this point, on the hunt for Captain Morgan, now the most famous and feared buccaneer in the Caribbean, and he would track down Captain Morgan at his next destination. Next time, we're going to follow in the footsteps of that Spanish officer on his hunt for Captain Henry Morgan. Thank you for listening, and a special thanks to Garrett Coleman, our quartermaster from over at Patreon, and all of the other officers and crew that help support the show. A special thanks as well to everybody that has donated to the show through our PayPal button, and anybody who has been kind enough to leave a review over at iTunes or wherever it is you happen to listen to the show. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying their music, why not check them out over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, Twitter, SoundCloud, or YouTube. If you're interested in hearing what audiobook I've been listening to this month, stay tuned. And once again, most importantly, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. If we're not careful, the story of Captain Morgan could get a bit repetitive. We're getting close to the end, but before we get there, I wanted to look at the story today through a different set of eyes. I'm going to try something a little bit outside of the norm, and I hope you enjoy it. If you do, let me know, and if you don't, also please let me know. This is episode number 28, Deception. The Spanish were taught from a very young age of the debauchery inherent to the Lutherans. They were told that the Dutch, the Protestant Germans, and the English were all heretics, scoundrels, and pirates. The English were said to be the worst of the lot. They had discarded the word of God and the true faith to wallow in sin and depravity. They were a nation of whores and robbers, pirates, brigands, drunkards, and rogues. That was what Spanish children were taught about the English in school. Now, an educated Spaniard, a soldier, and a sailor who had seen more of the world would know better. He would have spent time in, say, the Spanish Netherlands and met many Dutch men and women. He would have seen their culture and the beauty inherent in it. He would have accepted the surrender of many an honorable English sea captain, and even, on occasion, accepted defeat from one of them as well. He would have seen the English as adversaries, to be sure, but not devils. However, in the case of one Spanish captain, far from home, on the island of Jamaica, in the city the English called Port Royal, all of those childhood prejudices would have come flooding back. The whole town smelt of rum and waste and filth. The buildings, those not built by the Spanish, were little more than shacks or tents. The filthy, narrow streets were flooded with stinking, drunken Englishmen. They were stumbling and cursing, vomiting and brawling everywhere this particular Spaniard would have looked. There were muggings and stabbings, murders, all done right before his eyes. The bodies left on the street were picked clean by men who were looking for valuables and then by dogs who were looking for dinner. Presumably, someone would eventually come and dispose of the body. The Spaniard in question was horrified at the sight of so much casual violence and debauchery. He was horrified as well at the women leaning from alleyways or windows with their breasts exposed that were calling to him. He was horrified and, admittedly, tempted. Spain, of course, was not without prostitutes, but this Spaniard had never seen so brazen a display, such wanton sluttery paraded about. There was no sense of modesty or propriety. But what horrified him perhaps most of all, and surprised him more than anything else, was the religion practiced in Port Royal. This was a devout Catholic Spaniard, but he had visited Dutch churches, he had met with French Calvinists, and even seen Anglican services on the battlefield. They were heretics, sure, and spit in the face of His Eminence the Pope, but not in the face of God himself. These men, however, these Lutheran corsairs, were something altogether different. There was no service held at their local church. The old Spanish building had been converted into a brothel. The only minister he had seen attempting to spread the word of God was actively laughed at and harassed by these scoundrels. Even Jews were permitted to practice openly, without a hint of shame. In fact, here in Jamaica, they were treated with respect, and the pirates stepped wide to avoid offending them. What kind of place had this Spaniard come to where Jews were accepted and Christians, albeit Protestant heretics, disregarded God altogether? At all of this he was horrified, but he did not show it. He sat on a stool in an open-air rum sink. There was a canopy of palm leaves that broke the heat of the sun, and the sea breeze carried away some of the stink of Port Royal's inhabitants. He sipped at his wine, but only insofar as a man with a cup of wine would be expected to without raising suspicion. It was truly awful stuff anyway. He swayed to the songs that were being sung. He raised his glass when called to do so, and he laughed whenever some drunken fool fell from his own stool. He did whatever he needed to avoid attracting attention, and kept a sharp eye out for anybody looking too hard in his direction. Now, no one was. The only men not too drunk to see clearly were either serving him wine and tipped well enough to keep to themselves, or his own companions keeping out an equally sharp eye. They could only keep this up for so long, however, and time was running short. This Spaniard's name was Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, and he was here, in the New World, halfway round the globe from his home, on orders from his master, the Catholic monarch, King Charles II of Spain. Well, in truth, the orders came from his mother, Mariana of Austria, the Queen Regent in Spain. The king himself was only 7 and not yet ready to rule. Don Alonso had heard troubling rumors about the young king, though, that he had been born malformed, that he possessed a tail, webbed feet, and some even said a forked tongue, but Don Alonso gave that no credence. They did say, however, that the king was unstable, given to fits and tantrums, and not in command of his mind. He wasn't likely to reach adulthood, they said, and if he did, he wouldn't be fit to rule. There were others in line for the throne that would make better kings than Charles, were something to happen to him. These people said a lot of things, but Don Alonso put them out of his mind. He was sworn to serve the king, and court rumors weren't his concern. What was his concern, his very immediate concern, was the mission. He was currently deep in enemy territory, pretending to be Dutch, drinking wine that tasted like urine, and waiting for his contact there in Port Royal. He had picked up a command of Dutch from his time in the Netherlands, and even a convincing accent, but a real Dutchman might spot his ruse. The longer he waited, the more likely that was to happen. Finally, though, his informant arrived. He was not what you would call an impressive man. A corsair, yes, a cut purse, and even a turncoat. But he was paid out to keep an eye on Port Royal and share with any Spanish agents what the English dogs were up to. God willing, today would be no different. After a brief, hushed conversation and the clandestine passing of a purse, Don Alonso rose and left his wine mostly untouched. The other 2 men with him waited a time and then left separately to rendezvous at the harbor. Don Alonso arrived first, and while he waited for his companions, he admired the ship that had brought him to Port Royal. She was Dutch in design, a flat-bottomed, square-rigged, 2-masted vessel. Not exactly elegant, but Don Alonso was impressed with how smoothly she sailed, and with so small a crew, the ship could carry twice as much cargo as any Spanish vessel. These ships would make an excellent addition to the royal trading fleet, but they were really a luxury. As smooth as they were, and as much cargo as they carried no guns, and their speed was limited. At first, the lack of guns had made Don Alonso deeply uncomfortable, but a Dutch ship flying Dutch colors faced very little danger in these Caribbean waters. Don Alonso thought fondly of the day that the Spanish could sail these ships that had so helped the Dutch, a day when the English corsairs had been swept off the map, eradicated from the Americas, and forgotten in the sands of time. That day was coming, and coming soon. He, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, had been charged by God and his king to make it so, and he would not fail in his mission. When his men arrived, they boarded and asked the crew to see them out of port as soon as possible. As the ship headed from Port Royal, Don Alonso thought about the road that had brought him here. Earlier in his life, he had distinguished himself, fighting against Spain's adversaries, but still his country was in turmoil. People were going hungry, growing desperate. The empire was being chipped away piece by piece, and her power was waning. They still held the mainland and all of the riches it held, but that was not what it once was. Philip II had funded Spain's wars with ink and silver, but trade was now the order of the day. The hated Dutch now controlled the East and the spice trade that went with it. They encroached on Spanish interests in the West Indies. England and France established colonies wherever they chose. The trade in African slaves was in the hands of the Portuguese, which was now slipping away from Spain as well. All of these things could be borne and even fought if they were safe in their homes, but time and time again, the English corsairs sailed boldly into Spanish harbors, killed men, raped women, tortured the young and the infirm. They burned homes, they defiled churches. All of this piled on top of all of the injustice that Spain had endured was too much to bear. And then those corsairs took everything of value. They took the gold, the silver, the pearls. They took ambergris, furs, dyes, spices, powder, steel, everything. Usually, the corsairs could be fought off, but more and more frequently of late, they were successful. San Francisco de Campeche, Villahermosa, Grenada, Puerto de Príncipe, Maracaibo, Portobello, and untold other villages and towns too numerous to name. Something had to be done. Francois Lalonnais had been a true terror, but reports said that he had vanished and was presumed dead. Now, though, there was a new commander of these corsairs, an English gentleman trained in warfare. He was devious, talented. He was a born leader. They called him Henry Morgan. The Queen had taken steps to rectify this situation. She'd signed a secret treaty with the French Sun King, a trade alliance. The governor of Tortuga was no longer to hand out letters of reprisal against the Spanish. Instead, the French would focus on their ancient enemy, the English. Troops were being massed as well in Havana, Cartagena, Santo Domingo, Panama, all the great cities of the West Indies. Those dogs back in Jamaica would never see it coming. The Spanish would retake the island and expel the English, the Jews, and even any natives left lingering around. First, though, the corsairs and Henry Morgan had to be dealt with. They acted as a sort of a navy for the English on Jamaica, and any invasion could only be guaranteed success if they were removed from the picture. To this end, the Queen was rebuilding the Armada de Barlovento. The English, in their indelicate tongue, named it the Windward Fleet. Lesser squadrons were posted at key locations, but the central force of the Armada, sent from Spain, was currently sitting at anchor near Cartagena. His commander, Don Agustin de Bustos, was the fleet's admiral, and the Nuestra de la Soledad was their flagship. She held 48 great guns and 12 smaller swivel guns, and a complement of several hundred soldiers. Don Alonso himself was the fleet's vice admiral, and he commanded La Concepcion, a 44-gun warship, nearly as powerful as La Soledad. They had as well La Magdalene, 36 guns, La Santa Luisa, 26 guns, La Marquesa of 16 guns, and Nuestra del Carmen of 18 guns. Each of these ships held all manner of swivel guns and smaller firearms, as well as well-trained Spanish soldiers, not the wobbly-kneed colonial militia that the corsairs were accustomed to fighting. The Armada de Barlovento was built for one purpose and one purpose only: to defeat the English on Jamaica and send them back to Europe and their little island. This Henry Morgan was no Francis Drake, whatever the reports said of him, and this Armada would not be so easily defeated. Now, Don Alonso's first mission, upon arriving in the New World at Cartagena, was to gather intelligence on the actions and whereabouts of the English pirates. To this end, he'd sailed for Tortuga, the French pirate haven off the coast of Hispaniola. He'd sailed on a commandeered Dutch vessel, the same upon whose deck he stood now, but he'd been less discreet about who and what he was. The sudden appearance of several Spanish officials was met with no small amount of panic there in Tortuga, but they were now to cooperate against the English as per the governor and the king's orders. At first the locals were standoffish, to say the least, but they soon warmed up to the Spanish over a few cups of rum and no small amount of coin. There, in Tortuga, Don Alonso learned of the explosion of the English man-of-war, the Oxford. This was good news, but the ship had never really presented any real danger to the Armada. Unfortunately, though, her commander, Henry Morgan, had survived. Then a number of French corsairs that had been with Morgan's fleet when the explosion happened told of his capture of 2 French vessels and the arrest of their crews. These men were disgusted with Morgan and his English boucanier. They gave a grisly account of the fleet fishing the dead from the water, hundreds of them, only to loot the bodies and dump them back into the ocean for the sharks to devour. These men, these French buccaneers, were, as it turned out, glad to talk. They were not loyal to Morgan. Quite the opposite, in fact. They hungered for his fall. Morgan and the English fleet had returned to Port Royal to rest and repair after the explosion, which is exactly why Don Alonso found himself there. What he learned when he went to Port Royal incognito was, well, not much really. Weeks prior, on the first day of 1669, Captain Morgan had departed for the Corsairs' agreed meeting spot off the southern coast of Hispaniola. No one in Port Royal knew where they had planned to strike, but they knew that it was somewhere to the south. Panama, Cartagena, Caracas maybe. It was possible, if the Spanish moved quickly, to cut Morgan off while the English waited at Hispaniola. The crew of that Dutch vessel that Don Alonso found himself on coaxed all possible speed out of her to get the Don to the fleet at Cartagena, where he could report to the admiral, and then they could plan their next move. With God's help, they would be fast enough to catch Morgan. The vice admiral of the Armada de Barlovento arrived in Cartagena and immediately knew something was amiss. His ship, La Concepcion, and their flagship, Nuestra de la Soleda, were both missing from the harbor. Perhaps they had caught wind of the Corsairs and sailed to meet them, but then why was the rest of the fleet still sitting at anchor? The two warships were more than a match for anything Morgan had in his fleet, but the smaller craft could follow Morgan into the ports and rivers that the larger ships just couldn't. No, something was wrong. It didn't take him long to discover what that was, though. As he disembarked, the captain of the Magdalene was waiting for him with a letter from the governor. The Queen Regent had recalled the flagship and Don Augustine. His own vessel was recalled to Spain as well. Now, Don Alonso captained the Magdalene, the new flagship of the fleet, and he was to serve as the fleet's admiral. It had been decided that the warships were not suited for this sort of mission. As it happened, Don Alonso agreed with that assessment, but the loss of two warships did limit his options. However, as admiral, he would be able to conduct this operation in the manner that he chose, and he would wind up being known as the man that brought the English Corsairs to their knees. Don Alonso began to plan and hand out orders almost immediately. The fleet would sail as soon as was possible for Hispaniola. Their first landfall was to be the Isla Abaca at the far southwest of the island. It was the most likely place for Morgan to gather his forces if he planned to raid Panama, Cuba, or Cartagena. If he were not there, the fleet would drag a net across the whole southern coast of Hispaniola, looking at every inlet, every cove, every lagoon, behind every tree, and under every rock for Morgan. They would find him. And if that failed, they would trap him. Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa failed to capture Morgan at Isla Vaca. His net had found not a trace of the Corsair fleet. No one they had spoken to in any village had seen even a hint of him, or at least they weren't talking. The admiral had finally, in desperation, resorted to laying a trap, and it had come so close. They'd bought cattle from every ranch willing to sell, and some that weren't too willing to sell. The animals were all gathered in a valley, easy to find and even easier to watch. They had lookouts and messengers prepared to trap the Corsairs and lead them to Morgan. Well-trained men, the best in the Americas, and they failed. Some men, Morgan's men, had come hunting. The ambush was executed perfectly, but then the pirates fired back. Without hesitation, there was no surprise, no alarm, no fear. They shot like expert marksmen in a rapid, quick succession. When his own crack Spanish soldiers dove for cover, the Corsairs fled. The soldiers, of course, pursued, hoping to get the jump on the English, but when they got too close, they were fired upon again. In the end, too many men had been shot and had to be rescued. There weren't even enough left to take the pirates now, so the Spanish soldiers returned to the fleet as fast as was possible and gave him the news. Morgan was, after all, somewhere nearby. So the Armada searched frantically all around the area, but Morgan couldn't be found, like some devil or like some spirit who disappeared. So the Armada sailed east for Santo Domingo. On the voyage, they'd been beset by foul weather, and the Nuestra del Carmen was lost at sea, and all of her sailors presumed dead. There, at Santo Domingo, they heard that several ships, small vessels of English make, had stopped and bought provisions, and then headed still further east. So Don Alonso followed that trail, always a step behind Morgan. It led, at last, to Puerto Rico and the city of San Juan. There, the trail went cold. No one had seen hide nor hair of the Corsairs. It was over. He failed. The mighty, or at least at this point formidable, Armada de Barlovento sat uselessly at anchor. The men were in despair. They so hungered for a taste of battle, an ounce of revenge for the wrongs done to their people. And he, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa, had failed. But God had always blessed him with talent, yes, ambition, certainly, but most of all, luck. When his mission seemed lost, Providence intervened. As they sat at anchor, a small boat rowed out to La Magdalene. It carried a lone Indian who was unarmed and apparently harmless. He was brought aboard. The savage hinted that he might have knowledge of Morgan if he were properly encouraged to share it. Don Alonso handed over a small purse, and the Indian shook it near his ear. Apparently satisfied, he said only one word: Maracaibo. The Indian climbed overboard, back into his canoe, and rowed away. For a brief moment, Don Alonso pondered having him captured and the purse returned. But no, it was a paltry sum, and this was his only lead. Back in Spain, he would have had the men killed, but then he never would have had to resort to bribery back in Spain. Finally, after weeks and weeks, he was beginning to see how things were done on this side of the world. So the fleet jumped into action, and with the dawn, they sailed due south for Maracaibo, Captain Morgan, and revenge.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. You might say all kinds of stuff when things go wrong, but these are the words you really need to remember. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. They've got options to fit your unique insurance needs, meaning you can talk to your agent to choose the coverage you need. Have coverage options to protect the things you value most. File a claim right on the State Farm mobile app, and even reach a real person when you need to talk to someone. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Rated RP to M. You're listening to an ad for PC Game Pass. Want new games on day one like Avowed or Football Manager 25? Say nothing if you're getting excited. Thought so. Did I mention legendary franchises like Diablo? And all for one low monthly price? 3 words. We got you. Learn more at xbox.com/PC Game Pass. Some games reference coming soon. Game catalog varies by region and over time. Any questions? I'm just kidding. I can't hear you.
On the voyage, Don Alonso pored over maps and charts, planning his assault, and looked to him like Maracaibo would be the perfect location to confront Morgan and the English pirates. The Gulf of Venezuela, quote, funnels down at its inshore side to become a narrow channel like the neck of glass, and then opens up out again into the almost circular lake of Maracaibo. End quote. To Don Alonso, it resembled an hourglass. At the narrowest part of the glass, 3 islands blocked the way into Lake Maracaibo: Baja Seco, Zaparo, and San Carlos. The channels between the islands were a maze of shifting and dangerous sandbars that threatened to beach a ship even with the shallows dragged. It was just as well that the 2 warships had sailed back for Spain. They would have been useless here. The channels were no more than 12 feet deep in some places, and navigation of them was slow and dangerous work. And there was a surprise here, too, that Morgan would not have expected, and that may have spelled his doom. 2 years prior, The French devil Francois Lolonais had sacked Maracaibo, and the event had scarred the city. The governor had overseen construction of a new fort at the small islet of San Carlos. The San Carlos de la Barra fortress guarded the channels into the lake and should have deterred any invading force. Don Alonso half suspected that Captain Morgan would have turned and fled after seeing the fort, or perhaps have already been captured. Both possibilities unnerved him. Had Morgan fled, that meant the hunt was not yet over. Had he been captured by some provincial authority and not the Queen's chosen agent, it would be a black mark on his record. However, if Captain Morgan had somehow made his way past the fortress and into Lake Maracaibo, he would be trapped at the fortress by Don Alonso's vastly superior force. So he approached Lake Maracaibo and the fortress warily. It was not beyond reason to suspect that the wily corsair might have taken the fort and left a garrison in place to defend against any incoming Spanish troops. But Don Alonso was a careful, calculating sort of man that would not underestimate Captain Morgan's cunning. So scouts were sent ashore in the night while his main vessels were still far out of range. They were to discover if there were any men left inside the fortress. However, there were none. The fortress was empty, so Don Alonso himself was rowed ashore to see exactly what the situation was. When he got there, the castle was silent and still. At the base of the fort's walls lay 11 cannon, half buried in the sand. Upon inspection, it appeared that they had been spiked and unceremoniously dumped over the walls. Don Alonso went inside, and room by room, he inspected the fortification, searching for any signs of the English corsairs. There were some. The armory had been emptied, but whether that was by English pirates or Spanish defenders was still unclear. There was really little else of consequence until he detected something, an acrid, stale scent in the air. Don Alonso followed it deeper into the fort until he found a room with a broken lock that assured him that the fortress had been defeated and taken by Captain Morgan. There were remains of gunpowder and gunpowder casks, and a trail of powder leading to it. There was an inch of hemp, a smudge of soot on the wooden floor, and a great gash across it. Don Alonso stood over the evidence and replayed what had happened in his mind. Morgan had smelled that same acrid smell, but this time fresh rather than stale. He'd followed it through the castle to this very room, broken the lock, and kicked open the door. A fuse had been lit, leading to the trail of powder. The fort's defenders had fled, yes, but they left this fuse burning, leading to their powder stores. They had planned to sacrifice the Fortress de la Barra to take Morgan down with it. Risky, clever, and dangerous. But Morgan had kicked the door down just in time. An inch of fuse remained before the powder would alight. Morgan stamped his boot upon the lid end, drew his cutlass, and dispersed the powder and the fuse with a mighty slice. Then he kicked the end of the fuse across the room. Standing there, Don Alonso could imagine the long-haired dandy, saber in hand, wearing his lordly coat and his captain's hat, illuminated by his men's torchlight when they realized that once again he'd saved them all and outwitted the Spanish. And then the pirates had even stolen the casks of powder. Don Alonso spat out a flurry of orders. Messengers were to travel on sea and over land to every city, fortress, and town in the region to gather militia and ships to track the English. Every fighting man was needed. The guns that had been spiked were to be repaired and put back in place. Half the guns from the fleet were brought ashore to fill in the castle's defense. When they were all in place, the Spanish would have a total of 126 guns guarding the channel, all aimed directly where Morgan would have to sail if he ever planned to leave Lake Maracaibo. His 3 ships, La Magdalene, La Santa Luisa, and La Marquesa, were positioned to guard each possible escape route and to cover each other in the event of a battle. Any men who were not engaged in crewing the ships, any soldiers, were rowed ashore to man the fortress. Then scouts were sent to Maracaibo town to see what the English had been up to there. While Don Alonso was overseeing the fortifications, his men brought a few men before him that were wearing well-worn militia uniforms. It turned out to be the soldiers who had been manning the fortress, and Don Alonso questioned them to see how it had been lost and Exactly what kind of forces Morgan had at his command. The garrison had been ill prepared for an attack. There weren't funds to properly supply it with either men or provisions. All told, the spectacular fortress held only 11 cannon and had a mere 9 soldiers to man them. Maybe 4 cannon could have fired at a time, but probably only 3, and doing that would have kept these 9 soldiers from guarding the approaches to the fort by land. It was a story Don Alonso had heard more than a few times. Poorly trained, poorly paid soldiers in deficient numbers were expected to defend the great Spanish cities against better trained and better armed pirates in far greater numbers. How could the Empire hope to survive in circumstances such as these? Well, that responsibility lay on the soldiers of men like him, men of education, tactics, intellect, and action. Eventually, the scouts that he'd sent to Maracaibo returned. Again, they reported that the city was abandoned, but this time something disturbed them. Don Alonso ordered the militiamen to guide him to Maracaibo and lead him to any survivors they might know where to find. They did come across some few women and children coming down from the hills for the safety of proper Spanish soldiers. They had a hunted look about them, one and all. Their clothes were ragged and they all looked hungry. When the company finally reached Maracaibo town, Don Alonso finally understood the troubled look on his scouts' faces. The city had been brutalized. Bodies of men dotted the streets. The warehouses had all been ransacked, and the homes too. The church had, as usual, been defiled by the English dogs. But all of those things were expected and not so troubling. But then, there were signs of horror. Men and women had been strung up. Others were put to the rack and flayed. Some had been burned alive. All manner of terrible tortures had been brought upon these people. The dogs had been at them too, and the crows. He asked the survivors that had come down out of the hills how long these people had been out there, how long it had been since Captain Morgan left town. 5 weeks, they told him. For a moment, Don Alonso was stunned. Then it broke. He raged at the people. How could they leave their friends, neighbors, and family out here like this? More than a month, and they hadn't been cut down and given a proper burial? He was livid. Children began to cry, women to weep silently, and men to cower. Finally, in the midst of his tirade, a woman shrieked at him, "They eat people!" Then he saw it. Finally, these people were broken, paralyzed with fear. 2 years ago, Lolone had ravaged their town, and before that wound had healed, Captain Morgan came, raping, pillaging, burning, torturing, and murdering. They had nothing left with which to fight. Don Alonso ordered the bodies removed and given a proper burial. He asked the people to lead his men to any survivors and then to follow them back to the fort. But first, he asked them about Morgan. Where had he gone, and after the rape was done, had he disappeared? No, they said he had turned his attentions on Gibraltar, just across the lake, and been there since he left. This, according to the other reports that Don Alonso had received, meant that Morgan had not left the lake and his trap would still be viable. So Don Alonso returned to San Carlos de la Barra to await Morgan and his men. They had no other option but to sail right to him. There was no overland route that was passable. Swamps that the men would be unable to pass, mountains that were far too high to climb, and deserts. No, they were coming this way. A few days later, one of the locals arrived at the fortress, and he had a message from the corsair captain. Morgan had returned to Maracaibo, and his men held it once again. He demanded a ransom for the city. He swore that he would burn it to the ground if the troops were not removed from the fortress and his pirates were allowed to pass. It was a bold message, but expected. Don Alonso had Morgan at a disadvantage. He knew a fair bit about the pirate. Reports from his previous raids had been detailed in the man's character. On the other hand, Morgan knew nothing about the admiral. Not his face, not his name, nothing about his character. And right now, Morgan was feeling him out just to see if he would respond. So Don Alonso sat down to pen a reply. It read, quote, "Having understood by all our friends and neighbors the unexpected news that you have dared to attempt and commit hostilities in the countries, cities, towns, and villages belonging to the dominions of His Catholic Majesty, my sovereign and Lord Master, I let you understand by these lines that I am come to this place, according to my obligation, near that castle which you took out of the hands of a parcel of cowards, where I have put things into a very good posture of defense, and mounted again the artillery which you had nailed and dismounted. My intent is to dispute with you your passage out of the lake, and follow and pursue you everywhere, to the end you may see the performance of my duty. Notwithstanding, if you be contented to surrender with humility all that you have taken, together with the slaves and all other prisoners, I will let you freely pass without trouble or molestation, on condition that you retire home presently to your country. But if you make any resistance or opposition to what I offer you, I assure you I will command boats to come from Caracas, wherein I will put all my troops, and, coming to Maracaibo, will put you, every man, to the sword. This is my last and absolute resolution. Be prudent, therefore, and do not abuse my bounty with ingratitude. I have with me very good soldiers, who desire nothing more ardently than to revenge on you and your people all the cruelties and base infamous actions you have committed upon the Spanish nation in America. Dated on board the royal ship named Magdalene, laying at anchor at the entry of the Lake of Maracaibo this 24th of April, 1669. Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa. End quote. This letter was sent off to the captain, and two men arrived a few days later to discuss Morgan's counteroffer. He agreed to free the prisoners he had taken in Maracaibo, and the slaves as well, and to leave the town unmolested in exchange for safe passage out of the lake. Mostly, this is what Don Alonso had asked. However, Captain Morgan made no mention of the people he had murdered and tortured already, or of the treasure. This would not do. Don Alonso gave his reply to the messengers to be sent back to Morgan. Quote, if they surrendered not themselves voluntarily into his hands within 2 days, under the conditions which he had offered them by his letter, he would immediately come and force them to do it. End quote. 2 days he'd given the Corsairs. He was certain that Morgan wouldn't accept the deal. These pirates cared for nothing but plunder. But he had given the English a deadline. In 2 days, either Morgan would be forced to flee, or he would be forced to march upon the pirates. So he prepared the men for either occasion. He knew that Morgan was likely to attempt an attack on the fortress in the night, just as he had done at Portobello. If he gained control of the castle, he would then command the water. Don Alonso fortified the defenses and ordered a stout guard kept. The 2 days passed without any hint of the English. Then, at dusk on the 30th of April, the English ships appeared on the horizon. There was a litany of tiny vessels, good for no more than ferrying men from port to port. The only ships of any real consequence were the 2 converted French merchantmen, which had been taken after the Oxford explosion, Morgan's own ship, the Lily, and a moderately armed galley out of Cuba that Morgan had taken at Gibraltar. They would be no match for Don Alonso's warships and the fortress. The Spanish were all on high alert, and they kept watch in every direction. These ships appearing on the horizon were likely a diversion for a land assault in the night, so none of his men slept very well. When the morning finally came, the English set sail directly for the Spanish. Orders were given to prepare for battle maneuvers. The Cuban ship, the newest in the fleet, took the lead. It moved heavily in the water. Apparently, Morgan had loaded her with his guns and prayed that she would be able to take on La Magdalene. She could not, no matter how many guns she carried, but she could put up a fight. Out of range of the fort's guns, the smaller craft in the fleet peeled off and held back. It was a bold move. Probably the same Don Alonso would have chosen, faced with the same circumstances. Morgan intended to send his strongest ship in close, so close that the guns of the fortress wouldn't shoot in fear of sinking Don Alonso's ship. This would also, possibly, keep the other ships in the Spanish fleet from joining into the battle for the same reason, a fear of accidentally hitting the Spanish. Locked in battle, trading broadsides, Morgan likely thought his men might just be able to board his ship La Magdalene. This would, potentially, put the battle in favor of the Buccaneers. It was, in all honesty, the only move he had left to make. His men were skilled, and it was their best chance, but in reality, still a doomed one. Morgan and his men must know that they had no chance, and had chosen to go down fighting. An honorable decision, if unwise. Don Alonso almost admired Captain Morgan for making it. The Cuban ship sailed dead ahead, straight for battle. Her gun ports were bristling with cannon. He must have cannibalized all his other guns to arm her. The men on board stood the deck defiantly, showing no fear, hardly moving. The ship came closer. The men held their breath, waiting to see how the English would engage. No, something was wrong. Those men were standing too still. The ship should have turned to present a broadside, and then, from above, in the crow's nest, Don Alonso heard fuego. Several men from the oncoming ship jumped overboard. Then Don Alonso saw it. The men he'd seen on board were dummies, constructed of straw. The rigging of the ship was littered with grappling hooks to grab his own. These cannon weren't cannon at all, but casks of powder, the very same that Morgan had taken from the fort, and the ship was billowing smoke. Don Alonso opened his mouth to give a command, but at that moment, explosions rocked the air. Flaming debris flew in all directions. It landed among the pitch and tar and hemp of his own vessel. There was no time for La Magdalene to escape. He gave the order to abandon ship and jumped overboard. As Don Alonso hit the water, the fire ship rammed his own vessel. Men were thrown into the air. Arms, legs, timber, flaming tar, the mizzenmast of his own vessel all came crashing down into the water around him. He began to swim for shore. When he escaped the flaming wreckage, he took a look around to get his bearings. Behind him, his own ship was burning. The screams of his men followed him. To his right, La Santa Luisa made for shore, and to his left, Morgan and the Buccaneers closed in. Coughing, dripping, and bleeding, Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa climbed from the water. He turned to look back. The Santa Luisa had made it to shore, and her men were making for the fort. The wreckage of La Magdalene was indistinguishable from the fire ship that had taken her down. Together they sat burning in the shallow water. La Marquesa, it appeared, was now in the hands of Morgan. All her boats were rowing for shore, and the ship was sailing back towards the pirate fleet. This was a true disaster. But all was not lost. The fort still commanded the channel, and Don Alonso still commanded the fort. He made his way up the beach into the castle and began barking orders for her defense. Before the hour was out, Morgan's men made an attempt to take it from him. They flung their fire pots and their hand grenades. They took aim, they fired their muskets on his men, but this was the pirates' first real encounter with any Spanish soldiers, and they showed their true mettle. While Morgan may have used devilish trickery to sink La Magdalene, he was no match for Don Alonso and his soldiers. In the end, the English retreated from the withering fire. They were even unable to retrieve their dead, lest they become one of them. After the skirmish was over, a last messenger came from Morgan, giving his terms. This time, the messengers were locals, and they begged Don Alonso to capitulate to the pirates' demands, give him passage, or he would burn Maracaibo and kill all his prisoners. The wretches begged Don Alonso to agree, but he replied, quote, "If you had been as loyal to your king in hindering the entry of these pirates, as I shall do in their going out, you had never caused these troubles, neither to yourselves nor to our whole nation, which hath suffered so much through your pusillanimity. In a word, I shall never grant your request, but shall endeavor to maintain that respect which is due my king, according to my duty." End quote. Don Alonso would not allow Morgan to escape. He knew the corsairs couldn't take the fortress, and he knew their reinforcements were on their way. When they arrived, he could crush Henry Morgan for good. Then, at dawn the next day, he saw something he didn't see coming. Morgan's fleet, off in the distance, were sending boats full of well-armed men ashore. They carried pikes, muskets, and drums. The boats would then return to the ship and thence carry more men ashore. It appeared Morgan knew Reinforcements were on the way as well, and his time was limited. He had to take the castle and defeat Don Alonso if he had any hope of escape. Of course, there was no hope of taking the castle either. Don Alonso ordered the cannon moved from the seaward side of the fort to the landward, and posted his soldiers and guards to defend the fort from a frontal assault. And then he waited. Dusk came, then full night. Midnight passed. This was the prime time for an attack. His men were alert and prepared to fight off the pirates. And then, from the far side of the fortress, one of his men screamed, "Sails!" It appeared the reinforcements had come. Don Alonso ran to see how many ships were coming. When he saw, his heart sank. The sails belonged to a dozen or so small craft, to Morgan's Lily, to his own Marquesa, and they were just out of range, sailing into the Bay of Venezuela and to the open sea beyond. Don Alonso del Campo y Espinosa had failed. Captain Morgan had escaped. In the end, Morgan and the Buccaneers made off with 250,000 pesos in combined treasure, not counting the slaves they had freed. He returned to Port Royal, once again a hero. This was Captain Morgan's greatest raid to date. Although Don Alonso would never know it, he had pulled his last trick off in the simplest of manners. Those boats that were dropping off soldiers on the shore, well, they weren't dropping off anyone. The men would get onto the canoes, row across in full view of the Spanish, and then sneak back around to the boats, lay down in the bottom of the boat, and row back over to the main ships, where they would sit back up, row back over to shore, and perform the whole charade all over again. The reinforcements did eventually arrive, shortly after Morgan made good his escape. They weren't happy with the situation that Don Alonso had so badly bungled. He was arrested by the local governor and sent back to Spain, but eventually freed by the Queen and even honored for his service. Don Alonso put on a brave face after all of this, but such a distinguished soldier just could never believe that he'd been outwitted by a lowly English pirate. Thanks for listening. I really hope you enjoyed this episode. The story of Don Alonso was an interesting one. Personally, though, I'm not sure about it. This was yet another story of Captain Morgan raiding a city, and a city that we've seen sacked before, no less. So I was looking for an interesting way to try and tell this story, but there are some problems I have with how I chose to do so. Some elements of this story were really historical fiction. I stuck to the true story, but I also put Don Alonso in some places that he probably wasn't. It would have been one of his underlings that was at Port Royal rather than himself. His soldiers went to see what was happening in Maracaibo, not him. He would probably have stayed in the fort. And of course, I don't know literally what he was thinking from moment to moment, but I put words in his mouth and thoughts in his brain that helped explain what was happening. There's also questions about what I left out of the story. For example, when Morgan left Maracaibo and went to Gibraltar, well, what happened there wasn't known until much later by the Spanish, so I couldn't tell about it in this format. Now, there was a man, an elderly man, who was actually the brother of the governor. He was disabled in some fashion. Exquemelin isn't exactly a player, but he failed to leave the city before Morgan arrived. He lived in a hovel on the charity of a local church and hospital in town. He wound up being found by the pirates unquestioned, and when he agreed to give up his riches at the threat of torture, he uncovered a hole built into his floor where he had some earthenware dishes, a little bit of fabric, and a grand total of 3 pieces of 8. That's not very much. He confessed, though, after the pirates pressed him, to being the governor's brother, and he was tortured for hours on hours to give up the riches that the pirates assumed he had until, finally, mercifully, he died. There's also the tale of a slave master that Morgan had on the rack, torturing him, only to hand over his implements of torture to the man's slave, who then proceeded to butcher him mercilessly, and then turned to the other slave masters, and yet more until he wore himself out from killing Spanish slave masters. But then, even those stories, as interesting as they might not be true. You see, here though, I wanted to give an account from the Spanish point of view, but I still had to rely on Expomelon for many details, and the torture might not have happened at all. The only place that appears is in the Buccaneers of America. The Spanish don't even mention it in the reports, so I chose not to add it into this story. But I wanted to experiment with a few elements. If you enjoyed some of them, I'd really appreciate it if you let me know. If you hated some of them, I'd really appreciate you letting me know about that too. Either way, we're in the home stretch with Captain Morgan now. We're getting close to the end point of his story. Next week, we're going to talk about the events that happened after Maracaibo and everything that led to his last and greatest raid. Our theme music was, this week, as always, The Old Captain, that fantastic band, Brillig. If you're enjoying their music, why not go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or go on over and check us out on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, SoundCloud, or wherever it is you happen to listen to your podcasts. If you're enjoying the show and you'd like to support it, you can always do so at patreon.com, or at the website you can leave a donation. And we also really appreciate everybody that leaves us a review or a rating at iTunes, Stitcher, Podbean, or wherever you listen to the show. Once again, though, and most importantly, as always, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That is Commodores Rumgut, Vertigon, Conte Caliente, and Bootstrap Space. If you'd like to support the show, please go to patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. That's patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. Hello, welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. 2 days out from their miraculous victory at Maracaibo, the fleet of Henry Morgan was hunted by a hurricane. They could see it coming, and they had no hope of escape. So the sailors struck their sails and dropped anchor, but the sea was too rough and too deep to hold them in place. It was easily possible to reach land before the storm struck, but they would be greeted there only by Spanish muskets and native spears. Their best hope was to stay at sea, face the storm, and hopefully ride it out. So they battened the hatches, secured the guns and their plunder, and they prayed. The storm hit, and their ships were rocked on violent waves. The buccaneers battled the storm harder than any Spaniard they'd ever faced. Men were thrown overboard, never to be seen again. Ships were separated or sunk, never to be seen again. The storm lasted for 3 days, with no man sleeping, eating, or resting. When it finally passed, the fleet was smaller, but still intact. The ships held less men than they had, but their treasure was secure. Morgan had wisely ordered the treasure they had taken at Maracaibo spread around to all of the ships in the fleet, so that were one ship taken or lost, they would still have as much as possible. The brethren, after surviving the storm, set sail for home, wealthy men. Morgan thought fondly of his wife Elizabeth and of what his spoils would bring to them. It could bring them land, titles, a manor house, and peace. He would finally, after so many years, start a family and never have to go out buccaneering again. This is episode 29, or Any Other Place. One of the defining characteristics of this era, the Age of Sail, is just how slowly information traveled. Back in ancient Rome, news could take so long to travel from one part of the empire to another that the entire empire was often split into smaller states under their own emperors. By the 17th century, the world's empires could literally encompass the globe, and communication was that much more difficult. By the time Morgan returned to Jamaica on May 16, 1669, Governor Sir Thomas Moody-Ford had only just received word from Whitehall concerning Morgan's previous raid on Portobello more than a year prior. And that news, well, it wasn't good. Back in England, the Jamaica colony had a powerful benefactor. George Monk, the first Duke of Albemarle, was a powerful friend to have. He was instrumental in overseeing the restoration of King Charles and the monarchy of England. During the Great Fire and the Great Plague of 1666, he'd been in charge of what amounted to martial law in London and around parts of England. He was one of 8 Lords Proprietor of the Carolina colony, and his second in command during the English Civil War had been none other than Henry Morgan's own uncle. And he was virtually in charge of military and foreign affairs there in England. His position on Spain was one of strength rather than appeasement. He saw Spain as the enemy and Jamaica as a spear to use against her, to dislodge her. He argued that the only way for England to flourish was at the expense of Spain, and a strong Jamaica was integral to that stance. However, by 1669, when Morgan was returning from his most recent raid, Lord Albemarle was ill, and he had retired from public life. His influence at court against Spain and pro-Jamaica was gone. Jamaica was even more vulnerable than usual, and it's here that another actor enters the stage, one that had no such love for Jamaica. Henry Bennet was the first Earl of Arlington. He was a man that believed in the absolute authority of the monarch. He wanted Parliament to be neutered, and he wanted to see the English throne molded after that of Louis XIV of France. He wanted to see King Charles as an absolute monarch. In his younger years, he'd spent time living in Spain, and he advocated at court for cozier relations with Spain. And then in 1667, while Lord Albemarle was busy dealing with the Second Anglo-Dutch War, Lord Bennet was named the Postmaster General and given control over foreign affairs for all of England. Oh, and he was secretly a Catholic. On one trip overseas, on which he had accompanied the king, the two men shared a mass given by a Catholic priest. That's right, the Merry Monarch, Charles II, King of England, head of the Anglican Church, whose grandfather had commissioned the King James Bible, was himself a secret Catholic. Now, both of these men, the king and Henry Bennet, played their part of good Protestants in public, and in fact, Arlington more than once secured funds from overseas to support the English Church, but that didn't stop these two men from negotiating a secret treaty with France that could see King Charles openly proclaim himself a Catholic and possibly, perhaps, hopefully, return England to Catholicism. The secret Catholicism of the Stuarts and the religious tension that was building in England will eventually play a major role in our story of Caribbean piracy, but Arlington and Charles' religious inclinations directly impacted Henry Morgan, Governor Modiford, and Jamaica. In his quest for closer relations with Spain, Arlington saw Jamaica as something of a problem. They were a thorn in Spain's side, and every time the Brethren attacked the Spanish city, that thorn was driven in even deeper. The Spanish ambassador in England was threatening war. The Queen Regent herself was reportedly furious with King Charles, and all he had to offer her was the appointment of Arlington and promises to rein in the Buccaneers at Port Royal and hopefully end their terror on the Spanish Main. Back in Jamaica, well, his men unloaded the cargo and prepared to enjoy their newfound wealth to the fullest. The governor relayed all this news to Admiral Morgan. Arlington's most recent letter had read, quote, "His Majesty's pleasure is that in what state soever the privateers are at the receipt of this letter, you will keep them so till we have a final answer from Spain. With this condition, he obliges them to forbear all hostilities on land." End quote. Now, neither Arlington nor Modiford knew it at this time, but this order was already too late. Things were now in motion that could not be averted. See, here's the rub. Modiford had never ordered Morgan to sack Maracaibo. The plan had originally been to take Spanish ships and possibly to engage or disable the Windward fleet. It was to be a reconnaissance of force and defense of Port Royal, but it had turned into a full-on assault of Spanish cities, a real invasion. That certainly constituted the hostilities on land that Arlington had commanded against. Now, what made this all worse was the certainty that Spanish ships were at this moment crossing the Atlantic bearing news of the attack. The governor took action quickly. He shot off letters detailing the many depredations of the Spanish against Jamaica, most of them fabricated, and the danger posed to the English settlers on Jamaica by the Windward fleet. He wrote of the unruly nature of the Buccaneers and his need for a proper navy. He wrote, too, of the trouble he would have with hundreds of unemployed, drunken murderers walking his streets. He wrote letter after letter to Arlington, to the Lords of Trade, and even to the king himself. They all argued for Jamaica's need of the Buccaneers and their weakness without them. Of all the many offenses recounted in his letters, even one of them recounted an invasion that never happened. None of them have any other record and are generally thought to be false. Now, Lord Arlington agreed with this assessment, or at least he didn't care very much for the fate of Jamaica or her people. While the possibility of peace with Spain and seeing his king and country return to Catholicism was in the offering, there wasn't even a question in his mind. In his book, The Pirate's Pact, Douglas R. Burgess Jr. discusses exactly why Modiford went to all this trouble. He writes, quote, "It is worth pausing at this moment and questioning his motives. Greed was assuredly amongst them, but It seems hardly likely that he would risk not only his position, but even his life for simply another haul of Spanish gold. Was it patriotism then? Did Modiford wish to bring war back between England and Spain for reasons of his own? Again, it is unlikely. This was an age before nationalism, when war was a detached diplomatic exercise. Modiford may not have liked the Spanish, but neither did he hate them. The most plausible explanation is that Modiford had lived so long as governor in Jamaica, so far removed from his peers and his supervisors, that he now believed himself to be outside the English political system. The fragile bonds of patronage that had brought him to power had been severed somewhere in the Atlantic between the two isles, England and Jamaica, and he was now no one's man but his own. End quote. I chose to read this quote because I think it's important to look at Governor Modiford's motives, but I disagree with basically everything in that passage. It could absolutely have been greed on the governor's part. And it could have been, well, not patriotism, no, but a rekindled war with Spain would likely see Jamaica suddenly an important outpost to be properly funded and supplied, rather than a vulnerable, inconsequential island out of the edge of the world. And the author's conclusion that Modiford was no longer beholden to England, I mean, why try so hard to impress the desperation of your circumstances upon them? Jamaica was actually under threat. Spain wanted her back, no matter what the foreign Queen Regent said about it. The governors in the region were bent on it. It seems to me that Modiford was just doing his job. He'd been charged with the governance and protection of Jamaica, and his family's fates were now tied to the island. And he was getting no support from back in England, so he had to manufacture that support to do what he could with what he had. Still, his protests went unheeded. Lord Arlington wrote back to him, quote, "This way of warring is neither honorable or profitable to his majesty. He has endeavored to put an end to it." End quote. A month after the fleet returned to Port Royal, on June 24, 1669, Modiford, Morgan, and the town council marched into the square as the town crier proclaimed, quote, "From now on we prohibit any acts of hostility against the vassals of his Catholic Majesty by whatsoever person or persons." End quote. Arlington had made it abundantly clear there would be no more letters of marque. Any Englishman that traveled to Tortuga to acquire one would be treated as a pirate. Any Englishman convicted of piracy would be hung. It appeared that the buccaneering days of Port Royal were at an end. For Morgan, and for several of his top captains, that was just how they wanted it. This would be a peace with Spain and an attempt to stop their lives of buccaneering. Morgan bought 800 acres of land suitable for planting sugar. He bought slaves and equipment, and he settled down to spend time with his wife and hopefully start a family. His top captains, men that were all English soldiers rather than regular brethren, also bought land from their haul. One of them bought as much as 1,000 acres. These men took wives if they could find them and began their lives properly at last. These men were at least attempting to join the gentleman class, becoming proper plantation owners and leaving their violent lives behind. For Henry Morgan himself, life was good. His cousins and his in-laws were doing well and having children. They were all on the governing council there in Jamaica. His family, all told, owned more land than any other in Jamaica, and they were second in influence only to Modiford's. For almost a year, things were peaceful for the Morgans. Despite Elizabeth not getting pregnant, Henry was at the head of a great clan that was building a legacy on Jamaica. Now, the governor was not without headaches, but nothing so serious. The day after he made the announcement in the town square, he sent off a letter to the Spanish ambassador. Stephen Talty writes of it in Empire of Blue Water. Quote, "On June 25th, 1669, he sent the Conde de Molina, the Spanish ambassador to England, a letter. The fact that he was the governor of an upstart colony, completely illegal in Spanish eyes, addressing the representative of a world-straddling empire, did not seem to cross his mind in writing this amazing document. Quote, I know, and perhaps you are not altogether ignorant of your weakness in these parts, he wrote. The thinness of your inhabitants, want of hearts, arms, and knowledge in war, the open opposition of some and doubtful obedience or of other of the Indians. And back to Talty. Modyford warned the ambassador that in the event of a permanent peace between England and Spain, the French corsairs would simply take up where Morgan had left off, unless the Spanish agreed to his proposal, namely, that they hire the Brethren as a mercenary army to protect the Main. Quote, "What we could have done, the French will do, unless these men may by your intercession be brought to serve your master." End quote. As you might imagine, the government of Spain didn't take this mocking and insulting proposition too seriously, but they did have to find something to do with all of these men who had been buccaneers. Now, some of them rented plots of land from their captains. It was a reasonable offer. They knew their landlords well and knew they weren't cruel men or usurers. They paid for the use of that land, but they cultivated it in place of slaves and possibly could earn enough to buy their own piece of land one day. Now, many of the buccaneers joined the militia there in Jamaica, especially the younger men among them. But even more brethren sailed off to cut logwood on the Main. Logwood is that particular type of wood that is used for making dyes back in England. Now, this wasn't as lucrative a trade as privateering, but it was an acceptable life. These men could drink and sing and roast boar around the fire, and since the wood that they were cutting was a valuable commodity on Spanish land, they still got to stick it to the Catholics. Now, there's probably a distinction here that isn't talked about too much in the primary sources, and it's hard to verify, but a lot of historians do mention it. Some of the earliest buccaneers, those out of Tortuga and Hispaniola, were probably gay. Their lifestyle was one without women, and often it was one that excluded women by design, like no girls allowed. Now, some of these men were ostracized from their homes for religious reasons, but most, that wasn't the case. They just seemed to drift away from Europe to the farthest flung reaches of the colonies for reasons unknown, or at least unrecorded. Perhaps those reasons were too shameful to record. And actually, that theory makes sense in a number of ways. While some gay men might join the church, where the obligation to marry and have children was lifted, others might seek a place far away from civilization where they could hunt and camp and live free, far away from society's expectations and judgments. Now, that's a controversial opinion, but it has some merit, and it seems likely that if true, those brethren that chose to sail away from a life with women and children to live much as the buccaneers of decades prior had might have been gay too. Now, it's worth noting that it seems to have been less common among the English buccaneers than the French or the Dutch, probably because the English had mostly either come over with the invasion or been sent over to Jamaica on a penal ship, while the French and Dutch had mostly immigrated on their own. Regardless, aside from a few privateers that decided to turn full pirate and wound up swinging for it, those months were mostly peaceful and pleasant times for the brethren of the coast. Remember, though, how I said that this era could be so interesting due to the challenge of communication in such large, vast empires? Well, you see, the order to cease and desist all hostilities came down due to Morgan's raid on Portobello. But word of the raid on Maracaibo had finally made its way to Lisbon and London, and none were happy about it. To Spain, it was just further proof that England had no intention of stopping these raids. To England, it was proof that Jamaica was out of control and that the treaty with Spain was in jeopardy. The diplomatic channels were growing tense and even dangerous, and it was becoming clear that war was looming on the horizon, which England desperately wanted to avoid at all costs. So they placed all of the blame on the buccaneers, which really, it was their fault, let's be real here. Now, Spain accepted this, but decided to take the old phrase, "no peace beyond the line," very seriously. While the men in Jamaica peacefully planted, Spain prepared for war.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. Next on Nada Yada Island.
I knew I deserved so much more, so I left. I finally switched to Metro and got what I was looking for.
Get one line for only $25 a month with AutoPay. Just bring your phone to Metro and experience all the data you want on the largest 5G network. That's nada yada yada, only at Metro by T-Mobile. First month is $30. Bring your number and ID. Offer not available if with T-Mobile or with Metro in the past 180 days.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. From your morning podcast to your afternoon playlist, State Farm knows you personalize your entire day, and that's why State Farm helps you personalize your insurance with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It offers coverage options that help protect what you care about most at an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
In January 1670, Governor Modi Ford decided Port Royal had finally settled down and elected to send a vessel to Santiago de Cuba, carrying several freed Spanish prisoners, a letter from Modi Ford to the Spanish governor, and a hold full of goods that the Spanish needed and wanted. If there was to be peace, he thought, let there be trade. The ship was named Marion Jane, under Captain Bernard Clayson Speardike, a former buccaneer known as Captain Bernard or Captain Bart. He was received in the Spanish port very cautiously. His entire ship was searched 4 times, but when the Spanish were finally satisfied and he released the prisoners, he sent a letter on up to the governor and opened his holds for trade. Eventually, though there was some hard bargaining, everything sold, and Captain Bernard sailed away from Santiago, a happy and somewhat wealthier man. Hopefully, this would be the first of many such missions. Then, on February 27th, the captain spotted a ship flying English colors. He sent a boat over to inquire, and those men were welcomed aboard. Then, the strange ship sailed toward the Marion Jane. Now that wasn't normal. The other vessel called out across the water, "Where are you bound from?" Captain Bernard replied, "Jamaica." And then the strange ship called out, "Defend yourself, dog. I come as punishment for heretics." She opened fire, a full broadside. The strange ship carried a total of 14 guns and the Marion Jane only 6. But Captain Bernard held his ground, and for hours the 2 ships traded volleys. There was no decisive victor that evening, but when morning came, the battle began again, this time in true earnest. Each ship poured every ounce into the fight for the next several hours. Captain Bernard was killed, and eventually the forecastle of the Marion Jane caught fire. She was forced to surrender. The buccaneers were captured and ferried over to the larger vessel, and it was instantly clear that the Spanish had suffered at least 5 times as many losses, if not more. But they had more men and more guns. This was a ship intent and armed for war. 9 men from the Marion Jane, English and Dutchmen, were put in a canoe and told to sail for Port Royal, to tell the governor of what had happened and to deliver a message from the captain of that Spanish vessel. The ship was the San Pedro y la Fama, and her master was Manuel Rivero Pardal. He was very clear that his name was repeated to Governor Modi Ford and especially to Admiral Morgan. When he returned to Cuba, Rivero was greeted as a hero. This was the first great victory over Morgan. He even recited a poem to mark the occasion. It read, quote, "I am the defender against this monster. I have been confirmed captain of these coasts. By St. Peter, I was the first. My name alone is enough to make the sea and all these barbarians tremble." End quote. Now Morgan and Modi Ford were certain that this was the beginning of something far worse, and the men who had met Rivero agreed with that assessment. But back in London, Lord Arlington brushed it away as nothing more than an isolated incident. Then, a few days later, word came from a pair of English ships returning from a logwood cutting expedition on the Yucatan. They'd been attacked by a much larger ship in the Bay of Campeche, and they were assumed lost. But then, a few days after that, a large Spanish vessel, San Nicolas de Tolentino, sailed into port, flying English colors. Those two buccaneer vessels, or those two logwood cutting vessels, had been attacked, but they, being such talented and experienced soldiers, had overwhelmed the larger ship, and they had made her their own. And now, the governor and Morgan had the proof they needed. In the captain's quarters of that larger vessel, they found a letter from the governor of Cuba stating that the governor had been given authority, along with all other Spanish governors, to issue letters of reprisal lasting 5 years to any and all willing Spanish captains in response to the raids on Portobello and Maracaibo. The Queen Regent had declared war on the English in Jamaica and on the Brethren of the Coast. She intended to, quote, execute all hostilities which are permitted in war by taking possession of all the ships, islands, places, and ports, end quote. This letter was hard proof that Spain was making war on Jamaica, but still, Arlington and King Charles would not hear of it. Their plans with Spain were too important to risk on a small island like Jamaica. It was clear to the parties involved that they had been abandoned by England. And on July 11th, it became clear just what threats they faced. On the north coast of Jamaica, far from Port Royal, 2 ships were spotted making for land. By the time that reports reached Spanish Town and the governor, a force of Spanish troops had already landed. The area that the Spanish landed on was lightly inhabited, but there was a small militia force and a village of loggers and planters there. The militia was soundly defeated. Then, the Spanish turned their attention on the locals. Now, what in the past Diego Lucifer, Roque Basiliano, Henry Morgan, and especially Francois L'Olonnais had done all along the Spanish Main was truly terrible. Theft, torture, rape, and murder all along the coasts of the West Indies. I don't want to excuse that at all. But the tenor of what the Spanish did here was different. This was not a raid. There was no plundering, no hostages taken, or ransoms demanded. There was no search for gold or jewels. This was revenge, and it was executed with military efficiency. Every man and boy was cut down. Women and girls were violated before being killed themselves. Every building they came across burned. This was a message. What you have done to us, we can do back, only worse and without remorse. Fear our might. There was also a real physical message left as well, from that same captain that had attacked the Mary and Jane. It read, quote, I, Captain Manuel Rivero Pardal, to ye chief of ye squadron of privateers in Jamaica. I am he who this year have done that which follows. I went on shore at Caimonos and burnt 20 houses and fought with Captain Arai and took him from a ketch laden with provisions and a canoe. I am he who took Captain Baines, that is, Captain Bernard, and did carry the prize to Cartagena, and am now arrived at this coast and have burnt it. I am come to seek Admiral Morgan with 2 ships of war of 20 guns, and, having seen this, I crave he would come out upon the coast and seek me, that he might see the valor of the Spaniards. And because I had no time, I did not come to the mouth of Port Royal to speak by word of mouth in the name of my king, whom God preserve. Dated 5th of July, 1670. End quote. It was now clear to everyone on Jamaica that the island, small and surrounded by enemies, was now at war with the largest and richest empire in the world, and they would get no help from home. Modiford knew this, so he was forced to turn once again to his friend and collaborator, Henry Morgan. He wrote out a letter of marque, without official permission, and presented it to Henry Morgan. I'm going to read it here in full. Quote, Sir Thomas Modiford, Baronet, Governor of His Majesty's Island of Jamaica, Commander-in-Chief of all His Majesty's forces within the said island, and the islands adjacent, Vice Admiral to His Royal Highness the Duke of York in the American seas. To Admiral Henry Morgan, Esquire. Greeting. Whereas the Mariana, Queen Regent of Spain, hath by her royal schedule dated at Madrid the 20th of April, 1669, commanded her respective governors in the Indies to publish and make war against our sovereign lord the king in these parts. And whereas Don Pedro Bayona de Villanueva, Captain General of the province of Paraguay and the governor of the city of Santiago de Cuba and its provinces, hath executed the same, and lately, in the most hostile and barbarous manner, landed his men on the north side of the island, and entered a small way into the country, firing all the houses they came at, killing or taking prisoners all the inhabitants they could meet with, and where, as the rest of the governors in these parts have granted commissions for executing the like hostility against us, and are diligently gathering forces together to be sent to Santiago de Cuba, their general rendezvous and place of magazine, and from thence as the most opportune place to be transported for a thorough invasion and final conquest, as they hope, of the island. In discharge of the great trust which His Gracious Majesty hath placed in me, I do by virtue of full power and authority in such cases from His Royal Highness James, Duke of York, His Majesty's Lord High Admiral, derived unto me, and out of the great confidence I have in the good conduct, courage, and fidelity of you, the said Henry Morgan, to be Admiral and Commander-in-Chief of all the ships, barks, and other vessels now fitted, or which hereafter shall be fitted for the public service and defense of this island, and so of the officers, soldiers, and seamen which are, or shall be put upon the same, requiring you to use your best endeavors to get the vessels into one body or fleet, and to cause them to be well manned, fitted, armed, and victualed, and, by the first opportunity, wind and weather permitting, to put to sea for the guard and defense of this island. And all of the vessels trading to or about the same, and, in order thereunto, to use your best endeavors to surprise, take, sink, disperse, and destroy all the enemy's ships or vessels which shall come within your view. And also, for preventing the intended invasion against this place, you are hereby further authorized and required, in the case that you and your officers, in your judgment, find it possible or feasible to land and attain the town of Santiago de Cuba, or any other place belonging to the enemies, where you shall be informed that magazines and stores for this war are laid up, or where any rendezvous for their forces to embody are appointed, and there to use your best endeavors for the seizing of the said stores, and to take, kill, and disperse the said forces. And all officers, soldiers, and seamen who are or shall be belonging to or embarked upon the said vessels are hereby strictly enjoined, both by sea and land, to obey you as their admiral and commander-in-chief in all things as becometh there, and you yourself are to observe and follow all such orders as you shall have from time to time received from His most excellent Majesty, His Royal Highness, or myself. End quote. So Morgan was to raise a fleet, as large as possible, with as many men as could be mustered. He was to take or sink any Spanish vessels he came across. He was then to seize any Spanish stores or magazines he could find, and then take, kill, or disperse the Spanish forces. He was to do this at Santiago de Cuba or any other place belonging to the enemies. This was, yes, a letter of marque for Captain Morgan. Ostensibly, it gave him the legal authority to attack the Spanish. But it was more than that. This didn't allow him to attack Spanish forces. This commanded him to gather everyone he could and attack all the Spanish forces he could find. This was a declaration of war. But not a declaration between nation states. This was a declaration of war from one small colony, armed only by a group of rough, violent, drunken pirates against the greatest empire the world had yet known. The people of Port Royal were terrified and had decided to entrust their fate to Captain Morgan and the Brethren of the Coast. That very day, the day that he received his letter of marque, ships were sent out across the New World. They went out in every direction, to go to the Bay of Campeche and the Yucatan, to go down south to Providence Island and even the Spanish Main. They went to Tortuga, they went to Cuba, they went as far as Nassau and the Leeward Islands. Ships went everywhere, to gather as many men as could be found. Back in Port Royal, the holy men on street corners preached that the end was nigh and a final climactic judgment was coming. All the while, the ground beneath Port Royal rumbled ominously and began to shake. Next time, we'll look at, well, the next chapter in this story is the greatest piratical raid of all time. So great, in fact, that it leaves behind the name of pirate raid and becomes really a military venture. We're going to look at the steps leading to and the fallout from Henry Morgan's raid on Panama. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and everybody that's been kind enough to leave us a rating or review wherever you happen to listen to the show. And a special thanks, as always, to all of our Patreon supporters. We really couldn't do this show without them. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't yet checked them out, you really should do so over at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website, piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out on Facebook, Twitter, SoundCloud, and YouTube. And most importantly, as always, thank you for listening.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show was also brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodore class. That's Commodores Rumgut, Vertigon, Conte Valiente, and Bootstraps Bailey. If you'd like to support the show, go to patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. That's patreon.com/Pirate History Podcast. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In 509 BCE, the last king of Rome was overthrown. The people, and the powerful among them, were done with tyrants, and they elected to be governed rather than ruled. They formed a Senate to debate the issues and to guide them. It was far from a democratic body, but it was far better than being ruled over. But there were two men that sat at the head of the Senate. They were elected for a limited term. Now, these two men had equal powers. Each one was a check on the other, a guard against the threat of one man amassing too much power. These were called praetors, and later they'd be called consuls. And these two wielded an executive power. The Romans called that power the imperium. Now, perhaps the most important role of the consuls was to act as commanders-in-chief of the armies of Rome. Now, presumably, these were the two most powerful men in Rome, at least while they held office, but there was another class that rivaled them. There were the generals, and later on the governors. Now, nominally, they served at the behest of the Senate and under the command of the consuls. In reality, though, they commanded a great amount of authority and influence all of their own. Still, they could be recalled and reprimanded or removed if they stretched their mandate too far. Now, early on, the famous Roman Republic was in her infancy, and she was struggling to discover exactly what she would become. It was a system of governance designed to keep any one man from reclaiming the title of king through a system of checks and balances that much of the modern world would find familiar today. But there were times, especially in the Roman Republic's very early days, that their system was just not prepared to handle. There were times when the Republic itself was in such great danger that the squabbling and divided Senate could not come to a consensus on how best to defend her. Times when that mass of ambitious and often inexperienced generals were more concerned with their own glory than the salvation of Rome. At those times, sometimes, the consuls either could not or would not agree on the path before them. It was at these times, when Rome itself was in peril, that the consuls, with the backing of the Senate and even the tribunes, would raise one man above them all. They chose a man that they thought to be worthy and wise and strong. They named him Dictator. For a limited time, usually no more than 6 months, he was given supreme executive power. His authority over all of the armies of Rome exceeded that of the consuls and even the generals. He had virtually no check on his power, and his responsibility alone was the defense of Rome. Now, of course, the last dictator was named Caius Julius Caesar. That was at the twilight of the Republic, when men like Sulla and Caesar abused the powers of dictator, but for centuries it had been an invaluable tool, a last line of defense, and hopefully a salvation. Now, there are incalculable parallels that can be drawn between ancient Rome and the world that would follow her fall. Some are valid, most aren't. Some are useful, most aren't. But by the summer of 1670, in the West Indies, the island of Jamaica was experiencing some of those same growing pains, figuring out exactly what they were. They had a governor who had executive authority over the island, and a council that debated the issues and decided how best to move forward. But in that summer, they stood alone, abandoned by their king, and surrounded by very, very capable enemies. They chose to give one man unprecedented power, authority, and burden. This is episode 30, Dictator of the West Indies. Admiral Henry Morgan had proved himself time and again the most capable commander in the Americas. He outshone his predecessors like Admirals Mings and Mansvelt. He eclipsed earlier Buccaneer captains like Francois Launay. He had amassed a bigger reputation, more conquests, more successes, and more plunder than all of the men that had come before him. It was in Jamaica's hour of need that the governor of Jamaica, Governor Modiford, with the backing of Jamaica's governing council, granted Morgan more power than any other captain in the Caribbean had ever held. Now, he had his letter of marque in hand, but that was the least of it. He was given the power to actually issue letters of marque on his own without consulting the governor. That was unheard of, and also pretty illegal. A letter of marque was only supposed to be issued by a governor, a man given the king's authority. And in one move here, Modifort had delegated the king's writ to a man most considered to be no more than a pirate. But Morgan would use that power to great effect in the months to come. Now, he was also given total control of the Jamaican militia. Even that wasn't anything too outside of the norm, but he used that too. Morgan was virtually given control of the island, and he put it under martial law. He put strict rules in place, limiting the consumption of any goods necessary to the war effort. Any man that was left in debtor's prison was offered clemency if he agreed to serve on board one of Morgan's ships. Even indentured servants were offered freedom on the same grounds. Farmhands, apprentices, drunks, vagrants, criminals, any man who could sail or shoot was courted by Captain Morgan. At Fort Charles, there in Port Royal, this unruly mob underwent strict training under the commanders and the veterans of Morgan's fleet. In the waters surrounding Port Royal, ships practiced wartime maneuvers. In the fields, in the workshops of Jamaica, in the forests, and in the fishing grounds, men and women hunted and fished. They salted beef, they poured rum, they repaired sails, they tuned guns, they packed powder. Jamaica was readying for total war. After they had been attacked, all of her citizens wanted to help. It was a finely tuned machine, but still, it was not enough. Ships from Jamaica sailed in every direction that the wind would carry them. The sailors on board carried word from Morgan into every logwood cutting camp on the Main. They sailed into every harbor or river or hidden cove that was known to them, known to be used by buccaneers. They visited taverns, they spoke to shifty-eyed men in alleys, and they proclaimed their word in city squares. The message was the same that was at this time being trumpeted in Port Royal. Sometimes it would be whispered into unwatched ears. Sometimes it would be accompanied by drums. It was repeated in English and Dutch and French. It was even repeated in Spanish and in the tongues of slaves and natives. Henry Morgan had put forth the call. Now Morgan had set the meeting place for all of these potential buccaneers at an old haunt, the Isla Aveche off the southern coast of Hispaniola. The deadline for joining the fleet was set for October 24th, 1670. This gave the men plenty of time to set their affairs in order and to sail from wherever they were to meet him. And sail they did. First, just a few, but then they flooded in. Now Morgan himself visited the most important port to this effort. Tortuga was, in many ways, the twin of Port Royal. Back before the English had arrived in Jamaica, it had been the hub for all of the Caribbean buccaneers. Most men that would sail under Morgan, English, Dutch, or French, knew both of these cities well. They knew both cities' harbors. They knew the barkeeps, the fences, and they all had a favorite girl or two in each of the city's different brothels. Even still, it was important that Morgan himself go to Tortuga. Relations between England and France had strained for the past few years, and things had cooled between the English and the French rovers ever since they'd nearly come to firing on one another during the raid on Portobello. It didn't help that Morgan and Modifort had confiscated a French vessel, imprisoned her crew, and then made the ship Morgan's flagship after the disaster on the Oxford. So Morgan sailed for Tortuga personally and prepared his pitch to the French buccaneers there. The fleet was struck by a hurricane in September en route to Tortuga. By this time, though, most of the men were experienced with hurricanes, and the fleet made it through not too much worse for the wear. Now there's one person who is probably the single most influential to our image of Caribbean piracy ever to have lived. Howard Pyle was an illustrator around the turn of the last century. His works on pirates did more to solidify just what a pirate looked like than any other. More than Robert Louis Stevenson or J.M. Barrie, Defoe, or Captain Charles Johnson. His works, Howard Pyle's works, have graced the cover of all of these authors from time to time. Now, the saying goes that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I think that Pyle proves it. His images, unlike the woodcuts depicting pirates that were made before he worked, well, they all told a story. From two men embroiled in combat on a beach to see who would become the next captain of a pirate ship, to a man marooned on a deserted island, to a poor soul forced to walk the plank. His works on Captain Morgan are some of the best. One of these, named Henry Morgan Recruiting for the Attack, is an image usually associated with this voyage, Henry Morgan's voyage to Tortuga. I'll put it up on the website so you can take a look, but I think it really defines and captures who Morgan was and what he was doing late in the summer of 1670. In this picture, he's lounging on a shaded hammock on the beach. Behind him, we see waves splashing ashore. He's wearing the clothes of an English gentleman. His buckled shoes are kicked off on the intricate rug beneath his feet. There's a barrel standing within reach, topped with a fine crystal decanter and a glass for what we can assume is rum or maybe wine. A Cuban guitar rests against that as well. His hair, long, hangs about his shoulders, and his face looks imperiously on the men standing before him. Now, their clothes are a little better than rags in contrast to Morgan's. They have beards and earrings, bare feet and headbands. There's another contrast here as well. While Morgan is lazing on his hammock surrounded by articles of comfort and luxury, he has no weapons. The men before him each carries a musket and a blade. One has a blunderbuss stuck into his sash, and another has 3 grenades hanging from his belt. These are hard, large men, well armed. Morgan is slender, unarmed, even foppish. He is also very clearly in command. Now, the image is full of inaccuracies and anachronisms, but it captures something that any other form of media fails to. I definitely suggest one to check it out. Now, back in Tortuga, there was some resentment against the English admiral and his men on the left, but England and France were at peace again, and all of the French buccaneers listened, growing more and more intrigued in Morgan's proposal. The Brethren of the Coast out of Tortuga heard Morgan's call. Soon, every man, the ship, and the crew, and a mind for adventure, was making ready to sail. Now, Morgan himself sailed to that appointed meeting place to lay anchor and to wait. He had a month and more before the fleet departed, but it would be far from wasted. Now, Captain John Morris was there, of course. He was at the helm of the 10-gun Dolphin. He was one of only a few captains that had been on Morgan's first raid against Villahermosa and Grenada some 7 years before. He'd been Morgan's longest and most trusted companion. Often, he was a man that would take command of secondary units or even the whole fleet if Morgan was away. So was Captain Lawrence Prince of the Pearl, another ship carrying 10 guns. Another longtime companion of Morgan's. These were 2 of the strongest ships in the fleet so far, especially since Morgan's own flagship, the Satisfaction, was somewhere sailing along the Spanish Main, patrolling for enemy fleets, and it had yet to be brought back to the Admiral, although he had sent word for it. As these ships waited, along with a few other English vessels that had accompanied them to Tortuga, pirates from far and wide began to appear on the horizon. The messenger ships that Morgan had sent out returned with more men on board and more guns, and usually 1 or 2 new ships in tow as well. More often than not, these ships had been prizes that had been taken on their way back to the rendezvous. And then smaller vessels like canoes rolled in as well. Not much use to the fleet, but carrying buccaneers with sharp eyes and well-oiled weapons. Some men, though, didn't even have canoes to row to the boats. These men arrived on the shore by foot in droves. Stephen Talty in Empire of Blue Water writes, quote, "Some of the Hispaniola contingent could find no vessels, so they trekked across the island, battling the Spanish as they went, until they arrived at the shore, looking out on Villa Avache." In calling out these cow skinners, Morgan was harking back to the very roots of West Indian piracy. As they emerged out of the woods, their leather stained black with blood, their hair filthy and matted, their faces splashed with mud, but with muskets polished, they must have appeared like shades from the Caribbean past, the legendary sharpshooting boucanier, the men who lived as free as wild animals, the fathers of them all. Morgan was summoning ghosts. End quote.
This episode is brought to you by State Farm. From your morning podcast to your afternoon playlist, State Farm knows you personalize your entire day, and that's why State Farm helps you personalize your insurance with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It offers coverage options that help protect what you care about most at an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
In all human history, there are few stories like that of ancient Egypt. On the banks of the Nile, these people created one of the most enduring and significant cultures. Their tale comes to life in the History of Egypt podcast. Every week, we explore the tales of this amazing culture, from the legendary days of creation and the gods, all the way to Cleopatra, and everything in between. The History of Egypt podcast is written and produced by a trained Egyptologist. We go much deeper than your average documentary or magazine article to uncover tales of life, great endeavors, and the amazing art of a mighty kingdom. The History of Egypt podcast is available on all podcasting platforms, apps, and websites. Come, visit ancient Egypt and experience a legendary culture.
There had been months of quiet in the Caribbean. The kings of England and France and Spain relied on diplomacy that year, and the buccaneers had been discouraged from taking any action. This was the first real assault planned in more than a year, and it was shaping up to be the largest ever seen. As more and more men arrived, every ship's crew filled up, and more men were camping on the beach, hoping to find a crew to join. Morgan realized that he had a problem. There were so many men showing up, men that he needed to make his war a success, that he would have trouble to actually feed them all. He ordered hunting parties to get as much beef as they could, but even that would not be enough. So he sent John Morris to go search for any Spanish ships and raid the pastures of any Spanish settlements, while his second-in-command, Vice Admiral Collier, was ordered to take a few well-armed ships and 400 men to the Spanish Main and raid what was the New World's most productive and profitable source of grain, Rio de la Hacha. Now, maize was an essential food source on board a ship. They used it to make their bread and hardtack, and they would need it in quantities that they just couldn't find anywhere else. Plus, Rio de la Hacha was a rich town full of fat merchants. So Collier sailed hard and made the coast in pretty good time. But when the fleet was in sight of their target, they were becalmed. Townspeople from the shoreline saw their ships stranded just off the coast, and they were there for a full 2 days, while the townspeople had all the time in the world to bury their valuables and flee the city. And there was another complication as well. In the harbor sat a sizable Spanish galleon with 14 guns and 40 men. So Collier waited before, finally, a slight breeze helped him limp to shore some 2 miles from town. As they approached the city by land, the Spanish fort opened fire. As per usual, it was underarmed. There were only 4 guns on its walls. The galleon in the harbor opened fire too, but neither was able to do too much. For 24 hours, the buccaneers took cover and waited until the Spanish finally just surrendered. The English didn't even have to fire a shot. They knew the reputation of the buccaneers, and they knew that it was fruitless to resist. So the English would report later that they'd found Spanish soldiers hiding under mattresses in the fort, and that they'd executed several of the commanders. Most notably among these was the captain of the galleon in the harbor. It turns out that that ship was La Gallardina, one of the 4 vessels that had attacked Jamaica a few months prior. So the captain was killed and his ship was seized. As it happens, luckily enough, the holds of the ship were full of maize. It was to be transported elsewhere, and that was just what the Buccaneers happened to be looking for in Rio de la Hacha. Now, they didn't find much in the way of other plunder in the city. There were 2 days of calm and one of cannon fire, and that had given the locals plenty of time to hide their valuables. And time was short, so Collier ransomed the town for beef and maize, which they received, and the fleet sailed back to Morgan. It turns out that the Buccaneers missed out on 200,000 pesos in well-hidden treasure there at the fort. It's equivalent to $2 million. But their ships were full of food. Now, back at the rendezvous, Morgan was waiting impatiently for word from either of his two top captains. Collier had been weeks gone, and Morris just as long. His flagship, Satisfaction, had finally arrived in good order at long last, but after a full 5 weeks of preparing their ships and waiting for word from Collier, finally he arrived, bearing that new Spanish galleon, thousands of pounds of foodstuff, and news that one of the men responsible for attacking Jamaica had been slain. Not long thereafter, Morris arrived as well with even better news. Off the coast of Cuba, he'd been forced to take shelter from a gale in a small, sheltered bay. A couple of hours later, a Spanish vessel had appeared to take shelter from that same storm. Lo and behold, it was none other than the San Pedro y la Fama, carrying her captain, Manuel Rivero Pardal. That's the same Spanish captain that commanded the force against Jamaica, who claimed, quote, to make the sea and these barbarians tremble, end quote. Now, his ship carried 14 guns, so they thought they had the smaller Buccaneer vessel dead to rights. They were trapped in a cove, they were outgunned and outmanned. They were right on the face of things, but they didn't account for the disparity of the men on board these two vessels. When the Spanish attacked what they believed to be an easy prize of Buccaneer dogs, they were faced with a hail of musket fire and a ferocity that they hadn't expected. Once again, the Buccaneers proved their quality against the Spanish. Now, the battle was hard fought on both sides, but the smaller and weaker force prevailed. The question is, though, how? Now, this is a hard thing to quantify. It's an impossible thing to measure. For historians, it's a difficult thing on which to gather concrete evidence. But I think, perhaps, it's that the Spanish privateers weren't really experienced fighting men. Perhaps their overconfidence against the smaller force was their undoing. There's even a school of thought in military tactics that says to always give your enemy a way out. If they're cornered and desperate, you might just see exactly how hard they can fight. Now, some have argued, some of the more mythologically minded, that Spain was actually rotting from its core. Their king was mentally and physically disabled. At the time, he was seen as a monster, touched by Satan, punishment on Spain for years of pride and greed and hubris. And the king, if he was one with the land, well, he represented the weakness that was growing in Spain. This, of course, ignores the scores of less successful buccaneers. The Spanish had left hundreds of these dead on some beach or tossed into the ocean. In the end, the reason that the buccaneers defeated the Spanish force might be as simple as a lucky shot. Some English musketeer shot Manuel Rivero Pardal through his throat, killing him. Spanish resistance after their commander died collapsed. Captain Morgan's great antagonist was dumped over the side unceremoniously, and John Morris sailed back to his admiral to deliver the news. As a storyteller, this is a real blow to me. He had such potential to be a great villain. He was vain, he was colorful, yet he was still a man that was capable and dangerous. He was a warrior poet. I would have loved to have told you of a great slashing duel on board his flagship, with Morgan and Rivero climbing into the rigging, delivering quippy one-liners along with the parries and thrusts of their blades. But that's not how real life works, and that's not to be. Rivero was dead, and Morgan's fleet was now fully victualed, repaired, and ready to sail. They had several warships among them. Morgan on board the Satisfaction Vice Admiral Collier, John Morris, and Lawrence Prince each had their own ships. The frigate Lily was captained by one Richard Norman, the Fortune by Richard Dobson, and the 70-ton Mayflower by Joseph Bradley. By this point, these were all veteran captains under board. The Spanish galleon, captured at Rio de la Hacha, La Gallardina, was given over to an experienced French buccaneer without a vessel. The French brought the other two strongest warships in the fleet as well. The St. Catherine, carrying 14 guns and 110 men, and the St. Pierre, with 10 guns and more than 90 men. Most of the vessels in the fleet, though, weren't as impressive as all that. The Virgin Queen, for example, carried only 2 small guns, and the tiny La Surf carried no guns at all. But they packed as many men on board these tiny vessels as possible. And that's representative of really what the ships in this fleet were. They were just there to ferry men from the meeting place to the shore. When Morgan wrote to Governor Modiford, finally, to inform him that the fleet was ready, he reported 30 ships and more than 1,800 men under his command. And the fleet was finally ready, but there still remained some business to be done. All 30 captains crowded on board the Satisfaction and sat down to council. It was time to ratify the code. Naturally, Morgan was voted as admiral, Collier his vice admiral. There may have been some haggling over how many shares were to be divided among the crews, as the terms on this voyage were more generous than prior ventures, but the usual concessions were made for all. Morgan was to receive 1% of the total haul. King Charles, the Duke of York, and the governors of Tortuga and Port Royal were each allotted a small share. The captains of each vessel were given 8 shares for their ships and 1 for themselves. Surgeons, carpenters, other petty officers, they were given additional shares representing their contributions. Wounded men on this voyage, though, would make more than they had previously, for the loss of everything from a finger to an eye to an arm or a leg. They were getting more gold than they would have on an earlier voyage. So the code here was generous, but not at all unusual. The real order of business was the decision of where to attack. Never before had the Caribbean seen such a force of brethren of the coast. No pirates or privateers on so many ships carrying so much firepower had ever been seen before. This was an army to rival any force that the great empires of old Europe could muster. So, where did they attack? Now, Santiago de Cuba was an obvious choice, as they'd been behind the raid on Jamaica. But the winds of that time of year in that region could be dangerous on the coast of Cuba. Now, Havana was the jewel of the West Indies, but even nearly 2,000 men were not enough to take a city like that. So many argued for Cartagena, the second largest and most powerful city in the region. It was impressively well defended. Now, they might take it. The Buccaneers probably could, but the loss they incurred would likely not be worth the prize. In fact, though the Buccaneers didn't know at the time, attacking Cartagena would have been a suicide mission. It would have been a total disaster. The governor there was prepared and called in all militiamen. His ranks were swelled, his garrisons were full. The Buccaneers probably wouldn't have reached the coast even, since the fleet massing there would have crushed even Morgan's forces. Luckily, though, while they were on Morgan's vessel, that idea was overruled. The council finally decided on another target. Perhaps it was the ripest and the richest in all of the New World. And it was one that held some historical significance, especially to the English. 100 years earlier, almost exactly 100 years as it would turn out, Francis Drake had sailed to the New World and landed his forces on Terra Firma. Drake and his men partnered with a group of French pirates to undertake the greatest and most notorious act of piracy that the world had ever known. And now, Henry Morgan and his French allies were going to do the same. They all agreed, and they all signed the code. They were going after the treasure house of the world, Panama. But wouldn't you know it, they had a problem. The same problem that Drake had faced, actually. Panama, the city that housed all of the gold and silver brought up from the South American mines, lay on the Pacific side of the isthmus. Their ships weren't about to sail around the southern Cape of the Americas. not leave their homes completely undefended for the months and months that such a voyage could take. If they were to sack Panama, they would need to land on the north side of the isthmus and trek through at least 30 miles of dense, dangerous jungle. And that was with their ships carrying them as far inland as possible. It could be done. After all, Sir Francis Drake had accomplished it, as had countless numbers of Spanish mule trains and centuries of local natives. But Drake had had guides that he took with him, and Morgan was unlikely to convince the decimated native populations to help him. So he needed to find someone who knew the jungles of Panama, who had personal experience with them, and who hated the Spanish enough to help him. Such men existed, as it turned out, many of them, probably, Englishmen who had made that journey many times, and all of them were gathered together in one place. They were in cells, under guard, deep in the dungeon of a fortress. These were, some of them, the same men taken years prior through Spanish treachery, forced to work as slaves building Spanish forts, and there were others, too, that had been arrested for espionage, piracy, or other high crimes. All had been to Panama, the city, many times, and all were kept on the prison colony at La Providencia, known to the English as Providence Island. So the fleet set sail on December 16, 1670. The fleet anchored off Providence Island. One 14-gun ship sailed in to wait at the mouth of the harbor to ensure that no vessels could escape and warn the mainland. 1,000 of the men were ferried ashore, armed with their best muskets and best steel. The main batteries on the island, those that had to be taken out first, were actually on the smaller island nearby, St. Catalina. That's the tiny island that lay so close to Providence that it was actually connected by a bridge. Then, the Buccaneers, at this point, could we just call them an army? But the Buccaneers marched for the fortress, but there was something there they didn't expect. Now, there was a brand new drawbridge that had been drawn up. Then they were met with a storm of musket fire and even larger arms. It would be possible to take the castle, but not for hungry men after a day of marching in the dark. So Morgan's men made camp out of range of the Spanish, ate what food they brought with them, and went to sleep. Almost as soon as their eyes were closed, the sky opened up and a terrible rainstorm fell upon them. Sleep wasn't an option in this weather, and anyway, their primary concern now was keeping their guns and their powder dry. Nearby, there weren't any structures to speak of, just a few huts turned into makeshift arms depots for them. Hungry, soaking, miserable, the men tried in vain to find a place dry enough to catch what little sleep they could. It wasn't much in the end, and the deluge continued into the next day. Then there was no food left to speak of. They'd eaten it all. They were able to build fires, but not of any real size, not enough to warm themselves with, and there was no chance today to take the fortress, not in weather like that. There was an almost timid attempt early in the day, but it retreated quickly under enemy fire. So the men grumbled. They took shelter under beachside palms, and they waited. When a few men captured an old mare, well, Exquemelin tells it best. He was there, and it sounds like he partook. Quote, "There was an old horse which the Spaniards had turned loose because it was no longer fit for work, as its back was full of open sores. This beast they shot dead, and everyone who could grabbed himself a bit, roasted it a little over the fire, and ate it up as though it had been the most delectable dish you could possibly wish for. Yes, and a man must be quick off the mark to get a hold of such a morsel." End quote. At this rate, sacking the castle could take more time than Morgan cared to give over, so he sent a messenger under a white flag to the Spanish. Now they knew as well as Morgan that they couldn't defend their walls forever, not from this small army he brought before them. The message promised mercy for a quick surrender, and a short time later he got a reply back. The Spanish agreed that surrender was best, but if they merely gave up the castle, they would probably be arrested and hung for cowardice. So they proposed an alternative. Each side would line up for a proper battle. They would beat the drums, they would march in formation, and they would even open fire. But their guns would contain no shot, or they would aim for the ground. No man needed to lose his life in order to take this castle, but the Spanish needed to protect their reputations. Morgan deliberated, but he agreed. But then he ordered his men to load their guns with live ammunition, just in case the Spanish had some kind of trickery plan. For a little over an hour, the farce played out. Not a man died, no one was even injured in this battle. When it was over, Morgan marched into the keep and took the soldiers prisoner. They were treated gently, but they were put under guard, and the understanding held, and there were no incidents. Morgan hadn't needed to fire a shot. They took the town as well, but this too was a peaceful affair. The people were gathered in the church quietly, the doors were locked, and a guard was placed on, but no one was harmed in the slightest. Once again, Exquemelin describes the aftermath here. Quote, "When all was calm and the compact with the Spaniards had been carried out, the war against the hens and pigs and sheep began. Boiling and roasting went on all night. When short of wood, they pulled down houses for fuel. Getting food was everybody's main concern. Some, when they were satisfied, took what remained of their meal to the church, where they gave some to the Spanish women. But the men had to look on." End quote. But not to worry, the next day some of the men from inside the church were allowed to travel to the plantations and gather enough food to sustain themselves and the other prisoners. It wasn't to be a harsh treatment. Morgan ordered no harm done to any of the people. The buccaneers, though, spent the day searching the fortress on St. Catalina. There were armories in each of them. There were several fortresses. All of them were better stocked than any the English had ever seen in any other Spanish fortification. There were cannons, there were muskets, there were swords and shot and powder, enough to guard against any attack. Not enough soldiers to man all these fantastic arms, but the arms were there. Can you imagine? When the English had taken Providence Island in the 1630s, they had been woefully unprepared to defend her. When they came again, only a few years before Morgan just had, the men had wanted to establish a free pirate republic and defend her. Now they failed as well. But after that attack, the Spanish had built up Providence with new forts and moats and defensive positions all around the island. They didn't intend to lose her again. Of course, they lost her, but what if it had been properly manned? Imagine if this had taken place only 40 years later. Imagine what might have been if it hadn't been Morgan in command, but Edward Teach. With a fleet of 30 ships and almost 2,000 men, there were castles filled to the brim, bursting with Spanish arms. What would they have done? What could they have accomplished? A secure, a defensible port, small but close to the Spanish main, where they could raid and plunder with nigh impunity, with enough land and fishing grounds on the island to provide food, and certainly there would be Dutch traders willing to buy and sell some of their ill-got goods. If Morgan had been a different man, not a married man looking for a life of gentlemanly leisure, but a real pirate, he might have made himself king of Providence Island. On this day, after taking it with ease, without losing a man, he might have made himself king. He could have run a private pirate nation from behind her strong walls without any of the interference of governors or kings. Well, I suppose, aside from the interference of them invading with armies to take the island back to destroy the pirate republic, that almost certainly would have happened. So it might not have lasted, but maybe it could. Maybe, well, in the end, again, it doesn't matter. That's not how real life works. Henry Morgan wasn't a different man. Henry Morgan was a man with a job to do. So the Buccaneers, after they were done searching for weapons, searched out the prisoners and asked around to see if any of them had been taken in that earlier raid against the English, or had any knowledge of Panama and the land surrounding it. One man came forward, the worst sort of villain, according to Exquemelin. He writes, quote, "One of them, a half-breed, showed particular eagerness, as he hoped to use this opportunity to revenge the wrong he thought had been done him. as indeed it had, for he did not deserve banishment, but rather to have been broken alive on the wheel for all the murders, rapes, and robberies he had committed. This scoundrel coerced the other two, who were Indians born in the Spanish dominions and very well acquainted with the roads, threatening to have them burnt alive if they would not serve the buccaneers. He told Morgan these men were essential as guides. If necessary, they must be beaten into obedience. Inward. So Morgan took them aboard, and finally had what he needed to move on Panama. He had his army. He had ample provisions. He had more than enough weapons, and finally, men to show him the way. So he ordered the people set free and returned to the ships. The Brethren of the Coast prepared to set sail. Next time, we're going to finish our journey with Captain Morgan. We're going to follow him to Panama and look at how he played a central role in ending the Age of the Buccaneers. Before I leave today, I've got just a few things to mention. First of all, if you haven't been keeping up with Black Sails, well, there's only one episode left, and it's been pretty spectacular, so you'd better watch some of those back episodes, because after it's over, I'm going to be sitting down to talk with the good fellows over at Fandomedia. Those are the same guys that run the History of Westeros, only they're talking about other shows and other media that are spectacular. It's a lot of fun. I definitely suggest checking it out and listening to our episode after Black Sails is over. Second, on Facebook, one of our listeners named Tom got in touch with me to mention a project that he's been working on, and it looks awesome. If you're a fan of board games, as I am, then I think he has something that might be right up your alley. They've got a Kickstarter going for a board game called The Pirate Republic that looks like it's going to be a lot of fun and a very interesting project, and maybe for giving them a shout out, once they get it made, they'll send me a copy. Third, I want you to know that finally, at long last, the map is done. I'm going to post an image of it up at the Patreon page so that you can take a look at it, and I'm going to be sending out hard copies to all of our Patreon supporters as soon as possible. Thank you so much for your patience, and we're getting to work on all those other awards right now. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd like to thank everybody that has been kind enough to leave us a review or a rating over at iTunes or wherever you happen to listen to the show. I'd like to thank everybody that has donated or signed up for an Audible trial or signed up to support us over at Patreon. I really couldn't do this show without all of you guys. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the absolutely fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, you really should. You can check them out at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, you can check us out at our website or on Facebook, Twitter, SoundCloud, and YouTube. Most importantly, and as always, thank you for listening.
Stories of battles and things from a voice like a shake of the dreams. At the face of an angel, all battered by grand tragedy. Raise your glass in the air with a tear in your eye. Time has come now to bid him goodbye. For a first life is long, the old captain has died. Let him live on the legend tonight.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
2025 is now upon us. I hope everyone had a great New Year's, but now it's time to start thinking about our New Year's resolutions. Every year I make a lot of big promises to myself, and rarely do I end up keeping all of them. Several years back, though, I made a resolution to save more money, and that's been working out great ever since, which is thanks to today's sponsor, Acorns. Acorns makes it easy to start automatically saving and investing so your money has a chance to grow for you, your kids, and your retirement. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that fits you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you invest with the spare money you've got right now. You can start with $5 or even just your spare change. When I started using Acorns years ago now, that's exactly what I did. I set up an account, invested $5, and that took all of about 5 minutes. So if you've got a New Year's resolution to save money and give that money a chance to grow, head to acorns.com/pirate or download the Acorns app and start saving and investing for your future today. Paid non-client endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/pirate. Today's show is brought to you by our Patreon supporters, including our Commodores. That's Commodores Bull, Rumgut, Lopez, Ward, Vertigon, Yell Peak, Contif Allende, and Bootstrap Spin. Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In warfare, the most important weapon in any general's arsenal is knowledge. Regardless of their strength in arms or soldiers or morale, knowledge is usually the key to victory. Certainly knowing your terrain, knowing yourself, both your strengths and your weaknesses. But perhaps most important of all is knowing your enemy. You need to know everything you can about their troops, their placement, their plans. But most of all, you need to know their strengths and weaknesses. Not in arms, or at least not only that, but who your enemy is. Why are they fighting? What's their motivation? How will they fight? And what weaknesses do they possess that you can best exploit? From atop the Santa Teresa Castle on Providence Island, Admiral Henry Morgan must have thought long and hard about this. The castle was his now, though the Spanish had built it. These islands, Providence and St. Catalina, were back in the hands of the English, their rightful masters in Morgan's thinking. Now they were valuable islands, especially to the English rovers. To the east lay the Mosquito Coast and the Spanish Main, which the English coveted. To the north lay the Cayman Islands, equally coveted by the English, and Jamaica, which was their jewel in the West Indies. But Morgan's eyes were pointed south and west. Looking south from the highest rampart of his new castle, all he could see was open ocean, but he knew that over the horizon lay Panama. That was the city where all the treasure from the Pacific coast of the Americas lay waiting to be trucked over a tiny strip of land to ships awaiting transport back to Spain. From his castle top, he'd have thought about the knowledge that he had and just how much he lacked. Francis Drake had taken that mule train from Panama 100 years before, but his guides had intimate knowledge of the land. Morgan was planning an assault on the city itself, and he only had guides of a dubious nature. He needed more information, and barring that, he needed a plan to pull back if the situation called for it. Thinking back to the near disaster at Maracaibo, more than anything, he needed to secure his lines of escape, at least once the city had been plundered. This island and the Santa Teresa Castle were a good place to start. A mere handful of men from his company left there to defend Providence against overwhelming Spanish numbers and provide his men, away on the Main, a place to rest and reprovision after their business on the Main was done. Morgan ordered 200 men to stay at the castle. That should be plenty. But he had another worry. His men were going to have to cross the isthmus to reach Panama, and to do that they would have to leave their ships at anchor. He would need a defensible port on the coast of the North Sea, what today we call the Caribbean, to to guard his ships while his men were on the march. Of course, to secure a defensible port, he would need to take one from the Spanish and then hold it for the weeks and the weeks that were needed to take Panama. So there were two options before him. He would need eventually to reach the town called Venta de Cruces. That's the crossroads of Panama, which Drake had actually taken on his raid. It had a well-traveled road leading south from there to the city of Panama, but a fortress guarded each of the approaches to that town of Venta de Cruces. Now, Portobello was the first possibility. That was an overland route through the dense jungle to lead to Venta de Cruces. The second option was to take the Rio Chagres to Venta de Cruces, but that was guarded by the Fort San Lorenzo, which Morgan knew less about. Both of these options held potential plunder and possible pitfalls, but which one would be best? You see, Morgan lacked the knowledge to make an informed decision, and in a situation like this, the best option was to roll the dice, watch the outcome, and react. This is episode 31, Panama. While Captain Morgan was underinformed, his enemy, on the other hand, was well prepared. One of the pieces of information that Morgan didn't have was that a man had deserted the raid on Rio de la Hacha and turned coat to inform the Spanish of Morgan's plan. The president of Panama, Don Juan Perez de Guzman, read these reports and acted accordingly. If Morgan planned to attack Panama, then he would counter him at every possible turn. Every man with even an inch of military training was recruited. Every mercenary from one of the neighboring colonies was hired. Letters of marque were sent out to Spanish privateers to attack English shipping all along the coast and to guard the approaches to Panama. Every slave at his disposal was sent to work in building defenses and serving the soldiers. Every Indian he could cajole was hired as a guide and a scout. The north coast of Panama was ready for an all-out war. The pirates, it was known, would attack from the coast, but exactly where, the informant who had turned on Morgan didn't know, because Morgan himself had yet to make that decision. Guzman knew, though, that the English needed to guard their ships, and he knew as well as Morgan that only two forts were strong enough to serve. The first, the most likely, was Portobello. The president ordered the garrison there filled to bursting. He ordered her stores of food and powder stocked to withstand a long siege, and an army of farriers and blacksmiths and fletchers, masons and gunsmiths, where they were all to prepare for an all-out assault on the castle. Now, the road from Portobello leading south was a treacherous one, but it was the one used by the Spanish mule trains to transport their treasure to the coast. There was a path, but it was surrounded by dense jungles and bogs and sheer cliffs on both sides and occasionally unpassable rivers. So Guzman sent soldiers to build ambuscades all along the narrow winding road that the buccaneers would be forced to take from Portobello. That's a series of bulwarks that the Spanish soldiers could use to attack, fall back, and then attack again. And all of that is to say nothing of the additional army of snakes and jaguars and javelinas and deadly mosquitoes that would be assaulting the English all along this march. Even if Morgan managed to take the castles at Portobello, every step that would take south would be paid for in blood. The second option, though, San Lorenzo and the Rio Chagres. The Spanish rarely used the river to transport their treasure. It was rife with just as many dangers as the mule path, all of the snakes and jaguars, and even more mosquitoes being along the river. But the river was home to, also, the Great Caimans. These are huge beasts, longer than most boats, lizards that would lay in wait under the water with huge, strong jaws full of sharp teeth. They moved too slowly to see, usually, until they struck, when in a flash of water and blood, they burst from the water and would clamp those jaws upon any unwary prey. Usually a deer or a boar, but they had killed men before, and would again if given a chance. All of that, though, could be overcome by the Spanish. The real danger that they feared was the possibility of the boat capsizing and dumping all of her treasure into the river, never to be seen again. Men were cheap, but that was unthinkable. Morgan, though, might decide to try the river. At least, Guzman couldn't afford not to prepare for it. He sent men there as well to the fort of San Lorenzo, enough to fill every bed in the castle overlooking the river. These men oiled their guns and they waxed their bowstrings. These were not the usual local militia. These were well-trained, disciplined men that would not shy away from a fight or surrender while they still stood. All along the river, ambuscades were placed as well. These were even easier to prepare, as the pirates would be confined to the river. A few towers built along the bank, back in the tree line, and a few trenches behind the undergrowth would serve for Spanish men to pick off the English buccaneers as they pleased, as long as they were smart and watched out for the cannons. There was another piece of information that Morgan lacked. It was only just now reaching the ears of President Guzman in Panama and Governor Moniford back in Port Royal. In Europe, the monarchs of Spain and England had agreed to an accord, the Treaty of Madrid. There were 4 primary points to the treaty. First, the hostilities between England and Spain that had been going on for years were to end immediately. Second, Spain and England would agree not to molest each other's shipping and trade. Third, Spain officially recognized English holdings in the West Indies, including Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. This is an important point. And fourth, England was to end all acts of piracy against Spanish holdings, effective immediately. Any acts of piracy committed after the treaty was signed were the responsibility of the English crown and to be considered acts of war. It was basically a trade. You rein in the pirates and we'll let you keep Jamaica. Now, Governor Moniford realized just how bad this was immediately. He'd been told, ordered even, not to issue letters of marque. He'd been told to corral the buccaneers in, find them something else to do. He'd been told England and Spain were working towards something. And they tried that. And then he went ahead and let Captain Morgan go to sea with the largest fleet the Brethren of the Coast had ever mustered. So Moniford wrote letters to London. He wrote letters to Virginia and Boston as quickly as possible, and he sent them on his fastest ships. His career, even his freedom potentially, was on the line. He offered up every defense he could come up with for his action, but as soon as the lords of Whitehall heard of it, they were furious, and they began penning their own letters to Jamaica, to their king, and to the Spanish ambassador. Meanwhile, Captain Morgan had made his calculations. He had a total of 1,800 fighting men with him. If he left 200 in Providence to secure their rear, he would be left with 1,600 to attack the main. And that was more than enough to take Portobello and Panama. That was a real army. But in taking Portobello, his losses might be severe. San Lorenzo, on the other hand, was likely much less well defended, and his men were adept river travelers. If he were to send a smaller force, say 400 men, to take the castle of San Lorenzo, they might just take the city successfully. If it was far better defended than he thought, and this force of 400 was killed or captured, he would still be a full 1,200 men strong. He could then hear what the survivors from San Lorenzo had to report and attack either there with his full force or change his mind and go to attack Portobello. It was a plan that minimized the risks and had the potential for the greatest rewards. He chose out Lieutenant Colonel Joseph Bradley to lead the expedition with 400 good men. Well, not good men exactly, but experienced raiders. It was on the 10th of December, 1670, that Bradley set sail to cover the roughly 300 miles between Providence and San Lorenzo. The small fleet made good time, but no one knew exactly what to expect when they got there. When they finally saw what was waiting for them, it wasn't good. The mouth of the Chagres was guarded by San Lorenzo Castle, which sat atop a small mountain. I'm going to let Alexander Expomelon describe it. He says, quote, "This castle is built on a high mountain at the entry of the river, surrounded by strong palisades, or wooden walls, filled with earth, which secures them as well as the best wall of stone or brick. The top of this mountain is, in a manner, divided into 2 parts, between which is a ditch 30 feet deep. The castle hath but one entry, and that by a drawbridge over this ditch. To the land it has 4 bastions, and to the sea 2 more. The south part is totally inaccessible, through the cragginess of the mountain. The north is surrounded by a river, which here is very broad. At the foot of the castle, or rather mountain, is a strong fort with 8 great guns commanding the entry of the river. Not much lower are 2 other batteries, each of 6 pieces, to defend likewise the mouth of the river. At one side of the castle are 2 great storehouses of all sorts of warlike ammunition and merchandise, brought thither from the island country. Near these houses is a high pair of stairs hewn out of the rock to mount to the top of the castle. On the west is a small port, not above 7 or 8 fathoms deep, fit for small vessels, and of a good anchorage. Besides, before the castle, at the entry of the river, is a great rock, scarce to be described, but at low tides. End quote. So, just in case you missed any of that, on the seaward side of the fortress, there were 2 gun batteries, each of 6 cannon. Any landing on the beach would be, at best, hazardous, with little hope of reaching even those batteries. Even if they did manage to dig themselves in on the beach, there was a tower that soared above these 2 batteries that could reach their ships at anchor and potentially sink their only means of escape. And that wasn't even the castle proper. Above these initial batteries, there was dug a 30-foot deep moat with only a single drawbridge to reach the fort. No, a frontal assault from the beach was right out. But these men were pilots. They were experienced in attacking an enemy from a direction they didn't expect when they were not looking. If they landed a few miles down the coast, then they could land safely and potentially take the fortress from the rear. This was a maneuver that they'd done time and time before. But there was still the trouble of that mountain. If they took the road to reach the rear of San Lorenzo, they would be faced with a steep and narrow stairway carved into the mountainside, guarded by hundreds of well-armed Spaniards. That, too, was less than optimal. In fact, that was really certain death. The only other option left to them was to land far from the castle and trek through miles of uncharted, dense, perilous jungle, and then up the side of an equally perilous mountainside with who knew what waiting for them under the canopy. Mosquitoes and jaguars, certainly, but perhaps
orders, as they have been since August.
something. It might be a good time to finish up. Since then, of all the pirate tortures was practiced.
So were they sent here as a 3rd, 4th, or 5th party, or were they my multiple times convicted stalker? And so on my front door. Lots of discussions which are already addressed in the speech. Legally on my property. 7 p.m. A stream that's under 5 minutes long. It's illegal entry attempt. Front door. The plan has consistently been it's obstruction of justice, which implicate them for a It showed how Unit 207 was once again preventing me from initiating a new life. 10 minutes. 6 a.m. felons obstruction, live hacked by males. Upstairs in Unit 207, the runtime on the YouTube interface reflects as 8 hours, 44 minutes, and 22 seconds. That live stream was ended by the federal felons upstairs. I'm not sure exactly how long it was off for. I believe roughly 10 minutes. I realized that it was shut off and then followed the FBI's instructions. Anytime that the live stream has been shut off going forward until they are detained, the FBI has instructed me to start a live stream as soon as I notice on my cell phone that they want as ancillary evidence that they've been trying to wipe evidence and live streams and everything they possibly can off of since August of 2024, the first week. Anyway, so I did that, and that recording I played on the preceding live stream at the introduction. It showed how Unit 207 was once again preventing me from initiating a new live stream for a couple of extra minutes. And then keep in mind, the same thing is true that's been true for the last 158 days. My front door has not opened without me running a live stream. This is important because there are many people who have committed fraud and perjury. Currently, they are in possession of numerous fraudulent, non-lawful court orders, as they have been since August, which implicate them for a series of felonies. Now, I said all of that because that's really the only update that I've got for you as far as the script goes. Also, in that live stream, there is a pattern of criminality. If you look through the live streams of the federal felons upstairs, particularly since December, shutting off live streams, which again, the FBI has said every single time that they do that, it's obstruction of justice and or witness/evidence tampering. And then add to that, the FBI has stated since October that the plan has consistently been for over 3 months for the federal felons upstairs to cut off the live stream for the final illegal entry attempt, which the FBI has stated since October, will involve numerous people illegally standing outside of my living room window and front door, saying threatening, fraudulent, completely criminal things, as well as being criminally outside of my window and front door. And originally, I was to say nothing for the final illegal entry attempt and just aim all of the cameras at them. But then the FBI had me make that recording that you can find on this YouTube live stream that's under 5 minutes long. It's titled 1/2. It was recorded on January 2nd. 11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune, soon to be detained people currently illegally on my property. Then add to that, there has been lots of discussions which are already addressed in this speech from January 2nd to as recent as last night, involving the anticipation of that final illegal entry attempt. And then don't forget, everybody, they sent somebody to stop me on the exterior last that I know of on January 10th, and that's just because that person was so loud and decided to commit some ADA violations on top of all the crimes listed on my front door. And the FBI has confirmed that whoever that was is somebody that's on their list of people.